Chapter 1. In a room that possesses a faintly sci-fi ambience, various incomprehensible instruments are scattered about. At the heart of the room, a metallic platform is anchored with an egg adorned with peculiar patterns. From external perspective, this egg appears unremarkable save for its size and design. Yet from within, a strange creature opens its eyes. It has been long since the accumulated energy is finally ready to hatch. The unique being, which had been curled up, now stretches its body, peering through the eggshell to observe the world outside. Its torso, mane, tail, and the darker aspects of its visage are delineated by gray vertical stripes. For sharp limbs culminate in golden hooves. The mane rises exuberantly from its head, while its face is gray with green eyes and red pupils, encircled by circular green patterns. In another realm, this creature is known as Arceus, revered as the mythical Pokemon that created the world. However, this Arceus is not the original. The story must begin anew. In a modest rental near a university, a Sunto graduate is engrossed in playing Pokemon Legends, Arceus. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, piquing his curiosity about who might be visiting at such an hour. Yet, as he rises to investigate, a miniature model of a truck unexpectedly appears at his feet, causing him to stumble and fall, his switch flying from his grasp. Upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself enveloped in a state of chaos. He senses a transformation in his body, yet he finds himself unable to act, as a peculiar consciousness seeps into his mind. This is a newly hatched Arceus. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washes over him, leading him back to slumber. When he awakens once more, he possesses the ability to perceive changes in the external world, though, to be precise, he had previously sensed the surroundings, albeit in a chaotic manner. During this time, he has absorbed the knowledge intrinsic to this body and come to terms with the events unfolding around him. Acceptance is his only recourse in this state. He is rendered powerless. At this moment, he is not Arceus, but merely an Arceus egg, encircled by 18 stone tablets that safeguard the life within. Then, seemingly drawn by an unknown force, he traverses a solid barrier, arriving in a wholly new world. In the process, several stone tablets scatter to protect the eggshell upon colliding with that mysterious power, while he and the remaining tablets descend to the land below. To attain a body capable of free movement, the most effective strategy is to gather those tablets. With their power, he could swiftly liberate himself from the eggshell's confines. Yet, an egg is incapable of seeking out tablets on its own. Having fallen here, only 3 tablets remain nearby, and he is unaware of the whereabouts of the others. He can only sense and manipulate these tablets within a certain proximity. At this juncture, peculiar indigenous people encircle him, their black wings unfurled, flames flickering from their backs. This sight illuminates the uniqueness of this world, though he remains oblivious to the fact that these beings belong to the Lunalia tribe, the legendary moonfolk. Having perused a plethora of manga, he had previously abandoned the One Piece series during the Wano arc. For various reasons, to be precise, his interest waned during the Dressrosa arc. Regarding this mysterious tribe that emerged later in the narrative, he has no recollection. The indigenous people appear to revere him as a sacred relic. An egg descending from the heavens certainly does not seem ordinary. This behavior ignites an idea within him. Although he is immobile, he could devise a means to compel these natives to search for the tablets. With wings to fly, their range of movement should be extensive. However, he can only perceive changes in the external world and lacks the ability to communicate with it. Unlike the world-creating Arceus, he remains in a larval state, reliant primarily on the tablets for power. During his transdimensional journey, the connection between the tablets and his essence has weakened, and the impact of his descent has scattered most of the tablets to unknown locations. Thus, he is unable to engage in mental communication with others. Nevertheless, solutions often outnumber obstacles. Among the remaining 3 tablets, one is the Fireball tablet, and during a sacrificial ceremony, he observes these people wielding the power of flames. Consequently, during a subsequent sacrificial event, he taps into the power of the Fireball tablet, bestowing some of the indigenous people with enhanced control over fire. He reasons that since these natives can swiftly approach this vicinity, they must have witnessed his descent. The force of his fall was immense. Either these individuals are remarkably resilient or possess extraordinary speed. Either way, they would serve as excellent agents in the search for the tablets. By making them aware that the tablets can grant them power, they would likely take the initiative to seek similar stones, whether by directly locating the psychic-type tablets or acquiring additional tablets. Once he regains his strength, he will be able to communicate with these natives. As for the language barrier, he discerns that they communicate in Japanese. Having watched countless anime over the years, he has self-taught the language, and comprehension poses no issue for him. At that point, he could offer them rewards for their efforts in finding more tablets. Once he hatches, he will be able to accomplish far more. He is uncertain how long hatching will take, but his instincts inform him that the tablets can expedite the process. While the ideal is alluring, reality is often harsh. Initially, as he had anticipated, the natives treated him with greater reverence after receiving their newfound powers. Even the sacrificial ceremonies became notably more elaborate. Through these rituals, he learned that the name of this tribe is Lunalia. However, a problem arises. Although he overheard discussions among the chiefs and prophetic figures regarding the tablets during the sacrificial rites, and they dispatched individuals to search, none have ever been found. Thanks to his fusion with Arceus essence, he is not short of time, leading him to devise a plan B. As long as time permits, the power of the remaining 3 tablets is sufficient to facilitate his hatching. At that point, he can be born as a sacred relic and continue to enlist the aid of these people in seeking out the tablets. Thus, he enters a state of slumber, awakening periodically to assess external changes. However, as time progresses, unforeseen complications arise. It seems war has begun. Outsiders are assaulting this place. Logically, he should harbor no particular feelings for the Lunalia people. Yet due to his current condition, he regards those who have devoted themselves to his worship day and night as his own kin. He has formed certain deductions regarding his situation akin to the nearby empty nest elder. His transformation into an undead creature has influenced his thought processes, gradually aligning them with those of the undead. His cognitive patterns, however, are also influenced by the creator deity Arceus. Unlike the undead, this influence manifests more as a fusion of divinity and humanity, with the agency remaining firmly his own. Such actions that harm his subjects have crossed a line, yet as merely an egg, he is powerless to act. He can only temporarily channel the power of the fireball tablet to bestow it upon the chieftain. This method, however, depletes a significant portion of his current energy, leading him to enter yet another cycle of slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he hears the chieftain's final command, urging the remaining tribesfolk to escape with what is perceived as a sacred artifact. Each time he awakens, the faces of the Lunalia tribe surrounding him have changed, and their numbers dwindle. From hundreds to tens to 2 families, until only 2 remain, a boy named Abel and a girl named Shayna. Upon awakening again, he discovers an overwhelming number of unfamiliar faces outside, alongside various strange devices, while his memories of Abel and Shayna have vanished. Initially, he assumes that the 2 have met the same fate as the previous Lunalia tribespeople, falling victim to the onslaught of enemies. However, he soon realizes he is mistaken. He encounters these 2 again, but their condition mirrors his own. They are subjected to peculiar experiments. The individuals above are also eager to uncover the nature of the Lunalia egg. Over the course of time, they have attempted to hatch it and even destroy it. Yet with no success, the eggshell remains impervious to their efforts. They have placed the egg, along with the stone tablets obtained from the slaying of the tribe's leader years ago, in the same research facility as Abel and Shayna. Due to the Lunalia people losing 1 stone tablet during their escape, only 2 tablets remain. While the experiments conducted on him cannot damage the eggshell, the bizarre machinery inflicts discomfort upon him. If he feels this way, one can only imagine the plight of the 2, whose situation, influenced by both their own essence and that of Arceus, is accumulating with rage. That as of today, the energy he had accumulated was finally on the verge of hatching. 2 stone tablets lay beside him within the range of his perception. Harnessing the power of these tablets along with the energy he had gathered over time, he was sufficiently capable of leading the two children away from this place. However, the first task at hand was to locate the boy. They were typically kept in different locations, and recently, he had been with Shayna, but Abel's whereabouts remained a mystery. Just as he was preparing to act, he felt the tremors of an explosion from the outside. The previously sealed metal door swung open, and this time, it was not the researchers who entered, but Abel. Clutching a long knife stained with still fresh blood, he appeared somewhat fatigued yet exhilarated. At his feet lay numerous bodies, evidently the original guards of the facility. Arceus was uncertain how Abel had managed to break free from his restraints, but for him, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. There was no need to search for Abel. He could simply take the two little ones and leave. On the path of escape for the Lunaria tribe, many had chosen to perish alongside the enemy to protect the unhatched Arceus and the stone tablets. Abandoning these two children to escape alone was inconceivable to him. Shayna, I have come to rescue you. Abel, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Yes, we will soon be leaving this place. We are free. Abel swiftly disengaged the device restraining Shayna, eager to lead her away. I know my own body well. I cannot last much longer. Accompanying you would only be a burden. Just take the artifact and go. I will stay behind to hold them off. Unlike Abel, who still possessed ample strength, Shayna, having endured far more, was significantly weaker. She was acutely aware that, given her current condition, she could not fly very far. Moreover, the blaring alarms echoed around them, and they could hear the sounds of footsteps and shouts from the corridor outside. The specimen has escaped. You four head to Area A. You go support Area C. The rest come with me to Area B. In such a situation, anyone left behind would inevitably be pursued. The Lunaria had always operated this way in the past. Whenever they encountered an inescapable foe, someone would make the ultimate sacrifice. Yet this time was different from all previous occasions. It's all right, Shayna. There are allies waiting outside. We just need to rush out together. Before Shayna could inquire about the source of the adult assistance, a group of guards charged in. Do not use firearms. They are precious specimens. They must be captured alive. The administrator observed Abel and Shayna and made an immediate decision. In his view, these easily recruitable guards paled in comparison to the two invaluable specimens. Even if these two posed a lethal threat, he insisted his subordinates use non-lethal weaponry. Abel, I leave everything to you. I will carve a path for you. Shayna, clench her fists. The Lunaria tribe possessed formidable innate talents, and their unique upbringing further enhanced their power. They were certainly far stronger than these ordinary guards. The flames that had been igniting behind Shayna began to extinguish. The Lunaria could summon flames, but when they died down, the individual's defenses would weaken, correspondingly enhancing their speed. Shayna was prepared to fight to the last breath. She did not believe anyone would come to their aid. To her, those were merely comforting words from Abel. Nevertheless, they had to first deal with the enemies before them. Their artifact was a colossal egg, towering over 2 meters even in its juvenile form of Arceus. Carrying such a burden would undoubtedly impede their agility. Not to mention the stone tablets, nearly 3 meters in size. He could not simultaneously bear such a massive tablet and the egg. Given Shayna's lack of stamina, she had no choice but to temporarily relinquish the tablet. They were not giants in their youth. They still fell within the realm of normal human size, and moving with such heavy objects was already a considerable challenge. These adversaries were not overly powerful, yet they were well-equipped and numerous. The confines of the room limited the scale of the battle at any given moment. They would not face too many foes. However, after they dispatched another wave of incoming enemies, Abel sensed something amiss. The guards flooding him were not focused on him, but rather on what lay behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he could also perceive something glowing in the rear. Then, a beam of light infused with terrifying power shot forth from behind the two, launching the guards at the entrance into the air. The fearsome light did not cease. It pierced through the walls of the entire research facility. Through the traces left by this destructive beam, one could even glimpse the distant sea. The artifact. It's the artifact. Shayna, look. The artifact has hatched. Turning back, Abel's voice was laced with astonishment, and Shayna too gazed at the spot where the enormous egg had once stood. At that moment, the egg had vanished, and a uniquely shaped creature stood tall in its place. Undoubtedly, the recent attack had emanated from it. The Lunaria tribe has long held the belief that this egg would one day hatch, and today, they finally witnessed that moment. Albeit with the lament that the Lunaria tribe has already completely withered away. Abel and Shayna, you have worked hard during this time. A voice, neutral yet resonant, reached their ears. Following the source of the voice, they turned to face Arceus. Do you know us? Of course, I know Ludwa, Emil, Avnish, Esrin, Nadia. A string of names flowed from Arceus' lips. Perhaps there were omissions, yet he recalled every name of the Lunaria people he had heard upon awakening. These were the most recent ones, the elders of Abel and his companions. For Abel and the others, these names were familiar. I am truly sorry. The incident that occurred years ago caused me to lose most of my power, and it is only today that I have emerged from this egg. However, such an event shall not transpire again. Once I reclaim my strength, I will seek justice for the Lunaria tribe, but first, we must address some pressing matters. On the other side, 2 stone tablets were drawn by an unknown force, their original grayish-white surfaces glowing once more, subsequently shrinking in size and merging into Arceus' being. A unique energy began to coalesce at his forehead, and the feeble Shayna was also drawn by this mysterious power. Levitating in the air as the flickering flame of life within her reignited under the influx of energy. Lord Sacred Beast. The transformation of Shayna brought joy to both her and Abel. For Abel, Shayna represented his last kin. Perhaps there were other tribespeople somewhere in the world struggling to survive. But among those he knew, only Shayna remained. My name is Arceus. There is no need for astonishment. Shayna's frailty is also connected to me. A suggestion proposed by someone indicated that the blood of the Lunaria people might catalyze the hatching of this egg. Thus they have drawn blood from Shayna, treating her as an unlimited source, for her endurance pales in comparison to Abel's, making Abel a more suitable subject for experimentation. Hence, they chose to test on Shayna. He referred to himself as Arceus, a name that merely served as a moniker, a title he inherited upon acquiring all that belonged to Arceus. Well then, we should depart from here. There are matters to deliberate at length. He had anticipated that the enhancement of his perception post-hatching would enable him to locate the scattered tablets. Yet aside from the 2 here, he sensed no aura of any other tablets. It appeared as though a peculiar magnetic field was interfering with his perception, allowing him to detect the presence of tablets only at a certain proximity. Observing the guards arriving in succession outside the door, he planned to unleash another wave of destructive energy. The 2 tablets he absorbed were the fireball tablet of the fire element and the purification tablet of the ordinary element. The recent destructive energy had also drawn upon the power from the purification tablet. The paralysis that should have arisen from the destructive energy dissipated in his presence as the creator. However, before he could launch it, a figure wielding a spiked club entered the room, a man of imposing stature, muscular yet somewhat slender, clad in tight leather pants. With a pair of enormous horns atop his head, this was Kaido in his youth. Too slow, Abel. Those pesky insects outside are multiplying. The already precarious door collapsed with a thunderous crash as Kaido stepped inside. This was a research facility affiliated with the world government, yet Kaido's presence here was entirely unremarkable. He had been captured more than once, during his time in the Vodka Kingdom. He had become the strongest soldier of the Wok Kingdom at a mere 10 years of age due to his exceptional talent. Due to national circumstances, the Wok Kingdom obtained celestial gold to offer to the celestial dragons through warfare. Kaido had originally served the kingdom, but that year, the king forcibly conscripted him into the navy to secure a seat at the World Conference. When Kaido refused, he was captured and handed over to the navy. Kaido, unwilling to be a political tool for the king, destroyed a naval ship that day, marking the beginning of his pirate career. From that point on, he was often captured whenever hunger struck, with prison ships serving as his dining halls. Later, he joined the Rocks pirates, and now, with the demise of Rocks, he found himself captured once more, this time sent here for research on endurance experiments and bloodline factors. For him, being captured was commonplace, and so was escaping. Moreover, he intended to recruit new comrades this time. Abel was the individual he had set his sights on. Having observed the events unfolding around him and developing an interest in the Lunaria tribe's talents. Thus, he released Abel, who expressed a desire to leave with others. Kaido consented, eager to witness the extent of Abel's capabilities. He was the contact person Abel referred to. As it appeared, not only was Abel formidable, but he had also gained much more. Kaido, though seemingly brash, possessed considerable cunning. He had initially planned to make a notable entrance at a critical juncture. Given Abel's strength, escaping alone seemed impossible. He had been observing this place, noting that the girl possessed considerable strength as well. Yet, the most pivotal factor remained the newly hatched Arceus, whose aura of destruction intrigued him further. Hey, Arceus, would you care to join my crew? You seek to reclaim your power, correct? If you join my pirate crew, I will assist you in regaining what you have lost in the future. Their earlier conversation had already reached his ears. Abel and Shayna were rare combatants, growing into capable allies. There was no issue with this arrangement, especially since he was aiding their escape. However, Arceus' emergence signified new developments. Considering the situation of the Lunaria tribe, they would likely adhere to the words of this sacred beast. If he could bring Arceus under his command, not only would he gain a stronger ally, but he could also further bind Abel and Shayna to him. He cherished capable individuals, regardless of their identity, past affiliations, or race. As long as their abilities were commendable and they were willing to join him, he would not refuse them, demonstrating ample patience. The combat prowess exhibited by Arceus and the miraculous means of replenishing stamina piqued his interest. In Kaido's view, capturing someone so newly born would be an opportune move. However, the unfolding events did not align with his expectations. Pirate crew, what is your name? Gazing at the towering figure with horns, Arceus recalled certain matters, as his visage began to resemble images from various forums. Yet, there existed distinctions between the second dimension and the third. Having arrived here, he needed further confirmation. Kaido. Abel has already agreed to join me. They are members of the Lunaria tribe, who are already wanted. Their status will only escalate after leaving this place. The world is vast, and it is impossible to find something relying solely on one or two individuals. Lord Sacred Beast, Brother Kaido rescued me, and thus I. It is perfectly normal to repay the kindness of others. Your life is not subject to the interference of others. Arceus was more preoccupied with another matter, the name Kaido. With the intention of establishing a pirate crew, coupled with the fragments of information gleaned from the Lunaria tribe, he finally deduced that this place belonged to the world of the Pirate King. However, in later instances, he would occasionally glance at the plot through forums, social media, or big data recommendations. Although he was aware of Kaido as a future Emperor of the Sea, he lacked detailed knowledge. Arceus remained unaware of the more intricate details regarding the three disasters, thus he did not know that Abel would become the future leader of the three disasters. The Flame Calamity Ash. Thus, the identities of those who captured the Lunaria tribe are self-evident. The peculiar interference field can now be elucidated. He remains oblivious to the fate of the remaining stone tablets, which could have been flung to the farthest reaches of the world, the Grand Line, or the Red Land. The search area is vast, necessitating more manpower to locate the tablets. If he were to undertake the search alone, it is uncertain how long it would take, especially since he is currently unable to fly. The loss of the tablets has deprived him of the capabilities associated with flight, superpowers, and phantoms. And as he has yet to fully mature, his physical form cannot soar through the skies. Moreover, he is uncertain of the perceptual range of the tablets. Rather than floundering about like a headless insect, it would be more prudent to dispatch others to gather intelligence. Objectively, the world government serves as the most effective tool for such endeavors. However, he cannot establish contact with them, as this is influenced by the integration of his character. He remains himself, albeit with a touch of Arceus' original inclinations. Betrayal and deceit are unforgivable, and those who covet the tablets are equally reprehensible, particularly those who would reduce him to a mere subject of study. The future of the four emperors is indeed promising. Whether he aligns with the Navy or the pirates holds little significance for him at present. His sole desire is to retrieve his stone tablets. Yet, to join in others' ranks for this purpose is simply beyond him. In truth, his nature is not so haughty. Society serves as a whetstone, honing him into a more astute individual. Without sufficient backing, his sharp edges would not endure. Currently, as the beast pirates are taking shape, joining would elevate him to the status of a founding member. From a multitude of divine perspectives, Kaido has always been benevolent towards capable subordinates, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. He is destined to become an Emperor of the Seas, one of the most formidable forces. However, Arceus is different. As the creator of all, he embodies the essence of the mythical Pokemon, the deity of creation. He has inherited the innate pride of Arceus, which evokes a nostalgic sense of youthful fervor within him. His aim is to amass the stone tablets, yet prioritizing outcomes does not preclude valuing the journey. I shall not submit to anyone's command, yet in light of your salvation of Abel, I propose a transaction, one you cannot refuse. A transaction one cannot refuse? You seem newly hatched. What do you possess to offer? Kaido acknowledged the impressive nature of Arceus's power, but deemed it insufficient for a bargain. Questioning how it differed from simply joining him. Why not join my ranks instead? What of the bounty? Remain behind me. I shall not surrender you to anyone. To Kaido. The only tangible asset of the other was this power, which he admired. Nonetheless, he yearned to recruit Arceus. He had a preference for Zoan-type users, and at that moment, he felt compelled by that notion. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated the formation of a Zoan army. Although Arceus is not a Zoan-type user, he possesses the strength and wisdom of a powerful beast, making him an alluring target. Kaido awaited Arceus's response when guards arrived in the vicinity, which irked him. A formidable aura emanated from within him, and his conqueror's haki swept across the area, causing the approaching guards to collapse as if harvested like wheat. He was demonstrating his worthiness to recruit exceptional subordinates, needing to possess the requisite qualifications himself. Kaido's primary focus was on the guards. Yet this powerful presence also impacted Arceus and his companions. In the next moment, an even more overwhelming force ascended, pushing Kaido's conqueror's haki back. Born from the egg of the chaotic realm, Arceus created the entire world, starting from a point unattainable by many. However, the loss of the tablets had significantly diminished his power. The absence of these tablets meant he could not be immune to certain types of attacks, and his energy recovery would be slowed. Nevertheless, the aura of the creator deity would not dissipate. He had also made rough estimations of his own strength. In the worst-case scenario, enduring a meteorite impact would inflict injury upon Arceus, not merely a meteorite, but rather a small asteroid. At that time, Arceus did not shatter it. Instead, he completely negated it. Fujitora can summon meteorites, which would be a formidable move against him. According to peculiar relativity, only an individual of at least admiral rank could inflict such harm upon Arceus, and this was still a conservative estimation. Had Arceus approached the situation with greater rationality and employed alternative methods, the outcome would likely have been more favorable. Though he was newly born and lacked several tablets, Kaido was not at the peak of his power. He had departed from the Rocks Pirates not long ago, and the Beast Pirates were still in their nascent stages. While Kaido could grow stronger, Arceus believed he too could become even more powerful. The clash of their auras yielded no definitive victor, and both withdrew their energies in unison. Following the cessation of their power struggle, a smile gradually appeared on Kaido's lips, leading to an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly fascinating. A future like this is bound to be interesting. The aura surrounding Arceus did not belong to Conqueror's haki. He could discern that difference. Yet, anyone capable of wielding such a presence could not be dismissed as ordinary. The stronger the opponent, the more Kaido desired to recruit him. If Kaido's initial interest had been mere intrigue, it had now escalated into a fervent desire. Were the other to be an enemy, he would have confined him and dealt with him methodically. However, given the amicable relations stemming from the Lunalia tribe, a gradual approach seemed prudent, initiating a trade first before seeking to recruit. Although he remained unaware of the trade specifics, the strength and audacity displayed rendered the details inconsequential. Yet, for the moment, they needed to depart, as his perception indicated that an increasing number of individuals were approaching. Let us leave this place. Other matters can be discussed later. Kaido's form began to swell, transforming into a colossal blue dragon that burst through the roof, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the encroaching crowd. Lord Divine Beast, shall we also depart? Can you fly? Shayna and Abel unfurled their wings to take flight, yet upon seeing the wingless, somewhat short-legged Arceus, Shayna timidly posed the question. If he could not fly, they would have to carry him away. However, Kaido had always been benevolent towards his own. Observing the situation below, vast flames began to rise, lifting Arceus and his companions into the sky. As they soared through the air, Kaido occasionally exhaled bursts of fire, transforming the area into a sea of flames. Before intending to leave, yet, Arceus prompted him to halt. Wait, what do you intend? I wish to reclaim a small portion of interest for the Lunalia tribe. They have been exceedingly generous during this time. Let us begin here. An object at his waist transformed into a crimson hue. A stone tablet manifesting behind him as a luminous orb began to coalesce above his head. Judgment Light, the sanctifying shard, Arceus' exclusive skill, represents the zenith of his powers at this moment. He and Kaido are engaged in a contest of strength. Kaido seeks to recruit him, while Arceus aims to establish a more dominant position in their dealings. An energy sphere ascends into the sky, and upon reaching the apex of the structures below, It detonates with a thunderous explosion. A cataclysmic rain of fiery meteors descends, obliterating the buildings beneath. Those initially engaged in firefighting and salvaging data are momentarily halted, some guards even abandoning their escape as they witness the transformation overhead. While human-made calamities can be evaded, how does one escape an apocalyptic natural disaster? Kaido's fiery breath has turned the ground into an inferno, while Arceus' fire-infused sanctifying shard has reduced the area to ruins. Is this truly the limit of their combined powers? Arceus, undeterred, wishes to test the full extent of his attack, though he finds himself somewhat dissatisfied with its potency. The energy expenditure is significant. Such a full-force strike can only be unleashed thrice. However, as the sanctifying shard is a large-scale area attack, concentrating its force could amplify its impact. You are indeed formidable. This power rivals that of the Demon Slayer's edict. How exhilarating! Kaido's emotions are beyond mere elation. He revels in this intoxicating power, a force comparable to an entire army. Where are you headed? To a predetermined meeting with an individual not far from here. Kaido soars into the clouds, making a wide circuit before returning, still able to observe the remnants of their earlier destruction. Sometimes, the most perilous locations offer the greatest safety. The experimental subjects fleeing are right beneath his nose, an inconceivable notion for many. The architecture on the island suggests it is heavily commercialized. Many residents gaze toward the distant plumes of black smoke, speculating about the unfolding events. From their discourse, it appears that explosions are a frequent occurrence in that direction. So much so that the locals have grown accustomed to it. The area where Kaido descends is largely uninhabited, garnering little attention, yet upon entering the town, they attract numerous curious gazes. This attention is not due to bounties or identities, aside from those who are pirates or closely associated with piracy, such as the Navy or bounty hunters. Ordinary citizens cannot recognize all pirates unless their reputation has reached legendary status. Although Kaido has gained some notoriety, it has not yet reached the level of widespread recognition. However, none of the Group's appearances are ordinary. Despite the existence of many uniquely shaped individuals in this world, the majority are of standard physique. Kaido, as a small giant, naturally draws attention. Additionally, both Abel and Shayna bear wings that further set them apart. The flames may be temporarily extinguished, yet their wings cannot be retracted, forcing them to conceal themselves beneath voluminous black cloaks, obscuring their features. Coupled with Arceus' distinctive appearance, they are undeniably conspicuous. Abel, you possess remarkable strength. From now on, you shall be known as King. Your original identity is ultimately a liability, inviting unnecessary complications. The world government's bounty on the Lunaria tribe has never ceased. Simply providing information can yield substantial rewards. The distinctive traits of the Lunaria are too overt. Parading around would attract countless troubles. Concealing the identity of the Lunaria tribe is imperative for both you and Kaido. He then glances toward Shayna. I seek to assemble 3 powerful individuals as my most formidable forces, the 3 calamities. Now that I have candidates for King and Queen, would you consider becoming Jack? Listening to this designation, Arceus regards Abel, whose fiery powers and black wings mark him as the future leader of the Beast Pirates' 3 calamities, though he still has some growing to do. However, Shayna does not seem destined to embody the illustrious title of Jack. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Shayna should have perished. He had once harnessed the power of the slab to restore her vitality. Otherwise, she would not have survived to this moment. Moreover, the recent combat within the research facility reveals that Shayna's strength is on par with Abel's. She could certainly bear the mantle of Jack. Yet she has not accepted the title. Thank you for rescuing Abel, but it was the divine beast who truly saved my life. Whether during the initial offerings to the Lunaria or now, I shall only heed the will of the divine beast. It is indeed a pity. Just a moment ago, Kaido was sighing, and in the next instant, he burst into tears uncontrollably, his emotions clearly shaken by a series of recruitment failures. However, this only solidified his resolve to fully enlist Arceus. The terrifying firepower, coupled with another exceptionally talented young individual, rendered his excitement beyond description. At that moment, Kaido seemed to emit an uncontrollable aura, causing those around him to distance themselves from this madman. The streets rapidly became desolate, devoid of any curious gazes. Shayna chose not to adopt a codename akin to Jean, as the probability of her identity being exposed was minimal. After all, the world harbors a vast population, with many sharing the same name, and even several doppelgangers. As long as she remained vigilant in concealing her distinctive features, other matters could be managed. Although her wings and flames were conspicuous, there were means to obscure them, such as through the utilization of a devil fruit, which could provide a bizarre ability to mask one's unique traits. A flying Zoan-type creature could easily disguise the presence of wings, and in this era, flames had become so commonplace that even dogs wouldn't touch a burning fruit. As onlookers fled from Kaido's imposing presence, a solitary figure stood out remarkably against the vacant street. Tall and stout, appearing rotund, he sported a mechanical prosthetic on his left arm, donned sunglasses, and wore purple lip gloss. His hair was adorned with a golden braid, and he had 2 golden mustaches gracing his lips, with a long golden scorpion braid trailing down the back of his head. This was the very individual Kaido sought, none other than the future figurehead of the Beast Pirates, Queen the Plague. Queen's presence here was tied to his previous identity, just hours prior. He had been a member of MADS, a notorious research group led by the genius Dr. Vegapunk, who was said to be 500 years ahead of his time. MADS, once an illegal organization, had recently been absorbed, now executing various research projects under the orders of the world government. The research facility where Arceus and his companions had previously resided was a project of MADS. Within MADS, however, each member harbored their own intentions, as they were originally a collective of scientists united by a thirst for knowledge, many of whom could be deemed mad. The world government's primary interest lay solely with Vegapunk, with little intention of incorporating all members of the group. Thus, MADS had effectively declared its dissolution, and Vegapunk had departed with the CP to discuss specific details in Mariawa. This was also why the research facility's defensive capabilities appeared somewhat weakened. Kaido's escape was intertwined with Queen's actions, as it was Queen who had liberated Kaido from his restraints within the research facility. With MADS disbanded, its members sought new paths. For instance, Vinsmoke Judge aimed to return to the North Blue to revive the Germa Kingdom, backed by a reliable old power. Vegapunk had the world government supporting him, while Queen recognized Kaido as potential. Each member of MADS possessed unique expertise, Judge in the study of bloodline factors, and Queen in virology. Such research could not be conducted by a single individual, prompting Queen to release Kaido, assuring him that he could find him here if he managed to escape. Even without Queen's intervention, Kaido would have eventually broken free. He merely lingered longer upon encountering Abel. The device restraining him did not employ Sea Stone, as few were aware of Kaido's abilities at that time. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he had been captured multiple times, and at that point, he had yet to acquire a devil fruit. His fruit was a gift from Charlotte Linlin after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates following the Battle of God Valley. This marked Kaido's first capture post-God Valley. To be precise, he was simply hungry and sought a buffet, leading him to present himself voluntarily, a scenario he had encountered before, making it almost second nature. Vegapunk had extracted Kaido's blood, but before he could analyze it, he departed with the samples. Although Vegapunk later succeeded in creating the first artificial devil fruit from Kaido's blood, that was a matter for the future. At present, no research had yet begun. This marked the first time he boldly harnessed his abilities. Although the research facility had been utterly obliterated under the sanctions, news of the incident had likely spread. "Oh, you managed to escape. It seems I shall now address you as Brother Kaido," Quinn exclaimed, clutching a large iron barrel as he approached Kaido. Whether Kaido could extricate himself from the research facility was a test of Quinn's judgment regarding his chosen captain. The barrel he held was filled with sweet rice cake soup, its sugary aroma wafting through the air. "However, Brother Kaido, it appears you have found some capable subordinates. Hey, what are you doing?" Before Quinn could finish his sentence, a figure lunged at him, a fiery right leg aimed directly at his face. The iron barrel absorbed the blow but became deformed, spilling the remaining sweet rice cake soup onto the ground. "You scoundrel. You were also part of that research facility, weren't you? I can never forget that face." The assailant was Shayna. Quinn, having previously belonged to that facility, had participated in various research activities, and Shayna had etched those faces into her memory. Neither she nor Jean adhered to a singular fighting style. Their training was solely for the purpose of combat, each excelling in different areas. Jean favored bladed weapons, while Shayna was adept in hand-to-hand combat and possessed remarkable kicking techniques. How outrageous. I'm not the one in charge. And my sweet rice cake soup. I had only taken a single bite. His mechanical left arm blocked Shayna's incoming kick, the heat causing his beard to curl slightly. The spilled sweet rice cake soup was the true source of his fury. Arceus did not intervene. He understood the pent-up anger Shayna had accumulated over the days. Each individual from the research facility had become her outlet for frustration, and it seemed Quinn was also a target of Kaido's recruitment. "Aren't you going to stop this? It's just a fight. Why intervene? Since we will be working together, It's better to let her have her moment. She hasn't agreed to join you, yet she obeys you. Have you considered joining my pirate crew completely? I could offer you the position of vice governor. Not interested. Before he could complete his sentence, he felt something wet on his head. Looking up, he saw Kaido inexplicably crying again, and a wine barrel had mysteriously appeared, pouring alcohol. What a pity. Too unfortunate, Jean. Do whatever you want. After today, it won't be possible. He sensed Jean harbored resentment towards Quinn as well, though it was less impulsive than Shayna's. Kaido's words triggered Jin's resolve. Quinn was already at a disadvantage in the fight against Shayna. Even though his size was greater, he couldn't land a hit on her, as she utilized her aerial advantage to the fullest. In the next moment, he found himself caught in a pincer maneuver by Jean, rolling away like a ball. Their cooperation was remarkably seamless. Having fought together for so long, their synergy was unparalleled. Observing Kaido weeping and drinking on the sidelines, Quinn realized Kaido had no intention of stopping this. He wanted to ascertain whether Kaido truly possessed the capability to escape the research facility. And it seemed Kaido shared that sentiment. You two rascals, I'm furious now. Quinn's skin began to roughen, a brownish hue spreading across his body, which grew even larger. A colossal Brachiosaurus materialized before them. The dragon fruit, ancient type, Brachiosaurus form, a rare ancient Zoan type ability. Unlike typical Zoan users, Quinn exhibited evident signs of modification. Not only did his left arm bear mechanical enhancements, but even the tip of his tail and the top of his head were adorned with metallic claws. Despite the injuries he had sustained, the stamina and regenerative abilities of Zoan users were formidable, and he was far from his limits. Astonishingly, 2 gun barrels extended from his mouth, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Shayna. However, she merely positioned her wings in front of herself, flames enveloping them and nullifying Quinn's entire assault. The flames of Lunaria grew fiercer, bolstering her defense, though at the cost of agility. The ability to switch forms adeptly was crucial in their combat. Subsequently, Jean took Shayna's place, and Shayna's fiery feet struck out at Quinn once more. Lacking weapons, Jean found himself at a disadvantage, making Shayna's combat prowess superior in this instance. You fiery girl, try this move. New feast of fiery fists. The mechanical claw at the end of her braid ignited, and under Quinn's command, it lunged towards Shayna. Yet, as the flames behind Shayna extinguished, her speed surged dramatically, delivering a kick to Quinn's face. However, due to her current weakness and the disparity in size, her impact was minimal. Her potential for growth was immense. Yet she remained somewhat inexperienced. The advantages conferred by the devil fruit and mechanical enhancements were not enough. Nevertheless, in the 2-on-1 scenario, Quinn was thoroughly overwhelmed by Jean and Shayna. Watching them vent their frustrations, Kaido eventually called for a halt to the skirmish. From this moment onward, past grievances would be set aside. They would be comrades sailing on the same vessel. Yet, Quinn remained obstinate. If you possess any skills, face me one-on-one. You two should challenge each other. Let me show you what true power is. Is that all thanks to your blubber? You little girl, don't speak out of turn. I am muscle all over, and my size is merely a precaution against becoming too handsome, so captivating that no one could resist falling for me. If you saw me slim down, you would be utterly mesmerized. Dream on, you self-absorbed fool. Even if you slim down, you won't be anything special. Yet, Zoan users are truly resilient. You just got beaten and are already bouncing back. Shayna, do you desire a similar strength? Arceus inquired, to which he received an affirmative response. The fireball stone tablet materialized before them. This passage reflects his introspection regarding his abilities throughout the passage of time. Arceus, the creator of the world, brought forth Pokemon and possesses the innate power to create Pokemon using the strength of the tablets. With slight modifications, the power of creation could accomplish numerous feats. Although it had yet to be put into practice, this was his endeavor to explore his own capabilities. A unique force surged within Shayna, a searing sensation coursing through her veins, causing the flames at her back to intensify uncontrollably. Divine beast, what is this? Give it a try. It should be akin to that so-called devil fruit. Following Arceus's command, Shayna harnessed the power within her, her hands transforming into claws, a crimson mask materializing upon her face. The sight of this transformation abruptly awakened Kaido, akin to encountering a long-lost love. As the subject of this transformation, Shayna sensed the changes within her. Subsequently, both she and Jean, as an observer, were filled with a flame called hope, the abilities of those endowed with powers derived from the devil fruit. A widely acknowledged truth in the vast ocean. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would recognize this. Should such a power manifest elsewhere, it might elicit confusion. Yet since this power emanated from Arceus, the deity they revered, everything began to make sense. Why carry a giant egg while fleeing? This is a question pondered by every newborn of their kind. At such moments, the parents would recount tales passed down through the ages. The sacred relic they worshipped bestowed upon them a more potent flame, and those graced by the divine basked in the firelight, transforming into the fiercest warriors of their clan. Once, this had been an ethereal legend, but today, he witnessed the might of Arceus. The hallowed relic, revered through generations, had awakened, and under the radiance of this power, the glory of Lunaria would undoubtedly reemerge. However, Arceus was not entirely satisfied. He discerned that the method of directly bestowing powers seemed to incur considerable strain on his stamina. While Arceus possessed the ability to create deities such as Dialga and Palkia, this required the might of the tablets. Presently, he only had 2 tablets, rendering his power incomplete, and this expenditure appeared somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, it validated his assessment of his own abilities. He could directly endow Pokemon with powers based on his physical form, albeit at the cost of his own vitality. The emergence of abilities in certain individuals does not instill a fear of seawater. To be precise, what these ability bearers truly dread is not the seawater or sea prism stone, but a particular element known as pyrobroin. It is the abundance of pyrobroin particles within the sea prism stone that renders the powers of devil fruits ineffective. Similarly, the seawater in this world contains pyrobroin, which results in the ocean exerting effects upon ability users akin to those of the sea prism stone. However, these particles exert no influence over Pokemon abilities. In terms of conserving energy, Arceus harbors his own ideas. One approach involves modifying devil fruits or experimenting with those who have already consumed them. Alternatively, he considers creating a device similar to a learning machine, enabling certain animal-type ability users to acquire new skills. Naturally, these concepts require numerous attempts to ascertain their outcomes. For now, the focus is on observing the specific results. Shayna's physique has not undergone significant changes, merely increasing in height by a few centimeters. Besides the flames that originally resided on her back, fierce flames now erupt from her feet and wrists. Through the alteration of her bloodline, her abilities now resemble those of a devil fruit, specifically that of the Blaziken. According to the terminology here, it would be referred to as the bird fruit, mythical beast type, Blaziken form. The final form bestows a defined ability. While directly creating a Pokemon would allow it to gradually evolve from its initial state, endowing abilities in this manner merely invites complications. The choice of Blaziken stems from the fact that the Lunaria tribe inherently employs fire, and Shayna excels in kicking techniques. Moreover, one of the 2 tablets she possesses is of the fire element. Provided she contains the elemental attribute of one of the tablets, she can proceed with creation. The energy consumed during this process is proportional to the strength of both the ability recipient and the Pokemon itself. Initially, she considered attempting to create a fire-type deity. However, the energy expenditure promptly quelled that notion. The crimson mask obscured much of her visage, while her long white hair cascaded in 2 sections. Her exterior was adorned with red feathers, and in this moment, she existed in a hybrid form. However, the distinction between Blaziken's beast form and this form is not particularly pronounced, with the only notable feature being the exposed skin. In this guise, none could recognize her true identity, as individuals with darker skin tones are not uncommon. Now, you all possess abilities. If you believe you can withstand a one-on-one confrontation, then let us see how you fare. Upon hearing Arceus's words, cold sweat beaded on Quinn's forehead. His earlier bravado had merely been a facade, even without abilities. Dealing with either Shayna or Jean would prove quite challenging for him. Now that Shayna has suddenly acquired powers, appearing to possess abilities akin to a mythical beast, he wondered how he might contend with her. Observing the restless Shayna, Quinn placed his hopes on Kaido. Perhaps it would be better to let bygones be bygones. After all, we are all comrades now. Fighting would only foster animosity, wouldn't you agree, Brother Kaido? He wished Kaido would intervene, but received no response. Turning to Kaido, he noticed that his countenance was flushed, and his gaze flickered as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. The wine jar in his hand had mysteriously fallen and shattered on the ground. A wave of uncontrollable laughter followed. The already tumultuous sea would undoubtedly become even more intriguing, at least in Kaido's estimation. The creation of ability users from thin air, as opposed to the shock of such power emerging, intrigued Kaido more than the power itself. Oh, what a splendid force, Quinn. You have indeed joined my pirate crew, have you not? Indeed, Brother Kaido, it would be rather unbecoming for comrades to engage in conflict. No, this is the most effective way to demonstrate value. My first command is Captain. Engage her in combat once more, this time as a one-on-one match. He wished to discern precisely how this ability manifested, having observed the previous battle as a bystander. He believed that facing the same opponent would enhance his perception of the changes. Quinn was taken aback by Kaido's demand, feeling as though he had mistakenly boarded the wrong ship. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. He was not of Lunaria blood and held no reverence for Arceus. Neither did he possess Kaido's audacity. His excitement regarding the sudden appearance of an ability user felt surreal, an occurrence that shattered his understanding of reality cultivated over the years. The ensuing minutes marked some of the darkest moments in Quinn's life. Shayna, now imbued with the powers of Blaziken, had transformed entirely. Her physical prowess had seen an extraordinary enhancement, particularly in the strength of her legs, which had multiplied exponentially. The leg strength of Blaziken allowed for effortless leaps to the height of 30 stories. When this power translated into kicking, even animal-type ability users would struggle to withstand it, let alone the flames that now blazed with unparalleled intensity. After a few exchanges, Quinn found himself lying flat on the ground, conceding defeat. Meanwhile, Arceus regarded Kaido with disdain. A muscular giant displayed an unsettling expression that sent chills down Quinn's spine. "Is this what you call power?" Arceus inquired. "Indeed, if you procure the tablets for me. I can bestow similar abilities upon your chosen individuals. Furthermore, the more tablets I possess, the greater my power, enabling me to create even more formidable abilities. As for the potential of traders, since the abilities are conferred by him, he possesses the means to retract them. Attempting to use those abilities against him would be an utterly futile endeavor." "No problem. Where are those tablets?" "I can hardly wait. Let us seek them out," Kaido replied. "If I knew where those tablets were, would I be engaging in this trade with you? I require more manpower to gather intelligence within a certain range. I can sense the presence of the tablets. By the way, do you have any devil fruits? I wish to experiment with other possibilities, to see if I can transform ordinary animal-type abilities into mythical beast-type powers, thus allowing the abilities to be preserved long-term while you search for suitable candidates." He refrained from stating that direct modification would be excessively laborious, opting for a different rationale. The reason for focusing on animal-type fruits lay in their uniqueness. They not only allow the bestowal of abilities onto inanimate objects, but also possess their own distinct will. Modifying fruits of other types would likely prove more arduous than directly endowing abilities to living beings. No, such items are exceedingly rare. However, I have an idea for assembling a legion of animal-type ability users. We shall proceed with a gradual search. As they conversed, a round, black-purple fruit rolled to their feet. Its exact species was indeterminate, but it bore a resemblance to a dragon fruit, seemingly adorned with wing-like foliage, and came to rest at Arceus's feet. "This must be a devil fruit, correct?" The peculiar and bizarre patterns bewildered Arceus, for this was his first genuine encounter with such an entity. Logically speaking, it appeared to be a devil fruit, yet the manner of its emergence eluded his understanding. Referred to as the treasure of the sea, its estimated market value would exceed 100 million berries, an astronomical figure even in the present day. Should the abilities of this fruit be known, its worth would only escalate further. Just a moment prior, Kaido had been remarking on the rarity of such items, and the next moment, one had rolled towards them, rendering the scene utterly surreal, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Beside them, Quinn gazed at the rolling fruit with a face full of confusion. Having been thoroughly bested by Shayna, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but had little to express. Instead, he vented his frustration on a nearby object. Conveniently, a wooden crate of apples lay at his side. With a swift kick, the ordinary box could not withstand the force, causing the apples to spill forth, among which was this very fruit. Kaido bent down to retrieve it, feeling as though his senses were still clouded by alcohol. The fruit's arrival was indeed fantastical. Yet it mattered little. One does not refuse a devil fruit when fortune presents it. As for why Arceus did not pick it up himself, in his current state, he lacked hands and could not utilize telekinesis, refusing to resort to picking it up with his mouth. He anticipated that once he acquired a few more stone tablets, he would be able to resolve that issue. Should all else fail, he might have to search for the human fruit as well. How fortunate he was, indeed. What one speaks of often comes to fruition, though the specific type remained unknown. Having perused the devil fruit compendium at the Research Institute, he speculated that the pattern indicated it was the dragon fruit, ancient type, resembling a pterosaur. Quinn reminisced, and then, from an unknown source, produced an expanded reference to compare. Devil fruits do not manifest identical abilities. Only upon the demise of the previous wielder does a similar fruit randomly appear in some corner of the world. Numerous abilities from the past have been documented in the compendium, which included research on devil fruits conducted by MADS. Members of MADS hailed from diverse backgrounds, many possessing extensive knowledge, and thus the existence of such a compendium was inevitable, illustrated by Quinn's own expanded version. It was indeed an ancient type, a flying variant. Extraordinarily rare. Ha ha ha, to kick out a devil fruit, what a stroke of luck. The total number of devil fruits remains a mystery. Yet the Zoan class boasts the highest quantity, while the mythical Zoan, reputed to be rarer than Logia, and the exceedingly rare ancient types, are seldom encountered. Among these fruits, those with flight capabilities are even scarcer. Not every formidable warrior possesses the ability to fly, and even with techniques like the Six Forms Moonwalk, only a handful have mastered it. In this world, the vast expanse of the ocean occupies the majority of the surface area, and possessing the ability to fly almost guarantees a strategic advantage. On the open sea, the destruction of an adversary's vessel can leave many capable individuals in a state of utter disarray. Therefore, in naval warfare, the primary objective for some of these individuals is to safeguard their own ships. Moments ago, Arceus mentioned the need for a devil fruit, and lo and behold, it has arrived. Kaido turned to Arceus at his side. Now that the fruit is at hand, what do you intend to do? Naturally, it is to undergo transformation. Specifically that of the ancient species, the toothless pterosaur, perfect for testing my hypothesis. This time, it is not merely a solitary stone tablet, but rather 2 tablets, untouched by the forces of attributes, instead embodying the pure essence of creative power inherent within them. Shayna's fiery bird is the result of his deliberate choice to exercise control over his strength, leading to its evolution. Now, he wishes to experiment. He ponders what consequences may arise if he allows for spontaneous mutation without guidance or the application of attributes. Within this fruit, he even perceives a peculiar will, yet, confronted by the overwhelming pressure of Arceus, it swiftly opts for submission. In Kaido's line of sight, the devil fruit in his grasp undergoes a transformation, as a thin veil of ashen gray envelopes the original fruit. This indeed saves a great deal of effort. The variability of the fruits proves to be less laborious than stable changes. However, the nature of such changing species seems to be dictated by the essence of the fruit itself. The parameters are insufficient, and there remains much to explore. Contemplating this, he addressed Kaido. I have succeeded, yet I still have some experiments to conduct. 1 fruit is insufficient. Abel, you shall partake of this fruit. Shayna has already acquired her abilities, and both Quinn and Kaido are inherently power wielders. The original characteristics of the modified devil fruit remain intact. One can only consume 1. After consumption, exposure to seawater would render one powerless, completely transforming them into a land dweller. Nonetheless, for the avian Lunaria tribe, the inability to swim is of little consequence. Do you wish to partake? This delicacy is notoriously difficult to savor. Its flavor will haunt you for a lifetime, being more repugnant than excrement. Quinn whispered into Jin's ear, anticipating that once Jin consumed the fruit, he might also be compelled to follow his lead. For now, he could only gain a verbal advantage. Yet Shayna remained unswayed by his ploy. Is that so? So you have indeed tasted this thing? What are you implying? I am a power wielder. Did you not see that? No, I mean, you have consumed excrement. Thus you are aware that this fruit is even more distasteful? A legend. This is a tale from the sea. Are you so ignorant? You wretch. Quinn was uncertain about who had uttered such words or the basis for the comparison. Yet the rumors surrounding the devil fruit have always been thus. He could not allow Shayna to place this blame upon him. Mr. Kaido is also a power wielder. Why has he never made such a statement? Indeed, you have attempted it. The term incompetent rage perfectly encapsulated Quinn's current state, unable to argue and incapable of overcoming. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards all associated with the Research Institute due to his experiences there. Such matters cannot be resolved merely by a confrontation. Arceus finds it difficult to ascertain whether Shayna possesses a naturally sharp tongue or if her barbs are specifically aimed at Quinn. Nevertheless, their actions did not impede Jin's resolve. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit entirely. One must admit, he is indeed formidable. A single bite suffices, for only the initial consumer gains the ability, rendering subsequent bites worthless. Jin disregarded Quinn entirely, instead undergoing a remarkable transformation. His skin morphed into a grayish hue, and he transformed into a colossal pterosaur. Although still a pterosaur, Quinn discerned that this creature was not a toothless variant. Its sharp teeth and stone-like skin distinctly set it apart from the toothless pterosaur. At this moment, Jin's ability was classified as fossil pterosaur, a far cry from the appearance of the toothless variety. As a scientist, Quinn's technical prowess remains intact. Human modification and virology are his primary focuses, with biology being an indispensable component in such matters. It is not uncommon to discover living pterosaurs on certain ancient islands. And the toothless pterosaur lacks the robust tail that Jin possesses, its jaw width far surpassing that of a typical pterosaur's mouth. Indeed, those wings seem somewhat excessive. The Lunarian tribe is inherently capable of flight. That insufferable girl has significantly increased her flame's temperature. What about you? Quinn appeared to regain his vigor. Or perhaps he had not been entirely committed to the struggle until now. He remained unaware of the extent of modifications within him. Complemented by the restoration abilities of ancient species, and he had nearly returned to his former state. Those engaged in research often exhibit peculiar exploratory instincts. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. At this moment, Jin was in his complete beast form, his pterosaur physique having grown somewhat larger. Soaring through the skies. When Quinn questioned his abilities, a dangerously glint flickered in Jin's gaze, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you wouldn't possibly. Quinn swallowed hard, and in the next moment, Jin flapped his wings, conjuring 4 massive stones the size of houses that abruptly buried Quinn beneath them. Yet, this weight was bearable for Quinn. After a struggle, he emerged, disheveled and covered in dirt, though it seemed the trials he faced today had multiplied. Aren't you a pterosaur? Why would a pterosaur wield the power of stone? Please, make some sense with your transformed phantom beast abilities. Are you an idiot? The very essence of phantom beasts lies in their irrational powers, Jin retorted. Quinn fell silent, gazing at the suddenly manifested boulders, ensnared in deep self-doubt. Just minutes prior, neither of them had possessed abilities. Although ancient types may not rival phantom beasts in strength, they were still rare among animal types, boasting considerable enhancements. Yet, in such a brief span, he witnessed both individuals transform into phantom beasts. Who would ever disdain an increase in power? After all, when one finds themselves in a predicament, greater strength is always preferable. Sometimes, individuals naturally seek solace in companionship, and so Quinn turned his gaze towards Kaido, whom he presumed to be without abilities, only to discover that Kaido, too, was a phantom beast. Without delving into Kaido, the abilities of Jin and Shayna ultimately traced back to Arceus, whom Shayna consistently referred to as the Great Sacred Beast. Quinn was acutely aware of the secrets lurking within that research facility, having accompanied these 2 Lunarians with only that peculiar egg and 2 stone tablets. He harbored skepticism that anything like an alpaca or horse could emerge from the stones. He also found it impossible to discern Arceus's true nature, yet feared it might be the creature hatching from that egg. While Quinn scrutinized Arceus, Arceus was observing Quinn as well. Having already experimented with the powers of non-ability users and the unpredictable mutations of the devil fruit, he contemplated acquiring more devil fruits for further modifications. At this juncture, he was also eager to see what results could arise from altering ability users. And with available subjects at hand, he considered Quinn, deeming him a suitable candidate for experimentation, as he was not significantly different from the powerless Shayna. Quinn, unlike Jin and Shayna, formed a connection not through inherent racial ties. Although Arceus remained uncertain about the direction of transformation, he was confident that it would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Strengthening Shayna and Jin was essential for the better pursuit of the tablets. It also allowed Kaido to perceive the potential gains he might acquire. While reinforcing Quinn posed no issues, Arceus believed that this corpulent individual must possess greater inherent value. For instance, if he was indeed affiliated with the Research Institute, he ought to have knowledge of the tablets' whereabouts. The tablets were released from within Arceus, floating before Kaido and Quinn. There were still 16 such tablets, which were once the essence of my power. In some depictions of Arceus, there are no ordinary type tablets. For an Arceus devoid of tablets is simply an ordinary type. However, once he embraced the mantle of Arceus, the ordinary type became an integral part of his power. Each tablet symbolized immunity to a particular attribute attack. In reality, there is no limitation of carrying only a single tablet. Upon reclaiming all the tablets, the efficacy of his attacks would be secondary. He could secure his own invincibility. Kaido, let me reiterate, these are the items I require. Deliver them to me, or provide me with their locations, and I shall reward you with the abilities of a mythical beast. This is our agreement. Do you have any objections? Hee. None at all. Thus, our alliance is hereby established. At this juncture, a celebration is in order. In pirate culture, feasts are customary for alliances, good fortune, or simply for no reason at all. Even the Rocks pirates adhered to such traditions. Every pirate typically harbors a desire for festivities. However, this desolate town hardly seems fitting for a celebration. It became evident that Kaido was not in a mindless state. He recognized the inappropriateness of this locale for a gathering. Primarily, he relished celebrations but despised organizing them. With only a handful of subordinates at his disposal, he found it impractical. Perhaps we shall defer the feast for another occasion. Yet we ought to partake in a ceremonial drink to commemorate our brotherhood. When one pirate crew decides to join another, both parties partake in a drink symbolizing their bond. Similarly, when two equally matched forces choose to ally, they engage in this ritual to convey sincerity. Although largely a superficial custom, it has persisted through time. From the rice cake shop where Quinn had been, he procured several vessels, 2 large and 3 small. At that moment, Kaido proclaimed the establishment of his pirate crew, the Beast Pirates. Arceus did not join the Beasts but intended to utilize their name in the search for the tablets, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Until he secured the majority of the tablet's powers, he preferred to remain in the shadows. Only these few individuals were privy to the fact that he had hatched from that mysterious giant egg. Should this information reach the world government, it could incite considerable trouble. Notably, Arceus's cup was presented by Shayna. The core of the Beast Pirates was thus formed. While Kaido examined Arceus's tablets, seemingly lost in thought, Arceus chose not to interrupt Kaido but instead turned his gaze toward Quinn. You were also a member of that research institute. You must know the origins of those tablets. I do. One was delivered alongside these 2 individuals, while the other was sent by the world government after a collaboration with Vegapunk. I am not entirely sure of the details, but it likely originated from the Lunarians. The information aligned perfectly. The fireball tablet had been lent to the leader of the Lunarians, and it was hardly surprising that it fell into the hands of the government after his defeat. The ordinary type cleansing tablet had consistently been in Shayna's possession. Does the government possess any other tablets? How could I possibly know? Until now, I was unaware of the existence of so many. However, from their discussions, it seems they believe there are more than 2 tablets, and another might indeed be in the hands of the world government. Quinn remained uncertain, as this was merely speculation. Yet Arceus felt confident in his deductions. 1 tablet had been lost during the Lunarians' escape, and it was entirely plausible that it had ended up with the world government. They appeared to have conducted studies on these tablets, but the conclusions drawn merely labeled them as indestructible artifacts. They believed these tablets harbored immense power and could unconsciously influence the surrounding environment. Those individuals had urged Vegapunk to attempt to harness the power within the tablets. Yet he remained utterly perplexed. This is indeed a normal occurrence. Arceus is the sole master of the tablets, while the tablets may unconsciously influence their surroundings. No one can harness their power without his consent. Oh, by the way, some researchers have attempted to create devices to locate the tablets, but this proposal was ultimately discarded. Within the research facility, the tablets resemble mere ordinary stones, devoid of any detectable special components. It operates on a principle akin to that of a metal detector. One individual believed that the tablets contained a unique element, and that by developing an instrument to analyze this element, it would be possible to search for the tablets over a vast area. However, the problem lies in the fact that the tablets have never shed any residue, rendering the implementation of such a plan impossible. Indestructible and untraceable, there were also suggestions to use them for crafting armor, which were dismissed, based on prior events. It is suspected that the Lunarians share a special connection with the tablets, which is why the fireball tablet was sent to this location for experimentation. I recall seeing a similar object aboard the rock ship years ago. Human potential can be ignited under extraordinary circumstances. Initially, Kaido had little recollection of the tablet, but its ability to create mythical beasts captivated him. The technology is exclusive to Arceus, and naturally, he sought ways to locate those tablets. Through recollection, he finally grasped why it felt familiar. The treasure vault of the Rocks pirates contained a plethora of riches, with gold and silver being the most commonplace items. Devil fruits, rare minerals. These were treasures that Rocks had seized from various corners of the world, including those held by the celestial dragons. Among them was this very tablet, used as a base for a crate. Rocks? Ah, yes, Rocks D. Zebek, the very crew I once sailed with. That man was a true monster, harboring ambitions to become the king of the world. However, 5 years ago, the battle at God Valley led to the complete annihilation of the Rocks pirates. with the remaining crew members scattering in different directions. The Rocks pirates were the quintessential maritime overlords. Both captain and crew were renowned figures: young Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Lin, and Kaido all once served aboard that ship. Kaido was merely a novice on that vessel. Unlike adventurers who unite for dreams, this was a violent conglomerate formed under the absolute might of Rocks. The crew members harbored their own ulterior motives, so when the situation turned dire, they naturally dispersed. It has been merely 5 years since the conclusion of the God Valley incident. Although the world government has sought to erase Rocks from history due to his heinous crimes, prohibiting any discussion of him, the time has been too short for the knowledge of his existence to fade entirely. In a few more years, he will gradually be forgotten. Moreover, Kaido, being an eyewitness to the events, would certainly not heed the government's directives and speaks of Rocks without restraint. Of course, the experiences aboard Rock's ship are not of particular importance, so I shall omit them. Now that the Rocks pirates are no more, where has that tablet gone? To God Valley? No, the so-called God Valley has long vanished from the seas. There is nothing there. As I mentioned, the crew was filled with treachery. Some perished, others were captured, but many managed to escape. The one most enamored with treasure was undoubtedly John. It is likely that he seized everything aboard during the chaos. But where is he now? I do not know, yet locating him should not prove too difficult. However, confronting him may pose a challenge, as he places immense value on treasures, making it unlikely he would relinquish anything without a fight. But he was a senior member of my previous crew. Engaging him in battle would not be convenient. What? Is there such a code among pirates? Did you not say that the crew of Rocks gathered solely for profit, with internal strife being the norm? Kaido may be exceptionally kind to his own, exhibiting high tolerance, provided that an individual possesses sufficient strength to earn his favor. It is evident that Arceus is someone Kaido holds in high regard, as he possesses the abilities Kaido covets. However, he does not believe Kaido has any lingering sentiments for John. My relationship with him is far from amicable. In this situation, I must leverage John's value to the fullest. Kaido has not demanded much, but he has requested advance payment for this endeavor, as he is growing impatient. That is not an impossibility. Quinn, come here for a moment. He had intended to experiment with Quinn's abilities, and this is an opportune moment to provide Kaido with a taste of greater power. Furthermore, there are no other individuals nearby apart from Quinn. A similar surge of energy coursed through Quinn's body, requiring less consumption than for Shayna but more than for Jean, placing him in a middle ground. Quinn is inherently a formidable individual capable of peculiar modifications to himself, so this situation did not conflict with his nature. However, when he subsequently utilized his abilities, he discovered that a bunch of bananas had sprouted from his chin. Quinn did not immediately transition into his beast form but opted for a hybrid state, maintaining the base of a brontosaurus. However, he acutely sensed the additional growth on his chin, and when he grasped it firmly, he found it to be unmistakably a banana. In addition to this, his shoulders and crown were adorned with green leaves, while 4 massive banana leaves extended from his back. Upon consuming a devil fruit, the user acquires its fundamental abilities instantaneously. The extent of further development depends on their exploration. Among the various types of devil fruits, the Paramecia category undoubtedly offers the broadest avenues for development, while ordinary Zoan fruits are relatively simpler, allowing mastery of 3 transformation stages in a short time. Conversely, mythical Zoan types require a gradual exploration of their powers. Compared to Shayna's intense flames and agility, or Jin's ability to generate rocks, the banana on his chin appeared rather peculiar. Yet the power emanating from within assured him that reality was otherwise. As he unfurled the expansive banana leaves from his back, he discovered to his astonishment that he could soar into the air. This defies logic. How could such banana leaves possibly support such a massive form? Is this indeed the capability of a mythical Zoan? It seems my modifications can explore even more possibilities. With his tail trailing behind him, Quinn pondered numerous matters. The tropical dragon, by its very nature, lacked a tail. The appendage Quinn possessed was a remnant from the brontosaurus fruit itself. Arceus's recent transformation was not a complete substitution. Rather, he had invoked a portion of energy to awaken the latent power of the brontosaurus fruit within Quinn, prompting an unanticipated mutation. Although Quinn's brontosaurus had evolved into a tropical dragon, Arceus was uncertain of the ultimate form this brontosaurus would take prior to the completion of the transformation. However, this mutation would inevitably be grounded in the anatomical structure of the brontosaurus, with possibilities ranging from a large geranium or a snowy dragon. The transformation into a tropical dragon likely stemmed from Quinn's fondness for sweets and a yearning to soar through the skies. Shayna, Jean, and Quinn represented three distinct types of individuals. Although the bestowal of abilities was successful, the scant reference points left Arceus unable to ascertain the precise conditions of these transformations. While he possessed the ability, it did not imply an understanding of the operational process, much like the skill of wielding judgment shards etched in his mind, instinctively utilized as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricate workings of judgment shards. Though Arceus was revered as the god of creation, divinity merely denotes a realm of power, never implying omniscience or omnipotence. For instance, can a deity create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it? One perspective suggests that prior to its creation, he cannot lift it, but post-creation, he can, resulting in endless debates without a definitive conclusion. With more subjects of transformation, the principles would eventually become apparent. Moreover, observing Quinn soaring through the sky, Arceus conceived a novel idea, until he regained his own ability to fly. Quinn might serve as his dedicated steed. Among the five present, he was the only one incapable of flight. Shayna, being a girl, and Jean, whose size was still insufficient, would be unable to carry him even if transformed into a pterosaur. As for Kaido, although he could conjure flame clouds to transport others, he was currently the captain. Without a ship, it would be inappropriate for him to assume the role of a mere mount. The tropical dragon, born from Quinn's Brontosaurus, was sufficiently large to accommodate everyone except Kaido upon its back. It was evident that both Shayna and Jean harbored reservations about him, given that he was once a member of that research facility. Had his primary research project not involved the Lunaria, it might not have been as simple as a mere scuffle to turn the tables. To put it bluntly, the longer one keeps a pet, the stronger the bond becomes. The same holds true for humans. Shayna and Jean might very well be the last Lunarians at sea, which rendered Arceus's feelings towards Quinn less than cordial. The exploitation of such a labor force seems rather inappropriate. Unbeknownst to Quinn, who was contemplating his body modification plans in the sky, he was on the verge of being labeled as a mere steed. Having merely adapted to his new physique, Quinn descended back to the ground. As he relinquished his powers, the banana in his hand did not vanish. While in the sky, he had experimented with various notions. The banana on his chin could be removed. Yet it remained remarkably resilient. If he did not harbor the intention to pluck them, those bananas were as firmly integrated into his being as any corporeal part. He possessed a total of 3 bananas, and upon plucking one, it did not regenerate. Firstly, the creations of the devil fruits are indeed consumable, be it the bread produced by the bread fruit, the biscuits from the biscuit fruit, or even the cabbage illustrated by Kinemon's drawing fruit, all of which are edible. However, these pertain to the paramecia type, and the consumed portions are not integral to the individual's body, but rather fabricated entities. Paramecia devil fruits can be broadly categorized into 3 types: body alteration, supernatural abilities, and creation. Supernatural abilities grant the user various magical powers such as deceleration, vibration, and so forth, yet these are unrelated to the act of consumption. There are instances of overlap between supernatural abilities and creation. For example, the food fruit can be said to either conjure new food or utilize supernatural prowess to transform inedible objects into edible ones. Creation refers to the ability of the user to fabricate various items from thin air, and naturally, the food produced by this category of paramecia fruits is consumable biscuits, rice cakes, cream, all of which are independent of the body. Body alteration, on the other hand, simply modifies one's physical structure. Take, for instance, Gasper's candy fruit. Although his body transforms into candy, it does not enable the production of candy, nor is it particularly palatable, a fact personally verified by Luffy in a theatrical release. Undoubtedly, the Zoan type belongs within the realm of body alteration, as the fruits can manifest upon animal forms, which indeed seems fantastical. Gazing at the banana in his hand, Quinn made his choice, peeling the banana and subsequently devouring it, revealing a look of pure delight. Sweet and tender, this was the most delectable banana he had ever tasted. Being a lover of sweets, it was no surprise that he was fond of the overly sweetened rice cake and red bean soup. However, from this banana, he sensed a unique sweetness that seemed to amalgamate the flavors of all fruits, and combined with its texture, he discovered a rival to the rice cake and red bean soup. Thereafter, he utilized his abilities once more, plucking the remaining 2 bananas. Quinn's armadillo transformation resulted in a significantly larger tropical dragon physique, consequently enlarging the size of the bananas as well. Yet for those like him who consumed meals by the barrel, these 3 bananas merely tantalized their appetites. The first endeavor in developing his newfound abilities was not anything else but to investigate the means of cultivating bananas. After numerous futile attempts, his gaze turned towards Arceus. This ability was devised by him, so he must certainly be aware of certain details. Quinn stepped closer, a sycophantic and ingratiating smile adorning his face. Human augmentation is one of his favorite pursuits, and in this realm, Arceus's capabilities have reached their zenith. The endowment of such abilities is akin to a direct alteration at the genetic level. Should the nature of this power be thoroughly investigated, Quinn is destined to emerge as the most prodigious individual in this domain, not to mention the extraordinarily sweet and enchanting bananas. Surely, you are aware of how this ability can be utilized to cultivate bananas, correct? Moreover, one must ponder the intricacies behind this transformation. Show some respect towards the revered beast. Will you? Quinn, confronted by Shayna with her hands entwined in flames, realized that allowing this infatuated, rotund individual to approach would be a grave dereliction of duty on Shayna's part. After acquiring her newfound abilities, Shayna chose not to relinquish her powers, but instead maintained this form. In her beastly state, the fiery chicken's original head features morphed into a mask. She has grown fond of this crimson mask that obscures her visage. With Jin, she is fated to remain concealed for an extended period, thus she persists in this form, revealing only a small portion of her chin, while her hands and feet are enveloped in a unique bandage-like material. And her black wings have transformed into a deep crimson hue. The Lunaria race inherently possesses formidable physical prowess and remarkable resilience, and with her abilities amplified, Shayna is even more formidable. Merely sustaining this form does not tax her in the slightest. Her powers derive entirely from Arceus, and while reminiscent of the devil fruit, they possess an essential distinction, with significantly lesser physical energy required to maintain this state. Jin, too, is currently exhibiting his abilities. However, unlike the fiery chicken, the fossil pterodactyl does not possess an inherent mask, thus his head remains entirely in the form of a pterosaur. This is also one of the distinctions brought about by Arceus's abilities. The avian zoan fruits possess a unique characteristic, unlike other zoan fruits, which alter the shape of the head while preserving the limbs. The avian type, along with the pterosaur classification, transforms the dual wings into an amalgamation with the arms, retaining the appearance of the feet and head. When Jin's toothless pterosaur transitioned into a fossilized pterosaur, his hybrid form underwent a transformation as well, with his hands maintained, the head morphing into that of a pterosaur, and the dark wings on his back evolving into the wing membranes of the pterosaur. Furthermore, his wings are adorned with 2 small hands, allowing him to precariously claim the possession of 4 hands in this form. However, his concealment is somewhat inferior compared to Shayna, leading him to contemplate the necessity of acquiring an outfit with a hood in the future. Despite Jin's abilities being derived from the fruit, the energy consumption is notably lower than that of ordinary zoan types. The distinction between the embers and the sandy shores may elude some, yet Quinn, being a wielder of abilities, can perceive this transformation. Upon his metamorphosis into a tropical dragon, his energy expenditure in a normal state is considerably less than when he was in the form of an armed dragon. The awakened zoan type grants an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina. Although the modified capability is not a true awakening, it undeniably represents a significant enhancement. Frankly, Quinn is elated by Arceus's formidable abilities. Since he aided in the release of Kaido, which indirectly led to the destruction of the research facility, there is no turning back for him. This is a secret known only to a select few. Should the beast pirates encounter misfortune in the future and the world government become aware of this matter, he fears he may be utterly obliterated. While he is uncertain of the world government's precise policies, he senses a certain leniency towards this vast ocean, along with a tendency to shift blame. Those who transgress the world government's taboos face a policy of total annihilation. To eliminate rocks, the Navy even allied with pirates. And such occurrences have not been isolated. The allure of Arceus's abilities is undeniable, and should they fall into the hands of the world government, along with the revelation of his identity and the implications surrounding the Lunarians, Quinn fears that even the notion of entering the underwater prison would be but a distant dream. Thus, he naturally hopes for the beast pirates to grow ever stronger. Whether for the sake of his future research or other considerations, it is the most favorable outcome. Though not a Lunarian, he currently stands in solidarity with them. Therefore, he is eager to discover how to cultivate bananas, as he does not believe that such bananas are merely one-time occurrences. In light of Sheena's obstruction, he made a rather straightforward request. Oh, revered beast. Could you enlighten me on how to utilize this ability to cultivate bananas? It is merely a change in address. He is indifferent to such trivialities. Observing Kaido's earlier exuberance, he nearly seemed poised to forge a bond with Arceus. A mere change in title hardly affects anything. Consuming more fruit. Such bananas would absorb the sugars from the fruits ingested, with the typical yield being twice a year. Regardless of the quantity of fruit consumed, it merely enhances the sweetness of the forthcoming harvest. After becoming Arceus, his mind has been flooded with a plethora of Pokemon-related memories, encompassing types, traits, abilities, preferences, and behaviors, including the growth cycle of the tropical dragon's bananas. The realization that such delectable fruit requires a 6-month wait struck Quinn like a bolt from the blue. He lamented having devoured them all and wished he had experimented with cultivation instead. At this juncture, he resolved to seek out a tropical island to cultivate bananas during the next harvest. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Presently, they must depart, as he has no interest in lingering any longer with news of the tablet. Kaido, cease your drinking and promptly locate the John you mentioned. Ha ha ha. Such impatience. It is indeed time to set sail. Quinn, where is the ship you prepared? Over here. Let us embark, though it may be somewhat cramped. Quinn had indeed prepared a vessel, but it was designed solely for himself and Kaido. With no dock available, although his skills are commendable, he is not like Tinkerbell, unable to conjure a ship at will. What lay before them was merely a large fishing boat, albeit with a modified engine. With the addition of Jean, Sheena, and Arceus, the boat is now devoid of any extra space, making even turning around a challenge. Aren't you all capable of flight? Why must we crowd into this small boat? To Arceus, the most straightforward solution would be for Kaido to conjure flame clouds and carry everyone away. Yet, despite the small vessel, Kaido eagerly boarded. Compared to the small boat and barrel used by Luffy and the raft of Blackbeard, this engine-equipped fishing boat is certainly more advanced. Yet its speed pales in comparison to flight. This marks the Beast Pirate's inaugural voyage. Lacking a ship is simply unacceptable. A larger vessel will come later, but for now, let us set sail. Ha ha ha. Why? It is my prepared ship. Why must I scout the area? Surely your flying speed surpasses mine. Above the ocean, Quinn, transformed into a tropical dragon, soared beside the small boat, begrudgingly assigned to scout the surrounding waters. Mr. Kaido is the captain. The revered beast cannot yet fly, and I must attend to the revered beast. If I do not go, then who will? Isn't Jean available for that task? Consider how much space you occupy compared to him. Besides, Jean needs to steer the ship, and do you not realize that once you take flight, the whole vessel becomes more spacious? If you had prepared a larger ship, this issue would not have arisen. Quinn remained at the ship's railing, engaged in a spirited exchange with Sheena, who stood beside him. Did you not just express a desire to test your new abilities? What a splendid opportunity. Hurry now. Kaido showed no inclination to intervene in the quarrel between Sheena and Quinn, as he deemed such disputes entirely normal. Moreover, he had to concede that Quinn occupied the most space among them, and once he took to the skies, the boat not only became roomier, but also increased in speed. Quinn flapped the leaf-like wings on his back, ascending to the heights, eager to familiarize himself with his new form. From the small boat below, one could occasionally witness attacks descending from the sky. By the way, where exactly is this place? Gazing at the boundless ocean, Arceus yearned to ascertain which maritime realm they occupied. Was it the Four Seas or the Grand Line? If it were the Grand Line, was it the first half or the latter? At this juncture, Roger has not yet ascended to the rank of Pirate King. Yet the seas are still teeming with formidable foes. The nature of adversaries varies significantly across different maritime domains, which warrants careful consideration. Given the capabilities of their modest vessel, they can navigate with relative ease, provided they remain outside the confines of the New World. Apologies, esteemed Lord Beast, but we are uncertain of our current location. Prior to our capture, we were near the Sabaody archipelago. However, the whereabouts of that laboratory elude us. The research facility is situated on the Red Line, from which we descended directly. We now find ourselves in the South Sea, charting a course towards the doldrums. After completing a reconnaissance flight, Quinn returned to share with Arceus the insights he had gathered. The Grand Line and the Red Line divide this world into 4 distinct quadrants, with the expansive doldrums flanking either side of the Grand Line. Below lies the lair of the Sea Kings, colossal creatures that pose the greatest threat to vessels traversing these waters. Ordinary pirates seeking entrance to the Grand Line have but one path: to ascend through the illogical currents of Reverse Mountain. However, for a group like theirs, capable of flight. Reverse Mountain has long ceased to be a necessary passage. Traversing the doldrums proves far more advantageous. This is also one of the means to depart from the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain is a one-way route, devoid of the underwater caverns akin to Fishman Island. Entering the Grand Line is a formidable challenge, and departing from it is equally arduous. For ordinary individuals with wealth, it is possible to traverse to any point in the Four Seas via Mariehua, albeit requiring a change of vessels. However, pirates lack such privileges. For those pirates yearning to escape the Grand Line and return to the Four Seas, they must either abandon their ships and ascend Reverse Mountain to evade the watchful eyes of the world government, seizing the opportunity to return to the Four Seas, or traverse the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt is not necessarily a death sentence. As long as the ship possesses alternative means of propulsion and fortune favors them in avoiding areas teeming with sea kings, a safe return remains plausible. The world government and the Navy permit these troublesome pirates to enter the Grand Line, refraining from establishing fortifications at Reverse Mountain and Sabeti Archipelago, perhaps with this very notion in mind. In comparison to the expansive Four Seas, the area of the Grand Line is considerably smaller. While it indeed harbors a greater number of formidable individuals, the foundation of the world government, along with numerous tax contributors, consists of the common populace, and the number of commoners in the Four Seas far surpasses that of the Grand Line. Thus, the departure of those insurrectionists may indeed prove beneficial, allowing for a more concentrated effort to address them. This may be one of the reasons. Ultimately, the decision lies with the world government. However, the actions of the world government have no bearing on Arceus. He has come to realize another matter. It is Quinn, not Kaido, who is pointing the way. What is going on with Kaido? Don't tell me Quinn knows where John is. Ever since Kaido mentioned that he had seen a stone tablet in the treasure vault of the Rocks Pirates, he has been eager to locate John. It matters not if Kaido is unable to defeat John. As long as he is within a certain range of the tablet, he can restore it to its rightful place. The absence of power has rendered him quite inconvenient. He cannot even scratch his own back. Moreover, the special ring around his waist, known as the Thousand Cosmos Arm, is also a manifestation of his power. After all, according to legend, Arceus is a being with 1,000 hands. The good news is that the Thousand Cosmos Arm does not hinder his movements. Although it appears immensely sturdy, it is indeed controllable. For instance, when he wishes to lie down, the Thousand Cosmos Arm will soften instead of locking him in place. To harness the power of the Thousand Cosmos Arm, he likely requires 4 stone tablets. This quantity should enable him to command transformation and flight. Naturally, finding the psychic tablet directly would be even more advantageous. There is a 1 in 16 chance that the stone tablet among Captain John Ash's treasures is the wondrous psychic tablet. He has already prepaid for it, and procrastination is not an option. Of course, Quinn is unaware of this. I have mentioned that I am also uncertain of his whereabouts. We must first recruit some personnel. Otherwise, we will have too many tasks to manage alone. Rest assured that Fellow's personality will not allow him to remain in the Four Seas. Initially, due to a lucrative opportunity, those individuals gathered together. I can ascertain 2 things. The legendary treasure has yet to be found, and it is undoubtedly located within the Grand Line. John is quite greedy. He will not let this slip away. To prove this point, Kaido said to Quinn, "Quinn, fetch me a Den Den Mushi." After receiving the Den Den Mushi from Quinn, Kaido dialed the number. Buru 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 buru. After a series of sounds, the Den Den Mushi transformed into another appearance, and a woman's voice emerged. "Mother, mother. Kaido, you little rascal, you actually called me. How rare. After so many years without news, I thought you had perished in God Valley. Enough with the jokes, Lin Lin. I would never die in such a place. I simply have a question for you. Do you know where that fellow John has run off to?" Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom, is an old acquaintance of Kaido and was also a member of the former Rocks Pirates. By the time Kaido joined the crew as an apprentice, Charlotte Lin Lin was already a full-fledged member. She had warned him upon his boarding that Rocks could not be trusted and that he could turn to her for help, viewing Kaido as a younger brother. On the day the Rocks Pirates were destroyed, she entrusted Kaido with the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. It can be said that Kaido's escape from God Valley was largely thanks to the devil fruit provided by Charlotte Lin Lin, leading her to claim that Kaido owed her a significant favor. Now, 5 years have passed since the demise of the Sea Overlord Rocks and Joel D. Roger has yet to become the Pirate King. At this time, the concepts of a Pirate King and Sea Emperor have yet to emerge in the seas. Although numerous powerful pirates abound, they have claimed certain islands as their territories, building their strength and becoming local tyrants. Among these pirates, the formidable ones of the New World hold the highest status. Charlotte Linlin is one such individual. She has established her own territory in the New World and is more knowledgeable about many matters than Kaido. John, what do you want with him? At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's pirate crew is on an island abundant with fruits, where the chefs are preparing a vegetable and fruit cake, while she herself is tenderly cradling her round belly in anticipation of childbirth. Among the original 4 emperors, Whitebeard was busy gathering adopted sons. Kaido was running a daycare. Shanks was searching the world for comrades, while Big Mom was scouring the world for a husband, thus creating her own family. The principal members of the Big Mom Pirates are entirely composed of her children, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law, making it the most family-oriented crew. Currently, she is expecting her 40th child. When Kaido, her little brother, suddenly called, she felt quite pleased. However, she did not anticipate that he would immediately inquire about John's whereabouts. You need to concern yourself with that. I merely wish to know where John is. Kaido, is this how you speak to your benefactor? I told you. Stop fixating on that matter. Do you or do you not know where John is? Mother. Kaido, you remain as impatient as ever. It is rumored that he possesses a vast treasure. Are you interested in it too? Shall we join forces and split the spoils? John is not easy to deal with. Big Mom laughed nonchalantly on the other end of the den mushy, but she had already gestured to Perispero beside her. No need. I solely desire his whereabouts. How cold-hearted. You were not like this back in the day. He was recently spotted on Hakanosu Island, and then proceeded to the paradise. There are plenty of people in the New World with their eyes on him. Beyond that, I cannot say. As she observed the information that Perispero brought, Big Mom relayed to Kaido. Just as her words concluded, Kaido abruptly severed the connection. Glancing at the den mushy in her hand, Charlotte Linlin's expression soured. But she quickly forgot the matter amidst the aroma of the baking cake. Her interest in Captain John's treasure is not particularly strong. The cost and benefits do not align. Her territory now generates sufficient income. Ultimately, John was a member of the Rocks crew, and there are no weaklings aboard that ship. All who managed aboard possess unique abilities. To confront John, her children lack the requisite strength, and she must take action herself, but at present, she is preoccupied with childbirth. Additionally, since John's movements are erratic, she knows only that he left the New World for the first half. Should Kaido locate him, she might lend her assistance under the right conditions. However, since Kaido has rejected her, there is no need for her to proactively offer help. Well, it is now confirmed that John is not in the New World, but rather in paradise. That woman's words are indeed credible. Not only the Navy pays heed to the movements of notorious pirates, but other pirates also monitor their actions. Among the pirate ranks, a small fraction embarks on the seas for adventure or due to life's exigencies. However, they represent a mere minority. While the Navy harbors its own corrupt elements, the majority of the populace still prefers to place their trust in the Navy rather than in pirates. In the absence of grand treasures, contemporary pirates venture forth primarily in pursuit of wealth, driven by self-interest. It is only the most rudimentary of pirates who engage in mere plundering. The formidable pirates establish their own territories, often acting as a protective shield for the inhabitants within, albeit in exchange for a protection fee, likening themselves to alternative lords. Few would indulge in the folly of exhausting resources. Even a rabbit refrains from consuming the grass near its burrow. And they do not rob their own subjects, at least not the powerful pirates who seek to grow their dominion. Charlotte Linlin is among the more brutal of pirates. According to conventional timelines, the future of Whole Cake Island would be dictated by the currency of lifespan. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, a multitude of ordinary folk chooses to reside within its borders. Ordinary people yearn for protection. The Navy safeguards only the affiliated nations of the world government, leaving those outside its grasp to seek suitable patrons for their safety. They require secure lands for their existence. While the great pirates need such territories to sustain themselves and their subordinates, to deter others from encroaching upon their domains, it is imperative to remain vigilant of the movements of formidable pirates. Among the myriad of maritime powers today, Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Captain John, former members of the Rocks Pirates, stand out as the elite. The greater their renown, the more widely their personalities and preferences are known. For instance, Captain John has a notorious affinity for wealth, pursuing riches throughout his life. The adage an innocent man bears the burden of wealth rings true. As rumors began circulating that Captain John possesses a vast treasure, attracting an increasing number of those coveting his riches. He cannot be deemed invincible. The New World harbors countless threats to him. Thus, after careful contemplation, he resolves to return to the first half of the Grand Line, an area referred to as Paradise, to securely stash his treasures, ensuring his utmost safety. We shall first enter the Grand Line, recruit a cadre of followers, and simultaneously seek to ascertain John's whereabouts, albeit within the vague parameters provided, necessitating a gradual search. Kaido does not wish to pursue an entirely elite path. While he values high-caliber combatants, he equally requires a multitude of subordinates. In his youth, he was a warrior of the Wok Kingdom, aware that numbers are essential in warfare. However, the people of the Four Seas are too weak, prompting his decision to recruit directly from the Grand Line. Queen's energy devices boast considerable efficiency. Although their power source relies on pedal charging, a sufficient amount of energy can be accumulated through sustained pedaling. While it may defy physical norms, it remains remarkably plausible in a world where even soda can serve as a power source. Indeed, even Tesla would find it challenging to contain such ingenuity. Arceus has also engaged with the pedal, primarily out of boredom. In the monotony of their voyage, Arceus finds it difficult to conjure appropriate descriptors beyond the word tedious. For days on end, no islands have graced their sight. The surroundings are solely an expanse of ocean, rendering even the notion of fishing unattainable. Should this languor persist, he may soon resort to entering a dormant state. Since his conversation with Big Mom, Kaido has consumed the remainder of the ship's alcohol and has shown no inclination to awaken after several days of slumber. Queen, aside from scouting the surroundings, has been engrossed in self-improvement, primarily focusing on the enhancement of his mechanical arm. Jin and Shayna occasionally engage in training, while at other times they stare blankly at the distant coastline, their thoughts elusive. Queen, how long until we reach the doldrums? Approximately 7 days, but we must replenish supplies on a nearby island. Our provisions are dwindling. Fortunately, Kaido has been sleeping, or we would be facing shortages. It would be ideal to exchange for another vessel. Queen references food in terms of fruits, vegetables, and staples. Fish and meat abound in these waters. While Arceus cannot fish, Queen possesses the means to electrify fish. Since sampling the tropical dragon's bananas, Queen has developed a particular fondness for fruit, consuming most of the ship's stock. For Arceus, food is not a necessity. He can absorb ambient energy through his slate, rendering eating and drinking more a matter of habit or indulgence. Kaido, too, is no ordinary being, especially during his deep slumber. The Lunaria tribe can thrive in various environments, even surviving solely on water for an extended duration, far surpassing the endurance of ordinary humans. Queen is the most unremarkable among them, yet he is a cyborg. Unlike typical individuals who must worry about scurvy and similar ailments at sea, such concerns are largely irrelevant to him. For this small collective, resupplying is not an urgent matter, but who among them would wish to endure discomfort while sailing? Are there islands nearby? Certainly. We are in the South Sea, not the Grand Line, and our charts remain useful. As they converse, a newsbird suddenly approaches. See. The newsbirds have arrived. These creatures have limits to their flight range, so their presence indicates proximity to an island. Newsbirds are diligent workers, and their rise has been relatively recent. The world is ever-changing, and not only pirates in the Navy are evolving, the news industry is flourishing as well. A few years ago, the teenage Morgans entered the news realm, bringing with him the proliferation of newsbirds across the globe. Morgans, a zoan-type user of the bird fruit, albatross form, is initially unrecognizable, typically appearing in a hybrid human-animal form. Despite the avian fruit, he is unable to fly, yet news is his utmost passion. Under his stewardship, the World Economic News Agency has grown rapidly, one reason being the newsbirds. Morgans appears to possess a unique ability to communicate with these avian creatures, who are highly intelligent. Under his command, the newsbirds have become vital employees, collecting and distributing newspapers daily from fixed locations and flying in their designated areas, approaching ships to ascertain if anyone requires their services. A few years ago, the price of a newspaper was 40 berries. Now, it has risen to 50, and in a few decades, it may reach 100 berries. Newsbirds don distinctive uniforms and carry specialized pouches. Even pirates typically comply with payment demands from newsbirds, as they are crucial sources of information. While reports may not always be entirely accurate, they offer insights into external circumstances. Otherwise, months at sea could yield severe consequences from unforeseen developments. Refusing to pay is an option, but such actions would result in a complete blacklist by the newsbirds, who would thereafter avoid any individuals aboard the pirate ship. Moreover, Newsbirds seem to possess an ability to sense the demise of their companions. Should a pirate slay a newsbird, an unending flock may hover eternally around their vessel, as these creatures have unique anatomical structures to mitigate weight. This implies that these individuals will perpetually endure the baptism of bird droppings, along with the naval forces drawn in by the avian news. To circumvent trouble, pirates will not quibble over a few measly berries. In fact, there are quite a few pirates who willingly part with their coin when making purchases, all in an effort to avoid complications. The pirate community is predominantly comprised of scoundrels and rogues, for the majority of them. Refraining from murder and robbery is considered an act of benevolence, let alone spending money on goods. Thus, those who dare to engage in commerce with pirates typically possess a degree of martial prowess to safeguard against the possibility of the latter failing to pay. When pirates wish to evade trouble, they will dutifully part with their money. Factors such as the proximity of a naval base, formidable bounty hunters, or rival pirates can significantly influence their mindset. Earning money is intended for spending. If everything were reliant on theft, pirates would have no need to seek treasure. It is not only the nations affiliated with the world government or the naval strongholds that boast formidable garrisons. Even the mere display of a notorious pirate flag can instill a sense of security in many. Ultimately, it is the ordinary individuals born in non-affiliated nations, who lack both strength and backing and are burdened by ill fortune, that bear the brunt of suffering. Even within affiliated nations, one must consider the circumstances of their own birth. The definition of pirates here is rather broad. For instance, Arceus, who has formed an alliance with Kaido, would undoubtedly be regarded as a pirate. However, one's identity is not of paramount importance. The Navy, notorious for its malevolence, is not devoid of wickedness either. His partnership with Kaido does not automatically render him a marauder. Ultimately, an individual's actions are dictated solely by themselves. The discord between the world government and the Lunarians is irreconcilable. Once a noble lineage, the celestial tribe now teeters on the brink of extinction, reduced to mere subjects of experimentation and study. This enmity has been firmly established, and even without the merging of Arceus's essence, the situation remains unchanged. Brother Kaido, you're in the news, Quinn remarked as he glanced at the newspaper. The article detailed an explosion at a laboratory caused by a meteor strike, but its coverage was minimal. It seems you two need not worry for the time being. After a cursory look, Quinn passed the newspaper to Shayna, who, along with Jean, was in a state of being merely ordinary. On this vessel, there were only these two, thus the risk of identity exposure was negligible. A pharmaceutical laboratory? These individuals are certainly audacious, Shayna seethed as she perused the article. The report indicated that a research institute on Red Line had been obliterated, an event too significant to conceal. Yet, in their narrative, the institute was portrayed as a crucial site for drug research. Not a word was uttered about the Lunarians, although their characteristics were reiterated on the front page, with a promise of substantial rewards for any information provided. In truth, the place was indeed a pharmaceutical research facility, equipped with some of the world's most advanced analytical institutions and apparatuses. Quinn's words trailed off under Shayna's fierce glare, yet he was indeed speaking the truth. The lab produced highly effective drugs, as their subjects were humans, subjected directly to trials across various races. As for human rights, do non-member states count as people? Are slaves considered human? Those individuals were merely consumables in their eyes. While the Lunarians are indeed unique, boasting extraordinary resistance, they bear striking similarities to humans, making them ideal subjects for observation of drug reactions. The newspaper emphasized the significance of this research institute, stating it would soon be rebuilt. Let them restore it. If need be, we shall raise it once more, Arceus remarked with an unwavering tone, showing no concern for the repercussions of such destruction. After his transformation into an undead, the flying squirrel's humanity had waned, his methods increasingly aligning with those of the undead. Though similar to Arceus, he remained distinctly different. He was the one in control. Yet certain aspects of his behavior, such as an intense aversion to deceit, bore Arceus's influence. In his prime, Arceus could create not just a few Pokemon, but a deity of world creation itself. Not only could he obliterate a research facility, but should anyone dare to cross his threshold, he would not hesitate to annihilate an entire nation. Seeking tablets, reclaiming his strength, and appending the throne were tasks set before him. The roots of a great tree had decayed, pruning its dead branches would yield no results. Only by addressing the source could the problem be resolved, or perhaps by planting a new tree altogether. Lord Divine Beast, there is no need for your intervention. I shall incinerate them all with the power you have bestowed upon me, Shayna declared, continuing to peruse the newspaper for updates. as she and Jean had been somewhat disconnected from the world for a time. Notably, the world government made no mention of the Lunarians. And even the coverage of Kaido deviated from reality, merely stating that he had escaped from prison once more and acknowledging his status as a devil fruit user. Upon reading the article, Arceus felt a twinge of regret. A lucrative opportunity had slipped away. Kaido's identity as a devil fruit user has been exposed. I had hoped to exploit that. Exploit? Indeed. Now you all are not being hunted. Only Kaido has a bounty on his head. You could feign the role of bounty hunters, deliver Kaido to the Navy base, collect the bounty, and let him pay his own way. What a splendid opportunity. Is the Navy's bounty settled immediately? If the base has sufficient funds, it will be settled right away. Otherwise, it may take some time. Given Kaido's bounty, I suspect the South Sea branch might struggle to provide the funds. Most pirates carry bounties, giving rise to the profession of bounty hunting. Corruption within the branches is indeed more rampant than at headquarters, yet they generally refrain from touching such funds, as higher bounties are less likely to be tampered with. Even the laziest of Navy personnel desire stability within their jurisdiction. Capturing a pirate and delivering them to a Navy base indicates superiority over that pirate. It would be foolish to jeopardize a stronger pirate for mere bounty. However, such fools occasionally do exist. 12,730,000,000 berries. What a pity. If only we could replicate this twice, the funding would be secured. After hearing Arceus' plan, Quinn felt a surge of desire. 12,730,000,000 was Kaido's current bounty, and the purchasing power of berries now far exceeds that of 30 years hence. Successfully pulling this off even once would alleviate his research funding woes. As one of the veterans of the Beast Pirates, Quinn had made considerable contributions. The entirety of this pirate crew owes its existence to Quinn's unwavering dedication. He provided the ship, charted the course, and financed their endeavors. One cannot expect 3 escapees from a research facility, along with one just hatched, to possess wealth. Kaido, in his youth, held some semblance of morality. Initially, he survived on the kingdom's provisions, then resorted to the Navy's rations post-bounty, ultimately surrendering to the Navy to stave off hunger, only to escape once satiated. This is why Arceus entertained thoughts of exploiting Kaido. He had become accustomed to it, previously indulging in buffet-style feasts aboard prison ships. This time, he should not refuse the prospect of both dining and pilfering. Yet, this presupposes Kaido's identity as a devil fruit user remains undisclosed. Otherwise, he would be restrained by sea stone, rendered powerless, necessitating additional manpower to rescue him from the Navy guards. While memory recalls Kaido surviving numerous captures, one can only wonder how he managed it. Should he truly falter, his top subordinate would be lost. Speaking of which, Quinn, how much do you have left? Perhaps a few million. But it's not a concern. One can always seize a ship. Isn't Kaido looking to recruit followers? They likely possess vessels. No. I merely need to purchase a few supplies during our resupply. Kaido, stop sleeping. Wake up. As Arceus perused the newspaper while conversing with Quinn, his words trailed off abruptly as he spotted a particularly striking piece of news. The John pirates have surfaced in the South Sea. The Navy's 277th branch has been attacked. In the vast expanse of the seas, no pirate would audaciously attack a naval base, for they lack the capability to do so. The newspapers have made it abundantly clear that the John pirate crew hails from the Grand Line. At this juncture, he requires Kaido to ascertain whether this John is indeed the one they seek. One cannot awaken a person feigning slumber if they can be roused. They were likely in a deep sleep. Kaido groggily sat up, greeted by the newspaper thrust into his face. John, this fellow ventured to the South Sea and assaulted a naval base? As he perused the newsprint, disbelief etched across his features, for with his understanding of John, such an act was utterly implausible. So, the John mentioned in the paper is the same one you know? The photograph resembles him. Katra Island. Queen. Where is that? Near the doldrums, not far from our intended course, yet this situation appears exceedingly peculiar. Is this individual insane? After consulting the compass and adjusting their course, Queen resumed sifting through the newspaper. Although the information may not all be accurate, it certainly holds some reference value. As for Queen's assertion of the other party being mad, it stemmed from their blatant provocation of the Navy's dignity. The subsequent details elaborated on John's recent actions. He was audaciously disseminating information at the naval base, recruiting pirates to form the John Grand Fleet. While there have been instances of attacks on naval bases, to occupy such a facility and recruit followers instead of fleeing is the hallmark of a lunatic. If it were Rock's, Queen could comprehend, having heard tales of Rock's reckless endeavors. Yet, Captain John, despite his notorious reputation over the years, primarily for plundering, has seldom been associated with direct confrontations against the Navy. Even Kaido, who once sailed alongside John, found this perplexing. The Navy or the world government would certainly not publish calls for pirate recruitment in the newspapers, yet the current figurehead of the World Economic News, Morgans, has never shied away from sensationalism. He revels in grand headlines. The more attention-grabbing, the better. Though he may employ exaggeration or even fabricate elements, nothing can deter him from reporting what he wishes. A pirate daring enough to undertake such a venture is indeed a rare spectacle. And he would not let this story slip away, dedicating an entire piece to it. A lunatic? I perceive him as a fool, even in the South Sea. Committing such an overt provocation, does he consider the Navy mere decoration? Shayna reached a fresh conclusion. The Lunaria tribe harbors centuries-old grievances with the world government, and the Navy operates under its auspices. During her fugitive existence, she has certainly crossed paths with the Navy. The most formidable force upon the seas is the Navy. Even decades hence, amidst the multitude of powers such as the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, and revolutionary army, the Navy remains the dominant entity. Due to various restrictions and the policies of the world government, the seas exist in a relatively chaotic state. Pirates may reign supreme in certain territories, yet they are still no match for the Leviathan that is the Navy. Even decades later, this holds true, let alone in the present day. Although the new generation of Navy officers has yet to mature, the veteran officers continue to fight on the front lines. Not to mention the morale boost following the God Valley incident 5 years ago, which heralded the rise of the hero, Garp. Before Roger uttered those iconic words, the seas were considerably more tranquil. While the navies across the 4 seas may not be particularly formidable, any act of this nature would not go unnoticed by the naval headquarters, provided there remains even a single living soul within. You are correct. Only a fool would dare to commit such an act. Not even rocks would do so, for John is well aware of the might of rocks. Furthermore, that individual understands the importance of self-preservation. Though greedy, he is not foolish enough to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Kaido, despite often engaging in seemingly rash actions, does so because his strength allows him to bypass the need for careful consideration, opting to charge ahead without excessive deliberation. The term cunning aptly describes him. Even as an apprentice, John was already a high-ranking officer aboard the ship, and the pirates of the 4 seas appeared weak in his eyes, with no promising recruits to speak of. To traverse from the Grand Line to the 4 seas in search of followers would require John's intellect to be severely compromised. Perhaps he could deceive those unfamiliar with him. But for Kaido, this news is riddled with inconsistencies. So is he a charlatan? Yet, do the pirates of the 4 seas possess such capabilities? Upon hearing Kaido's remarks, Arceus felt a twinge of disappointment, accompanied by a flicker of doubt. In this world, there exists a plethora of doppelgangers and individuals afflicted with facial blindness, compounded by a skewed technological landscape. In certain regions, access to information is limited, compelling individuals to deduce each other's identities solely from bounty notices, perhaps never having encountered the actual person in their lifetime. By donning distinctive attire as indicated on the bounty and emblazoning a Jolly Roger, impersonation becomes a trivial endeavor. However, according to Quinn, the naval base on Katra Island is notably formidable within the South China Sea, not to mention the presence of warships and coastal artillery within the base. A mere lackluster force would find it impossible to seize control. While it undeniably resembles John, the remnants of destruction bear a striking similarity to his handiwork. Though his temperament may differ, in 5 years, it is conceivable that he may have undergone a significant change in character. A visit would unveil the truth. Relying solely on the newspaper, Kaido cannot ascertain the complete situation. Thus, a first-hand observation is the most prudent course of action. Yet, this necessitates a swift voyage rather than a leisurely sail. The news in the paper is already a day old. And even with the deployment of troops from the Grand Line, it would not take long to arrive. Time is of the essence to comprehend the true nature of this John before the Navy's arrival. Kaido's form began to swell, blue scales surging to the surface as the flame-like clouds beneath his claws lifted the small vessel, propelling it towards Katra Island. Meanwhile, on the Red Line, an elite naval contingent was in the process of changing ships, making their way to the South China Sea. At this juncture, Vegapunk had recently aligned with the world government, and the technology of integrating sea prism stone into the hulls of warships to mask them from sea kings had not yet materialized. Thus, even a naval fleet traversing the calm belt could incur unnecessary casualties. The specifications of the ships from the 4 seas, while slightly inferior to those of the headquarters, were of little consequence. The prowess of the soldiers and commanding officers was what truly mattered. Transitioning vessels from the Red Line, though somewhat time-consuming, provided a more stable approach. Nearby Katra Island, numerous pirate ships, large and small, were also converging. The sea is rife with shrewd individuals, as well as a fair share of fools. Pirates and the Navy are inherently opposing factions, with the majority of scenarios seeing pirates evading naval pursuit. The audacity of a pirate invading a naval base is enough to attract a considerable number of rogues. Hey, did you hear? The naval base on Katra Island was actually overrun by pirates. Yes, I heard. I plan to lay low. This place is too close to Katra Island, and I'm worried about potential trouble. On the islands surrounding Katra, town residents were fervently discussing the matter. In the Four Seas, this was monumental news. The naval base had been breached by pirates, a scenario no one had anticipated. Where do you intend to go? The naval base has been taken. At least we are on land now. If we encounter those pirates at sea, there would be no escape. But what if they come to plunder here? I wish to go to the Federation Kingdom. Being a member state of the world government, it should offer some safety. The sudden upheaval in the previously tranquil Four Seas had instilled a sense of dread among the populace, particularly as other naval branches in the South China Sea opted to withdraw and fortify their defenses. The naval branch on Katra Island was already the strongest in the South China Sea, akin to Smoker's Station in Logtown, with the commanding officer being a colonel and the Navy under his command comprised of elite forces. The defeat of such a formidable branch rendered the contractual branches incapable of providing assistance. Furthermore, with the majority of the base's facilities intact, the prospect of retaliation by the South China Sea Navy seemed bleak. Nearby branches could only choose to safeguard themselves, resulting in rampant piracy in the region. This also elucidates the reason why that individual sought refuge in the Kingdom of Fideli. As a member state of the world government, their nation is similarly fortified with a substantial naval presence, complemented by a formidable military force, all within a relatively stable domestic environment. The journey from here to the Kingdom of Fideli would require no less than 3 days at sea, and such vessels have either long since fled or are too fearful to venture out. Would you prefer to maneuver your fishing boat? Or shall we seek shelter in the mountains instead? Those pirates are driven solely by greed and are unlikely to venture into the depths of the wilderness. On Char Island, situated at a considerable distance from Katra Island, 3 ships engaged in a fierce cannonade. 2 were manned by pirates, while 1 belonged to the Navy. In terms of tonnage and firepower, the Navy's vessel held a distinct advantage. Although recent orders from the South Sea dictated that naval forces near Katra Island refrain from engaging indiscriminately and instead consolidate their defenses while awaiting reinforcements from headquarters, not all naval personnel could abide by such commands. Among them were fallen vampires, who, despite their naval affiliation, acted in ways akin to pirates. Yet, there existed true champions of justice, striving to safeguard the populace. Despite the orders, some detachments continued their operations against the pirates. Major, we are out of ammunition. All prior resupplies have been delayed at Katra Island. We have no more shells. Close in, prepare for boarding action. Where in the world did these wretched pirates come from? We cannot falter, gentlemen. If we retreat, what fate awaits the residents of the nearby islands? Prepare yourselves. We are about to engage. Ultimately, one of the 2 vessels managed to escape while the other was captured, with all remaining pirates taken prisoner. Major, a call from the colonel. We must return to base immediately. Other pirate crews have appeared near the base, and our personnel are stretched thin. Recently, the number of pirates in the South Sea has surged. Those who had previously hesitated found themselves swayed to join the ranks of piracy when desires are ignited. The descent into depravity can occur in an instant. The surge in pirate numbers, coupled with orders from headquarters, has rendered the Navy severely understaffed, stretching the resources of the Navy's operational branches thin. Regarding the fleeing pirate ship, they refrained from pursuing it, as the direction led to Katra Island. The Major, though principled, was not naive. The concentration of pirates there was beyond the capability of his medium-sized warship, which had expended its ammunition. Furthermore, the directive from headquarters was to allow those pirates to pass, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements for a decisive strike. While the pirates reveled in their audacity, a vast net of encirclement was being woven by the Navy. However, the pirates remained oblivious to the Navy's maneuvers. These marauders, accustomed to roaming the seas, were unaware of the terrors that lurked along the Grand Line. Their actions had transgressed the Navy's threshold of tolerance, bringing disgrace even to the world government. Thus, a fleet led by an admiral was en route for their annihilation, albeit the admiral's commitments to more pressing matters would delay their arrival. Meanwhile, the pirates continued to indulge in their revelries, with ever-increasing numbers flocking to Catra Island. "Captain, are we truly heading to Catra Island? We would merely serve as cannon fodder there." A first mate expressed his hesitance aboard one of the pirate ships. With a bounty of merely 3 million berries combined with the captain, he felt ill-equipped to engage in such ventures. Yet amidst the haze of greed that clouded the minds of some, there remained those of clarity, though their inability to alter the captain's orders rendered them powerless. "Do not fear. The navy of Branch 277 has been vanquished. We are facing the legendary pirate from the Grand Line, Captain John, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. How could one possibly let such an opportunity slip away? If we can align ourselves with this individual, we too may venture forth into the Grand Line." The bounties issued by the Navy to apprehend pirates have instead become a source of pride for these outlaws, a phenomenon not often seen in the New World. Where individuals comprehend that a bounty serves merely as a reference, true strength is paramount. However, in the Four Seas and even in the Paradise, many pirates perceive bounties as an alternative manifestation of their prowess. It is important to note that the allocation of bounties is based on a combination of one's strength and the severity of their crimes. Some individuals bear bounties unrelated to their actual capabilities, simply due to the gravity of their offenses or the knowledge they possess. At this point, he drew the first mate closer and whispered, "Moreover, even if we are to be mere cannon fodder, let it be those fools who lack even a bounty. Listen up. Accelerate. Captain John has declared his intention to share with us the greatest treasure in the world. This is wealth you could never exhaust in a lifetime." If only Kaido were present, upon hearing such words, he would likely laugh until he was in stitches. One of the greatest jokes within the Rocks Pirates is the notion that John would willingly share his treasure. Were it not for the marks in the photograph resembling those left by John, Kaido could easily conclude that this John is a fraud based solely on the premise of sharing riches. Meanwhile, in the 277th branch of the Navy, within the chamber of a former base commander, a figure draped in a crimson coat, with a cutlass and a long sword sheathed at his sides, lounged with his legs crossed. Before him lay a telephone snail, its receiver still off the hook, though the party on the other end seemed to have disconnected. A peculiar smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Although the phone had been hung up, the expression on the telephone snail had yet to fully revert. Its eyes, just closing, mirrored the countenance of the man seated in the chair. In terms of attire, the shell of the telephone bug is adorned with a mask-like embellishment, resembling its master while mimicking the expressions of the person on the other end of the line. The telephone bug resting on the table exhibits a certain distinction from Captain John's current garb, yet shares a semblance. He picked up a bottle of wine from a nearby table, uncorked it, and drank directly from the neck, a look of indulgence gracing his features. This was a cherished collection of the base commander. Indeed, these days of the Navy were quite affluent. As he spoke, he approached the window, gazing out at what once was the naval training ground, now overrun by a raucous band of pirates. Brawls, fights, and gambling ensued without any semblance of order. Factions delineated by various pirate crews, creating an atmosphere ripe for imminent conflict. "Captain John, yet another pirate crew has come to align with us. We now boast over 70 ships and more than 6,000 pirates. The grand fleet of John has nearly assembled. 7 of them carry bounties exceeding 10 million. When shall we embark in search of that legendary treasure?" Captain John's demeanor remained unchanged. Neither the 70 ships nor the multitude of pirates, nor even the high bounties evoked any intrigue. The firepower of pirate vessels inherently lagged behind that of naval warships, and many among the 70 vessels were merely small crafts capable of ferrying a handful of crew, starkly contrasting with the warships already stationed at the base. Currently, their main firepower relied on 2 commandeered naval ships and munitions stored on Catra Island. These supplies were remnants that the Navy had yet to distribute, now all in the possession of this band of pirates. Do not fret. This is the greatest treasure in the world, ample enough for all to share. The more hands we have, the swifter our grasp. But Captain John, our numbers are swelling. The resources in the base will only sustain us for 3 days. Then we shall seize more. Do I need to teach you this? We have already plundered everything. Catra Island was never a commercial hub. It holds little in terms of supplies, and our ranks continue to swell. The garrison navy at the 277th Division amounts to merely 1,000 men, bolstered by a single large warship. Yet in this vast sea, 1,000 troops stationed at a division is already considered a substantial force. This place was originally stocked with enough supplies to sustain this branch for 2 months. However, with the influx of numerous pirates and their extravagant wastage, These provisions are being consumed at an alarming rate. Moreover, the upheaval here has severed all trade routes, and it has been quite some time since fresh fruits and vegetables have graced our presence. This scarcity is one of the reasons why the pirates often engage in brawls to vent their frustrations. Captain John, it would be prudent for you to reassure the crew. The newcomers are feeling quite uncertain in your absence. The temporary assembly of pirates lacked any real cohesion. They were merely drawn here by John's fearsome reputation. Their incessant waiting only served to erode their patience. In such moments, it became necessary for John to step forward and placate them. It was indeed a nuisance. You go and inform them that we shall set sail within 7 days. Those who wish to leave may do so. I shall make my appearance shortly. Meanwhile, a brawl erupted within the naval training grounds, the origins of which had long been forgotten. The crowd around them was clamoring, eager to witness a fight to the death. Captain, shall we continue to wait? John has lingered here for far too long. What exactly is he waiting for? Is he anticipating the Navy's approach? Not everyone was a fool. Assaulting a Navy base would inevitably provoke a military response. They had assumed John would seize the opportunity to recruit some forces and venture into the Grand Line. But instead, he remained in this place. After such a lengthy delay, it would be a pity to depart now. Furthermore, as a pirate, it was improbable that he would broker any dealings with the Navy. As you all witnessed, he severed that colonel's head. Reconciliation seemed utterly impossible. In a secluded corner, an inconspicuous pirate picked up a transponder snail and made a call. John still showed no signs of action, as if he were waiting for something, uncertain whether the treasure he spoke of was indeed Rock's fortune. After uttering these words, he did not await a response before pocketing the transponder snail and departing. He was a spy from CP7, dispatched directly by the CP's chief due to his proximity to this area. Following the disbandment of the Rock's pirates, the world government had failed to locate Rock's treasure, a vast wealth that had piqued the government's interest, prompting them to monitor the situation closely. Should John act prematurely, he was responsible for relaying intelligence to the higher-ups. If he attempted to leave alone, he would similarly need to send out information to enable the government to formulate a new strategy. At that moment, John stepped out of his room, wielding a naval loudspeaker to entice the pirates below. His words resonated deeply, evoking waves of cheers from the crowd with each phrase he uttered. The blazing sun elevated the temperature on the training grounds. Yet the excitement of the pirates remained unaffected by the sweltering heat. The allure of treasure held immense appeal for them, serving as the primary motivation for most pirates to venture forth. A sudden gust of wind swept through, casting a shadow over the grounds as clouds drifted in, providing a measure of comfort to the pirates. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that these clouds were lower than usual, and their shape appeared unusual. Meanwhile, Arceus and his companions had arrived at Kachura Island, observing the situation below from atop Kaido's flame clouds. They spotted John, standing at the center, delivering his speech. This individual's voice and tone mirrored that of John, yet the content of his speech was wholly uncharacteristic of the man. He truly was a peculiar figure. In the sky, Kaido listened intently to John's address, forming his own evaluation. Although they were still high above, the typical sound would not reach them. Yet, enhanced by observation haki, Kaido could discern every word John spoke, each syllable falling clearly into his ears. Compared to armament haki, the capabilities of observation haki were far more diverse. Depending on the user, their observation haki could manifest various abilities, and some individuals possessed unique innate skills. To listen to the voices of all things, achieve vast perception, read minds, and foresee the future. What one could accomplish with observation haki depended on their mastery of the ability and their inherent strength. Some of these abilities are cultivated through development, while others are innate talents. In comparison to the aforementioned skills, the power of observation haki reveals even more formidable capabilities. This observation of Kenbunshika haki allows one to perceive the psychological changes and emotional thoughts of their target, enabling an understanding of others' joys and sorrows. It also permits the transmission of one's own consciousness into the minds of others, influencing their thoughts and fostering a profound resonance that can subtly alter their values, akin to a form of brainwashing. However, this supreme level of Kenbunshika haki is innate and cannot be enhanced through subsequent training. Individuals possessing such a high-level ability are rarer than those endowed with the Conqueror's haki. Apart from Princess Otoheim of Fishman Island, there have been no others known to possess similar powers. Kaido's Kenbunshiku, while lacking such exceptional abilities, still demonstrates a proficient enhancement of perception. With this in mind, let us find a suitable place to descend. In Arceus's view, despite the many doubts surrounding this John, Even if he were a fraud, he would likely still possess some connection to the genuine John, and from him, one should be able to glean some desired information. Nonetheless, Kaido dismissed this approach, believing that wasting time with a counterfeit was futile. No, it is too troublesome. There exists a straightforward method to ascertain whether this individual is truly John. With that, Kaido opened his mouth wide, and searing energy began to coalesce. Flame breath. The scorching dragon fire erupted, aimed directly at the very center where John stood below. John had once been an officer aboard the Rocks pirates. Should the John below be real, then his attack would likely not succeed so easily, for he would surely have a means of defense. Conversely, if he were a fake and unable to withstand Kaido's onslaught, he would simply have to accept the consequences of impersonating another, which could be severe. Kaido was not one to spare others, often disregarding even his own allies, let alone those unrelated to him. The intense dragon breath cascaded downward, and the pirates near John found themselves caught in an unexpected disaster. Their bodies reduced to charred remnants by the flames. No one intervened to halt Kaido's actions. Queen lacked the ability and desire to intervene, as he held no regard for the lives of these individuals. Jin and Shayna shared a similarly indifferent attitude. During their flight, their enemies extended beyond merely the world government. The navy, pirates, bounty hunters, and even ordinary folk could be foes. Their hearts had grown cold under the world's trials, rendering matters unrelated to the Lunarians unworthy of their concern. Arceus had the ability to stop Kaido, yet he found no reason to do so. His influence allowed him to observe the events with detachment, and even the human heart showed no inclination to intervene. The situation within the naval base was hardly better. It was the populace of Katra Island who suffered most from this upheaval. At present, his identity as an ally of pirates did not imply he would descend to their level of depravity. What is that? Kaido's fiery breath drew the attention of all, as the clouds parted to reveal his colossal form in the sky. The recent fiery assault had primarily targeted John, but had also claimed the lives of nearly 100 nearby souls. The still-burning corpses unmistakably instilled fear among the crowd. Initially, they had wished to draw closer to John, hoping to perhaps gain his favor, but now they sought only to distance themselves from this perilous place. Chaos erupted among the throngs, until a furious roar restored some semblance of calm. Who dares to ambush me? John was still alive. The flames had yet to extinguish. But a voice emerged from the smoke, John's voice. Yes, we have Captain John. Captain John still lives. We have Captain John. He was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Captain John, show that monstrous dragon your might. In the Grand Line, those with devil fruit abilities are not uncommon, and most who traverse its waters are well aware of their powers. However, this is the South Blue, where some pirates may never have ventured beyond their native shores. The legendary devil fruit is something they have likely never even heard of. To some, Kaido's massive dragon form is merely a beast, while their Captain John is their dragon-slaying hero. While some continued to flee, many others halted, raising their voices in a chorus calling John's name. John, too, caught sight of the assailant, the airborne Kaido, and his expression narrowed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead uncontrollably. Enough of this incessant noise. Ants should recognize their insignificance. The crowd's cries seemed to enrage Kaido, whose conqueror-esque haki radiated from him, enveloping the entire naval branch. Regardless of whether they were mere fodder or those previously mentioned by the pirate with a bounty in the millions, they all collapsed en masse under Kaido's overwhelming presence, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes in a state of unconsciousness. Only those who had not ceased their flight retained some clarity. Yet even they wore expressions of confusion and disbelief, unaware of the events unfolding around them. Arceus leaped down from Kaido's flame cloud, his physical condition remaining relatively intact. As Kaido unleashed his haki, he lowered his altitude, creating a large crater upon impact, yet he suffered no other adverse effects. Where's the real Captain John? He could sense the aroma of fear emanating from his target. Merely based on this, he concluded that this could not possibly be the infamous John. While John's substantial bounty was related to his conduct, his strength was formidable. After all, he had been an officer aboard the Rocks pirates 5 years prior. Kaido's earlier attack had been little more than a playful gesture. If even such an assault could not be countered, this individual could not possibly be John. He merely wished to understand the relationship between this John and the true Captain John. What are you saying? I am John. The mere ability of a devil fruit user should not warrant such arrogance. To John, this strange talking creature was merely an animal-type user, and at that moment, Kaido had transformed into his human form and landed on the ground. Do you still remember me, John? Kaido, is that not an old friend? Long time no see. Why must you appear in such a manner? This remark from an old acquaintance cast a shadow over Kaido's countenance. While there were indeed individuals aboard the Rock's pirates with whom he had amiable relations, his connection with John was certainly not among them. This implies that they have misidentified the person. Old friend? Well, let us experience the concern of an old acquaintance. Kaido's countenance darkened significantly. He was inherently emotional and had always been capricious. For Arceus, misidentification was merely a matter of searching again. The stone tablets were intact and could not be destroyed. Although they had erred in their search, his emotions remained relatively stable. Kaido, however, was different. During his time aboard the ship, he had dreamt of leading a legion of mythical beasts into a monumental war. Ultimately, to discover that he had been misled by a counterfeit, unable to find the true John, meant he could not locate the treasure of rocks. Without the treasure, the whereabouts of the stone tablet remained elusive, and without the tablet, his dealings would falter, pushing his dreams further from his grasp. For a pirate, what could be more grievous than the thwarting of his aspirations? Kaido grasped his spiked club, which had hung from his belt in dragon form, a testament to the quality of his belt. You are John, aren't you? Now, let us see if you can withstand this. Thunderous 8 trigrams. It was indeed peculiar that the crew under Rocks had not clashed with one another. Had it not been for Rock's overwhelming strength, those beasts would never have gathered together. The result was a crew devoid of cohesion, faced with dire peril. Most had opted to scatter, or else Rocks would not have been so easily vanquished. Despite the lack of significant discord between Kaido and John, their relationship was hardly amicable. This strike could be endured even by John from 5 years prior. The club, imbued with haki, descended upon John's head, relentlessly targeting him despite his attempts to evade it. In desperation, he raised his blade to parry Kaido's assault. Yet, upon the collision of the cutlass and the spiked club, an unimaginable force surged through the blade into his wrist. The blade, crafted from an unknown material, astonishingly did not shatter under Kaido's might. But he could not maintain his grip, and it slipped from his hand under the oppressive force. This fellow possesses no mastery of the blade. His grip appeared awkward, and there was a glaring disparity in strength between his left and right hands, betraying a lack of proficiency in dual wielding. Quinn and Jean commented on John's performance. Neither were swordsmen themselves. Though Quinn bore 2 swords, he was more adept at utilizing a variety of unconventional weapons. As for Jean, his blade served merely as a tool for combat, devoid of fixed techniques. To their eyes, John seemed utterly inept with weaponry. Do you not find him somewhat peculiar? His movements are markedly stiff compared to a typical person. While Quinn and Jean were focused on the clash of arms, Shayna perceived a dissonance in John's physical structure. He resembled not a living being, but rather a puppet. Meanwhile, an unusual occurrence transpired on Kaido's end. After John's weapon slipped from his grasp, the spiked club struck his head and then crashed into the ground. Yet Kaido felt something was amiss. The object he had struck felt more akin to wood than flesh. As the dust settled, no blood was evident on the ground, only fragments of an indeterminate material interspersed with bone-like white objects, alongside a mask shattered into pieces. A substitute? A user of powers? Observing the puppet revert to its true form, Kaido was baffled by the unfolding events. Realizing that the tenuous lead he had found now appeared to have vanished, Quinn approached without hesitation, retrieving the remnants from the ground for examination. This appears to be a humerus, seemingly dried and pieced together through some unusual means. Yet, how could such a thing possess the ability to speak? Kaido chose to ignore Quinn's analysis and advance towards the base ahead. Although the puppet had vanished, he sensed a unique aura lingering within the premises. At that moment, those pirates who had succumbed to his conqueror's haki began to rise again, albeit with vacant, rolling eyes, as if under some external control. A throng of pirates surged at the base's entrance, showing no intention of allowing Kaido entry. Simultaneously, the base's intercom blared to life. Kaido, what business does a pirate like you have in this place? Huh? Why should I concern myself with your lurking presence? I merely seek that fellow John. What is your relationship with him? Bring him forth, or inform me of his whereabouts. I have no interest in you. If this was merely someone impersonating John, it was implausible for them to leave traces of similar attacks behind. Furthermore, the attire of this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to John's, suggesting a familiarity with his social connections, indicative of a premeditated scheme. Kaido's voice, though not loud, elicited a response from the other party, hinting at a unique method of communication. Seeking John are we? Perhaps you might find me first. Truly, the pirates of the Four Seas are nothing but a collection of inept fools. This serves to highlight their true value. The surroundings teemed with people, swarming towards Kaido and his companions like a horde of zombies. Quinn, Jean, Shayna, and even a number of pirates gathered around Arceus. Yet, before Arceus could engage, two figures, one clad in red and the other in gray, propelled the nearby pirates away, forming an impenetrable barrier of flame and rock. I have not yet sunk to such depths. Lord Holy Beast, if anyone could approach you with such ease, it would be a true disgrace to us. You need not lift a finger. Jean and I shall handle them. At this moment, an ill-timed voice echoed from behind. Hey, could you two at least announce your departure? Your sudden disappearance has left me in quite a predicament. Quinn transformed into a colossal tropical dragon, as some of the audacious pirates began to climb up his legs. The abrupt exit of Jean and Shayna forced Quinn to confront an overwhelming number of pirates. Although they were merely cannon fodder, they posed a significant nuisance. Especially since he was not equipped with heavy weaponry, and his internal arsenal was yet to be replenished with ammunition. The potential of the tropical dragon remained untapped, leaving him reliant solely on brute strength to engage in combat. Meanwhile, the voice from the broadcast continued to taunt. Kaido, you are nothing more than an apprentice. Cease your arrogance. You are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of manpower. Manpower? What good is such a worthless commodity? How naive can you be? Kaido propelled himself into the air, transforming into his hybrid form. Third act, Indra's descent. He swung a metal rod downwards, not targeting the pirates, but rather the buildings within the naval base. The pirates, brimming with bravado and fearlessness, were utterly incapable of stopping Kaido, who disregarded them entirely. He demolished the building, creating a gaping hole that led to the basement of the naval base, where a solitary figure sat cross-legged, meticulously carving a mask. Upon witnessing Kaido's entrance, the figure's face displayed an expression of bewilderment. I've found you. Your presence among this rabble is as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Every individual's essence possesses subtle differences, and Fujitora, with his vast perceptive abilities, could discern these nuances. Although he could not identify each person by sight, he could differentiate them even in total darkness. Kaido's observation haki had not developed in this direction. Yet the ability to perceive the strength of individuals was a fundamental aspect of observation haki. With further development, it allowed for a rough assessment of an opponent's prowess. Despite the presence of multiple essences within the building, one relatively powerful essence mingling among the weak pirates was impossible for Kaido to overlook. How can you be so oblivious to such basic knowledge, despite being aware of so much else? I will ask you one last time. Where's John? The distinct scars outside bear his signature. He must have been here. Where has he gone now? The figure remained silent, instead raising the mask to cover his face. Adorned with a pair of demonic horns, the mask bore an abstract resemblance to Kaido. I am the user of the drama fruit. Your powers will ultimately serve my purpose. Upon donning the mask, the figure underwent a transformation, becoming a likeness of Kaido, not in his hybrid form, but in his human form. The drama fruit grants its user theatrical abilities. Previously unconscious pirates resembled puppets under the influence of his power, puppet play, within the confines of his stage. He could manipulate others as puppets for a grand performance. However, the stronger the individual, the more challenging they were to control. Even someone of Quinn's caliber could not be easily manipulated. Nonetheless, puppet play emphasizes quantity over quality. He initially intended to sow chaos within the Navy by causing infighting upon their arrival, but fate had him utilize it on the pirates instead. Kaido had unwittingly assisted him. Had the pirates not been incapacitated, controlling such a multitude of puppets would have been nearly impossible. Moreover, the manipulation of puppets could only occur within the confines of the stage, which he had established by transforming the base into his theatrical realm. John, at the center of the stage, was his theatrical doppelganger. Using the mask he carved, he could create duplicates that mirrored the one depicted. Though achieving such fidelity required blood or body parts from the original, the mask he now wore represented another application of his abilities, dramatic embodiment. The theatrical doppelganger could sense the enemy's strength, while the original could craft masks based on the feedback from the doppelganger. When the original donned the mask, he would gain the power sensed by the doppelganger, provided he had experienced that strength within a few hours. However, he could only acquire physical strength. If the opponent was a user of a fruit, he could not replicate their abilities. In essence, he was currently using the mask to imitate Kaido's strength to confront Kaido himself. Props. With the utterance of these words, a Kaido-style kanabo appeared in his hand. Within his stage, he could summon the necessary props for his performance, weapons included. Kaido's actions took him by surprise, realizing he could not replicate the fruit's abilities. Kaido reverted from his hybrid form. A disguise? No wonder you could impersonate John. Let me see just how far your imitation goes. He not only impersonated John but also seemed to possess a vague understanding of certain things that only John should know, such as his status as an apprentice, yet remained oblivious to the relationship between John and Kaido. This indicates that he has encountered John. Kaido sought to pry open his lips to extract information about John, while also wishing to experience firsthand what it feels like to engage in battle with himself. After a brief exchange of blows, the smile on Kaido's face faded, replaced by a sense of disappointment. What a letdown. Is this fellow merely mimicking the force of a blow? Even the false Kaido can unleash Thunderbagwa. Yet the strength exhibited is merely that which Kaido employed when attacking the foe John. There is no enhancement whatsoever. After several rounds of confrontation, he could certainly discern the true nature of the situation. Most importantly, this individual's mastery of haki is woefully inadequate. His superficial use of armament haki hardly merits the title of Thunderbagwa. It would be more fitting to call it Thunder One Bagwa. The abilities appear peculiar. Yet the combat prowess of the entity is notably feeble. This is Kaido's assessment. Ultimately, Kaido lost interest in this tedious farce. Come, let us experience what true Thunderbagwa is. A colossal humanoid imprint was left upon the ruins of the base building, while the other pirates lay incapacitated on the ground. Upon losing consciousness, the abilities of the ability user also ceased to function. When the user of the drama fruit fell into a stupor, this theatrical performance would come to a close. Surely, this fellow cannot be dead. No, I have held back. He should possess knowledge of John's whereabouts. Kaido is exceptionally experienced in bringing individuals to the brink of death, and he executes it with remarkable ease. Arceus and the others did not linger at this base, but instead departed with the unconscious individual from Branch 277, conveniently seizing a patrol boat, leaving behind a sea of unconscious pirates. The previously swift pirates had already set sail, having come together for their own gain. It would indeed be strange not to flee at the first sign of danger. As dusk fell, Queen navigated the expansive waters aboard the vessel. Though this ship could not compare to the large warships of the headquarters that accommodate over 800 personnel, it was indeed far more spacious than Queen's previous small boat. Such vessels are relatively easy to maneuver, and a mere 2 or 3 individuals can manage to operate them. Even if they were to be given a large warship, they would lack the sufficient manpower to navigate it. Within the patrol ship, there exists a prison designed for the confinement of pirates, and that individual is currently restrained within, shackled by sea-stone handcuffs. Owing to Kaido's restraint, he is gradually regaining consciousness. Lord Beast, Brother Kaido, we have uncovered the identity of that fellow. He is this year's supernova, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Death Actor, Pre-Elter. The simplest method to ascertain a pirate's identity is to peruse the Navy's wanted notices, which are typically cataloged in a booklet aboard warships, detailing the wanted criminals of recent years. This information was provided by Kaido. When boarding the ship, he was not very familiar with the Navy's patrol vessels. While Quinn was still exploring the structure, Kaido accurately identified the location of every compartment on board, the holding cell, the armory, and especially the kitchen. He was completely aware of their positions. The reason for his knowledge stemmed from having been on such ships several times before, making him well acquainted with their layout. This type of vessel was Kaido's favorite in his earlier years. Ample provisions and weak crew members allowed for a pretense of capture. One could enjoy a sumptuous buffet and leave once satisfied. The booklet he had seen during a previous capture had provided him with critical information, which he promptly utilized. Prwell's abilities were formidable, possessing a rudimentary mastery of haki, distinguishing him from the ordinary. Hence, Jean had been poring over wanted posters, which ultimately led to a target. At this moment, Quinn was at the helm, Shayna was in the ship's kitchen preparing food, while Jean and Arceus stood outside the holding cell. The sound of chains rattling echoed as Prwell struggled upon awakening. This man was surely privy to valuable information. Kaido kicked open the door to the holding cell, and the setting sun cast its last rays into the cabin, illuminating his bandaged face. Kaido showed no restraint, dragging Prwell onto the deck, with his disfigured visage a testament to his tenacity. Speak. Where's John? Kaido's kanabo smashed into the floor, creating a deep crater, splintering wood that even struck Jin's face. Kaido, be careful not to damage the ship. Do not fret, there are plenty of such ships. We can always seize another. Despite Kaido's pressing inquiries, Prwell remained silent and instead issued threats against him. You bastards! I am a valued recruit of Captain John. You will not escape his wrath when he arrives. Kaido. I know you. You're merely an intern. You cannot possibly rival Captain John. You seem to misunderstand the situation. Observing Prylt's continued arrogance post-awakening, Kaido resolved to enlighten him. Just as he prepared to let Prylt experience the sensation of his kanabo, Jean intervened. Jean, what are you doing? Brother Kaido, allow me to handle this. I possess a method to extract the truth from him. For reasons unknown, Arceus detected an unsettling emotion in Jin's gaze, prompting him to request that Kaido and Arceus vacate the holding cell. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, its light faded into tranquility. Quinn dropped anchor, halting the ship amidst a rocky area that posed a danger of collision under the cloak of night. Upon leaving the helm in search of sustenance, he was alerted by the anguished cries emanating from below deck and noticed Kaido wearing an amused expression. Is that the sound of that guy's screams? What transpired? Jean was in the midst of interrogating him. Kaido replied nonchalantly. To him, it was inconsequential. After some time, the cries transitioned from horrific to feeble, eventually fading into the background. Jean emerged from the holding cell. Lord Bestial, he is willing to speak now. You may inquire as you wish. I must take my leave for a moment. Wiping the blood from his hands, Jean departed for the deck, casting a glance at Quinn that bore a hint of menace. Wow, is Jean a bit of a sadist? Brother Kaido, you should be cautious around him in the future. Quinn peered inside, and even he, accustomed to various experiments, could only describe Prylt's condition as tragic. His arms were grotesquely twisted, his face charred, and stones had pierced his shoulder blades, with blood splattered everywhere, narrating the horrors that had transpired. However, Jin's methods were surprisingly adept, avoiding fatal injuries and inflicting only terrifying wounds. Human modification requires an intimate understanding of anatomy. Thus Quinn immediately discerned Jin's actions. Quinn, tend to his wounds. You and Kaido can interrogate him first, and I shall return later to check for any oversights. What do you intend to do, Lord Arceus? Quinn, not being of Lunaria descent, found the title of Lord Bestial peculiar. In truth, Arceus had informed Jean and Shayna that they could address him by name, yet they declined. Quinn, however, initially desired to address him as brother like Kaido, but refrained due to the dangerous glances from Shayna and Jean, opting instead for a respectful form of address. I will check on Jean. He appears somewhat off. Anyone could conduct an interrogation, and it would be more convenient for Kaido to inquire, as he had greater insight into John's information. Yet, Jean and Shayna were his closest subordinates, and he was more concerned about their well-being. Were it not for his current incomplete powers and the need to conserve energy, he could have endowed them with superior abilities, but that was a matter for another time. On the deck, Jean leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Abel, you seem troubled. I am not, Lord Bestial. You worry too much. Your emotions are etched upon your face. There are no outsiders here. Harboring your feelings within does no good. Speaking them can be quite liberating. If you truly wish to remain silent, so be it. Jean fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Lord Bestial, do you know that I am not skilled in interrogation? Then what was that just now? I merely replicated upon him what those at the research facility had done to me. I tested the speed of recovery by breaking bones, the regeneration of blood by draining it, and the effects and toxicity of unknown substances through injection. I endured harsh conditions of cold, heat, and dehydration. These were all experiences I faced during my time in the facility. Some thoughts he had buried deep within, contemplating alone, but once the topic arose, it became impossible to halt. For Jean, Arceus was not only the sacred entity venerated by the Lunaria people, but also an elder to whom he could confide his innermost thoughts. These words resemble complaints. He too feels that confiding in the divine beast is rather inappropriate. Yet, upon the vast ocean, he can no longer find a familiar elder. Uncle Ludo has vanished, having diverted the Navy's attention. Brother Avanisha perished alongside a band of pirates, and Aunt Imola met her demise at the hands of the CP agents of the world government. What transgressions have we committed? Since the day of our birth, we have been members of the Lunaria tribe, having done nothing to deserve this fate. Yet, ordinary people seek to exchange us for bounty, and the world government desires to exploit us for research, yearning for greater power. That pirate endured less than a quarter of an hour, while Shane and I suffered through such torment for a full 6 months. Jean recounted the harrowing experiences he had endured. The fading of those names signified the loss of loved ones, including his and Shane's parents. The agony inflicted by the prolonged experiments was excruciating, as unknown substances coursed through his veins, penetrating every corner of his body. sending waves of bone-deep pain through his skin. He even forgot how he managed to endure. His heart held but a singular thought: he must survive. He yearned for vengeance. And he sought a land where the Lunaria people could live freely. These are the sentiments he has buried deep within his heart. He often bears considerable pressure. And in his dreams, he is perpetually haunted by familiar smiles and loathsome faces. This is also the reason behind the fierce glint in his eyes when he gazed at Quinn. He harbors no fondness for any of the researchers at that institution. Even though Quinn's project bears little relation to them, the flames of his inner turmoil blaze fiercely, causing cracks to form on the ship's railing under the pressure of his grasp. The sea breeze stirs the spray from the waves, carrying unknown droplets to the feet of Ash, dampening that patch of deck. He has witnessed innumerable betrayals and conspiracies, the terrifying nature of greed, and has endured countless battles and escapes. All of this combined can easily overshadow one critical aspect: age. At this moment, Ash is merely 14 years old, while Shayna is a few months his junior, having recently celebrated her own 14th birthday in that stark research facility, lying on a cold experimental table. They are but two adolescents, yet they bear burdens far beyond their years. My apologies, revered beast, for burdening you with my trivial complaints. It is unseemly to dwell on such matters. It is of no consequence. A heavy heart is not a blessing. However, Shayna, come here. You have been eavesdropping for quite some time, have you not? Arceus did not turn around, yet spoke with assuredness, for even with the loss of most of his tablets, his physical senses remained remarkably acute. No, revered beast, I merely wish to call Ash for dinner. Must there be tears for that? And Abel, your own tears have already fallen. I only prepared a small amount of curry, having been stung by the onions. That is merely seawater, revered beast. Both of them held their own reasons to refute such notions, yet at the tender age of 14, having lost all their kin, how could they not feel sorrow upon reflection? Shayna, Abel, heed my words. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Everything they owe to the Lunaria must be returned in full, with interest. I, in the name of Arceus, assure you that you shall once again witness the glory of Lunaria blazing across the red earth. The faithful worship their deity, who in turn responds. In the past, he bestowed power upon the Lunaria for his own purposes, and the Lunaria, in their loyalty, guarded him until the last. Even when only Ash and Shayna remained, they did not falter. Their sacrifices warrant a promise. The flames behind the two illuminated the deck, and at that moment, within the flames of Lunaria, nourished by hope, a new spark ignited. Arceus played the role of a confidant, allowing the two to express their emotions. However, the matter was far from resolved. Ash's demeanor suggested something was amiss. The shadows of childhood can sometimes remain unhealed throughout one's life. What they have experienced is no longer merely a shadow. At an age that should be brimming with youth, they have encountered the darkness of the world, which may very well lead to future corruption. Abel, what was that expression you wore after the interrogation? Revered beast, I cannot quite articulate that feeling. Nevertheless, I felt a sense of relief afterward. Psychological stress disorder is evident. Ash has clearly been left with emotional scars after his experiences, and he projects his suffering onto others. Through the act of interrogation, he finds a means to alleviate the pressure within his heart. This provides a reasonable explanation for why Quinn refers to Jean as someone with a perverse inclination to interrogate others. Without the assistance of Arceus, Shayna would have perished within the confines of the research facility, and it is not particularly surprising that Jin's psyche has become distorted after losing all of his kin. Jean regards such actions as a means of emotional release. While appropriate venting is acceptable, one must not wallow in such feelings. It is imperative to maintain control over one's body rather than allowing one's consciousness to be governed by it. This world is inherently brutal, and the Great Mother cannot thrive here. In other words, the fate of captured enemies bears little consequence if it serves as an outlet for Jin's emotions. It maximizes its value, provided he does not descend into a state where he finds discomfort without interrogating others. Rest now. Feel free to share whatever is on your mind. The time is nearly upon me to check on Kaido and the others. After enduring Jin's methods, Prylert divulged everything he knew with the ease of pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The South Sea Navy branch was indeed destroyed by John, and he had indeed visited the South Sea, though he departed long ago. In fact, the collapse of the Navy branch occurred even earlier than reported. His fruit's powers merely staged a theatrical performance that delayed the revelation. I encountered Captain John in the Sabaody archipelago. He valued my strength, inviting me to join his pirate crew in issuing this directive. He instructed me to impersonate him here to recruit crew members, drawing the attention of both the Navy and other pirates while he sought the true treasure. Hey, "You dramatic fool, we are not interested in your experiences with John. What we want to know is, where exactly is John? Do you understand?" Quinn expressed his growing impatience after listening to him speak at length without any useful information. "Should I fetch that perverse lad to discuss this with you again?" "No, please don't. By the way, Captain John gave me something. Possessing it will surely lead to him. It's a small piece of paper hidden in the lining of my hat." Quinn tore open his hat, revealing a paper fluttering northward. "This is John's life card? Brother Kaido, with this, finding John will be much easier." Brew, 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 brew. At that moment, the previously discovered phone bug began to emit a sound. When answering the call, it is crucial to discern what to say and what to withhold. Quinn placed the phone bug before Prielter, revealing a similarly dangerous smile. However, when the voice from the other end of the line came through, no one anticipated that Prielter harbored quite a few secrets. "Prielter, this is Spandam. Zephyr's fleet will arrive at Division 277 in 2 days. You must leave there promptly, understood?" "Yes, I understand." Your manner of speaking is rather peculiar. What on earth happened there? Why has no information been relayed back from anyone else?" "There was a brawl among the pirates. Perhaps the individuals you dispatched have been injured. Prielter, you had better be honest. The treasure of rocks is not something a person like you can attain. Zephyr is approaching swiftly. Do not fall into his grasp." As Spandam's voice faded, he severed the connection, and a more perilous smile graced Quinn's face. "Oh, it seems you haven't told the whole truth." No, wait. I just haven't finished speaking. You haven't even inquired about this matter. Now you can speak candidly. Why do you have contact with Spandam from CP9? Spandam, the father of Spandam, is the current commander of CP9. Although the world government only officially acknowledges CP1 to CP8, CP9 and CP0 are not secrets to those of considerable power. Individuals like Quinn, with extensive experience in illicit research groups, are certainly well informed. Furthermore, when Vegapunk was forcibly recruited by the government, the leader of that operation was none other than Spandam. It is indeed suspicious for a pirate, particularly one who has only recently set sail, to maintain connections with both the world government and a notorious pirate. Under the terror instilled by Jane, Prielter finally divulged everything. He had been arrested even before reaching the Sabaody archipelago. Originally, he would have been sent to the underwater prison. Impelled down, but he encountered Spandam. After the extinction of the Rocks pirates, the seas did not return to tranquility. Given the current policies of the world government, the eradication of pirates is impossible, and the prevailing chaos in the seas is a consequence of their negligence. Rocks was akin to a colossal chain, forcibly binding the monsters of the sea together. His defeat signified the complete dissolution of that restraint. Today, a substantial portion of the monsters in the New World were once crew members of Rocks. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. They nearly dominate half of the New World. They harbor no fear of pirates or their formidable powers. Their concern lies in the unpredictable actions of these pirates, reminiscent of Rocks in his time. Rocks' ambitions were well known. Yet no one anticipated that he would directly strike against the celestial dragons to prevent the emergence of another madman like Rocks. The CP divisions of the world government have begun to insert undercover agents among pirates to provide timely feedback on such situations. This was Prilert's original mission, to enter the New World and join the ranks of a pirate, periodically relaying intelligence. A portion of his bounty was deliberately inflated by Spandam. Although Spandam's abilities are not particularly remarkable, his connections within the world government are immensely powerful. After all, he managed to elevate his inept son, Spandam, to the position of CP9 commander. Later, Prilert encountered John in the Sabaody archipelago and was once again overwhelmed. In the first half of the Grand Line, those who relied solely on the powers of devil fruits could easily dominate, with the natural type holding an exceptionally elevated status. To those just venturing into the sea, the natural type seemed synonymous with invincibility. However, upon reaching the fiercely competitive New World, where hockey became prevalent, those who depended solely on their fruit abilities were often met with harsh consequences. Prilert's use of the Paramecia-type fruit left his physical abilities lacking, as he could simulate powers with his mask and amass an army of puppets. Thanks to these capabilities and Spandam's machinations, he initially navigated the first half of the Grand Line with ease. John dealt him a significant blow, forcing him to confront the brutal realities of the pirate world. And in that moment, he regretted setting sail. Nevertheless, John's interest in Prilert's mask abilities led to his recruitment under John's banner. At this juncture, Prilert was filled with trepidation. prompting him to express to Spandam his reluctance to enter the new world and mention John's involvement. To his surprise, Spandam proposed a new condition. If Prylert could infiltrate John's pirate crew and uncover clues to the treasure, the world government would revoke his bounty, allowing him to reclaim his status as a lawful citizen. Many coveted the Rock's treasure, including the world government. It belonged to the entire Rock's pirate crew. And anything worthy of Rock's attention could not be trivial coins but rather treasures of immense value. However, aside from rescuing the celestial dragons and defeating Rocks during the God Valley incident, little else was gained, and Rock's treasure vanished without a trace, leaving the world government puzzled about its whereabouts. Survivor accounts indicated that this wealth was likely connected to John. Yet, even so, they did not pursue the matter vigorously. John's elusive presence, coupled with his challenging abilities, rendered the search a significant drain on resources. He was the only pirate in the New World without a fixed territory, constantly seeking or seizing treasures. Additionally, much of Rock's treasure was pilfered from the vaults of affiliated nations. If the discovery of this treasure became widely known, it would undoubtedly need to be returned to its rightful kingdoms. However, if found discreetly, not only would the treasure belong to the world government, but Spandam would also gain considerable benefits, which is why he presented this request to Prylert. In pursuit of a return to ordinary life, Prylert accepted John's invitation. Subsequently, John personally attacked the Navy outpost in the South Sea, transforming Prylert to resemble him and disseminating information about recruiting for John's Grand Fleet. John was aware that many had their eyes on him. The Rock's treasure represented a fortune that could drive anyone to madness, and wealth was merely the most mundane aspect of it. The aim was to capture everyone's attention while he seized the opportunity to locate those treasures. Rox was a pirate, not a mobile bank. During his travels, he did not carry all his treasures with him, much like the green pepper of the flower country, who hid all his riches within the ever-frozen ice continent. Only a small portion was aboard Rock's vessel. The majority of his wealth was concealed in locations known solely to him, and he understood well that few among his crew could be trusted. Each possessed their own ambitions, and should the constraints he imposed be lifted, those ambitions would inevitably surface. It took John 5 years to discover the clues to Rock's treasure, leading him to Hakanosu in search of a crucial lead. Prylert was aware only of this. He knew John had obtained a piece of information, as John had shared much knowledge with him to aid in his disguise. Prylert had replicated his abilities. Ordinary pirates were no match for him, while formidable monsters predominantly resided in the New World, making a return to the South Sea a time-consuming endeavor even for those who could fly. Moreover, established pirates would be cautious, unwilling to provoke him directly. Should Prylert inadvertently attract them, it would serve his interests. Only those who had once sailed with Rocks could discern this vulnerability, yet they were all in the New World. And there was one right beside him. He never anticipated encountering the anomaly that was Kaido in the South Sea. Yes, the information aligns. Quinn, dispose of him. Wait. I haven't lied. I've told you everything. Why are you doing this? Since when did you develop such delusions? Even when Jean interrogated you. He never uttered that phrase. Kaido scoffed. Though separated by a door, it hardly hindered the enhanced hearing of his observation haki. Wait. I can be your informant enough. You are utterly untrustworthy, and your weakness is unappealing to me. Quinn, throw him into the sea. For a fruit user, sinking into the ocean essentially meant a death sentence. A regular person would need to be bound by stones to submerge, but for a user, this step could be entirely bypassed. Once submerged, they would automatically enter a weakened state and be unable to swim. However, as Quinn prepared to cast him into the sea, he encountered Arceus, who had come to assess the situation. What are you doing? He is of no further use. He has revealed all he knows. Brother Kaido instructed me to deal with him. So you plan to simply toss him into the sea? Ah, he is a fruit user. Isn't this straightforward? How can you be so callous? Arceus' words instilled a flicker of hope in Prylert, yet what followed dashed that hope. What if he possesses fishman blood and can breathe underwater? What if a large fish swallows him, only for him to be caught later? If we are to dispose of a person, let us ensure it's done thoroughly, confirm his death before discarding him. Erasing witnesses without ensuring their demise is a grave error, especially considering he is a seasoned traitor. The events at Katra Island contradict his morals. I have no interest in Prylert's fate. Just make sure Quinn handles it cleanly. The outcome remained unchanged, merely adding steps, such as severing his head before casting him into the sea. Following that, Arceus inspected the scant fruits in the kitchen. Once a fruit user dies, their fruit will randomly regenerate somewhere in the world. If fortune smiled upon them, it might even reappear nearby. Perhaps he could acquire a randomly generated magical backpack. But it proved that none aboard this ship possessed such luck. The fruits remained unchanged, yet as Arceus looked at them, a question arose. At that moment, Quinn approached and picked up an apple, having increased his fruit intake to cultivate better-tasting bananas. Quinn, devil fruits can randomly inhabit other fruits, correct? That is indeed the case. Is there a problem? A certain individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, while indulging in fruit, inadvertently bites into a specimen that has undergone a peculiar transformation, allowing its juices to flow into his mouth. This scenario raises intriguing possibilities. It is well known that consuming 2 devil fruits results in catastrophic consequences. And the capricious nature of these fruits, which can randomly regenerate, is also a widely acknowledged fact. However, the intersection of these two phenomena presents a rather alarming prospect. Though the odds of such an occurrence are slim, the potential is not entirely absent. Contemplating the fruit in his hand, Quinn hesitates momentarily. He then retrieves a small knife and meticulously slices the fruit open, reasoning that even if the fruit were to regenerate, it would only do so from the intact specimen, ensuring his safety. Henceforth, Quinn resolves to cut even grapes before consumption, abandoning the practice of eating them whole. Now that they have a navigational course, new challenges arise. The life card can indicate direction and even reveal the owner's vital condition, yet it fails to convey distance. They remain unaware of how long it will take to locate John. Prylert merely mentioned that John is situated in the first half of the Grand Line, but did not disclose his precise whereabouts. Nevertheless, they have established a direction, and the patrol vessel continues its journey across the Grand Line. 2 days later, the fleet dispatched by the Navy headquarters has thoroughly sealed off the waters surrounding Kachura Island, gradually tightening the encirclement. The reason for such a prolonged effort lies in the expansion of this net of containment. The assembled pirates stood no chance against the elite fleet of the headquarters, being thoroughly exterminated in a remarkably short span of time. Due to Kaido's overwhelming presence, most were oblivious to the actual events that transpired. A handful could not articulate the situation clearly. They merely caught a glimpse of a colossal dragon, while the true instigator, John, had vanished without a trace. However, the Navy circulated reports of a resounding victory, claiming that John had fled in disgrace. In a day when the Navy's honor faced provocation, they desperately needed a tale of triumph. Numerous pirates were escorted to various prisons, many of whom lacked even the qualification to enter Impel Down. Zifa, still the merciful admiral, found that Kaido had dealt the most devastating blows to these pirates. Spandam was the first to learn of the news, and the disappearance of Purity led him to believe that the latter had accompanied John in his flight. Under his direction, a cadre of agents commenced the search for their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Arceus and his companions lingered near an island, where Queen had dismantled their original small vessel, transforming the Navy's patrol ship. They were nearing the doldrums, a region where navigation by sail would prove impossible, prompting him to enhance the vessel with new propulsion devices. Arceus gazed out at the vast expanse of the doldrums, feeling a stirring sensation that compelled his attention, something that moved within the depths of the sea. The only entity capable of evoking such a feeling was the stone tablet. However, a mix of anger accompanied his emotions, for he sensed that something had absconded with his tablet. His mastery over the tablet extended only within a certain range. It was now within his perceptive grasp, yet beyond his control. Kaido, it is time to act. What is it? I sense the presence of the tablet. It lies somewhere upon the sea. That entity is lurking nearby. Kaido, with his observation haki fully activated, failed to detect any presence. His focus did not lie in range, and his perceptive abilities were merely average. At this moment, he gained a fresh understanding of Arceus's perceptive prowess. Nonetheless, this did not impede his actions. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he soared into the skies, following the direction indicated by Arceus, while Shayna and the others remained bewildered by the unfolding events. The figures of Kaido and Arceus soon vanished from sight, while Queen continued diligently modifying the ship, with the new propulsion system nearly complete. His demands for assistance now exceeded even those of Kaido, as he urgently sought someone of lesser status to assist him. He found himself unable to command anyone aboard the vessel, and due to technical constraints, he simultaneously occupied the roles of ship's doctor, navigator, helmsman, researcher, combatant, handyman, and musician, with only Shayna managing the kitchen. Initially, the kitchen had been under Queen's purview, but as a devoted sweet-toothed individual, he prepared copious amounts of sweet rice cake soup, which soon became overwhelming, leading to Shayna taking over. As Shayna and Jean installed the external propulsion devices outside the ship, they heard Arceus's voice and witnessed Kaido taking flight. We are still too weak. If Jin's psyche had undergone slight distortion, prompting him to vent emotions through interrogation. Shayna fared slightly better, yet she placed the pressure squarely upon herself. Weakness is original sin. This became her newfound understanding. If one is strong enough, they need not flee but can pull down those seated upon thrones. Yet presently, she felt too feeble, unable to assist Arceus further, forced to watch as they took matters into their own hands. We will grow stronger. We have time and the support of the sacred beast. In the past, even before the sacred beast hatched, it bestowed strength upon our kin, let alone now. That is due to the sacred beast's tablet. By the way, where exactly is that tablet we lost back then? It was already lost when we were born. However, if my memory serves me right, Brother Avanisha mentioned that the tablet was not lost but hidden on an island, with all those in the know long deceased. I believe it was an island abundant in gold. Indeed, but Brother Avanisha heard this from grandfather. An island rich in gold. That description is far too broad. Due to the world government's influence, they lived a transient existence. The escape routes of the Lunaria tribe spanned the seas and the Grand Line, with no place deemed safe. Relocation was a common occurrence. The Grand Line's most peculiar aspect was its ever-changing climate and island cultures. The previous island could be an advanced technological future world, while the next might be a prehistoric land teeming with dinosaurs. The seasonal changes bore no semblance of order, and the question of what constituted abundant gold remained equally ambiguous. Let us first complete the ship's modifications. Locating that John is our paramount concern. Agreed. The two lifted the massive external propulsion device, commencing reinforcement along the ship's perimeter. Meanwhile, under Arceus's guidance, Kaido soared erratically across the doldrums. To the east, approximately 2 kilometers. No, the target has changed direction, now to the south. Damn it, it's veered north again. I swear, if I catch this wretched thief. The target he pursued continued to dart aimlessly, its speed proving formidable. Kaido chased for an extended period before finally closing in, but the target remained relentless, only halting after an exhaustive pursuit. Eventually, Arceus and Kaido positioned themselves directly above the elusive entity. The night had descended completely, and the surface of the doldrums was shrouded in darkness. As Kaido lowered his altitude, the sea remained eerily vacant. Could it be that you misperceived? Impossible. It is right beneath us, simply submerged. Submerged? This is the doldrums. And below can only be the lair of the doldrums. Surely, what you're seeking has not been devoured by the Sea Kings. The vast ocean harbors unique creatures known as Sea Kings, colossal monsters often measuring dozens of meters, with some exceeding a kilometer in size. These behemoths possess not only immense physical stature, but also considerable intelligence. Among the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon wields the power to command these gargantuan beings. While formidable adversaries may easily confront them, to ordinary individuals and fleets, these Sea Kings pose a catastrophic threat. Some of these titans can even consume an entire island in one gulp. Though the brave may not fear the Sea Kings, this is contingent upon the creatures surfacing. In the depths of the ocean, no one dares to challenge these giants, as their proud vessels appear as mere toys in the eyes of such monsters. Not everyone possesses the audacity of Jack, who boldly approached the imposing figure before him. After 5 years, bolstered by the mythical Zoan fruit, Kaido has significantly strengthened since his days as an apprentice aboard the rock ship, yet he remains acutely aware of his limitations. Despite his tenacious vitality, the ocean remains his forbidden domain. As a user of powers, sinking to the ocean floor leaves him helpless, especially if the Sea Kings remain hidden in their lairs. However, he reassures himself that the situation is now under his control and resolves to descend in that direction. The calm belt may lack wind, but it is not devoid of islands. Some within boast abundant resources, albeit with considerable peril for entry and exit. Yet, solutions often outnumber difficulties. 9 Snake Island manages to traverse the calm belt thanks to its venomous serpents. Yet, the island Kaido descends upon is uninhabited, a mere desolate isle. As he enters his control zone, Arceus begins to summon his stone tablet back into position. The ocean's depths are not uniform. The seabed is uneven, with some regions plunging to depths of 10,000 meters, while others merely dip to 1,000. At this moment, approximately 3,000 meters below, the water begins to cloud, hinting at something rising. In the dim depths, a brilliant golden light emerges, gradually expanding until the entire seafloor is illuminated, resembling a new sun beneath the waves. As visibility improves, the form of a colossal anglerfish reveals itself. The radiant glow is not from the sun, but from the lure atop the creature's head. The anglerfish, colloquially known as the lanternfish, employs its bioluminescent lure to attract light-seeking organisms, serving as a fisherman of the deep. This particular specimen, however, is excessively large, dwarfing some islands. Sea kings can take on various forms, and it would not be surprising for one to sport the head of a giraffe or a rhinoceros. Anglerfish variants are considered quite ordinary. Its ascent is prompted by an internal pain. The most direct route between 2 points is a straight line. Arceus commands the stone tablet to fly directly towards him, unaware of its precise location. This flight may encounter obstacles, as is the case now, with the tablet lodged against the fish's stomach wall, forcing it to ascend. Although the 3-meter stone tablet is trivial compared to the creature, the discomfort from the stomach wall still irritates it. Rising will alleviate this pain, so under the tablet's influence, it begins to swim upward. The intelligence of sea kings surpasses that of ordinary marine beasts, making them notably clever, at least from the perspective of marine life. Kaido, it's coming out. Prepare yourself. Arceus warns. I see it. I happen to have a move for dealing with such a behemoth. Even without Arceus's words, the tumultuous sea surface and the glow in the depths have caught Kaido's attention. The massive sea king breaches the surface, its lure's radiance eclipsing the moonlight, revealing its crimson skin even in the dark. At this juncture, Arceus's control over the stone tablet strengthens significantly. Guided by Arceus, the tablet emerges from within the giant anglerfish, creating a wound comparable to a pinprick for such a colossal creature, which will soon heal due to its rapid self-repair capabilities. However, the emergence of the tablet causes it severe anguish, and upon being summoned, the tablet bursts forth with even greater brilliance, cleansing its exterior of impurities before soaring towards Arceus. Merging into him, the trail left by the tablet does not escape the notice of the giant sea king, its intelligence connecting its pain to the 2 diminutive figures before it. A fearsome roar erupts from the anglerfish, despite its resemblance. It has evolved significantly beyond the structure of a typical anglerfish, belonging instead to the realm of oceanic monstrosities. Its vast maw opens wide, with razor-sharp fangs akin to the size of the patrol vessel they once occupied, seemingly intending to devour the very island upon which they stand. Isn't it a tad oversized? Kaido muses, taken aback by the creature's enormity. With a swift motion, he spreads his legs and raises his kanabo against the anglerfish. Let's see how this works. Giant's technique. His muscles bulge as he swings the kanabo with tremendous force, unleashing a massive shockwave from his strike. Elbaf's spear, dominance. Elbaf, the realm of giants, boasts naturally colossal inhabitants who are formidable even without training, as each giant is innately a warrior. The technique of Elbaf's spear is a hallmark of the giant lineage, typically inaccessible to outsiders. Though unfamiliar with the giant's skills, Kaido has learned this powerful technique from Big Mom, who not only granted him the fish fruit, but also imparted this formidable skill. The giants also possess combined techniques. The blue Onidori and the red Onibragi can unleash a dominance attack capable of piercing an island-eating beast, akin to the anglerfish before them. Kaido too can collaborate with Big Mom to unleash a sea dominance, but the single-use dominance remains fundamental, and thus Kaido commands this giant's technique, both in technique and ability. Big Mom has significantly aided Kaido. Given her nature, their relationship may be more than mere camaraderie. However, Kaido has yet to reach his pinnacle, thus, while executing dominance, its impact is somewhat diminished, failing to obliterate the Sea King entirely. Instead, it merely creates a gaping wound upon the anglerfish, which, given the creature's vitality, remains alive and cognizant of the danger posed by these small beings, recognizing their lethal potential. As its immense form begins to sink, the anglerfish attempts to escape this perilous environment. Yet, its size hinders its descent, requiring considerable time to submerge. In this interval, it suffers an onslaught from Arceus's destructive light beam, receiving yet another penetrating wound. Amidst its anguished cries, the creature expels a considerable amount of debris from its gaping maw, revealing fragments of islands, while blood spurts from the openings in its body. It appears that it did not consume the stone tablet. Rather, while devouring an island, it fortuitously ingested the stone tablet that had fallen onto the land. The brilliance above remained dazzling. Yet this colossal anglerfish had already submerged into the profound depths of the ocean. The tablet was completely assimilated into its being, restoring the lost power once more. However, Kaido sensed a shift emanating from Arceus. When he absorbed the stone tablet, A dark and malevolent aura radiated from him, though it had since dissipated. Kaido was convinced his perception was accurate. That ominous presence, a fragment of my power, while not precisely what I yearn for at this moment, is still quite commendable. What he truly desired was the superpower, as the applications of superpowers in reality are vast. Whether in altering forms or utilizing telekinesis, their practicality is exceedingly high. Nevertheless, the stone tablet within this anglerfish possessed the characteristics of the malevolent type, which is why Kaido detected that fierce aura. With power restored to 318, each additional stone tablet signified mastery over an entire set of skills. The utility of malevolent abilities is also notable, albeit lacking the convenience of superpowers in daily life. Having secured the stone tablet, Kaido and Arceus returned to their original island, at which point, a lizard could be seen sprinting across the sea surface. On the nameless island, Kaido indulged in the remaining meager alcohol aboard the patrol ship, drinking it to the last drop. Arceus was also pleased to have located the stone tablet, and in his joy, he was inclined to drink. However, this often led to bouts of inebriation. To be frank, whether Kaido became intoxicated did not solely depend on the quantity of alcohol consumed, but rather on his desire to become so. If he wished to remain sober, numbing his nerves with alcohol would prove exceedingly difficult. Conversely, if he sought intoxication, a mere sip would suffice. At this moment, Kaido desired to experience the sensation of drunkenness, and the creatures inhabiting the island were destined for misfortune. The island's ecosystem formed a closed biological loop, yet the apex predators of the food chain had now become prey. Roasting, the most primitive method of cooking, with perfect timing and ample seasoning, renders the roasted fare palatable. The knowledge of outdoor living held little relevance for them. Aside from avoiding the accidental incineration of the entire island, danger was of minimal concern. Under the quietude of the night, the only sounds were the occasional crackles of burning wood, while at that moment, a figure swiftly approached the island from the sea. This was not through swimming or flying, but entirely through running on two legs, a green body, taller than a person, resembling a creature born of serpentine and lizard-like traits, with an elongated neck and an upright stance. It bore a resemblance to a dinosaur, sporting broad-webbed feet and a long tail that maintained its balance, enabling it to run swiftly across the ocean's surface. This is a creature known as the serpent monster lizard, an extraordinary being that ought to have been extinct long ago. Upon its back rests a simple saddle, upon which sits a little girl. She has cascading golden hair, adorned in a violet dress, with a modest red ribbon securing her hair. The Sea King occasionally consumes a considerable amount, serving as her source of provisions. Elizabeth, let us venture towards the light. I can scent the aroma of food. It's the fragrance of meat. I have lost track of how long it has been since I last tasted meat. As she spoke, saliva began to trickle from the corner of her mouth, a reaction mirrored by the lizard known as Elizabeth. This lizard possesses a gentle disposition, making it remarkably easy to tame. It enjoys a long lifespan and is omnivorous. However, its combat prowess is rather feeble. Typically, it subsists on a vegetarian diet or preys on small creatures. Yet, in its previous habitat, it could not find any small birds, for it had been residing within the cavernous stomach of a colossal anglerfish. The notion that such an enormous sea creature could consume islands is not to be taken lightly. This giant anglerfish harbored 3 stomachs, each containing a miniature island, and the girl was a survivor from one of these islands. The earlier attacks from Arceus and Kaido had pierced the creature's stomach, expelling numerous items. And it was during this chaos that she and the lizard seized the opportunity to escape, thanks to Elizabeth's ability to traverse the water's surface and her remarkable endurance. They successfully evaded the calms of the sea, moving with such subtlety that the lurking sea creatures below remained oblivious. Alternatively, those awakened sea beasts had turned their attention to the severely wounded anglerfish. After a considerable time traversing the water's surface, the girl and the lizard inadvertently found themselves near the island where Kaido and his companions were temporarily stationed, drawn in by the flickering flames and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. At the island's edge, the girl and the lizard believed themselves to be undetected. Little did they know that Jean, who was keeping watch on the ship, had spotted them the moment they emerged. He intended to seize the little creature directly, but was halted by Shayna, who had come to relieve him. "Why are you stopping me?" Jean whispered, oblivious to the fact that the girl, crawling forward, had already attracted the attention of the two on the ship. Most of the crew would not sleep aboard the vessel after it docked, no matter how well the ship was repaired. The gentle rocking of the waves made resting aboard a rare luxury for those accustomed to life at sea. For those who dwell upon the ocean, this was a widely accepted understanding, and the girl, being merely a child, had not contemplated such matters. It appeared she was drawn to the remnants of the roasted meat. Let her be. The pangs of hunger are not easily endured. Only those who have experienced such torment can truly grasp its depth, a suffering beyond articulation. The Lunaria people are tenacious in spirit, yet this does not exempt them from hunger. Rather, they possess a greater tolerance for it. Having endured a life on the run alongside their existence in a laboratory, they have tasted a myriad of hardships. Observing the young girl, Shayna felt a twinge of sympathy. However, compassion aside, she extinguished her flames and unfurled her wings to soar closer. You continue your watch. I shall ascertain her intentions. She would assist those she wished to help within her capabilities, but would not hesitate to eliminate any threat should the need arise. Arceus was not present. He was experimenting with the skills of the island's beasts, such as the malevolent provocation, which exhibited effects akin to those of rule-based abilities, proving exceedingly enigmatic. For instance, in the gaming realm, provocation incites anger in opponents, restricting them to only offensive skills for 3 turns. Yet, reality is not a turn-based game, and the effects of provocation are far more diverse. Currently, he was inciting some beasts into conflict among themselves. Once he located the grass-type emerald tablet, he intended to experiment with the technique known as grass knot. Should it be employed on a creature of Oz's stature, the outcome was uncertain. The greater the weight, the more damage inflicted by the technique. Yet its principle lies in tripping foes. It was unlikely that a giant would simply tumble and render itself unconscious. Perhaps, practice serves as the ultimate test of truth. Absent concrete experimentation, he could not ascertain specific outcomes, as the potential impacts of provocation exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, the girl and Elizabeth had reached the vicinity of the remaining grilled meat, filling their bellies to capacity. The inhabitants of this world evidently possess a stomach capacity that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and many boast equally sizable hearts. For instance, Kaido lay nearby, snoring contentedly. One heart remained undisturbed in slumber while another continued to feast. Have you had enough to eat? Enough. Who? Faced with this sudden inquiry, the girl hesitated for 3 seconds before sensing something amiss, just as Quinn, who had ventured out to hunt for a midnight snack, arrived on the scene. To expedite the modifications to the power device, he had been occupied with ship repairs, and now that his work was done, he sought something to eat. Shayna initially intended to let the girl satiate her hunger and depart swiftly. However, her presence, coupled with the sudden appearance of Quinn, seemed to startle her, prompting her to undertake an unimaginable act. She took Kaido, still in slumber, hostage. Drawing an antique knife from her waist, she rolled over to Kaido's side. Stay back. If you approach, I will kill him. Shayna's expression twitched, while Quinn dropped his cigar in astonishment. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. If Morgans were present, tomorrow's headlines might already be crafted, given his penchant for exaggeration. Such a scenario could yield a headline like The Mysterious Girl, a new star of the era, Kaido taken hostage. The disparity in their sizes rendered her attempt to hold the knife to Kaido's neck somewhat comical, yet neither Quinn nor Shayna regarded it with any seriousness. Such a knife could scarcely pierce Kaido's skin, even if he were awake. Aren't you and Jean the ones keeping watch? How did she get over here? Just a little thief sneaking a bite. I'm keeping an eye on her. What danger could such a small girl pose? So now, who do you believe is in danger? Quinn picked up his cigar, only to hurl it once more in shock, having inadvertently held it upside down and burned his mouth. Shayna was correct. In this situation, the true danger was not Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature, impervious even to guillotines, let alone a mere dagger. This realization astonished Quinn as well. Although not everyone could recognize Kaido's identity, the sheer size disparity rendered him a poor target. Where could this little girl have found such audacity? Hey, don't ignore me. She really might act. Huh, what is happening? Have I grown taller? Initially, she waved her dagger at Quinn and Shayna, but suddenly felt herself significantly elevated. Of course, she did not grow taller. Kaido had awakened. As he sat up, he lifted her effortlessly, which was why she perceived herself as having grown. Little girl, do you intend to take me hostage? Indeed, big brother Kaido. This little one dares to treat you as a hostage. Perhaps we should just kill her. Among them, Quinn placed the least value on the lives of outsiders. To him, the life of a small child held no significance whatsoever. This sentiment startled the girl, who frantically swung her dagger towards Kaido's arm. only for the blade to shatter upon impact. Staring at the broken knife in her hand, she felt a surge of confusion. Why was there a person whose skin was harder than steel? What manner of monster is this? Am I to perish? No. I have just escaped from Lantern Lord's belly. Yet, Kaido refrained from retaliating. The girl's actions seemed to pique his interest. Quite the amusing little creature. Too bad you lack strength. Hey, how about coming aboard my ship as an apprentice? Your bravery might lead to great achievements in the future. It is widely acknowledged that Kaido possesses a plethora of hobbies, one of which is the recruitment of various subordinates. These individuals are not solely formidable warriors in his eyes, but also children whom he deems worthy, whether it be their innate talent, their lineage, or their character. The new generation of the Beast's pirates is predominantly comprised of those whom Kaido has brought back. While he is generally magnanimous towards those willing to join him, he is not naive. A glance at the future of the Beast's pirates reveals that the three disasters, along with the Flying Six, are largely comprised of individuals he has nurtured since childhood, with only the elder figures of Queen and King remaining. Such individuals form the true backbone of the Beast's crew. Numerous children have been brought back from various places by him, and in comparison to Big Mom, who favors her own progeny, and Whitebeard, who has a penchant for adopting sons, Kaido can be regarded as the premier kindergarten director of the New World. A young girl may be weak, unable to even harm his skin, yet he admires her audacity. She dares to take him hostage, stabbing him with a knife, and when the blade breaks, she even resorts to biting him. This fierce will to survive greatly pleases him. Without a heart of a warrior, it is impossible to become strong. One may exhibit cowardice or timidity in everyday life, but it is those who dare to step forward in critical moments who are truly strong. If luck and color of hockey are taken into account, there is the clown Buggy, the only individual on the seas who does not show deference to Shanks, yet enjoys a flourishing career. All right, I will join you. TCH, who wants to join you? I despise pirates the most. The moment you let your guard down, I will escape on Elizabeth. This is her innermost sentiment, yet the dilemma lies in her having vocalized it. She appears merely as a child. However, in truth, she has surpassed the remarkable age of 150 years. The ring adorning her finger is embedded with a minuscule fragment of a rare metal known as pure gold, lauded for its capacity to purchase the entirety of the world. Its effect is to halt the growth of her body, which explains her prolonged existence. She has spent centuries dwelling within the belly of a sea king, having not encountered another living soul for over a century, save for a solitary lizard that has fostered her propensity for soliloquy. She anticipated Kaido would erupt in fury, yet he did not. Instead, he continued to chuckle. If you possess the audacity, attempt to flee, but be forewarned, should I retrieve you, it will be quite painful. What is your name, little imp? Olga, Miskina Olga. I am Kaido. Remember this name, for it shall be your captain's henceforth. When Arceus completed his experimental skills and returned to this place, he found that inexplicably, an additional person and a lizard had joined their ranks. Shortly thereafter, Shayna succinctly elucidated the events of the previous night to Arceus, subsequently tugging on Olga's ear to impart some advice. As the sole female aboard, Kaido entrusted Olga to Shayna. Nevertheless, Olga harbored some reluctance about being taken aboard by Kaido. Once upon a time, she had a blissful family, but the allure of pure gold attracted a horde of pirates to her island, resulting in her mother's tragic demise. This is the root of her aversion to pirates. Though pure gold had long since vanished from the world, her father, utilizing remnants of ancient texts, managed to recreate it in a bid to slow the progression of a virus within her, allowing her to survive. Unfortunately, this endeavor attracted pirates, leading to her mother's death. Subsequently, pure gold drew forth a colossal sea king, engulfing the entire island. Her father never disclosed this truth to her, so for over a century, she has harbored resentment toward him. Had he not summoned pure gold, none of this would have transpired. She contemplated an escape, but at that moment, Elizabeth faltered. Upon encountering Arceus, it lay prostrate on the ground in submission, displaying no desire to depart, leaning against the ship's railing. Olga's gaze darted about as she pondered her escape, while Quinn had already prepared his propulsion system, ready to set sail in search of John. Just as the vessel was about to embark, a man clad in a tattered dinosaur costume drifted toward them from the sea. A familiar aura? Are you certain? It is commonplace for various peculiar objects to float upon the ocean. Pirates typically salvage only what piques their interest. Unfamiliar creatures, such as this one, are seldom brought aboard. However, Elizabeth informed Arceus that it had detected a familiar scent emanating from the object below. The genetic composition of the serpent-like lizard is exceedingly intricate. As reptiles, they possess an extraordinarily developed sense of smell, capable of capturing scent molecules in the air. It had just detected an odor akin to Olga's. Yet, to others, it might seem like mere babble. Only Arceus comprehended Elizabeth's utterances. Jean, retrieve that entity from beneath. Understood. Jean spread his wings and leaped from the ship's railing, retrieving the unidentified creature that floated on the ocean's surface. Beneath the dinosaur costume lay a disheveled man with golden hair, his face adorned with stubble, his figure corpulent, seemingly swollen from prolonged immersion in the water. Olga, Elizabeth claims that this unidentified creature bears your scent. Do you recognize him? But I do not know him. Great beast, can you comprehend Elizabeth's words? In the preceding hours, Shayna had engaged in a brief mental conditioning of Olga, summarizing that while Kaido's words warrant attention, her usual demeanor toward him is of little consequence, as he would not mind. She was advised to regard Jean and Shayna as elder siblings, as they are not difficult to interact with, and to disregard Quinn, the rotund fellow, should he seek trouble. Arceus is the great beast, thus deserving of utmost reverence. Any disrespect towards Arceus would yield dire consequences. This last point was emphasized. Her intellect is intact. She has endured over a century of solitude alongside a lizard without succumbing to madness, a testament to her resilience. Adults stranded on deserted islands for years may find such isolation unbearable. However, due to her utter solitude, she lacks any role models or mentors, leaving her mental development stunted, akin to that of a child. Sharing the same gender, she and Shayna have managed to bond quite well. And Olga's inability to conceal her thoughts only facilitates Shayna's understanding of her. Grasping its words is no challenge. Elizabeth affirmed that it surely did not misinterpret. With that, Arceus scrutinized the unidentified creature once more, reaffirming Elizabeth's claims. In terms of olfactory and perceptive abilities, he far surpassed this serpent-like lizard. Yet, he remained disinterested in the ambiguous flotsam of the sea. This character merely serves as a supporting role in the theatrical version. Arceus has slumbered within the egg for a duration far surpassing the time she spent dwelling within the depths of the Sea King. It is entirely natural to be unable to recall such matters. Could it be that this individual is my scoundrel of a father? After more than a century of separation, although he still survives within the Lantern Giant due to the radiance of pure gold, his appearance has undergone a significant transformation, rendering it unrecognizable to Olga. Surely, he has not perished? Her feelings towards her father are exceedingly complex. He is her sole remaining kin. Yet he is also the one responsible for her mother's demise, which ultimately led to the arrival of the Lantern Giant. At this moment, the enigmatic creature opened its eyes, and upon realizing its continued existence, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Initially, it had been swallowed by a Sea King, but ended up on an island within another stomach, where countless dinosaurs roamed. In a bid for survival, it disguised itself as a juvenile dinosaur, subsisting solely on meat for over a century, deprived of any vegetables or fruits. This stood in stark contrast to Olga, who could only consume vegetables and fruits, never encountering any meat. After the Sea King was vanquished, the creature escaped through a gaping wound in its body, fortuitously avoiding drowning and successfully drifting to this place. I implore you, cannot anyone activate the external wheels? Must all tasks aboard this vessel fall to me alone? Young one, as an intern, at the very least, you ought to contribute something. After a prolonged wait, the outer wheel had yet to activate. Quinn exited with a displeased expression, as he believed that having someone he could command aboard the ship was a significant advantage. To his surprise, he soon noticed another presence on the deck. Having left the dinosaur's lair, he naturally shed the dinosaur coat he had been wearing. Olga, adorned in pure gold, retained the appearance of her garments from years past, although they had become tattered under the influence of the gold's radiance. The favored sustenance of the colossal sea creature was pure gold, and the lures were composed entirely of substances evolved from it, with the intense glow illuminating even the depths of their own being. The most intact item on his person was his belt, and the inscriptions upon it, along with the patterns on Olga's dress, captured Quinn's attention. When Olga had first appeared, the darkness had obscured the details of her dark attire, but now he discerned a significant clue. This pattern. Alchemy? Are you from the island of Alchemy? Yet that island was said to have vanished over a century ago. Don't look at me. I am not well versed in this matter, and it is somewhat related to you. Mr. Arceus. Vegapunk was unable to analyze the elemental composition of your tablet. In this regard, alchemy's technology was unrivaled. which is why the research institute was replete with literature on alchemy, enabling me to recognize it. Ah, I am indeed from alchemy. My name is Ashier, Miskina Ashier. You are truly alive. It is hard to believe. Am I famous? Of course. Vegapunk admires your genius in materials science and mineralogy. You are a prodigy in the creation of pure gold. The individuals at the MADS Institute, each believing themselves to be the true geniuses, would only publicly praise the deceased. And Ashier belonged to that category. To all who knew him, he was considered a ghost, given that even the island of alchemy had vanished. Otherwise, the world government would have long since sought him out. Pure gold is revered as a metal capable of purchasing the world, coveted by the celestial dragons at any cost. Pure gold significantly delays biological growth. In other words, it is a treasure that grants immortality. Over a century has passed, and Olga remains unchanged, driving the most powerful individuals to madness. However, pure gold attracts the wrath of massive sea creatures, leading to the destruction of entire islands. Which is why its existence has always been deemed a mere legend. What kind of genius scientist is he? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Such a substance as pure gold should not exist in this world. Quinn's commendation of Ashier incited Olga's ire. To her, pure gold was the source of all misfortune. Olga, you are Olga, aren't you? Wonderful. You are still alive. Ashier's excitement upon seeing Olga was palpable, but she felt otherwise. A century had passed, and she had countless questions for her father, inquiries that had gone unanswered in the past. Why? Why did you create such a thing? It attracted those pirates. Speak. Why won't you say anything? I never want to see pure gold again. In her fury, she removed the ring from her finger, intending to cast it into the sea, prompting a reaction from the previously silent Ashier. Stop. Olga, please stop. In the past, Olga would not have dared to take such an action, for the pure gold ring would summon the colossal sea creature known as Lantern Lord. Yet now, that creature could no longer keenly detect the movements of pure gold. Furthermore, the ring had once been her only keepsake, and with Ashier alive, the situation was different. Ashier, burdened by his corpulent physique and years of inactivity, moved sluggishly, watching as the ring flew further away. However, Quinn's mechanical claw shot forth, retrieving the ring midair. Olga's declaration of her disdain for pure gold was unmistakably indicative of the ring's content. Don't waste it. This is a valuable item. Mr. Arceus. Vegapunk once proposed a hypothesis. What if we could discover the elemental composition of your tablet, combined with a sufficiently unique core metal? We might create a machine capable of analyzing the powers of the tablet. The principle of such a machine is not overly complex, and given adequate equipment, I could construct it myself. With slight modifications, it may even be able to detect the signals from the tablet, since it originally belonged to you. You must be well acquainted with its composition. If all goes well, we should be able to manufacture a related device. Is pure gold that unique metal? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is not. Vegapunk has experimented with most substances, but to no avail. This legendary pure gold might hold the key. Vegapunk is indeed a genius. His technology advanced by 5 centuries, yet future technology may not be able to replicate ancient creations. Each individual possesses their own area of expertise. And when it comes to the creation of pure gold, Vegapunk too has his limitations. He is brilliant, but not omniscient. There are things beyond his capabilities. Quinn was uncertain whether the project could be realized. He merely articulated a notion from that time. However, Arceus would not overlook any possibility. If Quinn's proposal could come to fruition, they could divide their efforts in seeking the tablet, thus accelerating the collection process. Quinn's eagerness was primarily fueled by his desire to discover if Arceus possessed any methods to expedite banana cultivation, for harvesting twice a year was excruciatingly taxing. Quinn had long been subtly probing this matter, and Arceus had discerned his intentions. Once you procure the materials, I shall enhance our capabilities in this domain. If we wish to accelerate the growth of tropical dragon bananas, we must harness that particular trait, which requires a minor activation. After all, Quinn had long consumed a devil fruit, resulting in random mutations, differing from the ability acquisition methods of Shayna and Jean. Their abilities are more complete but still require development. Well, if you require pure gold, I can assist in its creation, but could you return that ring to me first? His tone betrayed a hint of anxiety, raising suspicions in those present. Huh? You scoundrel father, you still wish to create such a thing. Without the island's facilities and my mother's assistance, you are utterly. Ashier covered her mouth, though it was too late. To be honest, I despise it when others lie before me. I truly can recreate pure gold, but I need time. Manpower, equipment, and materials. The original data has been destroyed, and everything must start anew. He had not touched the equipment in over a century, although his knowledge remained. It had become somewhat rusty. As for the ring, Arceus glanced at Olga and spoke the truth. Olga is afflicted with an incurable disease, and my research into creating pure gold was aimed at utilizing its power to suppress the progression of her illness. Without the pure gold from that ring, Olga's body cannot endure for much longer. This revelation caused the struggling Olga to halt her actions. She had never fathomed that Arceus's research on pure gold was intended for her. When his wife passed away, Arceus was more heartbroken than anyone else. Yet he had to feign composure in front of his daughter to shield her from the truth, lest she bear the burden of his sorrow. The ensuing narrative unfolded a poignant father-daughter moment, during which Olga felt an inkling of anxiety. These individuals were pirates, and to the common folk, the term pirate hardly evokes positive connotations. Even though she was regarded as an intern aboard the ship, her ultimate aim was to seize an opportunity to escape. Would pirates truly consider other matters in their pursuits? What affliction had she endured? If their intention was to alleviate her condition, it would be prudent to address the ailment first. According to Quinn, pure gold was merely a core component. Other issues could be resolved before the installation of the fundamental part. Currently, even John had yet to be located, and a brief delay was tolerable. However, the primary concern was that Kaido had taken an interest in this courageous young girl due to Olga's audacity, while Arceus was captivated by Arceus' expertise. Science and technology serve as the foremost productive forces. If he could fabricate pure gold, crafting simpler items should pose no challenge. The South Sea Emperor's plague originated from the South Sea, afflicting a king with a malady deemed incurable. The South Sea Emperor's plague? Indeed. Which is precisely why I assert, it hardly constitutes a terminal illness. It was conquered many years prior. Upon hearing of this ailment, Quinn scoffed. As a virus expert, he regarded the South Sea Emperor's plague as trivial. After all, it had been vanquished long ago, and treatment plans had already been published. This underscores the advantages of longevity. Maladies deemed incurable a century ago can now be treated. As he spoke, he returned to the ship's cabin, concocting a syringe from the onboard medical supplies. Very well, with this injection, the ailment shall be cured. I am quite adept in this area. Yet, he then observed the brave girl who had dared to abduct Kaido, flee in sheer terror at the sight of the syringe. No, she is terrified of needles. Everyone possesses their vulnerabilities. The audacious girl, who had once dared to seize Kaido, was now running amok in sheer panic due to a mere syringe. Naturally, in such a confined space, escape was futile. Before she could take 3 steps, Shayna had apprehended her. Come back. Although the South Sea Emperor's plague has been conquered, neglecting timely treatment can still be fatal. Quinn, administer the injection. Rest assured, I am quite specialized in this. After securing Olga's arm, his mechanical hand swiftly completed a series of disinfection procedures, and then the syringe plunged directly into her shoulder. Little one, you are bold enough to kidnap Kaido. What fear could a mere syringe instill? Observing Olga's tear-filled eyes, Quinn found it perplexing that she had summoned such courage the previous day. Although she likely did not recognize Kaido, the stark contrast in their sizes would deter most individuals. He then handed her Kaido's bounty notice. Such documents were commonplace on patrol ships, and pirates typically did not panic upon seeing them. Rather, they regarded them as tokens of pride. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000, million. 1,200,000,000. Counting the long string of zeros on Kaido's bounty notice, Olga's expression contorted. The value of berries had depreciated over the years, and the purchasing power had steadily declined. The 1,200,000,000 berries of over a century ago held far greater worth than its present equivalent, not to mention the additional decimals. Generally speaking, the higher the bounty, the stronger the pirate, a well-known fact of the seas. Although bounties are assessed based on an amalgamation of strength and the government's perceived threat level, there is a fundamental correlation between strength and bounty amount. In less than a day, a father and daughter who had lived for over a century within the belly of a sea king found themselves aboard a pirate ship. However, in a strict sense, they had been rescued twice by the beast pirates. Arceus and Kaido had aided their escape from the Sea King, while Quinn addressed the South Sea Emperor's plague. Of course, the latter was not particularly difficult. As long as one could find an island with adequate medical facilities, the appropriate vaccine could be procured. Escaping from a pirate with a bounty of 1,200,000,000 was a daunting endeavor. The crucial factor was that Elizabeth had betrayed them, completely submitting to Arceus, effectively severing her chances of escape, especially with her father present. However, compared to Olga, Arceus's aversion to pirates was less pronounced. The mindset of an adult allowed him to ponder more deeply. His intention in creating pure gold was not for fame or fortune, but rather to resolve Olga's health issues. Thus, after successfully producing pure gold, he refrained from publicizing the achievement. He understood the ramifications that would ensue from such a revelation. While pure gold possessed its side effects, such as stunting physical development and hindering the advancement of strength, the prolonged lifespan it conferred was enough to drive individuals to madness. Particularly those at the pinnacle of the world, the celestial dragons, who, having everything, yearned most for time. The exorbitant price of the surgery fruit and its secret to achieving immortality were inextricably linked. Even the islanders remained oblivious to his true endeavors. The production of pure gold was solely accomplished by him and his late wife. Though the islanders aided in transporting materials, they could not possibly deduce their purpose. Different materials were procured in batches. For instance, charcoal was purchased for barbecuing, sulfur for soap making, and saltpeter for ice production. Yet, when combined, these substances could yield gunpowder. The precise ratios? Well, do not inquire. The materials for his pure gold were similarly acquired. Initially, he had no knowledge of whether these components could yield pure gold. Hence, the pressing question arises: who leaked the information regarding his success in producing pure gold to those pirates? The only entity capable of deducing his intentions from his material purchases and discovering his success was most likely the world government. This is his conjecture. The world government intends to monopolize pure gold while concealing this ambition from other opportunists. Consequently, they have leaked information, hoping that the pirates will first deal with the matter, after which the government will intervene, eliminating any excess witnesses and seizing Arceus, compelling him to produce pure gold under the guise of a savior. The higher one ascends, the more one comprehends the darkness veiled beneath the order of the world government. Yet, this remains merely his speculation. It is not inconceivable that the world government could employ the demon-slaying order to obliterate alchemy. But doing so would necessitate finding a pretext to mitigate the subsequent repercussions, a cost too great to bear, better to exploit the pirates instead. However, they failed to anticipate that the devastation summoned by pure gold pertains to the colossal sea kings. Those pirates are ruthless predators, while the true perpetrator lies behind the scenes, conveying the information. Over a century has passed, and those individuals from that time have likely perished. Now, he simply wishes to live a fulfilling life with his daughter, rendering his stance of little consequence, for with his skills, he can always find a place to stand. Here lies the vicinity of the doldrums, where he finds himself compelled to follow Kaido and his crew. However, he remains vehemently opposed to his daughter embarking on a life of piracy, wishing instead to enlist Olga's assistance in his research under the pretense of scholarly necessity. Yet, such matters are for the future. Presently, Arceus and his companions have commenced their pursuit of John, guided by the life card provided by Prielt. Meanwhile, Spandam is in his office, furiously slamming the desk. The situation in the South Seas has been quelled by the Navy, and Zifa has added another achievement to his record, yet this bears no relevance to Spandam, as the personnel he left at Branch 277 perished. The pirates did not surrender readily to Zifa's fleet, and the intelligence operative under Spandam fell into a coma after colliding with a window corner due to Kaido's Conqueror's haki, ultimately succumbing to the Navy's indiscriminate AoE fire. The warships from headquarters possess artillery far superior to that of the Four Seas, creating a vast gap in firepower. Although Zifa is known as the admiral who does not kill, this only applies to those he personally captures. He is not rigid. He would not allow his soldiers to suffer heavy casualties in the pursuit of capturing foes alive. Subsequently, Spandam dispatched agents to various prisons to interrogate the captured pirates. Yet none possessed any knowledge of the events that transpired. The only information he gleaned was that Prielt had engaged in combat with a formidable pirate. After a while, Spandam made another call. "Welfare, have you located that scoundrel?" "Not yet, Commander Spandam, but the lifeguard's response is growing increasingly strong." "Seize that rascal. I want him to learn the consequences of betraying me." Glaring at the half-formed lifeguard in his hand, Spandam seethed with rage, unaware that this lifeguard did not belong to Prielt at all. When Prielt was captured and subsequently released to act as an undercover agent, Spandam had certainly not left himself without countermeasures. Thus, he created a lifeguard before setting out. If it were anyone else, it would matter little, as he could undoubtedly produce an appropriate lifeguard. However, Prielt is a user of the play fruit, possessing various materials such as hair from different individuals to craft puppets. The materials Spandam acquired were not from Prielt but from others. Consequently, a life card made from external materials cannot represent Prielt. Explaining why the life card in Spandam's possession showed no signs of change despite Prielt's demise. The agent he referred to as Welfare, tracking the life card's fluctuations. Has already entered the Grand Line, yet by a twist of fate, he found the right location. As the individual from whom Prielt's life card materials were derived inadvertently joined the true John pirate crew. Thus, Welfare failed to locate Prielt but mistakenly discovered John, leading him to a certain conclusion. Prielt had indeed betrayed his agreement with Spandam and fully committed to the John pirate crew. Commander Spandam, I am currently in the first half of the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Nartho. I have not found Prielt, but the life card is reacting vigorously, suggesting he is nearby. Additionally, I have discovered John. That fellow's fruit ability allows him to disguise himself. It is not unusual that you cannot see him. Are you certain that it is John? I am certain. Accompanying him is another notorious pirate, temporarily identified as Silveraxe, a former member of the Rocks crew. Within an inn in the Kingdom of Nartho, Welfare cautiously reported his findings. The convergence of two remnants of the Rocks crew was not good news for him. According to his investigations, they had lingered in Nartho for an extended period. If Prielt's prior information were accurate, it is likely that Rock's treasure is significantly connected to this place. The nations within the Grand Line vary greatly in size, shaped by unique geographical features that foster distinct island cultures. Smaller nations can be traversed in a single day, while larger nations boast vast expanses of land and substantial populations. The Kingdom of Nartho stands as a significant nation within the Grand Line, encompassing an area approximately half that of Alabasta, characterized by a temperate climate reminiscent of perpetual spring. It is also one of the member nations of the world government, compelling Welfare to exercise caution in his operations here. Commander Spandam, should we request assistance from the nearby branch? Fool. If the Navy learns of this, everything will be exposed. But the threat posed by these individuals. The Kingdom of Nartho is a member nation. If trouble arises, it will be difficult to explain. They have yet to take any action. Continue observing. I will apply for reinforcements to assist you. With this treasure, my future with the world government will be secure, and you shall not be without your rewards. Understood. As an operative of the CP, the daily existence on the front lines is fraught with peril. His aspiration is to ascend to the position of an office commander, where he could merely issue orders. The merits brought about by the treasures of Rocks are sufficient to attain such a position. Moreover, according to his investigations, John has been biding his time lately, displaying behavior that is far from that of a typical pirate. Although the Nether Kingdom is a member of the world government, the latter shows little concern for the internal affairs of its affiliates. Assistance in times of trouble is not guaranteed. However, should this nation fail to deliver its quota of heavenly gold, it risks expulsion from the alliance. At that juncture, the nation would be entirely forsaken by the Navy, becoming a lawless territory. Consequently, member states strive to maintain their status, while being a member does not ensure the safety of its citizens. Being outside of the alliance is undoubtedly more perilous. The world government seeks only heavenly gold, indifferent to the means by which it is procured. The Woker Kingdom, from which Kaido hails, amassed its wealth through external warfare. The Nether Kingdom operates similarly. Its fleet even possesses the status of legitimate pirates, which explains why it does not prohibit the entry of pirates. This nation is often referred to as the Grey Kingdom, where many pirates engage in illicit trade. To safeguard their interests, there exists an unwritten code within the pirate community. Welfit has disguised himself as an ordinary smuggler and has settled in, while Arceus and his companions follow the guidance of the life card, gradually approaching this place. John's prior location has been in constant flux, necessitating that Arceus and his group also alter their course intermittently. Since their departure, the journey has extended beyond 3 months. The doldrums pose no hindrance to them. With the propulsion device crafted by Quinn, combined with the outer hull, they can advance swiftly even in still waters. And the Sea Kings do not pose a threat to them, saving a considerable amount of time. At present, they continue to utilize that patrol vessel. During this period, Ashier and Quinn have enjoyed a delightful camaraderie, characterized by their mutual fondness for sweet treats. Due to having subsisted solely on meat for over a century, Ashier possesses an extraordinary fondness for fruits and vegetables, which marked the inception of his interaction with Quinn. Furthermore, his prodigious talents in materials science and chemistry are unparalleled, even surpassing those of Quinn. In this collaborative environment, two eminent scientists engage in amicable exchanges. Notably, Ashier's uncompetitive nature and his willingness to indulge Quinn's vanity through daily exchanges have fostered a harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, a more pivotal factor is that he finally has someone to assist him aboard the vessel. In contrast, Olga's experience has been less joyous. A century has elapsed since she last engaged in learning. As a scientist, Ashier understands the importance of education and has commenced tutoring her. Kaido is genuinely intent on having Olga serve as an intern aboard the ship, displaying a sense of responsibility that surpasses that of Rox, who took a more laissez-faire approach. Kaido is committed to intensive teaching, supervising Olga's physical training daily. Jean and Shayna, meanwhile, are engrossed in their own training, having entered the realm of Haki mastery. Their focus is now on refinement, preparing to advance to higher levels of Haki once they have fully honed their current abilities. According to the life card's indications, they are drawing closer to their objective, and having completely absorbed the evil-type tablet, Arceus summoned Shayna. Lord Arceus, is there something you require? Do you wish to dance? Shayna, perplexed by Arceus's inquiry, nonetheless responded, I can perform a bit. It is the ceremonial dance of the Lunaria tribe. If you desire to see other dances, I can learn them. That will not be necessary. I wish to teach you a unique dance, the combat dance sword dance. As Pokemon abilities evolve, their original skills awaken progressively as the user develops their fruits. Arceus has the capacity to accelerate this process or enable them to learn skills that they would otherwise be unable to acquire without the aid of a move machine. The sword dance falls into this category. In contrast to conventional damage-dealing skills, in this tangible world, combat is neither turn-based nor defined by specific damage values. The inherent enhancement of one's offensive capabilities proves to be the most effective strategy, should sword dance skills be disseminated widely. The future aesthetic of the Beast Pirates may undergo a remarkable transformation, while other pirate crews engage in fierce banter before battles. The Beast Pirates might be found collectively participating in a whimsical dance. Naturally, this is an exaggerated notion. Teaching sword dance is not akin to instructing someone in ballroom dancing. The empty stone tablet materialized, and a force unique to Arceus surged into Shayna's consciousness. Subsequently, her thoughts transitioned into a distinct space, where a phantasm resembling her materialized, mechanically repeating a singular motion, while the mechanics of power were unveiled before her. This is a unique learning space, where everything is detached from the outside world. When Arceus imparts a particular skill, the mind is transported to this realm. This power was regained after the malevolent stone tablet restored a portion of its strength. Otherwise, he would have already taught them some new abilities. This method of impartation also consumes a fragment of his own energy, albeit to a lesser extent than directly transforming a devil fruit. It can only be utilized during the skill transfer and cannot serve as a training space. The power of time and space is something he mastered only at the height of his abilities. Shayna does not know how long she has been learning, but when she finally opens her eyes, the sun has already crested the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the deck. Arceus called her out during the night, suggesting that at least 7 hours have elapsed. Yet, in her memory, it feels as though she has studied for a full 7 days. Now, let me observe the effects of your sword dance. The learning process concludes under 2 circumstances. Either the skill is mastered, or the body in the external world reaches its limits, thereby disengaging automatically. With Lenelia's physique, 7 hours would never push her to her limits. So it is evident that Shayna has indeed mastered the skill. As her body instinctively follows the movements etched in her memory, several sword-shaped phantoms materialize around her, only to merge back into her being within approximately 7 seconds. How does it feel? During the sword dance, the body must remain still, otherwise it will be interrupted. However, I sense that my lack of proficiency is the root of the challenge, and once I become more accustomed to the technique, I believe this issue will resolve itself. These are some minor issues she has noticed during usage, akin to the effects of a metal block. When an ordinary person employs a metal block, their body remains immobile. However, a sufficiently skilled individual can maneuver while maintaining the state of the metal block. The ethereal shadows that emerge during the sword dance are also a manifestation of energy. If executed properly, this energy could potentially integrate with the external manifestation of armament Haki, resulting in a unique form of defense. The combination of fruit abilities and Haki represents a rational approach to skill development. The learning environment is solely responsible for imparting knowledge. The mastery of skills must be achieved independently. As for the effects, the sword dance enhances physical attack levels by 2, though the significance of this enhancement remains unclear, and even Shayna herself cannot articulate it. Well, esteemed beast, I am at a loss. Perhaps we could enlist Quinn's assistance? She senses an increase in power, yet the specific effects elude her understanding. The Navy and the world government possess methods for testing combat prowess, yet none of the pirates are familiar with such techniques. The reason for seeking Quinn is that he has previously engaged in combat with an unenhanced Shayna and is better equipped to perceive these changes. Go find him. Jean should be finishing up shortly. Jean, nearby, is in a similar state, evidently learning other skills. Just after awakening, Quinn is met with the morning's first piece of unwelcome news. Due to the acquisition of a new skill, he is required to assess the enhancement ratio. Initially, he protests. As the ship's doctor, scientist, helmsman, navigator, and combatant, he insists on equal standing. Arceus finds merit in his argument, recognizing that they are all members of the same crew and should not be treated disparately. Thus, under the pretense of accelerating the growth of his bananas through the harvest trait, Quinn willingly consents to the task. Come on, I'm ready. No slapping. And do not mar my handsome visage. Quinn jovially admonishes, Brother Quinn, remember to smile. A handsome face ought to wear a smile. This camaraderie between AC and Quinn fosters a mutual agreement on their shared confidence in their good looks. Although AC and Olga are physically older, they choose to disregard the century spent within the belly of a sea king. Otherwise, Kaido would undoubtedly refer to Olga as old woman, a steam beast. May I cast both of them into the sea? Calm down, maintain your control. AC cannot withstand your kick, Quinn cannot swim, and if he falls, you will have to rescue him. Half of the individuals aboard the vessel are endowed with extraordinary abilities. Although AC and Olga possess the skill of swimming, they are evidently incapable of hauling Quinn's considerable bulk. The same holds true for Elizabeth. Should Quinn find himself in the depths of the sea, absent Arceus' assistance, Shayna would be left to rescue him on her own. Hey, you there, do refrain from kicking me, he exclaimed. Kicking here is ill-advised. This hand is crafted from a special metal. The last time you struck it, the resulting changes were used for comparison. Are you intending to utilize me as a gauge? Quinn could distinctly sense that Shayna harbored a desire for retribution. After months at sea, Jean had been relatively tolerable, albeit verbally antagonistic. However, his actions were markedly different. In contrast, Shayna seemed to hold a grudge, viewing this as an opportune moment for vengeance. Thus, under the pretense of conducting a more thorough test, she delineated the parameters of her assault. Although her abilities had been enhanced, Shayna's strikes inflicted greater harm, which he attributed to the plant-based composition of her wings that feared the flames. He contemplated undergoing yet another transformation. Despite Shayna's aim being true, Quinn still felt as though his shoulder was on the verge of dislocation. Judging by the degree of deformation in the metal, the force behind your kick was approximately 65 stronger than before. Such a formidable enhancement. How long can you maintain this state? Roughly half an hour, she replied. Though the energy expenditure is minimal, thus the duration is not significantly impacted. At this juncture, Jin concluded his learning process, and the ship commenced further skill experimentation. However, the new abilities mastered by Jin were distinctly different from those of Shayna. The flames behind Jin blazed with greater intensity. Under such circumstances, the sunlight transformed. What was once the gentle glow of the rising sun became increasingly resplendent following the invocation of Jin's skills. On a bright sunny day, both the fire chicken and the tropical dragon thrived in the radiant environment, leading to an inevitable chaotic clash with John. To achieve superior outcomes in battle, teamwork became paramount. Thus, Jin assumed the role of the weather controller. In clear skies, the potency of fire-type abilities would amplify, and the sunlight blaze could forego the charging process. With the enhancement of a sunny day, Jin's flames would also experience a considerable boost. The fossil pterosaur's abilities granted Jin a significant aerial advantage, making him the most suitable candidate for the position of weather controller. The energy required to alter the weather far exceeded the expenditure associated with the self-boost from Sword's Dance. Therefore, it was crucial to manage the scope of the battle effectively. Shayna, being more impulsive, relinquished the duties of the weather controller to the more rational Jin. What followed was a novel endeavor. The skills imparted by Arceus, aimed at determining whether indirect teaching could facilitate others' learning. Specifically, Jin would instruct Quinn in Sunny Day, while Shayna would teach Kaido Sword's Dance. Even if the opponents merely grasped a fraction of the technique, it would signify the potential for indirect learning. Moreover, the enhancement from Sword's Dance was contingent upon the user's own strength. Although Kaido had yet to reach his peak prowess, stacking additional buffs could still pose a considerable threat to adversaries in terms of offensive capability. This process persisted for 7 days, during which Quinn managed to glean a glimmer of insight into the art of sword dance. However, Kaido remained utterly perplexed by it. This established a crucial fact. Individuals whose abilities are linked to Arceus can acquire a greater repertoire of skills through indirect learning. Conversely, those whose talents are not connected to Arceus find it impossible to master such techniques. Subsequently, Arceus endeavored to instill in Kaido the methodology of the sword dance. This time, success was achieved. Yet, unlike Shayna, Kaido's execution of the sword dance, while yielding similar results, demanded considerably more energy and had a shorter duration. This is a consequence of physical disparities. Utilizing such skills with an unmodified body is akin to wearing ill-fitting shoes while traversing a path strewn with gravel. Yet, having ill-fitting shoes is certainly preferable to being barefoot. However, this presents no significant issue for Kaido, as his stamina can accommodate such exertion. The recurring dilemma remains that the modifications required for Kaido are excessively taxing, and at this juncture, he can only manage as best as he can. After a period of navigation, Arceus and his companions have now entered the waters of the Natho Kingdom, witnessing the fierce nature of its people. In the adjacent waters, vessels flying the flag of the Natho Kingdom are engaged in a fierce battle with a band of pirates. The conflict arose when these pirates attempted to sell the plundered goods they had acquired, refusing to share the proceeds with the kingdom, thus igniting the skirmish. Passing by, Arceus and his entourage paid no heed to the fray, instead leveraging the speed of their modified vessel to advance toward the main island of the Natho Kingdom. It has been 5 years since I last encountered that fellow John. He wields dual blades and was considered the weakest among the cadres of that time. Although he is no match for Ling Ling, he is nonetheless formidable. The John who was imitated by Plurt is certainly not the same. Kaido is currently engaged in enlightening his companions regarding John's abilities. Are you not his equal? No, with the power of the fruit. I should be on par with him in direct combat. Kaido has always been astute, when faced with a situation where he is not the superior. He is not averse to employing certain tactics to achieve his goals. He has significantly strengthened since 5 years ago, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, John would not pose a challenge. However, he has not remained idle during these 5 years. Coupled with the inadequacy of his forces, our strength is lacking. The stone tablet remains our primary objective, yet I have failed to detect its presence. Either this area is too vast, keeping the tablet beyond my perceptual range, or it simply does not exist here. Thus, I must address the issue with John. Negotiation seems futile, as he values wealth above all else and would never relinquish any treasure, even those of little significance to him. Nevertheless, the treasure is likely situated here, as John's position has not changed for quite some time. Observing the pulsating life card in my hand, Kaido surmises that the frequency of its movement indicates the distance between its holder and the target. At great distances, the card will barely shift towards the direction of the target, but as proximity increases, the card's quaking frequency intensifies. The fluctuations of the life card suggest that John has been wandering recently, yet he has remained stationary on this island for over a month. As they approach the shore, Kaido decides to abandon the ship. The Natho Kingdom enforces stringent entry inspections, and any vessel drawing near cannot escape their scrutiny, which is not Kaido's intention. Moreover, the ship is no longer adequate for their needs. Due to the gray areas of maritime law, the shipbuilding industry in the Natho Kingdom is quite advanced, and Kaido contemplates acquiring a new vessel directly here, as relying on a naval patrol ship is not a sustainable strategy. Initially, Ashier and Olga intended to stay aboard, not out of a desire to escape, but for safety, as the perils of the Grand Line are beyond their capacity to tackle. However, Quinn dealt them a harsh reality. Let us not kid ourselves. This is the Natho Kingdom, a gray area of the Grand Line. While those who dock their ships here may receive assistance for maintenance fees, a naval patrol ship floating on the sea is merely an invitation for pirates. If they encounter a large warship, ordinary pirates will typically flee. But a small vessel like this presents a tempting opportunity for retaliation to many pirates. The combat prowess of this father-daughter duo merely serves as a means to deliver provisions in the face of pirates, and the same can be said for Kaido and Olga. Results will not manifest swiftly. Thus, their most favorable outcome is to accompany Kaido and his crew onto the island, subsequently remaining in the cities of the kingdom. Kaido, along with Arceus and the others, has entered the kingdom of Natter, while Wilfred continues his surveillance. During this period, John has remained inactive, resembling a vacationer. He has observed the target of the life card, although the visage differs from that of Pearl, given Pearl's capabilities. It is highly probable that the individual is using a disguise, and therefore, he harbors no doubts. According to his recent intelligence gathering, a unique maritime phenomenon known as the Great Low Tide will occur in 3 days within the kingdom of Natter. He believes that John has been patiently awaiting this moment. Natter is the name of the kingdom, yet the island itself is referred to by another name, much like Alabasta is situated on Sainting Island. The land of the kingdom of Natter is known as Donut Island, owing to its circular shape resembling a colossal donut when viewed from above. The island is ring-shaped, with a vast inland lake at its center, encompassing more than 1/3 of the total land area. The so-called Great Low Tide does not pertain to changes in the outer sea, but rather refers to the inland lake of the kingdom, where On the night of the full moon every 3 years, the lake mysteriously drains for 3 days, revealing the lakebed beneath. Wilfred's group has lingered here for an extended period. Apart from awaiting this event, he cannot fathom any other rationale. However, the unfolding events are no longer of significant concern to him. He possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities, despite being a member of CP9 and proficient in the 6 styles. He is merely adequate against the early-stage pirates of the Grand Line, and he lacks the ability to engage with a bounty-holding monster like John. His limit lies in distant observation. At this moment, he has completed the handover of his mission, with 2 members from CP0 of Mariehua taking over his responsibilities. This location serves as the base for John's group, who procure supplies here daily at 2 in the afternoon, from the top floor of the hotel where I reside. I am able to monitor their movements. Wilfred conveys the intelligence he has gathered over the past few days to the 2 unremarkable middle-aged men, who appear utterly ordinary and would vanish into a crowd. Not all CP0 operatives don white suits and various masks during operations. Their primary objective is to accomplish their missions. And to this end, they often assume numerous identities and choose suitable attire. At this juncture, the forthcoming tasks are no longer his concern, regardless of the outcome. Wilfred's mission has been accomplished, and he will naturally receive due recognition for his efforts. Spandam differs from Spandane. Aside from being sycophantic, he possesses genuine competence, which explains his successful navigation through various organizations, and he refrains from encroaching upon the accolades of frontline agents, understanding precisely what should not be touched. Having handed over what he believes to be Pearl's life card to the 2 CP0 members, Wilfred intends to depart from this contentious locale. Fully aware of John's well-known ambition for wealth, the endeavor to seize such treasure cannot unfold peacefully. Remaining on this island would not bode well for him. Subsequently, he gathers his belongings in preparation for departure, yet during his exit, he encounters Kaido and his crew. Orga remains clad in her signature purple dress, albeit a different one. The original holds special significance and has been set aside. During a previous stop at an island for supplies, she commissioned a seamstress to create several identical garments. Even the patterns are the same, derived from ancient alchemic symbols. To most, these are merely commonplace designs, yet those with knowledge recognize the connection to alchemic lore. Wilfred is not a scholar of ancient scripts, and the government prohibits such studies. Only individuals from a specific government department are permitted to delve into such matters. However, the current prohibitions are not excessively stringent, and O'Hara still exists. Nothing will transpire until they transgress the taboos. Nonetheless, Wilfred is aware of the alchemic matters. Each year, new celestial dragons issue commands to locate pure gold upon learning of its existence, and this has become a lucrative method for funding schemes. However, deceiving the celestial dragons requires some effort. While there are fools among them, not all are lacking in intellect. Ambition resides in every heart, and no one wishes for a cadre of utter incompetence to dwell above them. At the very least, a satisfactory report must be submitted, which has led to a thorough understanding of alchemic lore. A single pattern may be coincidental, but an entire set is undoubtedly deliberate. Observing Arceus and his companions pass by, he retrieves his den mushi and seeks a secluded spot. Commander Spandane, is there something amiss? Yes, Wilfred. Have you had contact with CP0? Indeed, Commander Spandane. We have completed the mission handover. Are there any additional tasks? At the moment the call connects, he hesitates. Spandane's meteoric rise within the world government is largely attributable to his network. Should he establish ties with the celestial dragons, his future would undoubtedly surpass his current state. Why then should he share this achievement with Spandane? Thus, he refrains from revealing the truth, allowing the notion of solitary gain to take root. No. The remaining matters are yours to handle. Whether you assist them or return early is your discretion. Understood. Once the call ends, he retraces his steps. This path offers only one direction. During this time, he is not at risk of losing track of them, and the population flow within the kingdom of Natter is considerable, drawing little attention to his presence. However, Wilfred commits a notably elementary error for an agent, captivated by the alchemic symbols on Orga's attire. He fails to notice the tall man draped in a cloak standing nearby, Kaido himself. The central hotel of the Kingdom of Natter, a substantial financial investment for the kingdom, serves as a hub for accommodation and trade, reputed to accommodate even giants. Anyone with the means may reside here, and no one scrutinizes the identities of its occupants. The sole regulation is the prohibition of combat within the establishment. Thus, beings like Arceus and Elizabeth encounter no barriers in accessing the hotel rooms. You two shall remain here. Once matters conclude, we will depart, says Kaido. Quinn, go to the dock and find a new ship. This place is noted for its stock of available vessels. By the way, have you not sensed your stone tablet? Olga and Ashier lacked the capacity to engage in a conflict of such magnitude. Although Kaido believed that combat was the most expedient means of advancement, he was not so reckless as to allow a mere apprentice to partake in battles of this caliber. Keeping them here was the safest course of action, while he arranged for Quinn to procure vessels. Although Arceus' plan to exploit Kaido had not materialized, their journey had yielded a considerable fortune thanks to the contributions of various allies. The Navy's bounty distribution was devoid of a real name system. Anyone who was not wanted could claim their reward. Furthermore, in skirmishes among pirates, neither side would squander such resources. In certain black markets, intermediaries facilitated the transfer of defeated pirates to the Navy, earning a commission from the bounties, a tacit understanding within their world. Even the notorious pirates of the New World would engage in similar practices after capturing or eliminating those causing disturbances within their territories, as such actions constituted a vital economic lifeline. However, it appeared that John needed to be dealt with first. Yet, was there an excess of people here? Many seemed to be locals, and why were they anchoring their vessels in the open space? Numerous large ships lay stranded in the open, evidently having not sailed for quite some time. These vessels were secured to the ground by thick iron chains, indicating they could not be moved far. This phenomenon was unique to the kingdom of Nether, where the central inland lake would dry up, causing the surrounding sea levels to rise and inundate low-lying areas until the great tide receded. Except for the elevated regions inhabited by royalty and nobility, all other areas experienced such flooding, which explained the presence of those large ships meant for refuge. This hotel served as a boundary between the submerged areas, drawing many to its safety. At this moment, Quinn had assumed the role of a tour guide, elucidating the unique phenomena of the kingdom of Nether. This peculiar occurrence severely hindered agricultural development, as every 3 years, the great tide inflicted catastrophic damage on the local farming sector. Time passed slowly. Quinn resolved the issue of the ships, and Kaido located John's whereabouts. His crew was stationed near the inland lake, seemingly awaiting the great tide's arrival. As the third night approached, alarms rang throughout the kingdom of Nether, prompting citizens to gather their assets and seek refuge, while various factions commenced their maneuvers. "John, are you certain that Rock's treasure lies here?" inquired a diminutive man clad in heavy medieval armor, a shield dangling from his arm, and a gleaming silver axe resting on his shoulder. Known by the moniker Silver Axe, even those aboard Rock's ship were unaware of his true name. He had never removed his armor. Indeed, this clue was unearthed on Hachino's island. When the full moon rises, the great tide will occur, revealing the treasure that rightfully belongs to us, John replied, his tone brimming with confidence. He possessed unwavering faith in his treasure-hunting endeavors, regarding this as his final quest for fortune. The riches left behind by Rocks would afford him the opportunity to assume a new identity and live a life of seclusion. However, the presence of so many individuals irked him. The treasure was his alone, and he had no intention of sharing it. Were it not for the necessity of their strength in locating the treasure, he would never have allied with them. Yet, John only spoke half-truths. The treasure indeed resided here, but the environment was perilously treacherous. Should he leverage the situation, these individuals could be entombed here forever. Simultaneously, they would send a signal to the world. The John pirates had vanished, and Captain John was dead. Only then could he embark on a new chapter of his life. As for his crew, that was of no concern to him. At that moment, a sly smile crept across Silver Axe's lips beneath his helmet. He too had no desire to share the treasure with John. His hand pressed a button on a transponder snail, and as he did so, a pirate ship revealed itself off the coast of Donut Island. At the bow of the ship stood a man clad in golden armor, sporting a long beard. Although the crew aboard Rock's ship often clashed, some shared close-knit relationships, such as Big Mom with Kaido and Silver Axe with the ship's captain, Wang Ji, a former officer of the Rock's pirates. Trust aboard Rock's vessel was a farce, which is why Silver Axe had already contacted Wang Ji, intending to eliminate John together. After assessing the local maritime conditions, Wang Ji's ship had lingered nearby for half a month, poised to surge forth when the great tide occurred. Meanwhile, 2 of John's subordinates lay lifeless in a shadowy alley, replaced by 2 members of CP0, while Kaido, in his Azure Dragon form, was poised for action above the clouds. Under the full moon, the great tide reached its climax, and the waters of the central lake began to recede, exposing the slick lake bed, while the original inhabitants of the lake had seemingly vanished. The encroaching sea began to inundate much of the kingdom of Nether, causing large ships on the plains to rise. as its citizens prepared for a protracted period of aquatic existence. The shape of the lakebed resembled a skull. Observing from above, it became evident that although the lake had appeared as an irregular circle when filled, the shoreline and lakebed's rock formations now formed a striking resemblance to a skull. Perhaps that old coot rocks had a penchant for such shapes. Hachino's had displayed a similar formation, and the accuracy was uncanny. Subsequently, John produced an insignia featuring two semicircular spheres, folding it to create a spherical shape, which he raised high, reflecting the moonlight onto a rock, revealing a circular hole. Undoubtedly, this was the key to the treasure. Just then, a gunshot shattered the silence. A subordinate of Silver Axe fell in response, and the shooter was none other than a member of the CP0 masquerading as part of John's crew. They were determined to keep the specifics of the treasure's location under wraps. With only two of them, it was unrealistic to contain hundreds of pirates, especially given the presence of captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Inciting infighting among the pirates was indeed part of their plan. Silver Axe and John had always been on guard against each other, and this gunshot ignited a powder keg, escalating tensions in an instant. "John, you acted rather prematurely. TCH. Do you really believe this was my intention?" John retorted. This was far from his plan. His objective had been to eliminate Silver Axe and his crew, not to engage in conflict before even unlocking the treasure store. He had never issued such orders. It was evident someone was instigating trouble, and outsiders had infiltrated their ranks. However, Silver Axe was oblivious to these machinations. Witnessing John's aggression, he abandoned his previous strategy of waiting for Wang Ji to position himself before striking. "All of you, attack." Moments ago, those around me were allies, yet in the blink of an eye, they have turned against each other with weapons drawn. Betrayal is far from uncommon among pirates. Most are prepared for infighting the moment they form an alliance. They may unite for mutual gain, but can just as easily descend into conflict for the same reason. The trustworthiness of an ally and the extent of collaboration hinge solely on one's judgment. Arceus possesses the allure that Kaido cannot refuse. After all, Kaido is undeniably more reliable than John. They share no conflicting interests. Arceus seeks manpower to locate the stone tablets, while Kaido desires a legion of capable warriors and formidable companions. Unless someone were to present a devil fruit tree before Kaido, or bring forth a dozen stone tablets to Arceus, this alliance remains remarkably steadfast. Moreover, Arceus harbors a profound disdain for treachery and deception. He cannot dictate the actions of others, but he will never engage in such duplicity himself. The clash between Silver Axe and John's subordinates erupted into chaos, gunfire intermittently echoing from below. As a weapon of modern warfare, the firearm remains one of the most crucial tools. Unlike bladed weapons that require extensive training to wield effectively, firearms demand little more than basic operation. The less skilled the fighter, the more significant the role of firearms becomes. A proficient marksman can inflict lethal damage even against a heavily fortified adversary, though such individuals are a rarity. Cold steel remains the predominant choice. Swords, axes, and even shovels and picks, utilized for treasure hunting, have transformed into instruments of battle. They are all formidable pirates of the New World, yet their crews vary in strength. And not all are adept in hockey. In the initial skirmish, over 100 pirates fell, while the duel between John and Silver Axe was only just beginning. Silver Axe, though of relatively diminutive stature, possessed immense strength. His homeland was renowned for its forging prowess, and his armor, crafted from a unique metal, was both heavy and exceptionally protective, shimmering with a bright silver hue under the moonlight. With sweeping strikes, his massive axe was launched toward John, who, wielding twin blades, opted not to confront Silver Axe head-on. Instead, he deftly evaded the onslaught, advancing towards him. Engaging Silver Axe in a direct contest of strength would be ill-advised. As John charged forth, Silver Axe did not flinch. Instead, he gripped the axe's handle tightly. Based on his understanding of John, he felt no need to raise his shield, confident that John would be incapable of breaching his defenses. His armor, save for a singular observation slit at the eyes, was nearly impenetrable, with only the joints presenting a slight vulnerability. Yet, bolstered by hockey, he was certain he could withstand John's assault. He raised his colossal axe, intent on absorbing John's strike while simultaneously neutralizing him. However, John feigned a blow, sidestepping the axe's edge with a swift maneuver, and thrust his blade towards Silver Axe's ribcage. Silver Axe scoffed at this attempt, his side armor imbued with a thick layer of armed hockey, and pivoted to bring his axe crashing down upon John. The axe, a weapon of considerable weight, could inflict significant damage even without utilizing its blade. Yet, in an instant, his movement faltered. "You, when did you consume a devil fruit?" John's longsword penetrated the armor, yet the armor remained unscathed. However, Silver Axe could feel that the blade had pierced his flesh. Accustomed to wearing heavy armor, Silver Axe typically enveloped his armor in haki, seldom applying it to his own body. Consequently, when John's attack bypassed the armor, his body was left vulnerable to being impaled. This is not the result of internal damage caused by the Busashoka haki. He sensed the blade within him. Only those with bizarre abilities could achieve such feats. How could I possibly divulge this to you? John spun the blade in his hand, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the Silver Axe. However, inflicting such wounds to incapacitate a creature of this caliber was still somewhat lacking. Faced with the imposing swing of the Silver Axe's weapon, he could only evade. Regretting that he could not finish off the Silver Axe in one strike, as such opportunities were rare. Having learned a lesson, the Silver Axe would undoubtedly imbue his body with haki, yet the blood flowing from the joints of his armor indicated that John's strike had yielded commendable results. After the Battle of Goddess Valley, John discovered a devil fruit and discreetly became a user of its powers, known only to a select few of his trusted crew. The superhuman type, door fruit. Just now, he had opened a corridor in space, allowing his blade to bypass the haki-imbued armor, creating a passage directly within it. However, the door fruit could only create doors in directly opposing directions. Otherwise, he could have opened a portal to John's neck. I truly underestimated you. But I still have my trump card. Subsequently, as John and the Silver Axe clashed, they gradually moved to the center of the lake, where the ground became treacherously muddy, a disadvantage for the Silver Axe. Then, from somewhere unknown, he produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky. This was the signal agreed upon with Wang Zhi. As the flare exploded in the air, Wang Zhi's pirate ship seemingly received the signal. Although the vessel was still some distance away, cannonballs were already soaring toward them, targeting none other than himself. The widespread artillery fire completely enveloped the area. This was the original plan between the Silver Axe and Wang Zhi, to force John's crew into a position where they could be annihilated by heavy artillery. Protected by his armor and haki, the Silver Axe remained unscathed amidst the bombardment. However, minutes later, when the cannon fire ceased, John emerged utterly unscathed. Not even a speck of dust on his clothing. With the door fruit, he had simply entered another space, entirely evading the artillery's assault. What kind of fruit have you consumed? Only a fool would reveal that the blade should have pierced your kidney. I shall see how long you can endure. At this moment, he regarded the artillery crew as mere subordinates of the Silver Axe. It was only when Wang Zhi arrived with more personnel to encircle the rest of John's crew in the lake area that he realized the gravity of the situation. Wang Zhi, John, open the treasure vault. Even if you are a user of abilities, against the two of us, you stand no chance. Well, it is not surprising that you two have allied. However, if you wish to claim my treasure, you shall have to wait until your next life. When it came to treasure, John showed no signs of compromise. A peculiar force emanated from his body into the ground. This was the grave he had chosen for them. Wang Zhi tightened his grip on his massive sword, seemingly poised to sever John's head. Yet, the treasure had not yet truly revealed itself. And CP0's actions prompted the Silver Axe to act prematurely. Many coveted Rock's treasure, and its safety over the past 5 years was due to no one being able to locate it. If they directly confronted John, it was uncertain they would still obtain the treasure. As they stood in a stalemate, two members of CP0 could no longer contain themselves. Their plan was to instigate a conflict between John and the Silver Axe, but Wang Zhi's appearance disrupted the initial balance. CP0 is regarded as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. The selection process for CP0 members is exceedingly rigorous. Mastery of the 6 powers is merely a basic requirement, and they must unconditionally support the Celestial Dragons while obeying the orders of both the Celestial Dragons and the world government. The exact number of CP0 members remains unknown, as they typically conduct secretive operations, investigating arms smuggling, clandestine assassinations, and engaging in covert dealings with non-world government-allied nations or certain pirates. The members' strengths vary significantly. Yet even the weakest can secure a place in the New World, often serving as officers in the ranks of great pirate crews. Initially, they merely blended in among John's crew for appearances, but Wang Zhi's arrival disrupted their plans. They had intended to face a wounded Silver Axe or John, not two pirates each with bounties exceeding 1 billion. The partnership of Wang Zhi and the Silver Axe offered them no advantages. CP0 excelled in assassination. And in this dim environment, with the Silver Axe and Wang Zhi's focus primarily on John, they were oblivious to these remnants. It was not impossible to seize the opportunity to rebalance their power, but someone was much quicker than they anticipated. Lightning. The night sky was relatively clear, with only a few dark clouds that did not obscure the moon, allowing its radiant light to illuminate the muddy lake bed. However, that was merely a precursor to the ensuing chaos. A deluge of lightning cascaded from the heavens, launching indiscriminate attacks on the crowd below, though the bolts primarily targeted Wang Ji and the Silver Axe. Subsequently, a colossal dragon burst forth from the clouds, its fiery form intertwining with several figures in the night sky. Ah, how many familiar faces there are. Wouldn't you agree, you despicable seniors? Kaido emphasized the term seniors, as he held an interest in treasure, though it ranked second to his primary desire, the stone tablet of Arceus. They are distinct from those below. Their quest is to uncover all the treasures of rocks from the past, while Kaido seeks the bounty that was once aboard the ship. At this moment, Arceus remains oblivious to the aura of the stone tablet. Hence, Kaido requires information from John, rather than searching for treasure after John's demise. The sudden emergence of Kaido has altered the situation below once more. His indiscriminate attack does not suggest a cordial inquiry. The fact that they refer to him as a senior implies that he too spent time aboard Rock's ship. The transformation of his Zoan abilities retains certain original features, coupled with Kaido's voice, rendering his identity no longer a secret. Is this not the apprentice boy from the ship? Now, without that woman to protect you, you are quite vulnerable. Haha. Do not jest. Even without Lin Lin, I can handle you all, you scoundrels. A torrent of wind blades cascaded down. While Kaido's area of effect attack posed a challenge for Wang Ji and his cohorts, who each had their own countermeasures, it was utterly devastating for their subordinates. The previous lightning and now the wind blades inflicted significant casualties on the pirates, particularly those from John's crew, who were already contending with the combined onslaught of Silver Axe and Wang Ji, compounded by Kaido's attack, which led to substantial losses among John's ranks. You have indeed acquired impressive abilities. Is it a mythical Zoan? Have you allied with John? You certainly have some audacity. Enough nonsense. It is merely that John possesses what I desire. Kaido, let us join forces to eliminate these two, then. We can divide not only that item but also the treasures of rocks. Kaido's and Wang Ji's conversation ignited John's desire to recruit Kaido. Yet he was met with nothing but merciless laughter. Do you jest? Captain John would share his treasures? Ha ha ha. Do you wish to kill me with laughter? Not only Kaido, but even Silver Axe and Wang Ji joined in the derision. John, just look at your reputation. Even the apprentice refuses to trust your words. It would be wise to surrender the treasure. Can you two truly be trusted? We are all in the same boat. Yet since you both covet the treasure, why not see for yourselves? The earth flip door. From the outset, he has been employing his fruit ability, but this time the scope is significantly larger. Initially, he intended to delay, but Kaido's appearance has fortuitously aided him. The entire lake bed has morphed into a colossal flipping door, beginning to invert and rotate in an instant. All present were hurled into the air by the upheaving ground, and beneath the flipping door, a peculiar space could be discerned. Ordinary individuals were powerless to resist in such an environment, plummeting into the abyss below, whereas Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and CP0 actively charged forward, having glimpsed what they sought below. Kaido, I know, hold on tight. Observing the changes below, Kaido propelled himself downward amidst the fiery clouds. For one who can fly, the subterranean environment posed little threat. Meanwhile, John, the orchestrator of this chaos, wore a strange smile as he descended into the pit. Has this fellow awakened his fruit ability? The entire lake bed has transformed into a flipping door under John's influence. This undoubtedly falls within the realm of awakening. The awakening of a paramecia fruit grants the ability to alter the surrounding terrain, yet they remain oblivious to the nature of the fruit John has consumed. Beneath the inland lake lies a massive underground cavern, illuminated by peculiar bioluminescent plants, casting an eerie glow in what should have been a dim environment. Beneath them lay not stones or soil, but a treasure trove. In other words, the expanse of the inland lake is the total volume of treasures. The underground space is vast, and Kaido continues to soar above, while the others, upon their descent, found themselves disoriented, with only the higher-ranking members maintaining their composure. Their gaze is fixed upon John. This is the treasure you seek, and your final resting place. All present, including Captain John, shall perish here. I shall embark on a new life. Farewell, fools. With that, John intended to open the spatial door to depart, but an extraordinary energy enveloped him, igniting an inexplicable fury within, and the notion of escape was cast aside. The evil stone tablet provocation successfully activated. Provocation incites anger in opponents, compelling them to employ only damaging moves for a duration. At this moment, the provocation has left an emotional and psychological imprint. Compared to those formidable skills, Such rule-based abilities can sometimes prove more potent and inscrutable. In games, even a Caterpie or Magikarp can inflict damage on legendary creatures, but reality does not mirror that. The power of skills can be enhanced through training, and sparks can unleash fiery explosions. However, such rule-based skills are akin to divine techniques. Once provocation takes effect, John feels an overwhelming rage swelling within. Initially, he intended to utilize the door fruit's ability to escape, subsequently altering the terrain to engulf this place once more in lake water, ensuring that those who covet his treasures would perish here. Furthermore, no one would know he survived. Those who were privy to his powers would meet their end as well, allowing him to start anew with the treasures. Yet, after the provocation took hold, he no longer harbored such intentions. The fury within compelled him to confront these individuals directly to quell his anger. Moreover, Arceus's provocation was not aimed solely at John, but encompassed everyone except the beast pirates. "Captain, what did you mean by that? What do you mean everyone shall perish here?" This is a question raised by John's subordinates. Just moments ago, John's remarks did not suggest an intention to take them away together. Rather, he seemed to plan to bury them here and monopolize the treasure. Under the influence of provocation, the crew's anger surged, and their gazes toward their captain turned hostile. A man who sought to claim the treasure for himself and eliminate them had ceased to be their captain. Under normal circumstances, John would have found a way to placate his subordinates, but at this moment, the darker side of him, awakened by provocation, surged forth. "What does it mean? The treasure belongs solely to me, and you lot can just stay here and die." The effect of provocation varies among individuals. Ordinary people might abandon escape and resort to combat, while if used correctly, it can serve as a catalyst to ignite one's fighting spirit, akin to a low-grade version of an encouragement fruit. However, for those with dark hearts, deeply buried emotions, and a lack of self-control, provocation can drive them to madness. John epitomized this type of individual, and he was now thoroughly consumed by fury. The door panels fell like rocks. There were no weaklings aboard Rock's ship. As infighting was a common occurrence, the weak would not survive against their own. John's prowess was evident, having developed his powers to an awakened state after consuming the fruit. Now, the entire treasure space was influenced by his abilities. Even without direct contact, he could activate his powers. The door fruit opened doors. But the door panels were also part of that door. Under his control, the rock layers above cracked open, forming massive door panels that came crashing down, initiating indiscriminate attacks. The pirates, who had begun to fight amongst themselves due to Arceus's abilities, suffered heavy casualties under the falling boulders. The remaining conscious individuals turned their attention to John. Although they were unsure why he had transformed in this manner, they knew that unless they dealt with this madman, everyone would perish in this pit. Beneath the inland lake on Donut Island lay a vast cavity, shaped like an hourglass, with the lower space larger than the upper. The central separation was composed of thick rock. Without the influence of the door fruit, the only way in was through a secret passage. However, under the influence of John's powers, that passage had completely collapsed. The duration of the great tide would last 3 days. After that, the upper area would be flooded again. And if they attempted to break through the rock walls then, they would have no chance of survival against the oncoming water. Ordinary individuals could not breach the passage in 3 days, but they were not ordinary. These New World monsters possessed the strength to create a breach, but first, they needed to deal with the frenzied John. Silver Axe, despite suffering a stab to his side, was not significantly weakened and exchanged glances with Wang Ji before both launched their attacks on John. Simultaneously, the subordinates from both sides joined in. Even John's own men had abandoned their captain in this situation. Countless attacks surged toward John, including those from the 2 CP0 agents, with the treasure now revealed. John's continued existence held no significance. Kaido's appearance also presented a new balance. As long as John perished here, his subordinates would be temporarily overlooked. John only needed to inflict sufficient damage on Silver Axe or Wang Ji, which would allow Kaido and the sky to create a new standoff with them. And with slight manipulation, these pirates would surely meet their demise here. The combination of Rock's treasure and the fall of 4 great pirates would represent an achievement beyond description for them. Faced with the onslaught of numerous powerful foes, John quickly succumbed, ultimately impaled by Wang Ji's massive sword, nearly severed in 2. It was only at this point that the effects of Arceus's provocation finally dissipated. Silver Axe also sustained considerable injuries. Compared to the fully powered Wang Ji, John's attacks were primarily aimed at Silver Axe. Although many were attacking him, there was no coordination, leading to friendly fire. Under the influence of provocation, further infighting erupted, and by now, few remained standing. John, Do you have any last words? Last words? Do you not know that those who talk too much often meet their end? Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt an ominous premonition, but it was already too late. The earth trembled. He had not anticipated that John, in this state, still possessed the ability to activate his fruit's powers. My treasure, no one shall take it away. It is mine alone. Rising Earth Gate. John regarded the entire surface of the lake as a door, manipulating the terrain to descend, which meant that the central area, previously elevated above its surroundings, had transformed into a depression, causing the surrounding seawater to begin to recede. You bastard! Wang Ji finished John off. But the seawater continued to seep in. Although the death of a power user would render their abilities ineffective, the indirectly damaged terrain would not restore itself. John's powers had already led to the collapse of the terrain. Killing him would not prevent the ongoing situation. Just as they contemplated their next move, John's corpse underwent a transformation, and several exquisite treasure chests fell from his body. This is his development of the Door fruit, which not only symbolizes a portal, but also the expanse beyond it. He has utilized the fruit's abilities to transform his own body, creating a unique space within himself, where he stores true treasures, including the long-lost bounty once aboard Rock's ship, vanished after the battle at God Valley. With a thunderous clash, Wang Ji drew his sword to parry a blow from behind, the impact of the great sword against the spiked club igniting a new spark. Have you finally lost your composure, apprentice? I thought you intended to cower there indefinitely. Kaido's presence had been notably subdued from the outset, scarcely engaging in the confrontation between John and the others. Both he and Silver Axe noticed Kaido lurking above. Nonetheless, they regarded John as their primary adversary, perceiving him as a far greater threat than the apprentice. They were not concerned that the apprentice would attempt a surprise attack. John had already incurred the wrath of many, and if Kaido were to assist him, it would mean opposing all the pirates present. However, it was only during their first clash that he recognized the gravity of the situation. The power was overwhelming, even forcing him back a considerable distance before he could regain his footing. During this period, Kaido has not remained idle. He has been diligently performing his sword dance, stacking it to its maximum layers. The might of the thunderous hexagram, after 3 layers of sword dance, has reached its zenith. Underestimating Kaido, Wang Ji was sent flying by a single blow. Do not belittle others, you insolent senior. Do you not ponder why internal strife occurs among you? Lacking numerical superiority, one must employ wit. That fellow John possesses considerable skill, yet now it is your turn. In contrast to those who expend their stamina in the chaos, the members of the Beast from the Sky maintain their peak condition. Compared to these pirates who have just endured arduous battles, Jin and his comrades can unleash a greater force. Flames, leaves, rocks, various abilities manifest here. You have indeed gathered an extraordinary group of subordinates with so many mythical Zoan fruits. It is likely that you have acquired a substantial portion of Rock's treasure. Shayna, Queen, Jin, and Kaido, Wang Ji perceives their transformations and elemental manipulation abilities as indicative of one possibility: mythical Zoan types, and not merely a single fruit. The rarity of mythical Zoan types surpasses that of even natural types, appearing in abundance under Kaido's command. Aside from the hidden treasure in Rock's possession, he cannot fathom where one might discover such an abundance of mythical Zoan fruits. This matter bears no relevance to you, King Kong Diao. The swordsman can unleash flying slashes, and he can also deliver pillar-like strikes. Kaido has no desire to elucidate anything to Wang Ji. He believes it is preferable for only a select few to be aware of Arceus' abilities. An excessive knowledge would invite unwarranted scrutiny. Rock's treasure serves as a convenient justification. Those ancient beings capable of posing a threat to him can be easily dismissed with this rationale. Indeed, it has little to do with me, for the fruit has already been consumed by you. However, this is beneath that lake. I have no idea what that rascal John has done, but I suspect the area above is entirely submerged in water. At this juncture, you choose to engage in internal strife with me. When the waters rise, do you wish to be completely submerged? Those endowed with abilities cannot swim. After 5 years apart, Kaido's strength seems to have undergone a qualitative transformation, surpassing his expectations. He has no desire to become entangled with Kaido in such a place. At the very least, he must first reach the outside. With this thought, he suddenly realized that Silver Axe had fallen silent. Although John's counterattack had inflicted significant wounds upon him, it should not have been fatal. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness washed over him, and Wang Ji found his eyelids growing heavy. Upon glancing around, he noticed that the environment had turned exceedingly dim, as though enveloped in a dark space. The dark hole, depending on the version, causes enemies within its range to fall into a state of slumber or sleep. Originally a signature skill of Darkrai, it can also be employed by Arceus, who has acquired the Malevolent Plate. Sleep and drowsiness are two distinct states. Sleep induces a deep slumber, while drowsiness merely leads to occasional nodding off. Silver Axe, weakened and unable to resist, had succumbed to sleep, whereas Wang Zhi, in a relatively good condition, had only fallen into a drowsy state. However, in this condition, he was met with Kaido's sudden strike. This was not a duel but rather a team battle, and Kaido, not yet at his peak, would not foolishly insist on a one-on-one confrontation. Arceus extended the influence of the Dark Hole throughout the entire underground space. Under his control, allies were, of course, unaffected. Wang Zhi quickly discerned that Arceus was the root of all this chaos. This peculiar black space was unleashed by that enigmatic creature. He yearned to confront Arceus, but Kaido offered him no such opportunity. "Where do you think you're going?" Thunderbagua. With a clang, he realized that the inexplicable anger he had felt earlier was indeed due to that individual, who had an abundance of capable subordinates. Arceus was also regarded by him as a wielder of mythical beast abilities. Though in quadrupedal form, it was not uncommon for ability users to prefer their beastly forms. Anger and drowsiness, two strange states inexplicably manifested within him. If he failed to react promptly, he would be unworthy of mingling in the new world. Kaido remained silent, launching a series of relentless attacks. As he was still not sufficiently proficient in sword dance, Wang Zhi would not grant him a mere 10 seconds to perform it. Seizing the moment while the effects lingered, he had to resolve this matter swiftly. However, at that moment, several previously leaking spots suddenly erupted, and a deluge of seawater began to flood the cave. Just as Queen was startled by the rush of water, he noticed that it seemed to be under someone's control, entirely bypassing them. Kaido recalled correctly that there was indeed a plate among Rock's treasures, which had been taken by John. After acquiring the fruit's abilities, those precious items had been concealed within another space using the Dordor fruit, which was why Arceus had been unable to sense the location of the plate. With John's demise leading to the dissolution of his abilities, the treasure had fallen from that space and was promptly summoned by Arceus. With the dark hole encompassing the area, he also seized his fourth plate, the water droplet plate. In a world dominated by water, the water droplet plate undoubtedly represented a tremendous enhancement to combat prowess. With the acquisition of the water droplet plate, he naturally gained the power to manipulate water, and due to John's prior actions, seawater had already begun to seep in, which Arceus merely exploited. "Have you found what you were looking for?" Wang Zhi, overwhelmed by the raging current, was struck by Kaido once more. His shoulder armor and the underlying shoulder were shattered, and the Thunder Bagua, augmented by sword dance, rendered Kaido's assault far beyond Wang Zhi's capacity to endure. Each time Arceus acquired a new plate, he gained an array of strange powers, such as the fiery inferno released during the research, the peculiar ability that interfered with emotions, and now the control over water, which Kaido had already begun to recognize. Upon witnessing the seawater being manipulated by Arceus, he understood that Arceus was nearing his goal. Indeed, this individual had managed to create a space within himself, making it no wonder that it had been elusive before. It was time to address other matters. First, they must eliminate the people here. Eliminate? I thought you intended to recruit them as subordinates. They are pirates emerging from the New World, and their strength should far surpass those from the Four Seas and the Paradise. Although Kaido claimed to seek new recruits, the Beast Pirates had remained essentially unchanged during this time, with Queen protesting daily, demanding the swift recruitment of personnel. However, Kaido had consistently dismissed these requests, arguing that there was no one worthy of consideration. Now, with John's subordinates nearly wiped out, he showed no interest in Wang Zhi's or Silver Axe's remaining men. No, we should only keep this matter to ourselves. There are too many treasures to carry away, and if word gets out, it would be troublesome. Moreover, these individuals are our trusted subordinates. Subduing them is no simple task. Although it is regrettable, we shall have to postpone that for another time. Jean, Queen, Shayna, prepare to retreat. With that, Kaido transformed once more into his colossal azure dragon form, casting his gaze toward the rocky ceiling above. If I break through up there, you should be able to control the remaining seawater, right? Kaido did not wish to create a passage only to have the water flood below. Though he possessed horns, he lacked the lineage of a fighting fish. Rest assured, it's merely seawater. This is not an entire ocean above us. But shall we just leave these people to fend for themselves? That is reasonable. One cannot underestimate the vitality of these individuals. Meanwhile, Shayna and the others had already extricated themselves from their adversaries. Zoan-type ability users had an overwhelming advantage in physical prowess against fatigued opponents. Maximum Wheel. Thunder. The influx of seawater combined with Kaido's unleashed lightning filled the entire underground cavern with electric brilliance. The armor worn by Wang Ji and Silver Axe, designed to enhance their defenses, became a burden in this environment, especially for the already gravely injured Silver Axe, who had just been submerged by the currents. The influence of Kaido's lightning effectively fused him with his armor, making it exceedingly difficult to remove. Stop. 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 Kaido. Big brother. Following the conclusion of Kaido's thunderous onslaught, the enemies within the cavern largely lost their capacity for resistance. However, they inadvertently gained an innocent victim, Queen. The subsequently entering seawater was indeed under Arceus' control, but the earlier influx was not. Shayna and Jean managed to rely on their fire manipulation abilities to evaporate the moisture on their bodies and remain dry, but Queen lacked such capabilities. Thus, the braids at the back of his head became soaked. Despite their recent retreat to a position beneath Kaido's form, out of the primary range of the lightning strikes, Queen still suffered collateral damage. The enhancements from his modifications in the Zoan type's resistance ensured he was not gravely harmed. Yet he emerged as the most injured among his companions, an unintended consequence of friendly fire. I find you much more agreeable this way. Shayna crouched beside Queen, poking at him to check his condition. You woman, I've said it before, that matter was not my decision. So don't place all the blame on me. I know a few members of MESD. How about I share their locations with you? And you can settle accounts with them? Quinn felt compelled to address the situation, believing that deflecting the conflict was the most prudent approach. Since Shayna harbored such intense disdain for the individuals at the research institute, he thought it best to direct her ire towards others, such as Vince Smockgaji, a man he had long found disagreeable. However, at that moment, another voice emerged. You scoundrels. Amidst the electrified seawater, Wang Ji rose with a sword in hand, his once elongated beard now resembling a battered octopus. The shattered shoulder armor and bloodied visage rendered him a pitiful sight. Kaido, empowered by the dance of the sword, had struck him twice on the head. The fact that he had not perished was a testament to his formidable vitality. Indeed, a resilient spirit, you troublesome elder. However, I would appreciate it if you met your end here. Kaido had a penchant for recruiting formidable warriors, but he was selective. The crew of rocks harbored their own ambitions and would not easily accept subservience. Thus, he held no interest in Wang Ji, merely an apprentice. Youngster, do not presume that possessing great power grants you license to act with impunity. Shattered Tooth Assault. The massive sword, imbued with haki, cleaved through the surrounding waters, causing the entire subterranean cavern to tremble under Wang Ji's assault. Yet, in terms of haki, you remain no match for me. Rising Dragon, Flame 8 trigrams. The flaming dragon's head, entwined with a more potent haki, surged toward Wang Ji. Wang Ji's final strike failed to thwart Kaido, who instead plunged into the rising seawater amidst a violent explosion. Wang Ji wholeheartedly agreed with the last words spoken. He had never relaxed his training in haki. While effort was essential, innate talent held equal significance. Some individuals could attain in mere hours what others could not achieve in a lifetime. We must prepare to break free. Wait, brother Kaido, all these treasures would be wasted if the seawater floods in. Quinn lamented, gazing at the mountain of riches, reluctant to part with them. One cannot appreciate the value of resources until they bear the burden of management. As the current part-time financial officer of the Beast Pirates, his personal treasury had long been depleted, necessitating a replenishment of assets in every regard. Merely treasures, let them remain here for now. We shall return for them later. For the time being, let us take some of the more valuable items. They did not possess John's spatial abilities. The location of these treasures was known only to them, rendering this place a veritable treasure trove. These individuals initially embarked on a quest for treasure, equipped with sturdy bags. Quinn prepared 2 large sacks filled with riches, readying himself for a swift exit. Subsequently, Arceus unleashed a destructive beam, shattering the rock layers above, causing torrents of water to surge into the cavern below, influenced by gravity. The abundance of treasures and stone tablets, coupled with Kaido resolving some long-standing grievances, rendered this expedition a resounding success. Amidst the cascading waters, a passage emerged, and Kaido, enveloped in flame clouds, whisked everyone away from the scene. While he possessed the capability to transport a significant amount of treasure, the sight of a colossal dragon soaring through the sky laden with riches would attract undue attention. Hence he refrained from doing so. Is it dawn already? It seems we have spent quite a while, remarked the group as they gazed at the newly risen sun. They had descended into darkness at midnight, and now daylight bathed the sky anew. After all, as pirates of the New World, our strength remains insufficient. Jean, observing the scars on his shoulder, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Such power should not permit a mere pirate to inflict such harm upon him. If this were the extent of his capabilities, he was unworthy of speaking of vengeance. Though the injury appeared minor, it was the result of the formidable regenerative abilities derived from the Zoan-type, Lunaria species, and the combined prowess of Pokemon powers. Shayna, on the other hand, remained unscathed, having faced adversaries whose strength had waned considerably, thus failing to injure her. The last two members of CP0, though formidable, were swiftly dealt with when Arceus located his stone tablet and utilized the ocean currents against them. Unlike Wangxi, those two lacked the robust physique to withstand the dual assault of water and lightning, becoming mere additions to the treasure trove. "You two have had enough. I am the one who has sustained the most severe injuries," exclaimed Quinn. "Ah, but didn't you injure yourself by mistake? Truly, you were a hindrance. This time." It wasn't Shayna but rather Quinn's betrayal policy that led Shayna to temporarily refrain from mocking him. However, this tactic proved effective against Shayna but not against Jean, resulting in yet another backstab for him. "Brother Kaido, Lord Arceus, could you perhaps consider your own crew next time?" Quinn lamented from atop the flame cloud, feeling somewhat ill-treated by the world, wondering why he alone was subjected to electric shocks. Arceus remained silent. It was Kaido who unleashed the electricity, not him. Though Kaido's thoughts clearly diverged from Quinn's. "Ha ha ha, Quinn, you are simply too weak. Had you been vigilant about your own condition and used Haki to interrupt the current beforehand, you would have been unaffected. Once we set sail, I shall train you rigorously. You can join Jean and the others in their training." "Is that really necessary, Brother Kaido?" Quinn hesitated. Kaido's training was indeed rigorous, where enduring blows was deemed an essential part of honing one's Haki. Even those who self-awakened their Haki could not escape the necessity of being struck during subsequent training. Kaido's regimen, while beneficial, was undeniably painful. "Don't be modest. You are a member of my crew," Kaido declared, unwavering in his decision, thereby ensnaring Quinn in the Haki crash course. Quinn lay despondently atop the flame cloud, gazing at the lake's surface, contemplating the meaning of life. The lake had transformed into a colossal whirlpool due to the influx of water from below, while John's awakened abilities further altered the surrounding terrain, causing the sea to continuously flow into this spot, preventing the water level from receding. Unless a fishman ventured underground to excavate, the secrets beneath would remain undiscovered, as those privy to the information either perched upon Kaido's flame cloud or resided below. John's earlier actions had provoked minor earthquakes and tsunamis. However, the moored evacuation vessels remained unaffected. Yet, the current situation had shifted. The tide's retreat would likely be prolonged. At that moment, Quinn appeared to spot something, rubbing his eyes before retrieving a telescope. "Hey, look over there. Is that not the little brat snake-like lizard?" In Quinn's line of sight, a green lizard raced across the ocean's surface, a gaping wound in its belly, blood dripping into the water as it ran. It seemed to catch sight of Kaido in the sky, who was roaring in their direction. This is the most peculiar place. Typically, Elizabeth attempts to remain near Arceus. Yet for the most part, she is inseparable from Olga. Before their actions, they arranged for both Olga and AC to stay at a hotel, the location of which had been untouched by the previous minor tsunami. It is rather unsettling that someone appeared here injured. Jean leapt down from the flame cloud, carrying the wounded Elizabeth back to it. Although Elizabeth comprehended their words, only Arceus understood her speech. "Oh dear, do not move about so wildly. I have never treated a lizard before. Endure the pain, for this wound, if left unstitched, could be fatal." Quinn was reluctantly playing the role of a veterinarian. While he had treated beasts before, he had never tended to a snake-like lizard from a species long extinct in the outside world. However, it was not in pain that it cried out, but rather in plea for assistance. It conveyed that Olga had been taken by someone, and AC was in the hotel. With his life hanging in the balance, during the fleeting moments before the moon vanished and the sun began to rise, the creature also claimed to have memorized the scent of that individual, urging them to hasten in rescuing Olga. Were they human traffickers? How audacious to abduct someone within the central hotel of the Natho Kingdom. Did they not fear becoming enemies of the Grey World? The Natho Kingdom permits various Grey transactions, yet absolutely forbids any actions that may jeopardize the safety of its guests. This is one of the reasons it has become a hub for such dealings. "Quinn, you must return to treat AC and then sail to our agreed-upon location. Truly, this has ruined my rare good mood." Kaido's previously uplifted demeanor entirely crumbled. His subordinates may falter, may err, and possess a bit of personality, but for his chosen apprentice to be abducted was a profound insult to him. "Shayna, you should accompany Quinn as well. Do your utmost to rescue AC." Arceus subsequently permitted Shayna to join, remembering the possibility Quinn had mentioned. Finding a top-tier materials scientist like AC would not be an easy task, due to the earlier low tide and the John fruits. The surrounding seawater surged into the central area, making it impossible to set sail before dawn. The one who took Olga had not ventured far into the sea. Kaido intended to make it known that not just anyone could be trifled with. Within the central hotel of the Natho Kingdom, Kaido's room had been breached, leaving a large hole in the wall, beside which lay AC, just as Elizabeth had described. AC bore a gaping wound in his chest and a massive gash resembling a slash across his abdomen. Surrounding him were hotel security personnel and doctors. Clamps. Bandages. Where are the blood bags? He has type S blood. Why have they not arrived yet? No one is permitted to die in this hotel. That is the command of His Majesty. Quickly. Several doctors hurriedly attended to AC's wounds, their focus having shifted from the sudden tsunami. The central hotel holds immense significance in the Kingdom of Nather, second only to the royal palace. To ensure the comfort of those conducting trade here, the kingdom has invested considerable resources into this establishment. Although the accommodation prices are steep, all expenses incurred within the hotel are complimentary. Additionally, it offers a plethora of auxiliary services, including entertainment, appraisal, and medical assistance. After an incident occurred in Kaido's room, the hotel security swiftly cordoned off the area. However, aside from the gravely injured AC and a shattered window, they found nothing amiss. Subsequently, emergency medical care was administered to AC, and hotel security heightened their vigilance. Failure to manage the situation could lead to a crisis of credibility for the Nather Kingdom. Thus, when Quinn and Shayna returned, AC's injuries had been attended to, albeit superficially. Upon seeing the room key belonging to Shayna, the hotel staff quickly recognized their acquaintance and led them to AC's side. Esteemed guests, this incident was unfortunate. The royal army is currently apprehending the assailants within the hotel, and we shall present you with a satisfactory resolution. How is he? Shayna disregarded the staff's reassurances. As Arceus and Kaido were already addressing the situation, if AC managed to slip away, it would truly be catastrophic. Arceus had tasked Quinn with ensuring AC's recovery. Her concern for AC's condition outweighed everything else. Following our medical intervention, the patient is no longer in imminent danger. The primary injuries include a penetrating wound to the chest, a stab wound to the abdomen, as well as a head injury from the fall and significant blood loss. Fortunately, his corpulent physique provided some protection for his internal organs. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant regarding the risk of infection. Please, esteemed guest, refrain from moving. He is still in a precarious state. The hotel physician was taken aback when he observed Quinn approaching AC with an unfamiliar syringe. Having just stabilized the patient, any further complications would be disastrous. You need not concern yourselves with the remaining matters. The initial emergency response was adequate. Now, allow me to take over. Please procure additional blood of the same type for him. He requires further transfusions. Are you a doctor, esteemed guest? If so, we have no objections. However, might I request that you vacate the room? We shall refund all incurred expenses. Having a physician among AC's companions was fortuitous, as long as they voluntarily departed. The rest would be of no consequence to them. They subsequently escorted the unconscious AC from the hotel to the vessel Quinn had previously secured. The fees were settled, and upon opening the dock, they could set sail. Yet, while arranging for AC's comfort, Quinn displayed a semblance of pride. You see, I have always asserted that a bit of extra weight can be advantageous. Had he not been stout, the outcome could have been dire. You previously claimed to be all muscle. Will he truly recover? What nonsense! Such injuries are trivial for me, even if he were cleaved in two. As long as he draws breath, I can restore him. With that, he administered the concoction he had prepared into AC's system. The physician here possesses commendable skills. AC is not in grave peril. You go ahead and lower the sails. I cannot manage the vessel alone. Quinn and Shayna navigated the new ship toward their predetermined destination. Meanwhile, at the island's fringe, Wilfred, accompanied by Olga, contemplated their departure from the island. Uncertain of the fate of CP0, he felt little concern, as the matters surrounding alchemy involving Olga were his primary focus. He had initially assumed that abducting a child would be a simple task, but as he proceeded, he realized his misjudgment. Olga was unlike ordinary children. After months of training under Kaido, her physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. This rendered his abduction tactics utterly fruitless, and he was soon discovered by Ashier. Ashier, a person lacking in physical prowess, was no match for him, a member of CP9, and was swiftly dispatched to the ground. The same could be said for the lizard creature lurking in the corner, attempting to launch a surprise attack. However, he was acutely aware that such actions breached the taboos of the Nather Kingdom, and it was likely that the kingdom was now in pursuit of him. While resolving this matter would be trivial given his CP9 affiliation, he was reluctant to disclose his identity. Should the Nether Kingdom escalate the issue? The true identity of Olga would inevitably come to light, shattering his hopes of claiming the credit for himself. Thus, he had no choice but to render Olga unconscious and stealthily depart from the Nether Kingdom. Once he returned to Mariewa and handed her over, his achievements would suffice. Yet first, he needed to ascertain the precise connection between this young girl and alchemy. If he were to inform the celestial dragons that he had unearthed information, only to discover it was false, he could not bear the consequences of mocking them. In the safe house he had prepared in advance, Wolfit released Olga, who had been confined within a bag, and roused her from her slumber. However, as soon as she awoke, she lunged at Wolfit's face, exclaiming, "You bastard! You killed my father and Elizabeth. I will not let you escape. I will kill you. I must kill you." The loss of her father, who had only just opened his heart after a century, and Elizabeth, who had accompanied her for over 100 years, plunged her into despair as she witnessed their demise. Now he sought to extract further information from her? Wolfit was merely indulging in a fanciful notion. Father? That man was your father? The excessively overweight Ashier bore little resemblance to Olga aside from their hair color, and Wolfit had not made the connection, merely perceiving him as a passerby. Had he known that the man could potentially be linked to alchemy, he would have refrained from taking action, though such sentiments did not manifest in his expression. Instead, he smiled at Olga. "I did not kill them, you see. We merely played a game. Your uncle did not use any weapons. Who could possibly punch through a door? Wouldn't you agree? This was all arranged between your uncle and your father. I will take you away, and then they will return for you. As long as they cannot find you, we win." In contrast to the corpulent Ashier, Olga, who subsisted on a diet of mere fruit, was somewhat malnourished. Coupled with the fact that girls typically grow faster than boys during childhood, Wolfit mistook her for a child of 5 or 6. He believed that such a young child would be easily deceived. He merely considered her to be associated with alchemy, unaware that she was the daughter of the pure gold creator, and even more oblivious to the fact that she was a girl who had lived for over a century. As for employing such tactics based solely on suspicion, without regard for the lives of others, this was not unusual for members of CP9. As long as they accomplished their mission, the lives of ordinary individuals were of little concern to them. However, Olga regarded Wolfit's words with a disdainful smile. A truly Navi child might have been fooled, but she was no ordinary girl. Even the notion of punching through a door was trivial to her, let alone crushing stones with her bare hands. After months of correction from Shayna, she had abandoned her habit of speaking her mind and now glared fiercely at Wolfit. "You? A good person? Indeed, my uncle is a good person. I work for the world government. How could anyone working there be a villain? Only those pirates on the seas are the true evildoers." This statement is not inherently flawed. However, for ordinary individuals, pirates are undoubtedly the villains, except for those fortunate enough to be born into pirate families. The peculiarity lies in the fact that it is welfare who utters this sentiment. Moreover, Asai had previously cautioned Olga against divulging any information regarding alchemy and pure gold, whether it be to pirates, the Navy, or the world government. Currently, the beast pirates have shown a modicum of goodwill towards them, and he dares not gamble on human nature based on a potentially uncertain future. He is acutely aware of the tremendous allure of pure gold, and he himself harbors some skepticism towards the world government. As for Shayna, she bears an irreconcilable grudge against the world government, and under the influence of both her and Asai, Olga holds little trust for their representatives. Furthermore, having witnessed welfare's actions, she is no fool. The tone in which Asai fell was not feigned, nor was Elizabeth's anguish cry. "Pa, if you were a good person, then there would be no pirates upon the seas. Do not be so certain. Uncle also hails from Alchemy Island. If you do not believe me, look at this. Now do you believe?" He pointed at the pattern on Olga's dress and recited its meaning, attempting to gain her trust through this method. Yet, unbeknownst to him, alchemy had long since vanished within the belly of a lanternfish for over a century. There were no living souls left on the island. His actions only confirmed Olga's suspicions that he was indeed one of those greedily coveting pure gold, as Asai had described. However, her gaze shifted, and a new thought took form. "Uncle, are you really from alchemy? Or are you merely jesting with my father and the others?" "Of course, I never lie. If I were to deceive, I would swallow 1,000 needles and be consumed by flames. However, I have been away from alchemy for a considerable time." "You were not yet born then. When I returned, everyone had vanished. Could you tell me where they have gone?" "Sure, but this is a secret. I can only share it quietly." Upon hearing this, Welfare leaned closer to Olga. knowing that delivering news to the celestial dragons paled in comparison to returning with pure gold as a commendable achievement. However, in the next moment, Olga bit down on his ear. Ouch! Olga, clutching her jaw, collapsed beside him, feeling as though she had bitten into an iron block, losing one of her teeth in the process. You little rascal, how naughty you are. But it matters not. You are indeed connected to alchemy. Realizing he could not easily deceive her, Welfare wiped the smile from his face. Olga's reaction was far too different from his expectations. As for why Olga felt tooth pain, it was due to the 6 styles, iron block. Mastery of the 6 styles is a fundamental requirement for formal members of CP9, yet aside from the original creator, anyone else attempting to use iron block usually meets with misfortune. None who chose to endure an attack with it have fared well. However, facing a child, he did not expect to be thwarted. Had she not exerted such force, she would not have lost a tooth entirely. Ordinary children would not possess such vigilance. This girl was no easy target. Even if she had no ties to alchemy, she undoubtedly harbored many secrets. He had not intended to be overly cruel, but given her obstinacy, he believed he might resort to certain methods. Extracting information from enemies through interrogation was a necessary skill. Even adult men might struggle to withstand such tactics. He was confident that within minutes, he could compel Olga to speak. However, before he could make a move, a tremendous crash echoed from above the safe house, as a massive azure claw burst through the wall, pinning him beneath it. What do you intend to do to my apprentice? It was merely a pawn of the world government, a dog that should understand its place. Subsequently, Elizabeth slid down Kaido's arm, her makeshift stitches still oozing blood, yet she managed to reach Olga's side. Elizabeth, you're alive. If you do not loosen your grip, she will truly perish. Arceus, who had also descended through the breach, spoke to Olga. She was nearly hanging on to Elizabeth, and if this continued, she would come undone. Lord Sacred Beast, Captain Kaido, how did you find us? Upon hearing this, Olga released Elizabeth, marking the first time she addressed Kaido as captain. At that moment, she suddenly realized that being a pirate was not so terrible after all. It was Elizabeth who brought us here. Without her, we would not have arrived so swiftly. In contrast to Olga's awakening, Welfare's mind buzzed with confusion. Why was Kaido here? The presence of such individuals here is undoubtedly linked to John's treasure. Kaido, what brings you here? Huh? Did you not hear the little brat's designation? I am her captain. Who do you think you are to take away my chosen apprentice? Kaido's dragon claw seized Woolite, bringing him before himself, and then a fierce flame ignited upon his claw. Under the dual torment of brute strength and fire, Woolite emitted a series of anguished cries. While he could flaunt his bravado against ordinary pirates, he had no standing to resist a behemoth like Kaido. Ultimately, on the brink of breathlessness, he was flung back before Olga. Kill him, little brat. Let me see if you are prepared today. Kaido's ambitions do not extend to creating a mere play-acting adventure crew. The life of a pirate is merciless, and slaughter is merely the most fundamental aspect of it. Earlier, when Olga had not yet made her resolve, Kaido was merely honing her physical prowess, but the moment she uttered the word captain, it signified a profound transformation. By acknowledging her identity as a pirate, she must also embrace the awareness of becoming one. Should she falter in her resolve, nothing significant would transpire. However, she would receive Kaido-sensei's greater affection until she acclimated to this brutal pirate society. Nevertheless, Olga's antique knife had long since vanished, and despite her youth, Woolite did not ease his guard, eliminating any lethal weapons from her possession. Woolite was rendered utterly defenseless by Kaido. Yet attempting to slay him with bare hands remained a daunting challenge for Olga. No weapon? A weapon? Little brat. There is no time on the battlefield to search for weapons. Stones, wooden planks, and such external objects aside, your teeth and nails can serve as weapons. Even if it means biting, you must show no mercy to your adversary, lest you be the one to perish. However, the area was strewn with debris, thus, there was no need for such primal tactics. Olga seized a broken table leg from nearby and swung it towards Woolite's head. This ordeal has subjected Woolite to considerable torment. Had it been Kaido who engaged him, his demise would have been a mere trifling matter. However, the situation differs with Olga. Despite Kaido inflicting severe injuries upon him, Woolite's physical resilience, honed through the rigorous training of the 6 forms, endowed him with remarkable vitality. Olga's attempts to strike him, far from being fatal, failed even to render him momentarily unconscious. Each blow merely compounded his suffering. Kaido's strike had nearly shattered every bone in his body. leaving him to helplessly witness the relentless assault of the wooden stick in Olga's hands. It was akin to torture, persisting until the very leg of the table in Olga's grasp splintered, marking the tragic end of Woolite's existence. How lamentably weak he was. It appears that considerable time is required for him to evolve. Moreover, the use of a stick is ill-suited for him. He possesses no innate aptitude in that regard. Kaido, a master of bludgeoning weapons, could discern from Olga's wielding that she was utterly incompatible with such implements. As the dust settled, Kaido, in his dragon form, led everyone towards the designated location. The vessel they boarded significantly larger than the previous patrol ship. This is a steam-powered paddleboat, which is considerably more efficient in operation compared to traditional sailing vessels. Father, you are well, how splendid. It hurts, oh, it hurts so much. Olga, you should go down first. His injuries are far more severe than Elizabeth's, and humanity's self-healing abilities pale in comparison to those of serpentine lizards. He is not a Zoan-type ability user. It is already remarkable that he can move at all. Many matters have reached a temporary conclusion. Arceus has momentarily lost track of information regarding the new stone tablets. The world is vast, and from his current perceptual range, aimlessly searching for these tablets seems nearly impossible. According to existing intelligence, the world government might possess knowledge of them. However, as the actual rulers of the sea, the Grand Line, Red Line, and the Four Seas, the overwhelming expanse makes it daunting to commence any endeavors. Shayna and Jean can only estimate the location of the Lost Tablets Island based on conversations with their kin, and as of now, there is still no news. Thus, the focus temporarily shifts to the seeker that Quinn mentioned. I possess a general understanding of the crafting techniques. However, certain details require experimentation. It is impossible to rely solely on my efforts, and the rudimentary equipment aboard the vessel is insufficient. At the very least, a research facility is necessary. He requires more apparatus. Although he has fashioned numerous items by hand, this does not imply he can replace machinery with mere manual labor. Whether for experimentation or any other endeavor, additional personnel are essential. Previously, Kaido's actions revolved around the pursuit of the tablets. But the next phase necessitates an expansion of territory and manpower. Kaido has no intention of lingering in the paradise. His sights are set on the New World. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John, these are prominent pirates who maintain established territories in the New World. Their demise has resulted in significant vacuums across vast regions. Pirates can be categorized into two types: those who roam and pillage indiscriminately, regarded as mere fodder within the pirate community, and the formidable pirates of the New World, who resemble warlords rather than traditional marauders. Beyond their own formidable strength and the loyal officers of their crews, they command numerous pirate factions, wielding thousands of troops to govern extensive maritime territories. At this juncture, plundering has become the least efficient means of operation. They maintain the functioning of their grand pirate crews through tribute. Within their territorial waters, various enterprises are subject to taxation and outside the jurisdiction of the world government. Might is the only law that prevails. From legitimate commerce, harbor docking, food services, and entertainment industries to underground establishments such as casinos. All protective operations and arms smuggling are intertwined with their influence. Every economic activity within these waters is inextricably linked to the actual controllers of the region. Even if nothing else exists, the cost of merely flying a flag is exorbitant, requiring hundreds of millions of berries to procure such a standard. If one lacks sufficient means of self-preservation, the best recourse is to borrow the protection of a flag. However, such expenses are often justified in the chaotic New World. New pirates emerge daily, even hourly. The residents of the New World harbor greater fear towards these fresh-faced newcomers than those who have been entrenched in the tumult for some time. Those who remain oblivious to the essence of strength often engage in irrational behaviors. However, not all pirates are mere hotheads. Many seek refuge under the banner of a formidable pirate after entering the New World. Kaido is no novice, and unlike those freshly set adrift, he does not intend to tread a path of gradual progression. Seizing the territory that once belonged to John and his crew presents itself as the most prudent course of action. Rather than contending with other pirates for dominion in the New World, it is far wiser to occupy this unclaimed land and bolster one's forces. This is the maritime chart. The territories of John and his companions are not contiguous, and our current situation necessitates that we first secure a singular area. Let it be John's territory. If memory serves me correctly, that island is referred to as the Island of Industry. Observing the map presented by Kaido, Quinn proffered his own suggestion. The advantages of the newly selected ship by Quinn are evident. It boasts a dual power system of steam engine and paddle wheel, allowing for a temporary state of unmanned navigation, provided one maintains control of the boiler pressure and direction. The territorial claims of the New World are hardly a secret. It is common knowledge, and maps detailing the distribution of various factions can easily be found within the underground world, particularly in the so-called Grey Kingdom of Natho. Intelligence operatives often receive information even before the world government does. Understanding the territories of the notorious pirates is a simple task. Especially when compared to the future era of the Four Emperors, the current situation of the New World is drastically different. 5 years ago, the Rocks Pirates were undoubtedly the most powerful force. Today, in the absence of the Rocks Pirates, the captain of the Flying Pirate crew, the Grand Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirate Fleet, Shiki the Golden Lion, commands the largest faction in the New World. The abilities granted by the Float Fruit provide Shiki's fleet with a significant advantage in naval combat. However, in terms of raw strength, he pales in comparison to Whitebeard, whose subordinates have yet to reach their full potential. Whitebeard himself, untroubled by injuries, remains a top-tier force in the New World. Following them is the Roger Pirates, who roam without a fixed territory in search of the ultimate destination. These three factions can be regarded as the strongest pirates in the New World today. The remnants of Rocks, including Charlotte Lin and John, along with Silver Axe, form the second tier in this tumultuous landscape. With such a vast power vacuum now present, once word spreads, countless pirates will swarm like sharks sensing blood in the water. However, given the position of John and his crew, it may take some time for the news to circulate, thus presenting an opportunity for Kaido and his associates. Let us proceed, but before we set sail, there is one matter to address. Kaido gazed up at the sails on the mast. Although this vessel is a steam paddle ship, it retains two main masts and sails, which currently remain bare without Kaido's flag. Pirates are known for their deep reverence for their flags. To damage a flag signifies a declaration of war, and it also serves to delineate their territory. While the previous small boats and naval patrol vessels could be overlooked, this ship is genuinely a beast pirate's vessel, and the absence of a flag must be rectified. Soon, a new dilemma arose. Does anyone here possess artistic skills? Kaido had fought in the Kingdom Army at the tender age of 10. Although the army taught literacy, artistry was solely reliant on innate talent, making the task of creating a proper pirate flag somewhat daunting for him. Arceus was equally inept in this domain. Following the absorption of 4 tablets, his overall strength experienced a significant enhancement, transcending the mere use of attribute skills. The power of the Thousand Realms brace was fully activated, enabling him to manipulate single elements like water or flame. The intangible water could serve as a substitute for an arm, proving far more convenient. Unlike the likes of Dog, some things cannot simply be conjured by thought. Otherwise, there would not be so many Madden parties in existence. As for Shayna and Jin, their entire lives have been dedicated to one purpose, survival, leaving them utterly devoid of artistic ability. They had witnessed Olga's graffiti skills, rendering any inquiry unnecessary, and as for Ashier, asking him to create a pirate flag would be an undue burden. Ultimately, the responsibility fell back onto Quinn. We need to recruit, Boss Kaido. Even if it's just for cannon fodder, we need people to handle the menial tasks. Quinn lamented while clutching a paint bucket. Despite Kaido's insistence on expanding their ranks, those he encountered during this period were either too weak or unsuitable, leaving Quinn still at the bottom of the ship's hierarchy. Olga and Ashier were incapable of heavy labor. Assigning them simple tasks would take hours. Under Kaido's rough sketch guidance, a skeletal figure with horns appeared on their flag. The vessel continued its course toward the New World, as Kaido and Quinn began to inventory their treasures. The items stored by John were genuine valuables, including several ornate artifacts that seemed to be worth a fortune, along with a few boxes. Isn't this the necklace that was discarded by the celestial dragons back in the day? I recall it caused quite a stir, Quinn remarked, inspecting an object with a magnifying glass, recalling the bloodshed that ensued years prior. It was unsurprising. More than one celestial dragon fell into Rock's hands, indicating that they had not managed to reclaim all their possessions. John was still the same, collecting valuable items. Kaido had little interest in the necklace and opened another box, his expression brightening considerably upon discovering a devil fruit nestled inside. Quinn, what does your encyclopedia say? What kind of fruit is this? This is, It should be the dog fruit, but I can't specify which type. Brother Kaido, I only have a rubbing, and the original does not cover all varieties. Regarding this fruit, there is only half a page. No matter, as long as it's so in type, it seems that little brat also possesses a unique ability. Meanwhile, Arceus was engaged in a new experimental modification, this time not on Olga, but on Elizabeth. Following Shayna's ability infusion, Jin's fruit modification, and Quinn's unpredictable transformation, Arceus resolved to embark on a fourth experiment, targeting animals beyond the realm of humans. In this world, there exists a plethora of peculiar creatures, among which those endowed with sufficient intelligence can cultivate formidable powers. Take, for instance, the baboons of Eagle Eye Island and the kung fu manatees of Alabasta. Elizabeth's intellect is akin to that of a human child, and judging by her previous acts of self-sacrifice to relay messages, a transformation seems entirely feasible. The serpent-like lizard. Yes, that will suffice. The power of the water droplet stone tablet enveloped Elizabeth, and amid a burst of white light, her arms began to elongate, her spine straightened, and her skin shifted from green to blue. Indeed, it is far less laborious to transform animals than humans. Perhaps it is due to the differences in their anatomical structures. Transforming animals is even less taxing than merely altering the devil fruits. If one were to eliminate the ability to change forms, the required energy would diminish even further, prompting Arceus to entertain new ideas. However, specimens like Elizabeth, possessing adequate intelligence yet modest in size, are quite rare. Elizabeth appears somewhat disoriented, oscillating between her original and new forms, seemingly attuned to the changes within her body, which astonishes the nearby Olga. Holy beast, what is happening to Elizabeth? It is a new power. Her species should now be designated as the chameleon evader. Elizabeth transitions between two forms, a stark distinction from the modified animals and humans, who possess only their original and Pokemon forms, lacking any hybrid beastly forms. This is likely the reason for the reduced consumption. Moreover, permanent transformations lead to even lesser consumption, whereas spontaneous creations result in a greater expenditure. The chameleon Pokemon, a special attack Pokemon, belongs to the water-type starters of the Galar region. Water-type Pokemon generally derive their hydration from external moisture, each possessing unique reservoirs and methods of water conversion. In arid environments, water molecules from the air can be transformed into liquid through specialized means, including the utilization of their own vitality. However, barring a few exceptions, water-type Pokemon tend to inhabit areas close to water bodies. The most common method is to store and utilize external water, as controlling existing ocean waves is far easier than generating a massive wave independently. The presence of pyrobroin particles throughout this world means that even water generated by water-type Pokemon is subject to certain constraints imposed by these particles on their abilities. Arceus stands as the singular exception, capable of creating pure water devoid of pyrobroin particles through the water plate, allowing even those with abilities to rediscover the sensation of swimming. The eyes of chameleon Pokemon possess a unique membrane, endowing them with exceptional capabilities to discern the weaknesses of their opponents. Their specialized wing membranes enable brief gliding, while a blade-like structure concealed within their tails adds to their arsenal. Notably, their primary ability lies in their innate sniper talent. In theory, a chameleon Pokemon can expel stored water at a velocity of 3 Mach from its fingertips, though Elizabeth may not reach such speeds. Nevertheless, high-velocity water projectiles can be lethal the most. Even those endowed with abilities may find themselves at a disadvantage against Elizabeth if they lack the power to freeze or evaporate seawater, as water-type Pokemon inherently possess an advantage over them. However, a crucial point to note is that the intelligence of Pokemon-turned animals significantly enhances, with chameleon Pokemon being among the higher echelons of intelligence. At this juncture, Elizabeth is poised for a markedly different developmental trajectory. Olga, perhaps you could try to teach it to speak. Teach it to speak. I attempted that over a century ago. It was quite dull inside the belly of the sea creature, and of course, Olga tried as well. Although Elizabeth could comprehend her words, she could not articulate human speech. But now, things are different. Initially, Team Rocket's Meowth was merely an ordinary feline, yet the magic of love compelled it to learn to walk upright and speak human language. Theoretically, with determination, it is conceivable for Pokemon to acquire the ability to communicate in human language, excluding deities and mythical creatures, even uniquely shaped Rotom. And the long-lived Jengar from the Girls' Canyon can articulate human language, indicating that learning human speech is not an anomaly. With ample instruction, it could be achievable. Observing her new, human-like fingers, Elizabeth began to explore her abilities and experiment with her sniping prowess. However, her attempts yielded unsatisfactory results, as the water projectile she produced fell significantly short of the recorded 3 Mach speed. Being a newly minted sniper, Elizabeth struggled to control this ability effectively. Her hands were more akin to auxiliary tools, with muscle development concentrated in her lower body. Consequently, she found it challenging to manage the recoil generated from her sniping, resulting in an inadvertent misfire aimed at the ocean's surface. Gurgle. Quinn, who had just ascended the nearby staircase, swallowed hard as he glanced at the water projectile that struck the railing beside him, causing a chill to run down his spine. Due to his height, the section of the railing that Elizabeth hit was nearly level with Quinn's waist, a slight shift to the left, and he might have needed to consider undergoing prosthetic modifications. Murder. Are you attempting murder? What manner of creature is this blue lizard? Had Arceus not been present, he might have stormed forward to confront Olga about this matter. Yet Arceus maintained his composure. Quinn, you're in the way. Kaido pushed Quinn from behind, water stains visible on his shoulder, indicating that the water projectile had splashed onto him, though its current impact was insufficient to harm him. The transformed Elizabeth was now also visible to Kaido. Despite the significant alteration in her form, he still recognized the saddle on her back. That lizard? Your application of abilities is indeed extensive. Kaido realized he had underestimated Arceus's capabilities, as the range of his powers seemed broader than he had anticipated. There remains much to explore. Why have you all come up? We discovered something intriguing. He tossed a fruit to Olga. Catch it, kid. A white fruit arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in Olga's hands. Huh? She stared at the white melon in her grasp, still puzzled by the situation. The ocean's treasure, a devil fruit. You should be aware of what this is, right? There are quite a few ability users aboard this ship. This is a dog fruit, though we are uncertain of its specific type. You might take a gamble on its abilities. However, there is no need for concern, as long as Arceus is present, at the very least. It possesses abilities comparable to mythical creatures. Quinn elaborated on the fruit's classification. The unknown type of devil fruit certainly poses a challenge, though the fruit's potential depends on its level of development. However, fruits do vary in potency. The ability to elevate an ordinary power to its utmost potential means that acquiring a more potent ability naturally raises the ceiling. Prior to Arceus's emergence, ordinary Zoan types held the lowest status among devil fruits, as their transformations provided little enhancement compared to Paramecia and Logia types in the early stages. Only after extensive physical training could the augmentations from Zoan types induce a qualitative change. Yet, with Arceus's influence, the scenario has shifted. Rather than seeking direct enhancement, if an obscure Zoan type is inherently mythical, standard modifications may prove unsuitable, necessitating thorough preparation. Why do you seem hesitant? Are you not interested in ability users? It's not that. I've merely heard. This particular fruit is notoriously unpalatable, and after consuming fruit for over a century, to be honest, just the sight of fruit makes me nauseous. Yet, moments later, she pinched her nose and took a bite, resulting in a fluffy foxtail sprouting from her back, accompanied by a grimace. With a pointed snout and rounded ears, her limbs slightly short, even in full beast form. Her size remained modest, giving her an undeniably adorable appearance. Is this an Arctic fox? This world is indeed home to both the North and South Poles, and the question of which is colder, Antarctica or the Arctic, has sparked fierce debates among the formidable four emperors. The canine fruit encompasses varieties including foxes, dogs, and wolves, so the emergence of a fox's ability is hardly surprising. However, this Arctic fox distinctly showcases its winter form, adorned in a coat of pure white fur. At this moment, Olga is overwhelmed by a profound sense of nausea. The taste of the devil fruit is indescribable, and compounded by her inherent aversion to such fruits. She feels as though something is attempting to wrench her stomach from her body. Once she manages to quell this sensation, she begins to familiarize herself with the fruit's abilities. Much like Elizabeth did moments ago. The initial manifestation is the ability to transform into a beast. The changes in the thousand-faced avoidance technique are minimal. Yet Olga's perspective shifts dramatically upon her own transformation. Gazing at Kaido beside her, she wonders what possessed her to once dare to abduct him. Naturally, soon after, she hears words that ignite her ire. Although she is a fox, surely her brother Kaido should be even more resilient now. But wait, why should he be resilient? Returning to her human form from that of a fox, Olga is gripped by an unsettling premonition. Her understanding of the process of becoming stronger revolves around relentless training. The process may be arduous, yet she is resolutely prepared. However, this bears no resemblance to merely enduring beatings. Previously, Kaido's physical training pushed the limits of human endurance, leaving her with no excess energy to concern herself with other matters. She is unafraid of hardship, yet she harbors a fear of pain. The latent potential awakened during prior injections had even drawn Quinn's attention. Do not fear, you are still quite distant from being beaten. You must first hone your physical capabilities. Although you may observe how others train. Quinn exerted pressure on Olga from the sidelines, yet this pressure swiftly returned to him. Indeed, let us commence with you shortly. Kaido's voice reached Quinn's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Kaido, I need to set sail. Training is rather inconvenient at this moment. Hasn't the course been determined? Indeed, and the steam pressure remains stable, does it not? That is correct. Then there is no need for concern. I shall be mindful of my strength, allowing you to retain some energy to monitor the ship's status. Quinn had initially believed he was the sole steward of the ship's situation, convinced that Kaido would not permit him to train. However, reality revealed his error. While Olga still required physical training, Quinn was in a different situation. Though round in form, he had nearly completed his physical conditioning. The development of his fruit's abilities rested solely upon him, with the remaining focus being on Haki. Enduring beatings is perpetually a crucial aspect of Haki cultivation. Whether for the defensive prowess of armament Haki or the perceptive abilities of observation Haki, both of which can be incrementally strengthened through the experience of being struck. The aim of training is not solely to endure blows. As long as one meets Kaido's expectations, being able to evade attacks with observation Haki and withstand strikes with armament Haki, one would not be beaten. However, achieving such a level directly is evidently unattainable. Once Olga acquires her powers, Kaido would inevitably adjust her training intensity. Otherwise, it would squander the immense regenerative capabilities of her Zoan fruit. Nevertheless, training is not the immediate focus. The forthcoming stage is the anticipated ability enhancement segment. Although Olga had consumed the fruit prior to her transformation, this time Arceus did not opt for the unpredictable mutations akin to Quinn's, but rather harnessed the power of the Evil Eye tablet. With the possession of such a tablet, directed guidance proves superior to random mutations. Random mutations entail an element of uncertainty, as the fruit's abilities may not represent their final form. Special transformations such as Mega Evolutions and Gigantamax forms can still be developed based on the fruit's awakening. However, fruits are not Pokemon, and the prospect of self-initiated evolution is improbable. Such an endeavor would necessitate a secondary transformation, thus explaining why all his enhancements culminate in final forms. Based on the Arctic Fox, a novel transformation began to manifest within Olga, presenting a standing fox spirit before everyone. The fox spirit Pokemon, Zoroark. The Arctic Fox's winter white fur transitioned into a summer gray-black coat, yet her golden mane remained intact, while the red mane adorning Zoroark's back transformed into gold. Compared to the likes of Blaziken, Tropius, Aerodactyl, and the many-faced illusionist, Zoroark's abilities are not as overt. Even Kaido and Quinn at that moment could not discern Olga's capabilities until Zoroark's form became ethereal, subsequently morphing into an alternate version of Quinn. Then, right before Quinn, she slimmed her form down and produced a mirror from her belongings to inspect herself. Uncle Quinn, your slimmer appearance seems rather lackluster. You brat. Change back. You're besmirching my image. I do not look like this when I slim down. Utilizing illusions to masquerade as others is a distinctive ability of the Zoroark species. Not only can it mimic humans, but Zoroark can also transform into other Pokemon forms. However, this requires sufficient understanding, which Olga lacks, thus she can only imitate others' appearances. Subsequently, Olga continued to refine her abilities. Zoroark's powers extend far beyond mere mimicry, as this is merely one of its fundamental skills. The pirate ship continued its voyage, and Olga's life was meticulously structured, learning cultural subjects and various knowledge from Ashier and Quinn, receiving personal training and physical conditioning from teacher Kaido, while Shayna assisted her in developing her fruit abilities and teaching Elizabeth to speak. After approximately a month, news from the sky brought forth a bewildering report. The death drama Prielt? With a bounty of 500 million berries, only alive. This fellow is deceased. How can the bounty still increase? Are those Navy personnel utterly incompetent? Gazing at today's newspaper, Kaido appeared perplexed, as his own bounty had escalated to 15 billion. Yet this had nothing to do with the matters concerning the Naruto Kingdom. It was entirely due to his escape from the research facility. Jean and Shayna still remained unbountied, which indicated that previous events were shrouded in secrecy. But why had Prielt's bounty risen, accompanied by the stipulation of capture alive to claim the reward? He remained unaware that all of this was attributable to Spandane, precisely Spandam. Previously, in a fit of dissatisfaction, he had caused a ruckus in Spandan's office, igniting a small fire that resulted in the destruction of Prielt's life card. Coupled with the missing Wilt and CP0 agents, they dispatched additional personnel to the Naruto Kingdom. Furthermore, due to Spandan's erroneous intelligence, a series of misjudgments ensued. Spandane, should such matters reoccur, do not attempt to contact me, resign, and take full responsibility for your actions. Yes, I am deeply sorry. My sincerest apologies for the trouble caused. Confronted with the wrathful phone calls, Spandam exhibited an air of humility, having employed numerous connections to rectify the situation following this unforeseen event. Previously, he had aimed to monopolize the majority of the accolades for discovering the treasure of rocks, concealing several key figures, and directly reaching out to those in higher positions. To his dismay, the treasure remained elusive, and both Warlord and the two CP0 agents encountered unforeseen complications. The situation with Warlord was manageable, as CP9 fell under his purview. And Warlord was not the strongest among them, allowing for backup personnel to fill the void. In the rear, the CP organization possessed an island dedicated to nurturing talent. However, the scenario with CP0 was markedly different. It comprised elite individuals, fiercely loyal to the government, whose inexplicable loss would necessitate accountability. Prior to the conflagration that engulfed his office, Priort's life card had remained intact, resulting in Spandam's complete loss of control over the circumstances surrounding the Kingdom of Natho. CP0 would not communicate with him, and the last report from Warlord indicated that all was well. Although the two CP0 agents were likely not John's adversaries, retreating should have been feasible. The life cards from Mariehua had confirmed their demise, and others had been dispatched to investigate the specifics of the situation. Under these circumstances, Spandam was compelled to disclose all available information. Given the intrinsic value of his intelligence, he managed to leverage several connections, thus allowing the matter to be somewhat resolved. However, to appease those involved, he incurred significant costs, and the fallout from the information loss left Spandam in a precarious state, leading to his current bedridden condition. Through Spandam's erroneous intelligence and the subsequent investigation into the Kingdom of Natho, they concluded that Priort was indeed the instigator of these calamities. This individual astonishingly deceived everyone, surreptitiously acquiring the treasure of rocks, which is precisely why such an extraordinary bounty has emerged. This matter is far from resolved. Government officials have conducted a more meticulous investigation here. Subsequently, those probing into the situation in the Kingdom of Nather have made new discoveries. Unless one is privy to the secret of rocks, few could fathom the vast expanse beneath the central lake of this island. They owe their findings to John, whose awakened abilities have altered the topography of Nather. After their departure from Kaido, this area experienced minor seismic activities. A subterranean cavern opened up, and after some corpses and a modest treasure were swept away by the currents, the opening ultimately collapsed in the aftermath of the tremors. The robust physique of these individuals is not only evident in life but also persists in death. Remarkably, after such a prolonged period, the corpses have shown no signs of decay, allowing their original identities to remain discernible. Ultimately, they arrived at their conclusion that these individuals, driven by greed for treasure, fell into infighting and subsequently met their demise at the hands of unknown assailants. Continuing the investigation yielded little fruit, and under the pressure from the Kingdom of Natho, they resolved to conclude their inquiries. The Kingdom of Natho had lodged numerous protests, claiming that the investigation, which involved a coalition of naval and governmental personnel, was encroaching upon their gray market dealings. Furthermore, the recent earthquake and unprecedented tidal fluctuations had severely impacted the national economy. If they were to delay any longer, the kingdom would soon find itself unable to meet its financial obligations. However, among the evidence collected, there lay an antiquated dagger, unmistakably the one that Olga had lost. Not everyone possesses knowledge of ancient scripts, and it was merely coincidental that Wilflet could recognize the writing of alchemy. The investigators merely gathered evidence, leaving the analysis to be undertaken by other personnel upon their return. Simultaneously, Wilflet's body was discovered. In contrast to the unidentified corpses of CP0, Wilflet's remains had already been taken into custody by the Kingdom of Natho. Although the kingdom had regulations in place, the presence of pirates who succumbed to violence on the island was a familiar occurrence for them. The body exhibited severe burns, numerous fractures, and signs of prolonged blunt force trauma to the head, suggesting he had endured interrogation. What he had uncovered remained unclear. It would be left to the higher authorities to unravel the mystery. It was time for departure, as the King of Natho had made several calls to Mariehua. Subsequently, a group of specialists began their so-called exploration of the recovered clues, with the dagger originating from alchemy drawing their interest. Bolstered by Spandam's fervent assurances, the world government came to a misguided conclusion, suspecting that Prilart orchestrated the entire affair. Either Rox had discovered pure gold, or Prilart had stumbled upon new clues regarding alchemy, ultimately leading to Prilart being assigned a unique bounty. This is also the reason why Spandam could operate successfully without facing any demotion or punishment. Nonetheless, they lacked the capability to recover even a single corpse from the vast ocean. The individual in charge of the matter found themselves at an impasse. relying on a plethora of erroneous intelligence that misguidedly pointed towards alchemy. They believed that locating the missing alchemy would ultimately lead them to Prilth. Several months later, after a considerable period of navigation, their fleet, comprised of various beasts, finally reached the Shambadi archipelago. This vessel has become a sanctuary for minority races. Among the sole survivors of the alchemy, there are 2 from the Lunaria tribe, alongside the long-extinct serpent lizard species. However, the demeanor of the crew has recently taken a peculiar turn. Each individual bears bruises of various hues, but more accurately, it is Quinn who is marked with such colorful contusions. As for Arceus, he is not within the scope of training, as he is not a combatant. Olga has just completed her physical training and has yet to enter the phase of receiving blows. Jean has wrapped himself up tightly, and Shayna is similarly concealed. Even if they bear injuries, they remain imperceptible. Quinn, however, is quite distinct, as his stature is already larger than others, and under Kaido's tutelage. Despite possessing the regenerative capabilities of his own type, he has accumulated numerous bruises. Nevertheless, this period has proven fruitful, for the hockey levels of the few aboard have significantly improved. Concurrently, Olga has modified her collection of identical garments, removing the conspicuous alchemy script thereupon. The lesson learned from past experiences made her aware that such information should not be disclosed lightly. She has never seen the true faces of Shayna and Jean, nor do they seem inclined to remove their masks or revert from their transformations in her presence, at least not at this moment. Yet, Arceus harbors certain suspicions. Akin to the alchemy, these are matters best kept hidden. Over a century ago, the Lunaria tribe was far more numerous, and governmental efforts to apprehend them were even more intense. News of the bounty on Lunaria individuals circulated across various islands, and Arceus had encountered similar reports. Yet he had little interest in discussing them. Indeed, he found solace in such silence, whether it be the pure gold or the Lunaria tribe. Their stance towards the world government is one of evasion. Thus, they are truly akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Nonetheless, Quinn finds joy, for after several months, Kaido has finally recruited his first batch of subordinates, replenishing a significant portion of the Beast Pirates' ranks. However, these recruits do not constitute true subordinates in Kaido's eyes. Rather, they are expendable manpower, as he does not pursue a singular elite path but values numbers as part of his strategy. Currently, those aboard have joined of their own volition, a common occurrence in the pirate world where strength reigns supreme, and formidable pirates often attract a following. Following the update of Kaido's bounty, even within the New World, he is regarded as a powerful pirate, and it is no surprise that individuals seek to ally themselves with him. Over the past few months, they have come to understand that aside from Kaido's drunken moments, they are generally safe. Furthermore, Kaido seldom intervenes, with Quinn and Jean overseeing the ship's affairs. Quinn manages the mundane tasks, while Jean addresses broader issues. However, matters concerning Arceus invariably draw Shayna's attention. Through decisive action, Shayna has made it clear what Arceus's standing is aboard this vessel. The last individual who spoke out of turn nearly faced incineration at her hands. Yet, a minor issue has now arisen aboard the ship. The captain of this vessel, Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, has gone missing. To be precise, he had indulged in a feast a few days ago, became inebriated, and subsequently transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring off to an unknown destination. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Typically, he would return after 2 or 3 days, thanks to the life card that Queen had bestowed upon him. Initially, the crew would be in a state of panic, but they have gradually grown accustomed to Kaido's periodic disappearances. The frequency of his absences usually correlates with the frequency of his feasts. However, this time, he has exceeded his usual absence, and the direction indicated by his life card appears rather peculiar. It was not until the morning newspaper arrived that the crew comprehended the gravity of the situation. Lord St. Beast, are you present? It seems that Kaido has encountered some trouble. He has been captured again. Shayna held the newspaper just delivered by the newsbird. In essence, the Navy's G4 branch had discovered an unidentified creature within their base's cargo hold, which upon investigation turned out to be the notorious Kaido, who is currently detained and will soon be transported to the underwater prison, Impel Down. G4 branch. Who is the commander there? The former Vice Admiral of the G4 branch has retired, and now Vice Admiral Hadra from the Navy headquarters is in charge. The branches of the Navy along the Grand Line are designated with GX names, with G4 located near the Sabaody archipelago. Unlike the East Blue branches, which have ranks diminished by 3 levels, the ranks within the headquarters and those along the Grand Line are equivalent, rendering any distinctions moot. Just as pirates can gauge their strength by their bounties, the Navy's might can also be estimated through their ranks, although there are always exceptions, such as the infamous Carp who declined promotion. Hadra, an unfamiliar name. Excluding the anomalies within the Navy, it is unlikely that Kaido would fall easily, after all. The power spectrum at the Vice Admiral level is vast. A name that fails to ring a bell most likely signifies that Kaido has not been defeated. Given Kaido's character, Arceus surmised that he had likely found himself in the Navy's storage, indulging in a second round of drinks, leading to his arrest, perhaps still inebriated. Based on his past experiences with Kaido, though he could not recall the exact number of times, it was certain that he had been captured on numerous occasions. If all goes as usual, he would eventually find a way to escape. However, at this moment, Arceus could distinctly sense a change in the ship's course. The heading has shifted? Indeed. Specifically, you shall hear for yourself. Shana pointed towards the deck below. We are going to rescue Captain Kaido. Oh. Let those Navy fools witness our might. Oh. These individuals were certainly spirited. Did they truly comprehend the implications of facing a Vice Admiral? While Kaido's recruits had proven formidable in the earlier stages, attempting to rescue him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Their utterance of such bravado only underscored their naivety. However, within the ranks of pirates, such innocent souls are ever present. Lord Saint Beast, shall we intervene? There is no need. After all, it is a cooperative relationship. Their desire to rescue their captain is entirely reasonable, but this motley crew stands little chance of success. Let this serve as a training exercise for Olga in infiltration. Relying on these individuals to rescue Kaido is utterly unrealistic. At best, they can merely operate a ship, fire cannons, or create a FAAD of strength to confront ordinary soldiers. The only viable options are to either launch a strong assault to extract Kaido or remove his handcuffs, allowing him to escape on his own. Arceus believes that Kaido is quite capable of freeing himself, although it is highly probable that he has been shackled with Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. If the purity of the stone is insufficient, he may still wield his abilities freely. Sea Prism Stone, a unique mineral hailing from Wano, was only known to a select few until Kaido's imminent rise to power under the rule of the tyrant Kaido. Prior to this, Wano maintained a policy of isolation, with limited contact with the outside world. While some Sea Prism Stone has circulated, its quantity remains scarce, and much of it resides in Impel Down. The purity of the Sea Prism Stone at the branch may not even sufficiently restrain Kaido. If the concentration is inadequate, he will naturally escape once he regains his senses after intoxication. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, a visit is deemed necessary. Currently, the collaboration is proceeding smoothly, and Arceus has no intentions of changing partners. Although Orga has made considerable progress in developing Zoroark's abilities, her personality lends itself to a greater proficiency in illusion techniques. While she has only mastered a select few offensive skills like Evil Wave, the previously exclusive skill, Dark Explosion, remains elusive to her. Having lived for over a century, a modicum of practical training is essential. In the future, as they search for tablets and infiltrate to gather intelligence, honing her skills is imperative. Otherwise, Arceus would not have chosen Zoroark in the first place. The capabilities of the Mirage Master should not be squandered. Master of the Sacred Beasts. Is this perhaps too soon for her? Would it not be better if I took on this task? No need for concern, should any misfortune arise. I shall ensure her safe return. Your temperament is ill-suited for such endeavors. The Beast Pirate's vessel steered toward G4, with the distance between the Sabaody archipelago and the G4 base being negligible. With full speed, they quickly approached the vicinity, waiting until darkness fell before Elizabeth led Orga in this infiltration mission. Even at night, the G4 Navy base is illuminated by powerful searchlights, ensuring that daring pirates are never in short supply to challenge the Navy. The situation in the Four Seas has been relatively calm, aside from the ruckus caused by John, as incidents have been scarce in the branches for some time. The sturdy fortifications and coastal artillery of the Four Seas can manage the majority of local pirates. However, in the wake of John's incident, vigilance has been heightened across all branches. The branches within the Grand Line possess even greater firepower as they face formidable adversaries. John's incident served as a grim reminder for the entire Navy, as no one wishes to become the next disgrace of the Navy. Furthermore, this event seems to have triggered a response in certain pirates, with some aspiring to make a name for themselves by trampling on Navy branches, prompting G4 to bolster its defenses. In addition to the searchlights illuminating the sea, several beams of light also pierce the sky. Historically, the Navy would not have monitored the skies unless facing particularly special foes. The technological focus of this world has always been somewhat skewed, producing war machines akin to pacifists, yet lacking in large-scale airships. The world government operates similarly, and aside from the legendary Gold Lion, no pirate has yet amassed a significant aerial force. Thus, the branch base would not squander resources on aerial defenses. However, in light of current circumstances, a few searchlights have been deployed to the skies. Nonetheless, those sparse beams of light cannot hinder Elizabeth. Jean has inadvertently aided them. The ability of the multi-faced avoider is to glide rather than fly, necessitating a sufficient altitude. Jean thus acts as the aircraft for their drop. Elizabeth, utilizing her wing membranes, soared through the night sky, evading the Navy's searchlights and landing within the G4 base. This captain truly leaves one with little peace of mind. The crew aboard refers to Kaido in various terms. Orga prefers to call him captain, while Arceus addresses him by name. Others like Shayna and Jean occasionally refer to him as sir, boss, or big brother. The newly recruited subordinates echo this sentiment. At this time, Kaido has yet to formalize the ranks and titles within his pirate crew. Even if he were to do so, it would hardly matter to him. Over there, spoke Elizabeth. After months of diligent study, she has made some progress, successfully mastering a new language, although she is still unable to articulate lengthy sentences, typically conveying her thoughts with just a few words. The life card is a remarkable object, resistant to damage, as previously amended in Spandam's context, enabling her to locate Kaido with ease and avoid wandering aimlessly within the Navy base. Activating her ability, an illusion enveloped the two of them. Zoroark's illusion does not alter its form like a ditto. Instead, it cloaks itself like a holographic projection. Orga is still in the initial stages of mastering her abilities. The application of illusions is relatively straightforward, and her observation haki allows her to sense the differences, yet no Navy personnel would continuously release their haki within the base. Orga casually pinched the faces of two passers-by. With the multitude of personnel in the Navy base, she doubted anyone could recognize all their colleagues. The next step involves locating two isolated individuals to replace them. There will still be guards on the pirate ship during the night, and such a vast base is sure to have patrols, perhaps even passwords. Orga and Elizabeth navigated the Navy base, occasionally encountering clipping issues. Although Orga can transform her exterior appearance into that of an adult Navy soldier, her physical structure remains unchanged, and her perspective persists as before, occasionally leading to inadvertent collisions with structures. The illusion lacks substance. The phantoms she conjures do not dissipate upon such contact, resulting in clipping issues. The extent to which an illusion can influence its surroundings depends on the wielder's strength. Zoroark's illusions are so convincing that they can deceive cameras and elicit genuine feelings, ensnaring even the likes of Inti, Suicune, and Reika within the confines of a false illusion. The principles behind this remain elusive even to Quinn. While Orga cannot influence an entire city, she is more than capable of operating within a limited scope. She and Elizabeth trailed a patrol team with a similar direction, leading the last two members astray. Elizabeth, concealed against the wall, unleashed her tail, akin to a predator, swiftly dragging one individual into a corner before Orga executed two precise strikes with her transformed claws. If one wishes to fully harness the abilities inherent to Pokemon, complete transformation is the optimal choice. Though Orga currently appears as a Navy soldier, her true form beneath the illusion remains that of a golden-haired Zoroark. Initially, Ashier did not wish for Orga to take on a combat role. Even after joining Kaido's crew, she could have opted to remain in the rear as a research personnel, as he believed she should learn technical skills from him. He made efforts toward this end. However, genius does not necessarily beget genius, and Orga lacks the aptitude for such studies. Rather than listen to Ashier's lectures, she would prefer to train with Kaido. Following the hotel incident, she came to view her physical strength as more significant than the technical knowledge in her mind. Nevertheless, she possesses a commendable talent for combat, provided that she is not wielding weapons like a spiked club, as she excels in hand-to-hand combat or with daggers. Unbeknownst to anyone, she and Elizabeth seamlessly replaced the original members at the rear of the patrol, advancing deeper into the base alongside the soldiers. Meanwhile, within the prison of G4, Kaido was bound tightly, resembling a dumpling, yet this did not disrupt his deep slumber. Upon closer inspection, the area appeared to be a makeshift prison, originally a wine cellar, as evidenced by the scattered barrels around. The Navy base does not prohibit alcohol, and it is common for off-duty personnel to indulge, while those on duty are permitted to drink, albeit in limited quantities. Tobacco and alcohol are essential commodities within the base, as personnel rely on them to relieve stress, given that they face the ever-looming threat of pirates and the potential for death at any moment. Admiral Hadra, perhaps you should take a rest. You have not slept in 3 days. On a chair before the temporary prison, an elderly man sat vigilantly, ever since Kaido had inexplicably appeared there. No. This is a pirate with a bounty of 1,730,000,000. You cannot contend with him. What about the sea stone handcuffs? If he is a devil fruit user, he should be rendered powerless. However, the purity of those handcuffs is too low, and the quantity insufficient. They may not fully restrain him, for he is a remnant of rocks. The prison ship dispatched from headquarters will arrive tomorrow. Once this matter concludes, I can apply for retirement upon returning to the base. The flag had been firmly planted, and his concerns were not without merit. The purity of sea stone can be adjusted merely by altering the proportion of pyrobroin. Yet, this technique is a closely guarded secret of Wano, possessed solely by its artisans. Sea stone is incredibly hard and challenging to process, with the mineral's content varying widely. The purity of the sea stone handcuffs held by the Navy depends on the quality of the ore. Given that G4 is situated in the first half, and that the previous base commander was a staunch hawk, advocating for extermination rather than capture, most of the sea stone handcuffs in the base had been allocated to support allied units. Devil fruit users are not common. Often, months can pass without encountering one, leaving only one or two for emergencies. Colonel, are you perhaps being overly cautious? This is a Navy base. What could possibly happen? Have you already forgotten the lessons from Branch 277? Colonel, that was a branch from the 4 Seas. This is the Grand Line, and we are not like them. Moreover, I have doubled the sentries. Colonel, you need not worry. However, they failed to notice that with the arrival of new soldiers, 2 individuals who should not have been in Kaido's prison had appeared. As for how they managed to get in, the temporary prison had been modified to accommodate Kaido's size. Kaido's arms are thicker than Olga's waist, making the temporary prison, designed solely for his confinement, feel utterly unguarded for Olga. At this moment, she was already sweating. Using her fruit's power consumed stamina. Although she was over 100 years old, her physical age remained just over 8. Maintaining the illusion for such a lengthy period was quite commendable. Creating an illusion of Kaido still bound, she gestured to Elizabeth to unlock the chains. This ability was granted to her after her transformation, and while she would be affected by sea stone, Elizabeth was different. It bore no influence from the devil fruit. Confronted with Kaido's chains, Elizabeth concentrated, forming a stream of water on her fingertip, which she then poured into the keyhole. With a series of clicks, the chains began to loosen significantly. In contrast, Olga encountered a new dilemma: how to awaken a drunken man. She had only 2 options for retreat: either wake Kaido and have him charge out with them, or declare the mission a failure and await Arceus' rescue. Unbeknownst to her, Arceus had a plan. Upon locating the fighting-type tablet, he intended for most members of the Beast Pirates to learn how to awaken Kaido from his slumber to avoid him sleeping through crucial moments. Well, being drunk and asleep is still being asleep. It is equally effective. She was nearly pulling at Kaido's beard, and Elizabeth had already pried the locks open. Yet Kaido showed no signs of waking. Ultimately, with no other choice, she noticed some leftover barrels of alcohol nearby. Even though Kaido reeked of liquor, indicating his inebriated state, the only option left was to fight fire with fire. She grasped a barrel of alcohol and poured it directly over him, proving effective. Hey, little brat. What are you doing? Do you want a drink too? Kaido belched, then leaned against the wall, sitting up while disdainfully eyeing the chains on him, before resuming his drinking. Captain Kaido, could you choose a more appropriate time? This is a Navy base, not a tavern. The tension of their first official operation was palpable. Yet she had long since honed her nerves. Once timid, she had endured over a century within the belly of a sea king, experiencing countless perils: dinosaurs, poisonous plants, acidic tsunamis, carnivorous flora. Surviving was a remarkable feat. Olga's words seemed to rouse Kaido, and observing his silence, she hoped he understood the situation. All right, Captain Kaido. Those Navy personnel outside have yet to discover my illusion. Let us hasten back to the ship. To her, leaving now is paramount, especially considering the entirety of the Navy base lay outside. Moreover, her illusion was nearing its limit. However, the next moment, she saw Kaido in tears, instilling within her a sense of foreboding. When inebriated, Kaido either falls into a deep slumber or becomes a drunken fool, a fact well known among his crew. One of the most telling signs of his drunken antics was when he lost control of his emotions and began to weep. In the next instant, he hurled the barrel of liquor with great force, shattering it against the outer bars. Ugh. I truly am useless. Captured by the Navy. And I require a mere intern to rescue me. How infuriating. How despicable. He railed against the walls in a fit of rage. Hey, Captain Kaido. If you continue like this, my illusion will not hold. Under Kaido's drunken rampage, Olga could no longer sustain the illusion. In truth, maintaining it had little significance. As the moment Kaido smashed the barrel against the bars, the Navy outside had detected the disturbance. Who goes there? How did you get in? Numerous firearms were aimed at the temporary prison, and several cannons were also repositioned. For ordinary Navy soldiers, firearms provided the utmost sense of security. Compared to the unexpected appearance of Olga and Elizabeth beside Kaido, Hadro's gaze was fixed upon the chains on the ground, indicating that Kaido was now unshackled. An illusion. A devil fruit user? Damn it. An unrestrained Kaido would undoubtedly wreak havoc, yet contrary to his expectations, Kaido seemed disinterested in a rampage. He seized both Olga and Elizabeth, transforming into a colossal dragon and burst forth from the prison in full view of the myriad Navy personnel. Your base's liquor is quite good. Farewell, you scummy Navy. There was no rationale behind it, merely a whim. He acted solely on his emotions. Previously, he had wreaked havoc at the research facility, yet this time he had no intention of destruction and even took Olga and the others with him. While Olga's infiltration demonstrated her capabilities, she had yet to earn the right to confront an entire Navy base alongside Kaido. Just because he desired to depart did not mean the Navy would permit his escape. Gunners adjusted their cannons, and a flurry of bullets was unleashed upon him. Damn it. You scoundrels. I just want to leave. A massive plume of fire erupted from Kaido's mouth, resulting in several cannon munitions detonating in a chain reaction. Observing the Navy's frantic firefighting efforts, Kaido departed with satisfaction. Upon their return to the ship, they were greeted by a raucous celebration from the crew, who viewed this as a testament to Kaido's might, except for one individual, Arceus. While the pirates below rejoiced, Arceus approached Kaido alone. What benefits have you gained from this? Aside from wasting time, what have you accomplished? What significance does this behavior hold? Kaido's visage still bore the traces of inebriation. Yet his gaze remained remarkably lucid as he uttered a phrase that Arceus found somewhat perplexing. Do you believe in prophecies and destiny? I do not. Oh. You exhibit not a hint of hesitation? Arceus's straightforwardness left Kaido momentarily taken aback, although he had never discussed such matters with anyone. One would expect a degree of uncertainty from an ordinary person. No, prophecies and fate are the most ethereal concepts. The past cannot be altered. And the future lies beyond your control. Everything hinges on the present. Once you become aware of future events, regardless of acceptance or rejection, seizing the present is your paramount duty. However, his words were not absolute. After all, the power of time and space is among his abilities, albeit one that he cannot wield in his current state. Furthermore, altering time is a pursuit that should only be undertaken in moments of necessity. Who can predict the dreadful repercussions of meddling with the past, only to witness the fallout decades later? Moreover, setting aside this rule-bound power, the psychic realm possesses the peculiar ability to foresee the future. Though this method merely involves predicting an opponent's movements and preemptively laying down an attack where they will be. This differs significantly from true temporal manipulation. Once the observation haki is developed to the extent of foreseeing the future, the strong within this realm can achieve similar feats. When two individuals capable of predicting the future engage, it may appear as if they exchange blows in a mere second. Yet their minds could be entangled in a labyrinth of countless strategies. Are you contemplating life through the lens of intoxication? Someone like you dares to believe in that so-called destiny? Certainly not, which is precisely why I intend to prove that such notions of fate are mere nonsense. I was born in the kingdom of Woker, a place that places great importance on prophecies. At that time, someone foretold that I would perish on the battlefield, prompting me to become the kingdom's mightiest soldier by the age of 10, and here I am, thriving to this day. Kaido leaned against the railing, adopting the demeanor of a grand philosopher. So your venture to the naval base is merely an act of self-destruction? Rest assured, I will not meet my demise in such a place. If I am to die, it must be with a grand exit. Yet, you are absolutely correct. The nebulous nature of prophecies is hardly worthy of belief. Truly, you deserve the title of my partner. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he produced a gourd of liquor from seemingly nowhere, indicating his intent to continue the revelry. In a state of drunkenness, one's actions are often governed by the subconscious. Kaido's behavior, seemingly reckless, remained within a controlled boundary. Whether during his previous escapades on prison ships, or now at the G4 base to indulge in drink, all remained within the realm he could manage. The distance from here to Marineford is not particularly great. If he truly wished to relinquish his life, he could simply plunge into the naval headquarters or dive headfirst into the sea, or even consume a devil fruit. On one hand, this would serve as a demonstration of his disdain for prophecy. On the other, it would be a means of self-discipline. For those endowed with the powers of mythical beasts often grow stronger through enduring persistent blows. Some mythical creatures only awaken in the throes of battle. However, as he raised his wine gourd, he discovered that no matter what he did, not a single drop of wine would fall. There was no point in wasting time. Had he not inexplicably delayed for 2 days, they would already have completed their coating and be on their way to the New World. Once they conquered that mechanical island, he could indulge in his drinking again. Kaido's actions had indirectly hindered his quest for the stone tablet, and given that the primary ingredient of wine is water, it naturally fell within his sphere of control. Well, he had already had his fill. He could always drink again next time. He had imbibed enough at the naval base, so a short respite would not matter. Prepare yourselves. We are setting sail for the New World. The perils of the New World need not be articulated, yet these pirates, faced with an uncertain future, could only feel a surge of exhilaration, their words laced with excitement. They say that to reach the New World, one must pass through Fishman Island. Indeed, it is filled with mermaids, enchanting mermaids. If only we could. Silence. The captain loathed such talk. Do you wish to incur her wrath? The rules aboard Kaido's ship were clear. Strength dictated authority. He could accept Arceus's refusal to allow him to continue drinking. Apart from himself and Arceus, the strongest among them was Shayna. Furthermore, Jean was her only kin, while Olga, though ostensibly a trainee, also lived and trained alongside her. There were few women aboard. Currently, the crew consisted of just 4 officers. Kaido understood the significance of skill and thus afforded special treatment to Aisha, while Olga, despite being a trainee, was considered a reserve officer. The recruits that followed later can hardly be regarded as true crew members. They resemble more of a subordinate force. In terms of life perspectives, Quinn is rather indifferent and exhibits a certain disregard for life, a sentiment echoed by Jin, although Jin does not engage in killing proactively, acting instead in accordance with the wishes of Arceus and Kaido. Shayna, on the other hand, holds a deep respect for life, excluding that of enemies, a principle that also applies to Ashi. Consequently, the current rules of the Beast Pirates are relatively numerous. Among the things Shayna despises the most are human traffickers, the Navy, agents of the world government, and traitors. Initially, these affiliated pirates were not particularly obedient. They even reported to Kaido that Shayna was attempting to usurp his captaincy. However, they made 2 grave errors. Firstly, they reported the wrong person. Although Shayna is currently a cadre on the ship, she is loyal to Arceus. Should he decide to leave one day, she would be the first to respond. Arceus is merely leveraging Kaido's renown, which is why he temporarily allowed Shayna to join Kaido's ranks. Secondly, Kaido is indifferent to such matters. His solution was straightforward, a fight. If they won, Shayna's position as a cadre would be theirs. Thus, they became the proverbial chicken used to warn the monkeys, and from that point onward, the crew exhibited significantly more obedience. As for Quinn's opinion, he held none. As long as he was not at the bottom of the hierarchy, he was satisfied. Unable to contend with those above him, he could only bully those weaker than himself. Although he worked in an illicit research facility, he was a law-abiding citizen in public until the dissolution of MADS set him on a path of being wanted. While their inappropriate fantasies regarding mermaids were dispelled, this did not prevent them from harboring dreams of these enchanting beings, regarded as the most beautiful creatures of the sea. Yet, just as they indulged in their reveries of the splendid Fishman Island, Kaido personally extinguished their dreams, as flame clouds engulfed the massive ship, propelling the beast pirates skyward. Captain, are we not heading to Fishman Island? What Fishman Island? We're flying straight past it. Fishman Island lies 1,000 meters beneath the sea. A necessary passage to the New World, more precisely, a route typically taken by ordinary pirates to reach the New World. The red line divides the Grand Line. And as the area with the most pervasive influence of the world government, particularly with the residents of the celestial dragons located at Mariewa above, the security forces here are formidable. Illicit pirates are not permitted passage, thus they must take risks and opt for the deep-sea Fishman Island. In this world, submarines exist, however. Most pirates cannot acquire such advanced technology. The sole means of accessing Fishman Island is through a special coating. Yet, humans are ultimately not creatures of the ocean. And the deep sea harbors countless perils, whether from sea kings or underwater volcanoes, which pose fatal threats to vessels. Should the coating become compromised, it signifies doom. The immense water pressure would swiftly claim the lives of most aboard. Furthermore, applying the coating is a skilled endeavor. Initially, only the Sabaody archipelago houses skilled craftsmen capable of this task, yet among them are both genuine artisans, whose coatings are secure and reliable, and untrustworthy charlatans, whose coatings are akin to a countdown to death, fraught with the risk of rupture at any moment. If the coating fails shortly after descent, it is unfortunate, however. If it shatters in the depths, The consequences are unthinkable, not to mention those who are inherently land dwellers. Even Kaido would find himself helpless should he sink to the ocean floor, which is precisely why he has no intention of venturing to Fishman Island. Fishman Island serves as a necessary passage for ordinary pirates, but Kaido is no ordinary pirate. He commands vast aerial capabilities. Much like the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion. When the Golden Lion personally takes flight, he invariably traverses the skies aboard his own vessel. The same reasoning applies to Kaido. Although he cannot cross the red line like the Navy or regular folk, he can soar above it, albeit with a slight detour, avoiding a direct flight over Mary Chios. Above the clouds, the beast pirates took a shortcut across the red line. Accompanied by a band of pirates disheartened by their failure to glimpse a mermaid. After nearly a year of travel, they finally reached the New World. A domain far more treacherous than the paradise of the first half, with its unpredictable climate. The beast's pirates' initial encounter was with a thunderstorm in the skies, a true tempest characterized solely by lightning, devoid of rain. Darkness enveloped the heavens, while the sounds of colliding electric charges echoed incessantly. The dense bolts of lightning struck the ship's deck like torrential rain, instilling profound fear in these pirates newly arrived in the New World. It was then they comprehended the true extent of Arceus's power. A being of immense stature aboard their vessel. A beam of light shot forth from Arceus into the sky, dispersing the storm clouds and restoring the area to radiant sunshine. In the pirate realm, strength is revered. Previously, they had followed Arceus due to Shayna's martial prowess, but now they were awestruck by Arceus's ability to alter the weather, elevating their reverence for him manifold. Establishing authority requires a timely approach, unlike Kaido, who bears a substantial bounty. Arceus does not desire to display his might like a circus performer. This moment proved opportune, marking his inaugural display of divine power before others. Moreover, it is worth noting that the relentless thunderstorm had disturbed his rest. As for ability enhancements, these individuals have yet to qualify for his transformative powers. Even Kaido has refrained from proposing this notion, as such abilities are reserved for those of true strength. These individuals must hone their skills in the present environment of the New World for a considerable duration, or possess some esteemed and exceptional abilities. The clarity he manifests is on an entirely different echelon compared to that exhibited by the Ember. Even the most formidable weather conditions in the New World hold little significance for him. However, as the ships of the beast pirates departed from this locale, the dense thunderstorms once again enveloped the waters. This brought a sigh of relief to the inhabitants of a nearby island, as the sale of umbrellas served as a vital economic lifeline for the island. Without this source of income, fulfilling their tributes would become exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, the ship of the 100 Beasts soon docked at the island, necessitating the replenishment of supplies, such as the unique recording compasses essential in the New World. Due to the peculiar magnetic fields of the Grand Line, traditional compasses and navigational instruments lose their functionality. Hence, the recording compass becomes indispensable for navigation within the Grand Line. It captures the magnetic signals of the next island and retains this information. The direction indicated by the recording compass remains unchanged until arrival. Consequently, upon reaching each island, one must dedicate several hours to months to fill the recording compass, thereby enabling departure to the subsequent destination. This is also one of the reasons for Arceus's delay in locating the stone tablets. Navigating the vast ocean is inherently arduous, and encountering islands with prolonged signal storage only exacerbates the inefficiency. After all, islands with eternal compasses are exceedingly rare. Even in the earlier segment of Paradise, this proved challenging. Navigating in the New World escalates the peril. The magnetic fields of the New World are far more chaotic than those of Paradise, with tempestuous storms exemplifying this phenomenon. Additionally, bizarre phenomena such as falling icebergs and peculiar clouds resembling knives are not uncommon. Even in the absence of adversaries, traversing the New World is fraught with danger. While the recording compass may ensure safe passage through Paradise, its reliability diminishes upon entering the New World. Nevertheless, this does not daunt those who make their living at sea. An upgraded version of the recording compass has emerged. Visually indistinguishable from the ordinary recording compass, this enhanced variant features 2 additional dials, increasing the pointers from 1 to 3, thereby providing a broader array of options to select the safest route. The safer the route, the lower the frequency of fluctuations in the recording compass. Typical pirates would select the most secure passage available. Each island in the New World is governed by its own unseen master, thus, to avoid provoking conflict. Most pirates adhere to local customs, including even the more notorious ones, for failure to do so equates to a declaration of war. At this juncture, the 100 Beasts exhibited no intention of initiating hostilities, as they were still in a phase of development. Consequently, the wealth acquired through John's treasure exchange proved advantageous, allowing for the procurement of substantial supplies aboard the ship, including over a dozen recording compasses. This item is an essential supply for preparedness, ensuring that various factors such as storms do not lead to damage. Thus, ships often stock a few spares. Unchanging in their flight across the sky are the newsbirds, whose newspapers consistently convey fresh information. Brother Kaido, the Beast King, there is new news in the papers. The bounty on Kaido has been set at 16 billion berries, regardless of life or death. The news they brought was not particularly shocking. It merely pertained to an update on the bounty notice. Kaido's bounty has been rounded up to a neat 16 billion berries, accompanied by a new photograph and the prefix of beast. It seems that, in the eyes of the Navy, Kaido's escape from the branch base is no longer regarded as a significant concern. This matter is somewhat connected to Olga, as Kaido did not escape on his own accord this time, but was rather rescued. Although Olga and Elizabeth merely unlocked the door, the Navy perceives the situation differently, attributing a significant portion of Kaido's escape to Olga. The reasoning is quite straightforward, allowing a pirate to escape from the custody of a branch commander and having him rescued by others represent two entirely distinct concepts. While both scenarios are undoubtedly embarrassing, a prison break is far more favorable than a prisoner fleeing unaided. This incident also reflects the operations of Hadro, a soon-to-be retired lieutenant general who found himself in a rather unfortunate situation. Had the coastal defense artillery refrained from firing, allowing Kaido to depart unscathed, the base would have likely suffered minimal casualties. However, Kaido's retaliatory strikes in the face of aggression inflicted considerable damage upon them, with prisoners escaping and the base sustaining damage. The Minister of Defense naturally had to assume responsibility for the debacle, resulting in his retirement benefits being downgraded from the rank of lieutenant general to that of major general, a penalty that, in the grand scheme of things, was not particularly severe. This is closely related to his definition of the matter. He categorized Kaido's escape as an intervention by external factors. The consequence of this was that both Olga and Elizabeth found themselves with their own bounty notices. In this realm, the most formidable agent is neither the CP-0, renowned as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, nor the lesser-known CP-9. Even the detectives of the underworld pale in comparison. The most formidable of all are undoubtedly the photographers of the world government and the Navy. Bounties require photographs, and the majority of these images originate from these skilled photographers, ranging from petty criminals to monstrous figures like rocks. Anyone sought by the world government is not able to escape the gaze of these photographers. Whether in the aerial realms of Sky Islands or the depths of Fishman Island, their presence is ever detectable. In the realm of candid photography, they are truly unmatched across the globe, unless an unusual circumstance arises that causes a photographer to forget to remove the lens cap. No one can elude their watchful lenses. Thus, the images of Olga and Elizabeth have graced the bounty notices. However, these photographers are not omniscient, for the true visages of Olga and Elizabeth remain undisclosed. What exists are merely two figures, Zoroark and the faceless assassin, standing atop Kaido's flame clouds. While the Navy may have failed to bring Kaido down, they succeeded in capturing the photograph. These images were not captured by the surveillance phone bugs within the base. Rather, they were mere illusions conjured by the manifestation of Olga's powers. Only when Olga was physically exhausted was her transformed state recorded. Due to the lack of significant actions from the beast pirates, the bounty notice bore no names, merely labeling them as prison breakers, with both individuals carrying a uniform bounty of 50 million. Olga did not engage in direct combat, and the Navy officers were left perplexed as to the source of the illusionary abilities. Is this truly a trivial matter? For Kaido, the update of the bounty did not constitute a noteworthy event. He had long since surpassed the age of deriving joy from being sought after. No. What remains is a matter for the Navy. The family of Admiral Zifa from the Navy headquarters has been slain. As soon as the words were spoken, a hand composed of sinister energy seized the newspaper he was holding. The death of Zifa's family is indeed one of the significant events etched in Arceus's memory. This signifies a transformation in the mindset of an esteemed admiral. Although he retained his rank due to the insistence of his superiors, he has since receded into the background, assuming the role of a chief instructor for the Navy, where he has devoted his subsequent years to nurturing a multitude of foundational talents for the naval forces. The combination of fire and water proves cumbersome when handling paper objects, yet 4 stone tablets gradually enhance his power, allowing him to adeptly wield various energy manipulations. Indeed, Zephyr's predicament is rather pitiable. The newspaper's reports are meticulously detailed, recounting the unfortunate attack on Zephyr's family, with the world government expressing profound condolences and confirming that the assailants have been apprehended and transported to Impel Down, despite his vow never to kill pirates. He has tragically lost all his kin to their hands, a stark representation of the cost of adhering to his principles. Moreover, it is astonishing that the relatives of a high-ranking admiral were not afforded adequate protection, allowing lesser-known pirates to perpetrate such heinous acts without immediate retribution. Perhaps Zephyr has unwittingly offended someone, thus becoming entangled in a conspiracy, and his standing with the world government appears to be somewhat precarious. In a sea teeming with pirates, numerous individuals are capable of fulfilling the role of a warlord of the sea. Yet, they have chosen to elevate one who has suffered the loss of an arm and the murder of his disciples, a blatant act of salt rubbed into an open wound. Any rational being would refrain from such folly. Impel Down is widely recognized as a place of torment. This fact is common knowledge. Yet, the notion of blood debt demands that one exact vengeance upon their enemies to achieve a semblance of inner peace. Zephyr's inclination to abide by the Navy's regulations, even to this extent, can only be described as lamentable. This is the Navy, a labyrinth of countless rules, mere lapdogs to the celestial dragons. Though the provisions aboard the prison ships are notably commendable, Kaido harbors a bias against the Navy and exhibits a natural aversion toward it, which is entirely understandable. One cannot expect a pirate to extol the virtues of the Navy. People invariably seek justifications for their actions that sound more palatable. Initially, his resistance to the Navy was not as pronounced until the king of the Voka kingdom forcibly conscripted him into the Navy's global recruitment efforts. This rebellious spirit ultimately charted his course, leading him to spend his formative years aboard the Rock's ship. At first, he was indeed one to question his compatriots, asking why they would serve as dogs to the celestial dragons and why they would surrender their hard-earned riches. The death of Zephyr's family serves as a grim reminder and strikes a severe blow to the Navy's reputation as the highest combat power within the Navy. He could not ensure the safety of his loved ones, resulting in a noticeable decline in enlistment among the lower ranks. However, this pertains primarily to the rank-and-file soldiers. Some gifted individuals perceive the turmoil of the seas and choose to embark on a life of piracy, while others, driven by their ideals, opt to join the Navy. That said, the endowment of abilities varies in strength. Send those subordinates to transport the supplies, Kaido inquired suddenly. Of course, the individuals you see are relatively strong. If I had to specify, Quinn is likely the weakest, as his method demands the least effort. What's the issue? Nothing much, just need to locate 14 more. Remember to reserve a more powerful ability for me. Are you that eager? The cost of your modifications is quite substantial, and with your current strength, an insufficient enhancement would be ill-advised. Arceus assumed Kaido wished to enhance himself. After all, the Azure Dragon is a top-tier mythical beast, and ordinary power is scarcely fitting for him. Moreover, the transformation of mythical beasts requires even greater exertion. These creatures possess unique abilities, allowing for the retention of their original powers while adding new ones, a technical endeavor. Although Arceus has yet to engage in the modification of mythical beasts, he has made estimations based on Kaido. If one were to transform a mythical beast, it would not merely be an alteration but rather an augmentation of abilities, manifesting externally as a unique dual-fruit ability. Currently, Jin can only transform into a fossilized pterosaur and cannot become a toothless pterosaur. If he were a mythical beast, he could assume both his pre-modification and post-modification forms. No, it isn't for me. My current abilities suffice, and I should not rely solely on them. The enhancement from the sword dance will last me a considerable time. I merely intend to prepare an ability for my future offspring. Huh? Arceus struggled to comprehend Kaido's train of thought, now diverging into discussions about future children. Zephyr's offspring perished, yet fundamentally, it was a matter of his family's weakness. Had his child possessed the strength to resist, the outcome would have been vastly different. But that was merely a 3-year-old child. I certainly wasn't that feeble at 3. My child shall not suffer the same fate as Zephyr's. We must commence training early. Arrange for a more formidable ability, something akin to Shayna's. The strength of abilities varies, as does the method of their bestowal. Undoubtedly, Shayna received the most formidable gifts, and Kaido is well aware that her abilities are impervious to sea stone and water, an immense advantage. As for subordinates, it matters not. The progeny must be afforded the finest. Let us revisit this discussion once you have children. But your training methods, can a child endure that? Olga is an exception. Rest assured, I am mindful. Moreover, my lineage cannot possibly yield weaklings. Very well, the strength of abilities will hinge upon the tablets of the coming years. Ha ha ha, fret not. Once we seize that island, I will promptly assign Quinn to commence research. while we also expand our forces and increase manpower. As long as that artifact is not hidden away, we shall ultimately uncover it. Lads, hasten your pace. We are about to set sail. Zephyr's retreat to the shadows heralds the dawn of a new era for the Navy, akin to the tumultuous world of pirates, which is even more brutal, where the weak falter and the strong emerge, with the dynamics of the new world perpetually in flux. The world government, based on its collated intelligence, has released statements regarding the deaths of pirates such as John, emphasizing that Prillet might have absconded with all the treasure, hoping to leverage this situation to draw him out. However, not only did they fail to coax him forth, but they also inadvertently exacerbated chaos in certain regions of the New World. The islands of the New World are predominantly claimed, and the absence of 3 major pirates signifies the emergence of 3 vacant territories, a temptation for all who seek to seize a piece of the pie. The Golden Lion chose not to partake in these events, as the territories of the 3 were too distant from him. Among them, Wang Ji's domain fell into the hands of Whitebeard, while Silver Axe's territory was claimed by Charlotte Linlin. She acted swiftly, opting to seize the opportunity when Silver Axe was rendered silent. Well, Kaido, you have truly done me a tremendous favor. In the present day, Charlotte Linlin gazes at the newspaper in her new territory, contemplating the reports from the world government alongside the prior correspondence from Kaido, which she finds utterly implausible. However, at this juncture, there exists no conflict between her and Kaido. Thus, it is unnecessary to divulge such matters. Furthermore, she has recently conceived new plans for childbirth. As for the remaining territory of John, its unique location, ensnared amid several powerful factions, has led to a stalemate, with no major forces daring to intervene, leaving it as a buffer zone. Consequently, a group of newcomers and pirates without fixed domains have commenced a fierce competition for dominance. Most of the surrounding islands have already been claimed, leaving only the main island undecided. Currently, the nearby pirates have largely divided into 2 factions. One consists of newcomers who have recently arrived in the New World, oblivious to its harsh realities, including several supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. The other faction comprises those who have lingered here for an extended period, possessing ample knowledge of the New World, yet lacking the strength to affiliate with other powers, thus remaining nomadic on the seas, still without a stable territory. Within this realm, there exist individuals born in the New World alongside pirates who have traversed from distant regions in the earlier parts of this vast ocean. Powers, swordsmen, artillery, various abilities clash upon the islands and the surrounding waters, all in a bid to ascertain dominion over this territory. Concurrently, a third-party faction has emerged, a self-formed guard established by the island's adults to ensure the safety of its inhabitants. Their strength may be modest, yet this island boasts a robust industrial base, housing a military factory. The arms trade is not uncommon in the New World, and weaponry serves as a hard currency here, in addition to standard firearms. They have even procured coastal defense cannons from the factory. They have carved out a semblance of security for themselves, as no one wishes to be caught in the crossfire of rival pirate crews, especially when cannonballs might rain down from above. However, the island's food supply is dwindling. It is a winter island, reliant on external resources for sustenance. Following the onset of hostilities among the pirates, the transportation of goods has come to a halt. With low profit margins and escalating risks, few are inclined to engage in such commerce. Frankly, they fervently hope for a cessation of the pirate skirmishes. Ironically, the pirates are doing just that. Both sides have realized their inability to overpower one another and have begun to convene for negotiations, intending to forge a larger pirate alliance, seeking warmth and solidarity amidst the harshness of the New World. Thus, today marks the inception of our pirate alliance. Before the celebratory drink could be raised, a distant sound echoed, swiftly followed by a series of explosions drawing ever closer. Tensions escalated at the negotiation table, as the pirates from both factions entered a state of confrontation. Iolia, you truly remain undeterred, do you not? Spare me the nonsense, Mayor. I need not complicate matters to eliminate you. Yet, no one lowered their weapons. It was evident that trust was absent, even among those seeking an alliance, as suspicion lingered in the air. At that moment, the outer door was flung open, and an individual stumbled in. And no, Captain, we're under attack. Almost as soon as the words left their lips, the half-open door was hurled aside, crashing into the wall behind them. From this day forth, this island belongs to me. With the door shattered, a biting cold wind swept into the room. Here lies a winter island, yet it experiences the 4 seasons. However, the summer here is almost colder than the winter on summer islands, and the biting cold wind that seeps into their collars makes them shiver involuntarily. To be precise, this chill is not solely a product of the weather, it is significantly influenced by Kaido. without transforming into his dragon or hybrid forms. Kaido has arrived here in his human guise, having single-handedly fought his way through. Human actions require a certain impetus, and Kaido embodies this notion. He is on the verge of a transformative reaction. Due to his prior indulgence in drink at the naval base, Arceus has assigned him a modest objective. Before establishing a solid foundation, he must first abstain from alcohol. At that time, still intoxicated, he pondered what abilities his future child might possess and, in a haze, unwittingly agreed to the notion, leading to a near relapse into alcoholism during this period. While he may not always adhere to his word with outsiders, he takes commitments to his own people seriously. Although he and Arceus do not hold a superior-subordinate relationship, they share a profoundly close alliance. His current thoughts revolve around eliminating these adversaries and then hosting a grand feast to indulge in revelry. Even before the ship has docked, he has already surged ahead alone. Although these individuals are fiercely battling here, the root cause lies in the fact that the formidable pirates of the New World have chosen to overlook this place. Whether it is the naive youths, newly arrived in the New World, or the failures struggling to survive in its crevices, they all belong to the same category, weaklings. Well, this island is now my territory. Does anyone dare to object? This is the rendezvous point for the two factions of pirates, and it is certainly replete with copious amounts of liquor. Having arrived here, it seems sufficient. His agreement with Arceus was to seize this island. Now that he is present, he tacitly considers himself the conqueror of this place, thus indulging in a drink is hardly an issue. Moreover, he perceives no threat among those gathered, so in front of these pirates, Kaido seized a nearby wine jar, clearly marked with a prominent character for liquor. With an air of nonchalance, he raised the jar high and began to drink unabashedly. The scene grew somewhat surreal as the pirates stood in a stupor. And this eerie tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of a gunshot. Observing the movement of Kaido's Adam's apple as he swallowed the liquor, someone raised their flintlock pistol. Whether due to poor marksmanship or sheer nervousness, the shot went awry. However, following the gunfire, Kaido was left with only the remnants of a shattered wine jar, with a significant portion of the liquid cascading onto the ground. The sound of gunfire served as a signal, and the next moment, the room erupted in a cacophony of shots, with some individuals even shouldering artillery. Kaido's position was enveloped in the smoke generated by the explosions, and it was only after exhausting their ammunition that they finally ceased fire. Is he dead? He must be. For one who can withstand such a barrage of cannonballs cannot possibly be a lunatic like him. But why did we open fire? He came in alone. I don't know. When you started shooting, I just followed suit. A few scattered conversations emerged, as many were perplexed by Kaido's seemingly bizarre behavior. However, when the smoke cleared, what lay before them was an unscathed Kaido. It appears you do not consent to my claim over this island, and you even spilled my drink. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last had a drink? The spiked club swung forth, its invisible force striking the first shooter, whose shattered body flew through the air like a rag doll, ultimately landing in the fire that warmed the room. The flames ignited his clothing, and under the intense heat, his flesh carbonized, releasing a foul odor that quickly dissipated in the cold breeze. The pirates present had no time to attend to a corpse, for they faced an enraged Kaido. Whether it was the once lofty captain or the sentry at the door, in that moment, they were all the same. None could withstand Kaido's onslaught. This is the chasm of strength disparity, where Kaido has achieved an unconventional form of equality among these individuals through sheer force. How could this happen? How could such a monstrosity exist? The question arises from those pirates who have just arrived in the New World, who initially encountered adversaries within their realm of understanding, even if they were formidable enough to be slain. However, facing a creature like Kaido, their swords shatter, and cannonballs dissolve into mere black ash. Even those previously arrogant with their powers meet a similar fate when confronted with Kaido's onslaught. Fear spreads among the crowd, and thoughts of escape begin to stir. Those near the periphery start attempting to flee this land of death. Kaido does not hinder these individuals, this time. He is no longer a lone commander. Outside lies a tangle of fallen pirates, the remnants of destruction wrought by Kaido's advance. He runs unevenly across the loose snow, glancing back from time to time, yearning for the ship docked at the harbor to take him away from this cursed place, the New World. Kaido's physical prowess has shattered his preconceived notions. Ahead lies a corner. Once he rounds it, the harbor by the sea will come into view. However, he crashes into a pillar, only to realize it is not a mere pillar, but an extraordinary brontosaurus standing before him. The area where ships were once docked now lies in disarray. Kaido's earlier speed had left the remaining members of the beast behind, who now begin to attend to the pirates scattered around them. These pirates, though inferior in strength compared to those present at the venue, vastly outnumber them. The cannon fodder under Kaido's command primarily served to bolster the ranks or operate the ship's artillery. Their combat capabilities are only marginally superior to those of these pirates. However, at the leadership level, the high-caliber combatants here are utterly overwhelmed. There is no need for Arceus to intervene. The devastating powers of flames, colossal stones, and the spectral abilities of the leaf blade beasts wreak havoc, and most of the enemy's cannons have fallen silent. Under Elizabeth's precise marksmanship, the gunners have scarcely been afforded the opportunity to fire. Even those who hide within the ship's cabin find Elizabeth's water bullets capable of piercing through the wooden hull. Although a single strike of punitive light from Arceus could obliterate all pirate vessels, such a display is unnecessary. These individuals are subordinates, not esteemed guests. If they prove incapable of action, what purpose do they serve? Moreover, they harbor no objections to this course of action. For these pirates, engaging in battle is an all-too familiar affair. If one were to inquire whose heart is most tumultuous aboard the ship, it would undoubtedly be AC. Olga, too, finds herself amidst the fray, not engaging in one-on-one combat with an entire ship like Shayna, as that is still beyond her reach. Instead, she fights alongside the lower-ranking members of the Beast Pirates, mingling with the ordinary pirates. Despite being over a century old, for AC, the years spent within the belly of the Sea King have rendered time almost stagnant. To him, Olga remains the little girl who has yet to celebrate her 10th birthday. This was not the life she envisioned, yet she found herself compelled to accept it. Since the abduction incident, Olga appeared to have matured significantly. She recognized the importance of power and began to yearn for it. However, obtaining such power came at a cost, and her current experiences were part of that price. As a result, Arceus felt a tinge of guilt, believing that it was all Pure Gold's fault. Yet without Pure Gold, the century-old Olga could not endure the heat of the South Sea Emperor. Ultimately, the consequences were due to the individual who leaked Pure Gold's information. He was not idle either, as he carried a box of shells to a gunner's side. Life had become such, and lacking any combat prowess, he could only seek ways to assist. Arceus, being a cadre within the Beast Pirates, enjoyed a certain status, and due to his expertise in research, Kaido forbade his subordinates from threatening his safety. As a top-tier chemist and material scientist, he had reacquainted himself with knowledge during this time and adapted to the changes the world had undergone over the past century. With Queen's assistance, he modified the existing formulas for gunpowder, enhancing the power of the shells. However, due to the experimental phase, such shells were limited in number. "Wow, Arceus, these shells are incredibly powerful," exclaimed the gunner, marveling at the blast radius of the shells. After instructing to fire a few more rounds in Olga's direction, Arceus retreated to the cabin, realizing his presence outside was merely a distraction. Although they were outnumbered, the overwhelming firepower, superior combat capabilities, and aerial advantage led to the swift demise of the resistant pirates, most of whom chose to surrender. The minions of the Beast Pirates played their part, guarding the captives. Some pirates attempted to flee towards the meeting place in search of their captain, and Queen had just been pursuing them when one of the escaping pirates collided with him. Surrounded by enemies, this newly formed pirate alliance was on the verge of disbandment, yet from the distant sky came the sound of gliding shells. A shell, significantly larger than the standard ones, soared towards them. For the powerful beings of the pirate world, dealing with shells was no formidable task. The humanoid form of Jean soared through the sky, his metallic wings splitting the massive shell in two. Grasping the severed halves, he hurled them away, destroying the incoming projectile. The transformed human-beast form of Jean was far more convenient than traditional avian devil fruit users, as their arms morphed into wings upon transformation. That direction, is it not the pirates' encampment? Indeed, Lord Sacred Beast, that area is where the island's civilians reside. Shayna, you and Jean go and urge them to cease their resistance. Be gentle with the civilians. After all, this will be our territory from now on. Civilians differed from pirates. They were the island's original inhabitants, and it would be unthinkable to eradicate them entirely. Moreover, for future development, population was the foundation of the economy, so they must not be treated as other pirates were. Understood, we will handle it, Jean. Let us go. The duo, one red and one gray, sped toward the direction of the incoming shell, swiftly disappearing into the sky. Now, let us see how Kaido is faring. The remaining individuals, aside from those left to guard, followed Arceus to Kaido. Gaber, who authorized you to fire the cannon? A conflict erupted in the area where civilians resided, sparked by the captain of the guard, who fired the coastal defense cannon towards the pirate encampment without the village chief's consent. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into persuading those pirates to abandon their assault on us? Even if you don't care about this. What about little Gaber and your mother's safety? A bearded man was shoved aside as the village chief stood before the cannon, his voice filled with anger and helplessness. This is our chance. Those pirates seem to be in disarray. If we can seize the moment to eliminate them, we will be free. Our food will only last for a day. We can no longer afford to conserve. Just look at what we've been eating these days. Gaber pointed to the pot beside him, which contained water-boiled potatoes, the broth far more abundant than the solid food. They have been subsisting on such meager fare for days. Gaber, those are pirates. I know, but we have weapons too. Why not stand and resist them? They are not like John. They will fear the cannon. We have the capacity to fight back. The civilians merely aimed to survive. Even when a glimmer of hope remained, the majority would choose to submit. Which was why the island had previously belonged to John. Yet now, the pirates' aggression felt as though they were forcing them toward death. He gestured to several individuals standing behind him. They had agreed with his notion and participated in the cannon fire. They are still battling. We still have the strength to resist. If we wait a few more days and they don't conclude, merchant ships will not approach here. Are we to starve to death? While they are in turmoil, we can catch them off guard. Once we eliminate them, this conflict will end. Gaber, you are too young. Those are pirates. They only compromised with us to avoid being ambushed. If you push them onto a war footing, what will you do when they decide to deal with us first? In that case, you can hand me over to quell their wrath. But now is our opportunity to resist. We cannot place our hopes on the pirates. If such a scenario arises, Chief, please take care of little Gaber and my mother. Those willing to resist, seize your weapons and follow me. Then Gaber noticed the strange expressions of those around him, as if they were gazing skyward. When he turned to look, he saw Shayna and Jean soaring through the air. You were the ones who fired the cannon, weren't you? This island is now the territory of the beast pirates. We can overlook the cannon fire incident, but now, relinquish your weapons and cease your resistance. The presence of Shayna and Jean in the sky evokes a palpable sense of dread among many. Their beastly visages and soaring wings seem to transcend the realm of humanity. Inhabitants of the New World are not necessarily well-informed, as it harbors many vulnerable souls. The treacherous seas and the skirmishes among various pirates have further isolated the islands, limiting communication. The perspectives of the islanders often hinge on the capabilities of their conquerors. With some islands still entrenched in primitive tribal lifestyles where those with powers are revered as deities. Although John possesses abilities, he has never revealed them before outsiders. His notorious reputation as a fearsome pirate has deterred intruders, and most islanders have encountered few individuals with powers throughout their decades-long lives. As ordinary citizens, they do not require the intervention of those with abilities. A handful of common pirates wielding swords and guns suffice to intimidate them. Those with strange powers typically hold positions as officers within pirate crews, enjoying greater significance, provided the local populace does not instigate a massive rebellion. However, both the man known as Gaber and the village chief are no strangers to empowered individuals. Their leadership stems largely from broader experiences and superior problem-solving skills compared to the locals. Is the Beast Pirates a new arrival? The ongoing conflict on the island has persisted for an extended period, during which news birds have not ventured close, as they are savvy enough to avoid perilous situations. Thus, the islanders remain somewhat oblivious to external events, particularly regarding the recently emerged Beast Pirates. Kaido's prior conduct did not provoke the Navy. His singular focus on reaching the New World, coupled with a drunken mishap leading to a Navy base, has thrust the nascent Beast Pirates into public view. By conventional standards, the Beast Pirates can be viewed as an emerging crew, but Kaido's lengthy piratical career positions him as a bona fide supernova among this new generation of pirates. Even without a thorough understanding of the Beast Pirates, Gaber and his companions are acutely aware that no crew previously bore the name Beast, and the flag they wield is adorned with an entirely new design. This island has certainly endured its share of tribulations. If you possess the capability to deal with other pirates, we may accept your rule, but we shall never lay down our arms. Gaber interjects, brandishing his short firearm, convinced that the island's safety must not be entrusted to outsiders. They must retain sufficient means to defend themselves against potential excesses from the pirates. Gaber, enough. Gentlemen, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. We are not here to negotiate or consult, but to inform you that you have two choices, to accept or to be compelled to accept. Arceus's demand is straightforward: cease resistance, with the additional stipulation of employing moderate means. Otherwise, their prior act of bombardment could be construed as a declaration of war. However, moderation does not imply a lack of forceful deterrence. Thus, Shayna's gaze shifts towards the massive cannon. With a fiery kick from her right leg, the cannon, which had previously served as a means of intimidation against the earlier pirates, is sent flying, leaving visible scorch marks in the winter air. The island's cannon-making skills are indeed commendable, explaining why Queen holds this island's mechanical prowess in such high regard. I expected you to hold back. I did not exert my full strength, yet the outcome fell short of my expectations. I had anticipated shattering the cannon outright. Jean and Shayna quietly assess the island's technology, while the remaining villagers, apart from the steadfast Gaber, begin to lower their weapons. Shayna and Jean are of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous pirates. In Jin's eyes, Gaber represents the last vestige of defiance. Over the course of a year, nourished by superior resources, Jean has grown rapidly. While the average person might gain a mere 10 centimeters in a year, he has surpassed that, now exceeding 3 meters in height. Shayna's growth, though impressive, is less dramatic, standing at around 1.90 meters. Even among their kin, significant genetic variations exist. And at just 15, they still possess ample room for development. Although many display exaggerated heights, the majority remain within the realm of ordinary stature. Size does not necessarily denote strength, but it does impart a greater aura of intimidation. Moreover, Jean, cloaked in black, appears far more menacing than Shayna. The fossilized wyvern, unlike the flaming rooster, lacks an inherent facade. While his hybrid form alters his features, remnants of his original traits persist. Jean has chosen to don a tightly fitted uniform reminiscent of his original timeline. Gaber, let it go. Did we not once navigate similar waters? Indeed. These beings resemble the monstrous subordinates of John. We cannot contend with them. Those around Gaber begin to counsel him, as their resolve was never particularly steadfast. And it was only through his persuasion that they decided to rise in defiance. Such individuals, when confronted with insurmountable cognitive forces, naturally tend to retreat, particularly when ample escape routes have been provided by Shayna and Jean. The notion of an island being governed by a pirate is hardly an unacceptable concept in the New World. In fact, some are willing to expend considerable resources to venture into the territories of powerful pirates, which signifies a more secure living environment. Take, for instance, Big Mom's territory, Tato Land. Though she has yet to conquer several islands, a foundational presence has already emerged. Due to the abilities granted by the Soul Fruit, she mandates that the inhabitants of her realm surrender 1 month of their lifespan every 6 months as a unique form of protection tax. Coupled with the sporadic onset of her hunger pangs, the peril within her domain is exceedingly high. Big Mom forbids those who enter Tato Land from leaving. Thus far, those who have sought to escape typically find their lifespans drained. However, when calculated, the duration of survival within Tato Land can exceed that of the outside world. For under Big Mom's protection, few pirates dare to disrupt the peace within her territory. The Island of Winter follows a similar narrative. The flames of resistance flicker. Yet the majority have chosen to acquiesce to their fate. Had it not been for the prior conflicts among pirates that rendered their existence nearly untenable, these individuals would scarcely entertain notions of rebellion. Jin's strides would not falter in the face of their hesitation. He had now approached the gathered crowd. With each step he took forward, others retreated, and when he reached them, only Gaber remained, symbolizing the last vestige of defiance. Should Jean manage to deal with this individual, the remaining souls, regardless of their lingering rebellious thoughts, would be quelled by fear or other constraints. In Jin's estimation, the most straightforward approach would be to eliminate this audacious dissenter. After all, those unafraid of death are but a minority. Under the overwhelming might of force, violent domination is a path chosen by many pirates. Such actions will sow the seeds of hatred and resistance. However, as long as military force can maintain suppression, the possibility of rebellion remains unattainable. This may not be the most optimal approach, yet it is undoubtedly the swiftest. To Jean, all but the Lunarians are merely outsiders, and he shows no mercy towards these foreign beings. Arceus' demands have spared his life. Gentler methods are ill-suited for outright murder, but should he persist, that may not remain the case. Jin's immense hand clutched the barrel of his flintlock, twisting it into a contorted mass akin to a pretzel. Such toys serve no purpose. No one is willing to stand beside you, and your resistance will only prove futile, bringing sorrow to your family without yielding any reward. Flames ignited in Jin's palm, the heat not rivaling that of Shayna, yet sufficient to extinguish a life. Wait. Gaber is the finest craftsman on this island. Your occupation of this land must be for its factories. Should you kill him, none can match his expertise. Observing Jin's intent to strike, the village chief hesitated, positioning himself before him and presenting a remarkably sound argument. The munitions manufactured in the factory constitute the island's primary export and the target of many pirates who have seized control. Gaber possesses skills unattainable by others. The only leverage the chief could conceive. Being a village chief in pirate territory is a formidable challenge, particularly as this was once Captain John's domain. A man notorious for his ruthlessness. Reasoning with him yields no fruit. Only self-interest reigns supreme. I shall persuade him to work for you. Killing him serves no benefit for you, does it? Unlike Gaber, who harbors a fierce spirit of defiance, he merely wishes for the islanders to live peacefully. Indifferent to who governs, as all pirates share the same disposition. To him, the firearms in hand are woefully inadequate for trading with pirates. It is their knowledge and skill that truly entice them. Those intricate machines are not easily operated, and most pirates are unaccustomed to production. They require a sufficient workforce. Thus, the island's rulers change frequently, yet the inhabitants remain largely unaffected. Who are you? I am the village chief. I was responsible for matters here even when Captain John managed this place. You had better accomplish this. We have arrived. And should the others come while you still harbor such thoughts, you will indeed perish. The atmosphere was charged. It was evident that the chief was the genuine authority here, as demonstrated by the reactions of those surrounding him. The distant sounds of gunfire began to wane, indicating that the battles, both on the periphery and at Kaido's location, had concluded. The fighting is nearly over. I grant you 2 hours to gather the people here, and then let a few guide us to the remaining pirate encampments. I will accompany you. I am well acquainted with all the pirate outposts. Gaber, you. Do not worry, Chief. My presence here will not ease their minds. Please look after my family. His familiarity with the outpost locations stemmed from his planning of the bombardment, having compiled the locations of all pirate vessels. His desire to go was not driven by ambition, but rather by distrust of these pirates. The villagers' previous reluctance to resist was rooted in the outcomes for those who attempted defiance during John's reign. Even with commendable skills, he doubted Jean would spare him, believing it best not to endanger his family. Emerging from the safe house into the blizzard, Gaber was presumed lost, yet 2 hours later, he returned intact, albeit appearing somewhat dazed. Some pirates had also delivered provisions. The island's food supply had dwindled significantly, yet the pirates were well-stocked, possessing far greater access to resources. In their defeat, these provisions naturally became spoils of war. The island was now under the control of the beast pirates. It was unthinkable to allow the inhabitants to perish from starvation. Once the pirates finished their deliveries, they departed for a feast, as Kaido, having abstained from alcohol for days, could no longer endure. Gaber, how are you? What have they done to you? After the pirates had moved away, a crowd gathered around Gaber, examining him with concern. His dazed demeanor led them to believe he had endured torture. I am fine. I merely witnessed some extraordinary events. Shayna and the others had not harmed him. Instead, they had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of pirates and 2 pirate ships before returning unscathed. The elite combatants among the pirates had been thoroughly eliminated by Kaido, leaving only insignificant threats behind, which made Gaber acutely aware of the futility of his resistance. His cherished ideals of freedom were nothing more than empty rhetoric. I am relieved you are well. Chief, these are provisions. It seems these individuals are stronger than the previous ones. Let us share them, as we can at least fill our bellies today. The islanders relished a rare feast, while the beast pirates commenced their own celebration. In stark contrast, the pirate factions that once vied for dominion over the island suffered tremendous losses, particularly among the upper echelons of their crews. Kaido, incensed by the shattering of a wine jug, unleashed his wrath through a devastating barrage of thunderous attacks, leaving none present capable of withstanding his fury. By the time Arceus and his companions arrived, the conflict had long since concluded. The treatment of the surrendering pirates was brutally straightforward. Those grievously injured were swiftly dispatched, with no intention of wasting medical resources. Among the survivors, those willing to capitulate were temporarily retained as laborers on the island, while those who refused faced immediate execution, deemed unworthy of further consideration. This was a crucial time for the beast pirates to solidify their base, and it was imperative that their ranks not consist solely of prisoners. In just a few days, the island underwent a rudimentary reorganization, and the long-dormant factories resumed operation, albeit under significantly altered policies. The inhabitants volunteered to return to work, a stark departure from their previous experiences. Although Kaido held the title of captain, it was customary for another individual to manage affairs aboard the ship. Presently, the most adept at personnel management within the Beast Pirates was Ashi, a former overseer of alchemy, who possessed considerable experience in this realm. Ashi was not a cruel pirate. Thus, he did not resort to oppressive tactics against the islanders. Instead, he operated as a conventional manager, offering a modest wage, albeit lower than external standards, which was effectively a tax levied on the island's residents. He established regulations to curb the unwarranted harassment of locals by pirates. Initially, there was resistance to these measures, as many pirates found it incomprehensible. However, their dissent proved futile. Kaido was indifferent, and Ashi's actions garnered the support of Arceus, thereby securing the tacit approval of all officers. Queen considered this development inconsequential, as his interest remained unscathed. Ashi, possessing a pragmatic mindset, recognized that these pirates were not typical enforcers of the law, and thus enforced stricter regulations on the islanders, effectively delineating social hierarchies. Surprisingly, the island's residents welcomed these changes. In comparison to John's reign, Ashi's policies were a vast improvement. Under John's rule, they were compelled to work in factories without any compensation, their labor merely a means of survival. John's territory had little use for those deemed valueless. If one could not demonstrate worth, John's crew would withhold sustenance, a perilous predicament on Winter Island. Now, although Ashi's work requirements remained obligatory, they included a portion of wages alongside essential provisions, signifying a monumental shift for the islanders. The captured pirates found their status even lower than that of civilians. Besides the arms trade, the island also engaged in mining, an arduous task given the harsh climate of Winter Island. Consequently, this labor was assigned to the more physically robust pirates, providing an outlet for their frustrations as overseers of the mines. The flag of the Beast Pirates now flew over the island, granting a semblance of stability. Subsequently, Kaido began to expand his influence to the surrounding islands, implementing straightforward policies. He welcomed surrendering pirates into his fold while casting resisting individuals into the nearby mines and farms. Winter Island required external support, yet the collective islands could create a cohesive industrial chain encompassing mining, manufacturing, and agriculture. Shayna and Jean accompanied Kaido on his territorial conquests, while Arceus took Queen and Ashi to the island's factories to study devices such as the slate radar. Observing their surroundings, Arceus comprehended the island's strategic significance. Factories existed on various islands, but this particular location housed an exceptionally intricate machine tool capable of crafting precision components. This facility had once served as a secret base for Midias, a remnant of their legacy. With this, can you fabricate the desired item? Arceus inquired. That, I'm uncertain. Vegapunk produced only an experimental model, a mere prototype. However, I grasp the concept. Given time, I can replicate it, Ashi replied. The conductivity of pure gold should suffice for our needs. I have not forgotten the method for producing pure gold, but there is a complication. Upon review, I discovered that many materials required for its synthesis are now classified as contraband. Procuring them in bulk may attract governmental scrutiny. Haha, fret not. This world is replete with gray markets. Even the world government cannot fully oversee the underground economy, particularly in the New World, Ashi reassured. Concerning the commonly used materials, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, these scarce resources, can you procure them? Ashi handed Queen a list of materials, devoid of proportions or synthesis methods, knowing it wouldn't be of much use without further information. Upon examining the materials list, beads of sweat trickled down Queen's forehead. Lord Arceus, perhaps. Our plans may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. What troubles you? Arceus inquired. These materials are exceedingly difficult to acquire. Fresh branches of Adam's tree, the shells of island tortoise eggs, though rare and costly, they can be sourced with time. The problem lies with certain materials that have long since become extinct. Over a century had passed since the last successful production of pure gold, a span during which numerous changes occurred, including the fall of the South Sea Emperor. Tragically, many creatures and plants had vanished in that time. The synthesis of pure gold was not merely a matter of mineral composition, but required animal and plant components as well. Does that mean this ring contains the last remaining pure gold? Indeed, it seems so. Perhaps some remnants exist in the stockpiles of ancient islands or with certain individuals, but Queen hesitated, recognizing the futility of seeking out materials that had already perished. In the past, a sea king had contained a considerable amount of pure gold within its belly, but at that time, he had deemed it insignificant. Now, that sea creature had likely become sustenance for other beings. its precious gold lost to the depths of the ocean. It appears that searching for pure gold is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. We might as well focus on the slate. Compile the list of materials and begin the search gradually. Let us first experiment with what we currently possess. This news left him somewhat displeased, however. He refrained from venting his emotions upon AC or Quinn, recognizing the uncontrollable nature of the situation. As for utilizing the power of time and space to return to the past in search of materials, by the time he possessed such abilities, he would have already restored himself to his former glory, rendering such actions unnecessary. With the assistance of Arceus, Quinn and AC spent several months within the confines of the laboratory. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit, culminating in the successful creation of a radar with a sensing radius of approximately 1 kilometer. Yet, Arceus found this outcome to be unsatisfactory, as this distance paled in comparison to his own perceptual range. Both AC and Quinn were acutely aware that their achievement was rather mediocre, but they were left with no viable alternatives. We understand, Lord Arceus. While you have aided us in resolving the issues pertaining to the detection waves, the core component of this radar is crafted from pure gold. Only the unique properties of pure gold enable this device to function properly. However, the quantity of pure gold at our disposal is limited. AC and I have exerted ourselves to maximize its dimensions, but this is the utmost limit of our capabilities. Faced with such constraints, despite having successfully constructed and refined the initial experimental apparatus and addressing the core components' challenges, they found themselves at an impasse due to the lack of raw materials. Even with complete technical knowledge, they were powerless without the necessary resources. This is the extent of what they can deliver. Even if they are dissatisfied, they find themselves powerless. In just a few months, they have not only conquered the technology here, but have also uncovered numerous truths, such as the fact that certain materials have vanished from the world, to the point that they are even unattainable in the black market. Now, in addition to the stone tablet, the Beast Clan seeks another entity, the Primordial Island. It is only within the unique environment of the Primordial Island that the possibility of preservation may still exist. During this period, they attempted to fish with pure gold, hoping against hope that the Sea King might have miraculously survived. As it turned out, fortune did not favor them. However, with the acquisition of this radar, they could at least operate in dual lines while searching for the stone tablet. Lord Arceus, we can barely manage to create a smaller version with the remaining materials. A sensory range of 1,000 meters is an ideal value, providing the best cost-performance ratio. Beyond this, expanding the range would require more pure gold. While the leftover pure gold cannot enhance the range, with slight modifications, we could potentially manufacture a radar with a sensory range of several hundred meters. Are you suggesting to eliminate the precise positioning function, retaining only a rough sensory capability? Precisely. Although we cannot pinpoint the location, a range of several hundred meters should suffice. It is likely we will find it eventually. Following ACS suggestion, the dual operation was upgraded to a triple operation. Arceus showed little interest in precise location determination. He merely required general information to be conveyed to him. He proposed dismantling the initial radar to create 2 lower-spec versions. However, due to the ratio of pure gold, it was unfeasible to produce 2 even if it were disassembled, resulting in 1 large and 1 small radar as the final products. Where has Kaido gone? According to Big Brother Kaido, he should be expanding his territory. Most of the nearby islands are practically under our control now. AC's policies have proven effective. The islanders have been quite cooperative, and their work enthusiasm has notably increased. That is indeed the case. Merely oppressing them will only accumulate resentment. Though it may not erupt immediately, once it reaches a tipping point and our military strength falters, we will undoubtedly face turmoil at home. By exchanging a portion of the profits for the residents' sense of belonging, we can govern the island more effectively. By the way, Lord Arceus, Shayna wishes to create a statue in your honor. Forget it. I have no interest in such matters. How about the newly recruited pirates? He was entirely disinterested in the statue. He had no need for faith or reverence. Instead, he was more concerned about the recruited pirates, as these were the ones who would venture out to seek information. Even without radar, sheer numbers might yield news about the stone tablet, albeit with a degree of luck involved. The pirates are somewhat unruly, but generally acceptable. Of course, AC, you still do not comprehend pirates. Quinn echoed AC's sentiments. Though he was not particularly adept at internal affairs, he had a deeper understanding of pirates. As long as they could be subdued by force, even if their wills and philosophies clashed, they would still follow commands, and the successful execution of plans was largely due to Kaido's leniency. You are too lenient with them. How can you expect to maintain authority? Those laborers in mining are one thing, but we should still extend some kindness to our own. You wouldn't want your subordinates to be constantly contemplating rebellion, would you? Quinn remained unconvinced, but was countered by Arceus' remarks. According to Arceus, he could treat enemies or captives as he pleased, but he should not regard his own men solely as expendables. Even if they were indeed expendables, they should be treated with the regard due to any ordinary subordinate. Pirates who disregard the lives of their subordinates typically meet with dire fates. A case in point is John, whose ruthless nature led to his subordinate's betrayal, resulting in a tragic end. During the conflict in Wano, a substantial rebellion among the beast pirates occurred. If blame were to be assigned, it would be partly due to the powers of Yamato's fruit, which allowed her to control animals, and partly due to Caesar's half-baked artificial devil fruits, which caused many of the endowed to be subjugated. True Zoan fruits confer the power of beasts without transforming individuals into beasts. As for the remaining issues, the blame may fall upon Quinn, as he was one of the catalysts for the rebellion. To amend the situation, one must first address Quinn's mindset. Once the radar research concluded, they had no intention of lingering in the laboratory. However, as they exited, the villagers who were not working made way for Arceus and his companions, their faces adorned with a mixture of respect and a hint of trepidation. AC proceeded to manage the island's internal affairs, while Quinn and Arceus walked towards the seaside. Why do I feel that they are looking at me strangely? Lord Arceus, perhaps you should inquire with Shayna. Although no statue is being constructed, she has instilled in these villagers the importance of your status. Disrespecting you could very well land them in the mines. Though he found it peculiar, Arceus refrained from voicing any discontent. Shayna's actions were in his defense, and he could not criticize her for such a matter. He initially intended to wait for Kaido's return, but they happened upon a gathering of pirates loading box after box of ammunition onto a ship. What is happening here? Big Brother Quinn, Lord Saint Beast, have you finished your business? Big Brother Kaido has encountered a troublesome group, and we are delivering ammunition. Kaido had been expanding his territory, and for the lower-tier pirates, operating artillery constituted one of their primary responsibilities. They had just conquered an island when they faced new adversaries, and their ammunition was running low. What makes them troublesome for Kaido? Who has he encountered? The Walled Pirates, led by the man known as the World Destroyer, Bandit King. One of the nearby pirates answered respectfully, subsequently retrieving a bounty notice from a stack. A man donned with a Viking-style horned helmet bore a somewhat simple smile on the notice. World Destroyer, Bandit King, bounty of 200 million berries. Gazing at the bounty notice, Arceus recalled certain details. Though the specifics eluded him, he recognized this individual as a prominent pirate. However, the bounty seemed rather exaggerated. In this era, the bounties for the notorious pirates of the New World typically exceed 1 billion berries, particularly those remnants of rocks. Although the incident involving rocks is something the world government and the Navy strive to conceal, rocks inadvertently bestowed a certain boon upon these remnants, resulting in exceedingly high bounties placed upon them by the world government. Among Bandit King's illustrious achievements are encounters with formidable figures such as Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Roger, and the once revered Zephyr, who personally led his fleet from the shadows. Of course, there exists some embellishment in these battles. Engaging in close combat for 3 consecutive days and nights might be deemed a victory, as could firing a few shots from a distance. In most instances, Wald would merely engage briefly before retreating. Had he truly bested these legendary figures, his bounty would undoubtedly be far greater, and he would not have roamed the seas for so long. It is likely the government would have dispatched overwhelming forces to eliminate him, akin to their treatment of rocks. Nevertheless, the fact that he continues to navigate the seas after confronting such powerful adversaries speaks volumes of his prowess. The world government's attribution of the title World Destroyer to him stems from the significant threat he poses to their established order. Naval warships, formidable pirates, and innocent civilians all fall victim to his relentless assaults, suggesting that his very existence is predicated on destruction, devoid of any discernible purpose. Why, then, is his bounty a mere 200 million? It appears that during my time in the research group, I overheard someone mention that the government deliberately seeks to diminish this individual's presence, opting not to raise his bounty since his entry into the New World. The world government appears indifferent to the presence of pirates at sea, as long as a certain equilibrium is maintained. Their greatest disdain is reserved for those who endeavor to disrupt this balance, with the former rocks being a prime example. Wald, unlike other pirates who establish dominions as local warlords, engages in indiscriminate destruction, armed with the ability of his devil fruit, which amplifies the size and velocity of projectiles by 100-fold. His pirate ship boasts firepower surpassing that of an entire naval fleet. Coupled with his unpredictable rampages, he is not only loathed by the Navy but also disdained by fellow pirates. Such pirates easily incite public panic, prompting the world government to halt the increase of bounties. Moreover, Wald is not a remnant of rocks. His notoriety has only emerged in recent years, lacking any substantial background. As long as his bounty is not further escalated, more pirates will be drawn to challenge him, leading to depletion of their strength through infighting. Many pirates aspire to establish their names, and the most effective means to do so is by stepping over the corpses of others. Few would dare to challenge a pirate with a bounty of over $1 billion from the onset. Wald's $200 million bounty is perfectly positioned for the New World. Quinn, what year is it? The year of the sea circle is 1491. Is there a problem, Lord Arceus? After months of toil, the time has reached 1491. His bananas have regrown, and this time he intends to nurture them rather than consume them. Nothing. Let us proceed and ascertain the status of Kaido's battle. He recalls that Bondi Wald was imprisoned due to a significant infiltration of CP agents on his ship, subsequently besieged by pirates and the Navy. And the timing aligns with now. Arceus and Quinn boarded the supply transport vessel, heading towards the distant battlefield. The clash between Wald and Kaido rages on. At this moment, Wald has not endured 30 years of freezing. He remains in peak physical condition, with the ability from his fruit amplifying his speed to its utmost potential. According to the still novice Marine, Paulus, speed equates to power. After amplifying himself, even Kaido struggles to gain the upper hand in direct confrontation. Kaido, now in his hybrid beast form, grapples with Wald, who is fully armored. The battlefield has been entirely cleared, the ground riddled with cracks and deep pits, indicating that neither side will yield easily. However, it is evident that Wald is somewhat distracted, while he can still hold his own against Kaido. His pirate crew is at a distinct disadvantage. The disparity among the officers is stark. The beast pirates are nearly out of ammunition, their ship's cannons rendered ineffective, while Wald's artillery cannot inflict any damage, as all projectiles are intercepted by Shayna in the sky. Under Shayna's protection, the beast ship approaches, with ammunition scarce. They can only endure one-sided assaults, leading them to initiate close-quarters combat. On Wald's ship, a diminutive figure commands the battlefield through a transponder snail. Bondi Bingek, Wald's elder brother, is frail and lacks combat prowess, serving as the vice-captain and strategist, orchestrating the ship's maneuvers. Typically, he rides on Wald's shoulder, yet in the face of formidable foes, Wald refrains from bringing Bingek into danger. Retreat. Maintain distance. Avoid close combat. Their ammunition is low, and we must leverage our firepower. Sebastian. Find a way to neutralize that ability user. One ability user has completely nullified their firepower advantage. Sebastian, a cadre on Wald's ship, is a giant fishman, enormous in stature due to his hybrid lineage. Despite losing his sight in battle, his observation haki compensates for this deficiency. Upon receiving Bingek's orders, Sebastian prepares to employ fishman karate against Shayna in the sky. However, matters do not proceed as he envisioned. The ship suddenly trembles as numerous stone spikes pierce the deck. Jean has breached Wald's vessel. Surrounding pirates quickly draw their firearms, for guns can yield unexpected results, with many strong individuals having succumbed to seemingly inconspicuous bullets. Yet, against an accurate and vigorous opponent, bullets generally prove ineffective. Wings of a metallic sheen shield Jean from the concentrated fire of the pirates. Haki requires stamina. Abilities similarly drain one's physical resources. Although Jean, being a Lunarian and a modified Pokemon user, possesses ample endurance, it is not limitless. Thus, managing stamina judiciously in combat is paramount. Jean then stomps the deck, causing a line of sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground, sweeping away the surrounding pirates, many impaled by the protrusions. The sudden emergence of Rock and the dragon-like transformation of his body lead to a singular conclusion for ordinary onlookers. He is an ancient Zoan-type user. Another ancient Zoan. That's 3 now. Where do they procure so many of these devil fruits? The sight of Jean wreaking havoc adds beads of sweat to Bingek's brow. Engaged in fierce combat with Wald, Kaido contends with Shayna, who intercepts all incoming projectiles, while Jean, now aboard their ship, presents a perplexing scenario involving 3 distinct ancient Zoan abilities, all rarer than natural types, appearing simultaneously. However, he lacks the luxury of pondering such futile matters. Regardless of how the beast pirates acquired these powers, they are now a tangible reality, necessitating immediate combat. Having cleared the surrounding minor foes, Jean does not continue to dismantle the ship's cannons but rushes toward the helm. Not good. His target is the engine room. Garam, stop him. Sebastian, deal with that woman. Currently, Wald's ship relies on superior propulsion and ample firepower, maintaining a stalemate, while the beast's cannons, though more potent, are out of ammunition, forcing them to close in for close combat. Bingek refuses to squander their firepower advantage, resulting in a continuous circling in this maritime expanse. Should Jean dismantle the engine? When the enemy boards, their initial advantage would dissipate entirely. Garam, the shipwright of Wald's crew, also serves as a combatant. He and Sebastian are the ship's most formidable officers. Although he appeared mediocre in the 3D2Y timeline, this is largely attributable to changes in mentality. The power of hockey can be viewed as a reflection of one's spirit. The young Moria bravely confronted the young Kaido, but after the loss of all his comrades, his psyche shifted dramatically, reducing him to a mere shell reliant on zombies and fruits, significantly weaker than in his youth. Crocodile, once audacious enough to challenge Whitebeard and engage Barrett, similarly underwent a profound transformation after losing a hand, seeking the legendary Pluton, ultimately falling to the Straw Hat. After being confined and impelled down for some time, he regained composure, reverting to a state where he could contend with anyone. At this point in time, the Wald pirates are significantly stronger than they will be 30 years hence. Back then, not only had Wald's strength diminished due to prolonged ice imprisonment, but even his subordinates suffered from age-related decline. Adding to this, Wald harbored resentment toward those who had abandoned him, which severely weakened the combat prowess of the Wald pirates. Nevertheless, the world government bypassed the navy to directly summon the 7 warlords, with the marine headquarters, led by Akainu, embarking to demonstrate their seriousness regarding the matter. The Wald pirates of this era are far more formidable, with both Wald and his officers exhibiting considerable strength. As Bingek spoke, a man with a square hammer and hair styled into 2 square horn braids burst forth from the crowd, slamming both hands onto the deck. Squarespace. Rays of light appeared on the deck, causing it to fracture into numerous squares that directly obstructed Jin's path. He was a user of the superhuman square fruit, capable of transforming any object into a cube and manipulating its arrangement. However, Jin's ability to fly rendered the effectiveness of the square space significantly compromised. Air cube. Several cubes composed of compressed air were hurled toward Jin, detonating as they approached him. The surrounding pirates were utterly helpless. Under Jin's indiscriminate assault, the nearby cannons fell silent, thus alleviating some of Shayna's burden in intercepting the projectiles. Amidst the chaos, Jin's flames ignited the ship's sails. While his flames lacked the intensity of Shayna's, their mere ability to ignite materials sufficed. By the time they extinguished the flames, the sails had sustained considerable damage, although the ship was not solely propelled by wind. The loss of the sails visibly slowed their speed, and Kaido's ship drew ever closer. In the sky, Shayna formed an impenetrable barrier, preventing any cannonball from breaching her defenses. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within her, prompting her to instinctively tilt her body, narrowly avoiding several massive rocks that whizzed past her at an alarming speed. One of her wings was inadvertently struck by a boulder, causing her to descend significantly closer to the sea's surface. Meanwhile, Sebastian, who had just submerged, seized the opportunity to emerge from the water. Great Arrow Shark. A shark formed from swirling water appeared alongside him, although it failed to strike Shayna. The ensuing current enveloped her, and he charged forward wielding his weapon. While the abilities of the Devil Fruit users were indeed formidable, they were no match for the sea, the natural enemy of their flames. The ocean was the domain of the fishmen, and even as a half-fish man, Sebastian wielded a disadvantage. After unleashing Great Arrow Shark, he summoned waves using Fishman Karate, attempting to drag Shayna into the depths of the ocean. Yet, for every surge of speed he achieved, he was met with an equally rapid retreat, the force of impact sending him crashing back to the seabed. When he resurfaced, a charred scar marred his shoulder. Was the volume of water insufficient? He believed his inability to subdue Shayna stemmed from a lack of water, unaware that his actions had provoked her wrath. I detest the feeling of being drenched. Shayna, drenched from head to toe, wore a menacing expression behind her mask. Simultaneously, her flight posture appeared awkward. The sudden rock strike had adversely affected one of her wings, resulting in an ungraceful flap. In the water, Sebastian's form began to shimmer, ultimately fading into an invisible state. Stealthily maneuvering to ambush Shayna from various angles, engaging in a contest of observation and perception. However, he effectively occupied Shayna's attention. Should she disregard him? He would likely attempt to assault Kaido's ship, which, if left unimpeded, would render them sitting ducks due to their dwindling ammunition. Previously, he had attempted such an action but was thwarted by Shayna. Only Jean was tasked with executing a surprise attack to prevent the fish giant from wreaking havoc on their vessel. Although Shayna harbored a dislike for water, she was not afraid of it, thus remaining to safeguard the ship while Jean set out to dismantle the enemy's vessels. Sebastian had also tried to sabotage the ships before but was consistently intercepted by Shayna. Even when approaching from below, her flames would deter him just as he neared the hull, while the potency of her flames was diminished by the seawater. Her destruction beam was still sufficient to strike targets submerged in the ocean. After extensive training, her post-attack recovery time had become nearly negligible. After several unsuccessful attempts, he retreated to the walled pirate's ship, embarking on a strategy akin to kite fighting as per Binjek's instructions. Binjek had not anticipated Shayna's ability to withstand such a barrage of cannon fire, prompting him to dispatch Sebastian once again, whose mere presence was enough to keep Shayna occupied. "You all, full speed ahead." As she utilized her observation skills to pinpoint Sebastian's location, she commanded Kaido's crew to pursue, for their adversaries had already begun to decelerate. Allowing Kaido's ship to catch up. "Leave it to us, Captain. All hands, full speed ahead." Kaido has promised special rewards for those who excel in this battle. Sebastian could indeed retreat if he wished. By diving into the deep sea, Shayna would have no means to pursue him. However, whenever he sought to attack Kaido's ship, he would invariably be intercepted, his efforts proving insufficient against Shayna's defenses. At that moment, the members of the Beast Pirates surged forward, successfully ramming their ship's prow into the walled pirate's vessel, igniting a brutal boarding battle. Yet, the true turning point lay on the island, where Kaido seethed with fury. For not long ago, Wald had audaciously assaulted Shayna in his presence. The boulders hurled at Shayna had been enhanced by Wald's powers, their speed and force multiplied, causing her considerable trouble and alleviating Sebastian's pressure. To Kaido, this was an act of provocation, an unwarranted interference in his battle, and one that had yielded success. "You bastard. You truly underestimate me. I was initially inclined to recruit you, but now it seems you should perish instead." Thunderous Bagua. In his beastly form, Kaido raised his kanabo high, aiming to crush Wald's skull. "Recruitment? What a jest. I am Bondi Wald. Multiply. 30-fold speed." The fruit's power was now directed inward, enhancing Wald's speed beyond previous limits, while simultaneously amplifying his strength. Cloaked in a dense aura of intimidation, Wald, now encased in the full application of haki, transformed into a formidable figure. His fist hurtled directly toward Kaido's head. Wald had expected Kaido to retaliate defensively, avoiding a direct confrontation. However, Kaido chose not to defend at all, adopting a stance of mutual harm. The multiplication fruit did not bolster his defense, yet he believed his punch would possess greater force than Kaido's. Since Kaido was willing to engage in this manner, Wald resolved to demonstrate the consequences of such an approach. The spiked club struck Wald's face, and despite his entire body being enveloped in haki, he coughed up blood, accompanied by a few teeth. In contrast, Kaido wore a smile, for Wald's punch had failed to land, intercepted midair by an invisible barrier. Although it consumed considerable stamina, this ability proved remarkably effective. With a graceful twist, Kaido swung his spiked club upward, sending Wald soaring away. When Wald rose again, his horned helmet had vanished. He rolled to evade Kaido's relentless assault, recognizing that each clash between titans was of paramount importance. Now, he found himself ensnared in Kaido's rhythm. After taking 2 successive blows, his mind was engulfed in chaos, leaving him in a daze. The mysterious force that had blocked his punch left his wrist swollen. The reciprocal nature of force meant that the unknown entity had nearly rebounded all of his power back at him. The mythical Zoan-type ability was indeed capricious. He had not anticipated Kaido possessed a barrier-type skill, and the 30-fold amplification had failed to breach that shield. Moreover, this was not merely Kaido's ability. It was Arceus's power. Arceus had imparted 2 skills to Kaido. The first was Dance of the Sword, significantly enhancing his attack power, his spear. The barrier he had just invoked was the shield Arceus had taught him, a paragon of absolute defense. Although its expenditure was greater than the Dance of the Sword, its effectiveness was unmistakable. Wald's full-force strike failed to disturb the barrier, and the recoil had even injured his wrist. In certain aspects, the shield surpassed the barrier fruit, which required specific gestures to activate. Multiplication, 20x scatter shot. Wald seized the sand and gravel from the ground, amplifying it before hurling it at Kaido, only for the projectiles to be thwarted by Kaido's sword dance. After months of development, he had become adept at integrating haki into the sword dance. allowing movement during release and enabling long-range defense simultaneously, with the dance of the sword enhancing his spiked club. Dragon flames ignited upon it as Kaido launched another devastating attack toward Wald. The balance of victory began to decisively tip in favor of Kaido. Meanwhile, on Wald's ship, the two factions were embroiled in fierce combat, with Shayna occasionally providing distant support. Sebastian struggled to fully restrain Shayna's movements, managing only to delay her participation in the fight. As time passed, her formidable regenerative abilities began to heal her wing injuries, soon rendering his efforts insufficient. The battle on the ship was intense. Yet some individuals lurked in the shadows, engaged in phone conversations. "Hello, Commander. The situation has changed. A fierce conflict has erupted between the Walled Pirates and the Beast Pirates, and they may not reach the ambush zone within the expected time frame." The seas were teeming with pirates, some stronger than Wald, however. The world government had recently devised a specific plan targeting Wald. The rationale was simple. Wald's actions posed a significant threat to the world government. Unlike other grand pirates, he maintained a unique stability in a specific maritime region akin to a warlord. The expanse of this world is vast, and each allied nation requires the formidable strength of a navy. Despite the overall might of the naval forces, their attention is diverted globally, with a portion of their power dedicated to serving the celestial dragons. As for the world government, they have historically adopted a laissez-faire approach to such matters. The existence of pirates in the New World does not impede the operation of their rules. Every year, the heavenly gold is collected as usual, and the pirates even assist in diverting conflicts. In fact, the world government benefits from the commercial activities within the territories of these pirates, as the slave trade and arms dealing are gray businesses that rely on their presence, provided that no event threatens the very foundation of the government. They refrain from excessive interference, merely maintaining what they perceive as balance. Many issues are bothersome to the world government. Yet as long as they do not involve the enigmatic D-Clan or Joy Boy, they are not deemed significant troubles. Rox amassed a considerable amount of power and harbored intentions of world upheaval, bearing the mysterious letter D in his name. These factors collectively prompted the government to take action. Carp also carries the letter D in his name and currently occupies a stable position as a hero of the Navy. As for Waldo, although his name lacks the letter D, his actions hold no significance in maintaining the balance of the world government. His initial purpose of sailing to show his elder brother the world has long since mutated. In the process, he became lost in the allure of power, seeking to dismantle the current world government and pursue the utmost freedom. Waldo lacks a vast territory and fleet, and his indiscriminate attacks target pirates, navy, and civilians alike. Any ship, regardless of allegiance, falls prey to his assaults, resulting in his inclusion on the government's exclusion list. His presence in these waters is driven by the ambition to forge a powerful cannon, believing that with this super cannon and his abilities, he can overturn the world. His subordinate, Garum, possesses notable mechanical talent, and designs have already emerged. However, they require the technology from Kaido's island and a plethora of special materials. These plans have long been reported to the world government by spies aboard the ship, and according to Waldo's course, he is bound to traverse a specific sea area in pursuit of these materials. At this juncture, the Navy has already laid an ambush near that region. Yet the tumultuous nature of the sea has shifted control to Kaido, who has engaged in battle with Waldo, completely disrupting the original plans. They are advised to act according to circumstances, remaining incognito until absolutely necessary, and to report results at all times. Indeed, they comprehend. Although the clash between Kaido and Waldo presents an opportunity, the higher-ups have no intention of dispatching troops in haste, which is why they arranged an ambush en route. The territories nearby are held by figures like the Golden Lion, and a reckless deployment of fleets could disrupt the existing balance. The world government is cautious not to incite a large-scale conflict, opting to wait for the conclusion of the pirates' battle before sending appropriate personnel based on the outcomes. Multiple agents have infiltrated Waldo's ship, forming an elite team disguised as low-ranking crew members. The leaders refrain from interfering in lower-level skirmishes until they have dealt with their own adversaries. If they wish to lay low, it remains a simple endeavor. Zoan-type users do not fear protracted battles. The longer the fight endures, the more advantageous it becomes for them, as their formidable recovery allows them to grow stronger with each confrontation. Sebastian, a hybrid of fishman and giant, enjoys a home field advantage provided by the ocean, enabling him to evade most attacks. Meanwhile, Shayna remains in a state of guerrilla combat with him, maintaining her stamina. Conversely, Garum, engaged in combat with Jean, faces a different scenario. His fruit does not excel in direct confrontation, as the flames behind Jean are exceedingly fierce, indicating that his defenses are at their peak. The rock-type's rugged physique makes Garam's attacks largely ineffective. Furthermore, Garam is compelled to confront Jean directly once the beast pirate ship has drawn near. He sees no necessity to continue targeting the ship's power room and shifts his focus to Benjak, who is far too conspicuous as the ship's commander. As a leader aboard, it is imperative for the combatants to protect him, especially since he is Waldo's elder brother. The ship's doctor, Nathan, has also joined the fray. Together, they manage to hinder Jin's advance. Nathan, the only female officer on Waldo's ship, excels in using the medicinal martial arts she has researched, occasionally deploying herbs to disrupt the enemy. The battle here could have persisted for some time, but reinforcements from the beast pirates have now arrived. Mahahatha. Taste the might of your Lord Queen. A torrential rain of bullets descends, causing numerous members of Waldo's crew to fall, though the beast pirates also suffer casualties. This is not Quinn's indiscriminate assault. Under Arceus's repeated requests, he remains attentive to such matters. However, amidst the chaos of the ongoing skirmish, collateral damage is unavoidable. From a broader perspective, Quinn's offensive has effectively neutralized a significant portion of the adversaries, resulting in mere injuries among his allies, in comparison to allowing further bloodshed. This outcome is decidedly less severe. Quinn's advancements in human augmentation have always been rather extraordinary. Originally, he had installed a machine gun within his oral cavity. But upon acquiring the abilities of the tropical dragon, he undertook modifications, discarding the original ammunition feed and replacing it with a custom barrel. Through this specialized barrel, he can enhance the potency of his seed submachine gun while also infusing the projectiles with a unique toxin. Due to concerns about collateral damage, there was no poison applied this time. However, he, soaring through the skies, could unleash an unrestrained barrage of firepower. It was Quinn, the formidable leader. Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge. The emergence of ships in the distance, alongside Quinn in the sky, completely turned the tide of battle. The morale of the beast pirates surged, while the walled pirates began to retreat, gradually losing control over their vessels. Indeed, it was as such. Everyone, advance. Quinn let out a maniacal laugh. But his triumph was short-lived. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, as Wald, who had been battling Kaido, suddenly appeared in the fray. Quinn's massive form plummeted downward, crashing onto a ship belonging to the beast pirates. The ship's railing was unable to contain his bulk, and he fell directly into the sea. You fools, retrieve him. Yes. Quinn made a hasty exit, leaving the combatant Jean exasperated. He had no choice but to send others to fish him out, as Quinn was a devil fruit user and could not swim, all while being engaged in battle. Fortunately, the beast pirates held the advantage, allowing for a few to assist without issue. Moreover, Quinn's previous actions had somewhat contributed to this advantage, as the pirates he had defeated could now lend a hand in retrieving him. It was nearly unheard of for a pirate to lack swimming skills. Living on the ocean necessitated such a skill. Only Bondi Wald possessed the capability to strike Quinn down into the ocean. As the skirmish among the ship's officers came to a pause, Jean cautiously eyed Wald in the skies above. That was the technique of moonwalk. It remained unclear where Wald had acquired such a skill. His condition was dire, one eye was swollen shut, and the armament he had previously enveloped himself in had dissipated. A clear sign of exhaustion. Despite his labored breathing, Jean remained vigilant. A dying camel is larger than a horse, and a creature as formidable as Wald could still muster a final strike even in a near-fatal state. From the way he had knocked Quinn into the sea, it was evident that although he was in poor shape, he had not yet lost his combat capability. The pressing question remained, what had become of Kaido, who had been engaged with Wald? However, Kaido's arrival dispelled Jin's doubts. Hey, don't run away. I was just getting warmed up. It's been ages since I encountered an opponent worthy of my full strength. Previously, during his encounter with John, he had not exerted much effort, merely reaping the benefits. After John, he had not faced anyone of that caliber, had it not been for his ability to maintain his formidable skills. He would have expended significant energy dealing with Wald in this period, likely extending the battle for days on end, while Kaido had been pressing Wald. At this level of confrontation, if the opponent was intent on fleeing, capturing them became a daunting task. Not long ago, Wald had feigned an attack, maximizing his speed through the application of a technique, escaping from Kaido's engagement. In terms of speed, Kaido could not match Wald under such circumstances. Wald's physical condition could not withstand another application of that speed enhancement. His hesitation to attack stemmed from uncertainty about whether Kaido's defenses would block his assault, compounded by the recognition of his crew's disadvantage. He had yet to experience betrayal and still held some affection for his subordinates. Continuing on this path, even if he were to defeat Kaido, his pirate crew would be no more, including his elder brother. Thus, he resolved to withdraw. Years of camaraderie had allowed Jack to understand Wald's intentions. Sebastian, return quickly. Galam. Emergency plan. Kaido was unaware of Jack's urgent strategy, but he was determined to thwart it. Flames ignited around him as he charged toward Wald's ship. Guardian technique. Fire Dragon Torch. The flames were enveloped by a protective barrier, and given the barrier's impenetrable nature, it was reasonable to utilize it for an offensive maneuver. The beast pirates, witnessing this, hurried back to their original vessels, while Jean swiftly disengaged from combat to evade. Yet, Wald stood resolute in the face of the impending dragon. I am Bandit Wald. Speed multiply. 100-fold. His body could no longer endure such intensity. This level of amplification placed a burden on his physique. One of the reasons he had trained to enhance his entire body with armament. As he faced Kaido's strike, he had already overextended himself. Before contact, fissures appeared across his skin, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. His fist collided with the massive dragon's head, resulting in a stalemate before Wald was ultimately knocked down. However, he had successfully intercepted Kaido's attack, just as Kaido prepared to launch another strike. Wald's ship underwent a significant transformation. In the brief skirmish between Kaido and Wald, Sebastian had returned, and Galam activated the cubic space, causing the ship's structure to deconstruct and reassemble into a new configuration. Speed multiply. 50-fold. The ship's engines roared to life, surging forth at an astonishing velocity. In the blink of an eye, only a white trail remained on the surface of the sea, marking their swift departure. This is the emergency plan devised by Jack, as well as the retreat strategy for the Wald pirates. Galam utilized his abilities to reinforce the ship's structural integrity, enabling it to withstand the burdens imposed by acceleration. Subsequently, the engines operated at overload, propelling the vessel to safety. However, this method had the drawback of being limited to a straight course, which could inflict irreversible damage upon the hull. Even the formidable powers of the Golden Line could not retain Wald, who, relying on this ability, consistently managed to break free before the encroaching navy could encircle him, thus earning the disdain of an increasing number of individuals. With fewer numbers, they could not prevail. With more, they could not hold him back, especially as he was both powerful and inclined towards destruction. As they observed the fleeing Wald pirates, the members under the beast pirates exchanged glances. Was this a victory? Nonsense. Of course it was a victory. Prepare for the banquet, everyone. Kaido, having resumed his human form, reprimanded his subordinates with dissatisfaction, simultaneously justifying the upcoming celebration. Although there were casualties during the battle, these pirates were accustomed to such losses after all. Who among them had never faced death? They would feel sorrow, yet they would not wallow in it. A banquet was always a splendid outlet for emotions. Among the officers, there were few injuries, merely a significant depletion of stamina, with the most unfortunate being the submerged queen, who was too heavy, requiring a considerable effort from his subordinates to haul him aboard. The supply ship from Arceus approached, yet it appeared that the supplies would not be needed for the time being. After several months, you have finally emerged. Has the project been completed? It has. But I will explain everything after the banquet. Discussing it now would necessitate reiteration once you sober up, so Arceus wisely chose not to waste time. Meanwhile, the Wald pirates had retreated to a safe distance, but compared to the beast pirates, their condition was markedly worse. Wald collapsed, and several of his officers were gravely injured. Just as they intended to regroup, the sound of gunfire erupted, and additional bullet holes appeared in the already wounded Wald. What are you all doing? Unbeknownst to them, several figures clad in black had infiltrated the ship, and many of the remaining crew members stood on their side. The Wald pirates had unexpectedly split into two factions, led by a recent addition to the crew. Although they had gotten along well in the interim, it was unfortunate that they were not comrades. Point your weapons. They fired several more shots at the fallen Wald to ensure he would not rise unexpectedly, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The situation had shifted dramatically. The previous directive of surveilling the Wald pirates and luring them into an encirclement had transformed into a more opportunistic approach, assessing whether they could seize the gravely wounded Wald. This presents an opportunity. Should he recover from his injuries, capturing him may demand an even greater price. The agents lurking aboard the ship have observed that the Wald pirates are currently experiencing a rare moment of vulnerability. The captain is gravely injured, and the two key combatants, Garam and Sebastian, are also wounded and severely depleted of stamina, leaving only the relatively harmless Jack unscathed. Thus, the rebellion was instigated prematurely. How outrageous. Allowing agents of the world government to infiltrate the ship. What are you all doing? You've been aboard for so long. Are we not comrades? Benjak's tone was laced with sorrow. The new arrivals are agents, and their actions are thus justifiable, yet it is disheartening to see even the original crew, with whom they have shared many years, choose to rebel and turn their weapons against their own. I am sorry, Brother Benjak. But Captain Wald has lost his mind. He actually intends to destroy the world government. How could such a thing ever succeed? And. The remainder of his thoughts seemed to carry an air of shame, leaving him momentarily speechless until an agent from CP interjected. Moreover, we have pledged that should we capture Wald and his officers, the rest shall be absolved of their crimes. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be prudent to surrender. In light of his brother lying in a pool of blood, Benjak, suppressing his pain, declared, as the acting captain, I hereby announce the temporary dissolution of the Wald Pirates. Our goal is survival, and each of you must make your own escape. The Wald Pirates, having just reached a safe location, descended into chaos once more. Severely fatigued, Sebastian and others struggled to fend off their rebellious subordinates. With a swift motion, the ship's doctor, Nathan, scattered a powder that briefly invigorated their spirits, though it would certainly come at a cost later. There was no time for hesitation. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Sebastian embraced several officers, plunging into the water despite sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, relying on the physical prowess of a fisherman to flee into the distance. Although the officers managed to escape, Wald was apprehended, marking a significant success for their mission. My lord, we have executed your orders as instructed. You see. Ah. You refer to the matter of absolution. We shall fulfill our promise. As he spoke, a shot pierced his chest, and the remaining CP agents sprang into action. Faced with these superhumans cultivated by the world government, the mere foot soldiers were no match. Their primary objective was to bring Wald back. Without him, his remaining officers posed no threat. These rebels were deemed unstable elements, and naturally, they would be eliminated once the affair concluded. How could the government ever pardon pirates? There will always be naive souls who believe such foolishness. Isn't it advantageous? The more such fools we have, the smoother our plans will unfold. Yet, it is not absolute. In a few years, the Shichibukai system will be proposed. Pirates chosen as Shichibukai possess the legal right to plunder. But such pirates must also demonstrate their worth. These ordinary minions, lacking any significant background, do not possess the qualifications to negotiate with the world government. How is the collection of photographs progressing? After binding Wald with sea prism stone handcuffs, the agents advanced towards their designated location. Their mission would be deemed complete once he was delivered to the prison ship. Meanwhile, the leader of the agents posed a query to his subordinate. As an intelligence agency of the world government, they also moonlight as photographers, capturing images of certain wanted criminals. Almost all the officers have been photographed. As for these, let the higher-ups arrange them later. He gestured towards a suspiciously small camera, exuding confidence that his tasks would be executed flawlessly. Days later, the banquet of the beast pirates had concluded. They had seized control of the nearby archipelago, establishing a territory within the New World. With the celebratory feast over, it was time to attend to business. The small island where Kaido and Wald had battled was reduced to a desolate wasteland. And Arceus transformed it into a graveyard for the beast pirates, where the fallen members were commemorated with their own headstones. For most pirates, this is a rare occurrence. Many meet their demise through sea burials, drifting on the vast ocean with no permanent abode. Few care for the fallen common subordinates, let alone arrange for their burial sites. This conduct has somewhat elevated the sense of belonging among the beast pirates, leading them to believe that the chaotic rules of their crew hold some merit. With the banquet concluded, the deceased have been laid to rest, and most of the injured have received medical attention. What remains is the promised rewards from Kaido. The most fundamental reward consists of material wealth, which is precisely what most pirates require. Whether it be liquor or other necessities, they must expend funds to procure them within their territory. Asai has established a policy allowing crew members to purchase items at cost price. Yet he staunchly opposes any form of exploitation in every conceivable sense. Similarly, even the pursuit of pleasure requires expenditure. The maritime entertainment industry has long thrived. And he recognizes that such matters are inherently difficult to regulate, a reality that even the Navy struggles to curtail. Thus, he can only impose regulations prohibiting harassment of ordinary civilians. Initially, the enforcement of these rules proved cumbersome, but after Shayna addressed a few notable cases, the situation improved significantly. However, it is essential to balance punishment with reward. The rules that Asai previously discussed with Arceus and others now come into play. To be eligible for the ultimate reward, one must demonstrate a sustained period of adherence to the rules without any violations. The very first individual to ascend the vessel of Wald happened to be such a person. And it was he who first leapt into the depths to retrieve Quinn, thus becoming the inaugural beneficiary of the beast pirates. Babanuki, come forth, today. You shall understand why he must be reverently addressed as the divine beast. Quinn, inexplicably equipped with a microphone, managed to elevate the ambience significantly. Yet Arceus couldn't shake off an odd sensation akin to participating in a roadside lottery. For, upon the makeshift platform, there truly lay a spinning prize wheel. This reward marks the beginning rather than the conclusion. Such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. The accolades for the significant contributors are self-evident, yet numerous small-scale skirmishes remain. Those eligible for rewards may include lesser-known pirates, whose strength is inherently variable. It is natural that they pale in comparison to the officers, receiving abilities that are likewise inferior. People seldom envy those with vast disparities in capability, yet they often harbor jealousy toward their peers. There will always be individuals who find it more distressing to witness others prosper while they themselves incur losses. It is not the scarcity of rewards that troubles them, but rather the inequality of distribution. To address this latent discord, a lottery wheel has been devised, where the nature of the abilities is left to chance, ensuring no one can voice dissent. Babanuki, the future overseer of the quarry for the 100-beast pirate crew, is still a youthful novice. Come now. The fortune you acquire shall be entirely determined by your own luck. Queen presents him with a small dart, while the enormous wheel is sectioned into several zones. Although he recognizes the characters inscribed upon it, their meanings elude him. Brother Queen, what do these signify? These are all quite practical abilities. Should fortune smile upon you, you might even land an ability akin to that of an officer. The capabilities of the officers hold particular significance within the current ranks of the 100 beasts, as they are exclusively of the mythical zone type. The term mythical is prominently displayed on the wheel, albeit in limited representation. As for the issue of missing the target, they are pirates. If one cannot even throw a dart accurately, it would be prudent to abandon such a profession, for it would not be suited to them. The diameter of this roulette wheel is comparable to the height of the current figure of Jean, ensuring that even a child would not be at risk of missing out. Were he to inhabit another realm, Quinn might very well excel as a television host, perhaps for a comedic variety show. As the charm of a host is undoubtedly reliant on their appearance, presently, the emotions of the surrounding pirates have been thoroughly stirred by him. Confronted with the swiftly spinning wheel, Babanuki cast his dart, and upon confirming its accuracy, Quinn halted the wheel. Yet, fate often reveals itself in peculiar ways. The dart he had thrown landed precisely on the dividing line, with the terms Iajutsu and super strength representing the opposing sides. Choose one, Babanuki. Opportunities such as this do not arise a second time. Super strength it is. He was not particularly adept with a sword, and Iajutsu evoked a sense of a swift strike, which he deemed of little practical use, thus opting for the more straightforward interpretation. By the way, have you had enough to eat? Yes, I've had my fill. I consumed quite a bit at the prior banquet. Babanuki was perplexed by Quinn's sudden inquiry about his appetite, but in the next moment, Arceus had approached him, a strange force surging into his being. And Babanuki too was drawn into the realm of learning. The so-called reward, for the time being, appears to be more of a grand spectacle than substantial benefit. The ordinary pirates remain oblivious to the reason behind Babanuki's sudden slumber. Fear not, my young ones. Once Babanuki awakens, the truth will be revealed to you. But for now, a matter of greater significance unfolds. Queen gestured for a stone tablet to be brought forth, a replica of the Arceus tablet. To the untrained eye, an unactivated tablet resembles this, indestructible, yet devoid of any discernible traits. Remember this size and shape, should you find it, even if merely as a rumor, once validated. You may propose a reasonable condition, but heed this, the information must not be false, though it may be erroneous. Should you dare to propagate falsehoods, the consequences will be dire. Furthermore, all aforementioned materials are exchangeable for rewards. Queen reiterated examples of materials long extinct, intermingled with irrelevant items, aside from AC. None could decipher their true purpose. Thus commenced the long wait. Although the celebration had concluded, for pirates, initiating another feast posed no great inconvenience, until Babanuki regained consciousness. The beast pirates temporarily resided here, and Queen seized the opportunity for a personal concert. The quality of his performance remains unassessed. Yet the members of the beast pirates appeared to relish it. Meanwhile, Arceus continued discussions of importance with Kaido. The item has been crafted, though unfortunately, its efficacy falls short of expectations. This is yours. Remember to observe its reactions when you venture forth. It features a locator foolproof operation. As he spoke, he tossed the stone tablet radar to Kaido. Do not misplace it. A second cannot be fashioned in the near future. The leather wristband, adorned with a compact gauge, was crafted from the hide of a unique sea beast, possessing remarkable resilience and elasticity. Even a Zoan transformation would not rupture it. The specially designed structure ensures that the pure gold within does not hinder the bearer's growth. Understood, but how much longer will Babanuki remain in this state? Uncertain. It largely depends on individual talent. Subsequently, Arceus handed another radar to Shayna. Shayna, this is for you. Its sensing range is somewhat smaller than Kaido's, but that is inconsequential. Your strength is not yet on par with his. Once you gather information, your foremost duty is to inform me. Do not act recklessly. As you command, Lord Sacred Beast. 2 days elapsed, yet Babanuki remained unconscious. However, someone sought Queen's attention. Following a battle, there were not only the fallen but also the wounded. While Queen often projected a light-hearted demeanor, he served as the ship's doctor, proficient in both surgery and viral maladies. Numerous injuries had arisen from the conflict with the walled pirates, including one particularly notable case. This individual had charged into battle alongside Babanuki, but had fared less favorably. While Babanuki emerged unscathed, he suffered grievous injuries, a severed right arm, and extensive facial burns. Though his life was saved, he was rendered nearly incapacitated. Initially designated for logistical duties, he requested to undergo Queen's body modification. In the world of pirates, being relegated to support roles post-injury often meant a life of destitution, an outcome they could not bear. As a man of merit, he sought to exchange his contributions in battle for a chance at transformation. Queen readily acquiesced. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunities to apply his modification skills. Many harbored reservations about body modification. A rotary machine gun replaced his arm, while metal components supplanted his joints, enhanced by special neural connection technology. In merely 1 day, Queen completed the modification. Though Scorch's physique became somewhat cumbersome, he retained combat effectiveness. And given his innate qualities, this enhancement bolstered his prowess. Not everyone in the New World masters hockey or can slice through steel. Mechanical modifications often yield superior utility. Yet, those willing to alter themselves remained few. Most eyes remained fixed on Babanuki. How long has this lad been asleep? 2 days and nights. And now we enter the 3rd day. Who knows what ails him? The ordinary pirates transitioned from curiosity to confusion, then to rampant speculation. They had anticipated that Babanuki would emerge with vast treasures or other spoils, but the reality appeared divergent. At noon on the 3rd day, marking the 60th hour since Babanuki's slumber commenced, he finally opened his eyes. Hey, brothers, Babanuki has awakened. Surrounding pirates rushed to him, brimming with curiosity. It's the 3rd day. What have you obtained? Wait a moment, is there food? The duration of learning is largely contingent on talent. Shayna mastered the sword dance in 7 hours, while Kaido required even less time. Babanuki, however, took 60 hours, equating to 2 months within the learning space, merely achieving the introductory stage. Accompanying this were mental fatigue and physical hunger. The other pirates continued their feasting, albeit less lavish than at the outset, yet sustenance remained abundant. He strode to the side to devour a meal, only standing again when urged by the gathering pirates. Do not rush. Allow me to showcase what I have acquired. He scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for a fitting object, ultimately setting his sights on a massive boulder partially exposed above ground. Approaching the stone, he wrapped his arms around it. Surely you haven't lost your wits? Do you intend to uproot that? The exposed portion of the stone towered above him, with the subterranean section likely extending deep into the earth, possibly connecting to the underlying rock layers. They understood the limitations of Babanuki. Such a feat was implausible. Yet, in the next moment, his muscles appeared to swell, and with a mighty roar, he forcefully extracted the half-buried boulder, lifting it overhead and hurling it toward the distant sea. Fortune favored him. It was merely a fragmented rock, substantial yet not deeply entrenched. Witnessing the awestruck expressions of the surrounding pirates, Babanuki felt an unusual sense of gratification. To obtain strength without the opportunity to flaunt it before others would diminish its impact considerably. Although the use of brute strength consumes more stamina, the resultant power is undeniably worthwhile. Previously, he could not have thrown such a stone so far, let alone one partially buried in the ground. Do you see? To attain such strength, one must engage in battle, seek out what we require. As long as you can bring back these items, the opportunity to gain such power will be yours. Treasures may be lost, yet strength endures. Those who traverse the path of the sea pirate seldom regard their power as excessive. Babanuki's performance has nearly incited a new wave of fervor, elevating Arceus to an even loftier status. Not every pirate possesses the audacity to face death unflinchingly, as many harbor their own ulterior motives. Given that the source of their strength is Arceus, and that Kaido merely consults with Arceus on certain matters without commanding him, it follows that obtaining Arceus's recognition could grant them the same strength. Thus, a unique faction emerged within the Beast's pirates, a group that epitomizes the spirit of sycophancy, albeit directed solely towards Arceus. With their encouragement and the allure of power, Arceus's standing within the Beast's pirates has soared, rendering him an object of worship. Centered around Shayna, the nascent form of a religious community began to take shape among the early members of the Beast's pirates. Concurrently, various pieces of information began circulating in the black market. The pirate underworld is fraught with chaos, characterized by intricate relationships, and even notices seeking the heads of naval commanders can be found here. They dare to disseminate any news, though whether anyone is brave enough to act upon it is another matter entirely. Reports from the Beasts have also surfaced, targeting various minerals, zoan-type devil fruits, and uniquely shaped stone tablets. However, the black market is ultimately unreliable, and Arceus's current policy is akin to casting a wide net. Hence, he has announced substantial bounties therein. In the black market, hard currency remains gold. Stable assets such as devil fruits and Adam, the treasure tree, maintain their value, while berries are somewhat less esteemed. The bounties issued by the Beasts are in berries. Furthermore, the black market is rife with complications. Betrayals, fraud, and entrapments abound. There is no limit to what can transpire here. The most vital assets within this realm are reliable strength and keen insight. As for intermediaries, they serve as brokers when power is equal. Yet, when one enters this ruthless marketplace with an imbalance of strength, merely surviving and exiting freely becomes the greatest fortune. The development phase continues, with Kaido, Arceus, and Shayna each embarking on separate paths to seek out the whereabouts of the stone tablets on nearby islands. For Kaido must solidify his territory and should not stray too far for the time being. Simultaneously, the Beast's pirates are also nurturing their economy, recognizing that many matters cannot be resolved solely through force, and berries are of paramount importance. For instance, materials necessary for shipbuilding, such as high-quality wood for crafting a durable keel, command a high price in the black market as they can significantly determine the vessel's longevity. With Babanuki as an exemplar, the members of the Beasts have become increasingly fierce in battle, particularly Babanuki himself, who, having acquired the strength of a giant, frequently charges into the fray wielding heavy weaponry. All developments proceeded smoothly until the arrival of the news birds, which, aside from delivering newspapers, also brought the latest bounty notices. It was this very bounty that prompted Shayna to overturn the table, igniting a blaze that even set the room ablaze. Every member of the pirate crew must find their own place. Shayna serves as both a religious figure and a discipline officer, and without Arceus's express permission, Kaido cannot command her. While Arceus and Kaido maintain a cooperative relationship, their partnership has reached a level indistinguishable from membership, as his actions can be regarded as entirely integral to the Beasts. After all, Arceus has played a significant role in nearly all development plans of the Beasts, and alongside Ashier, they represent the few sane voices in this endeavor, establishing a distinct order. Presently, the residents within the Beast territory have even come to accept their rule from the depths of their hearts. As long as there is no threat to life, they can continue to live here by completing a set amount of work in designated areas and paying a portion of their earnings as a protection fee. This bears little distinction from the environments of certain kingdoms. In terms of overarching policies, Arceus has, to some extent, adopted the developmental blueprint of Noxus. In this realm, as long as one can demonstrate their worth, regardless of the nature of that worth, they are assured a position of sufficient esteem. This plan is rather suitable for the current situation. However eloquent the words may be, it remains a dominion of pirates, and charitable acts are utterly implausible. The Beasts can provide for those who are injured in battle and for the families of those working for the Beasts. Yet it is inconceivable to extend such care to unrelated individuals. As captain and governor of the Beast pirate crew, Kaido often neglects his duties. But it is not unusual for a captain to be disengaged from daily affairs. Under Kaido and Arceus, Shayna's combat prowess is undeniably supreme. She has proven this in battle, thus placing her on equal footing with Jean. Furthermore, she is merciless when dealing with unruly pirates, when she is enraged. These pirates instinctively distance themselves to avoid incurring her wrath. However, this time, she is somewhat agitated. Big sister, please, calm down. This situation is beyond our control. Yet, these words bear little fruit, and none dare to intervene during Shayna's fury. What should we do? Should you go? What nonsense! Do you think we can restrain an enraged big sister? What about Brother Kaido and Brother Arceus? They just left a couple of days ago. You know that. Subsequently, they turned to their leader, recognizing that when calamity strikes, the tall captain must step up. Why is she angry? Someone tell me. He had been collecting taxes from the supply ships at the port, which is customary. Any vessel anchoring in another pirate's territory must pay, or it signals the onset of war. Unexpectedly, something transpired. News arrived via the messenger bird, delivering the latest bounty notices. After Shayna reviewed them, her ire was ignited. He then retrieved some new bounty notices. Following the confrontation between the walled pirate crew and the beast pirate crew, most of the beast's officers had been placed under bounty, with Kaido's bounty raised to 1.8 billion, effectively incorporating Wald's bounty into his own. As he sifted through the notices, Arceus's bounty appeared before him, revealing the cause of Shayna's fury. Mysterious creature, pet of the beast pirate crew, bounty, 5,000 berries. Shayna is inherently impulsive, often oscillating between two extreme responses. She is meticulous and precise when handling matters assigned by Arceus, leaving no room for error. She can even arrive before him with a stopwatch in hand. Yet, when confronted with derogatory remarks, she plunges into a furious extreme. Insulting Arceus in her presence is akin to insulting a nun in front of Big Mom. To label Arceus as a mere pet, or an unnamed mysterious creature, coupled with the substantial bounty of 5,000 berries, is to tread upon her last nerve. Both the Navy and the world government possess the authority to set bounty amounts, typically judging based on the pirate's level of threat. Lesser pirates' bounties are often determined by local branches and subsequently reported. However, the bounties for notorious pirates are set by the world government and communicated to the pirates below. Occasionally, the rationale behind these bounties is utterly perplexing, with figures that seem arbitrary. In some instances, bounties are established based solely on immediate circumstances. For instance, a deer with an initial bounty of 50 berries may, after various significant events, see its bounty double to 100 berries. For non-human entities, the bounties can be particularly strange, including but not limited to Chopper at 50 berries, Bepo at 500 berries, and now Arceus at 5,000 berries. The accompanying image depicts Arceus standing at the bow of a ship, seemingly captured by an agent from Wald's crew upon his arrival with the supply ship to the battlefield. It remains unclear why he has been assigned a bounty, as no relevant intelligence has been gathered. Thus, they have fixed this peculiar designation. In a sense, a bounty of 5,000 berries signifies considerable attention, equating to 100 initial bounties of Chopper. Nonetheless, it fails to alter the fact that 5,000 berries is insufficient even for a hearty meal, and the combination of mysterious creature and pet is enough to ignite Shayna's fury. The source of the problem has been identified, yet it has not yielded a tangible resolution. Let us contact the Holy Beast leader. We likely cannot dissuade the big sister. Big sister, what are you planning to do? Watching Shayna, who seemed poised to leave after venting her frustrations, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What do you mean? I am going to eliminate the one who set this bounty. No, big sister, please calm down. We have no idea who established this bounty. Moreover, the Holy Beast opposes slaughter, and your current task is to remain here. Shayna's virtue lies in her ability to channel her rage without resorting to indiscriminate violence like Big Mom, having endured a life of hardship on the run. She is selective even in her acts of destruction. This time, it was an inability to contain the flames that resulted in the house catching fire. Subsequently, I found myself venting my frustrations upon the stones and other objects outside. Currently, there are individuals engaged in extinguishing the blaze. My subordinates offered considerable counsel, and coupled with the demands of Arceus's task, the two extremes counterbalanced each other, allowing me to regain a semblance of composure for the time being. I require a new bounty to be issued in the underworld. Let us uncover who initiated this bounty with its peculiar title, as this matter is far from resolved. Furthermore, is there anyone willing to engage in a spar with me? Upon uttering these words, the pirates collectively took a step back, as they were accustomed to enduring blows during their sparring sessions with Shayna, let alone in this moment of tension. However, at this juncture, a stroke of fortune emerged. Muhahaha, what has transpired? Why have you set the house ablaze? Quinn, having fortuitously arrived at the scene, pushed aside his underlings, and beheld the perilous gaze emanating from beneath Shayna's mask. Have I perhaps arrived at an inopportune moment? His instincts warned him of the imminent danger. It was not only Shayna who posed a threat, but even the surrounding subordinates regarded him with watchful eyes. Brother Quinn, I beg your assistance. The members of the Beast Pirates suddenly formed a line, bowed to Quinn, and swiftly retreated to the side. The dynamics among the cadre of the Beast Pirates are peculiar, and it is no secret to ordinary folk. While they exhibit remarkable cooperation during combat, their behavior in non-combat situations could be described as eccentric. For instance, Jin and Quinn engage in verbal sparring upon their first encounter. Despite their fierce exchanges, they seldom resort to physical confrontation. Conversely, Shayna is currently able to maintain a stable dialogue with Quinn, provided she is not in a state of fury. However, if her mood sours, a meeting with Quinn can lead to an explosive altercation, often resulting in Quinn being on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Thus, Quinn must be mindful of the days he ventures out. Should he coincide with Shayna's discomfort-induced irritability, he would undoubtedly be nowhere near her for miles. Before Quinn's arrival, the members of the Beast were apprehensive about being called upon as sparring partners. However, with Quinn's presence, they felt secure. After all, when Shayna is enraged, Quinn possesses an innate sarcasm buff that exacerbates the situation. As I watched the subordinates hastily retreat, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Suddenly, I recalled unfinished tasks in my laboratory and decided to take my leave. Feel free to incinerate these buildings as you wish. This is the most significant cargo island within the territory of the Beast Pirates, where nearly all transactions of supplies occur. He arrived here because the equipment he ordered had arrived. Presently, the Beast's domain encompasses 5 major islands: the Winter Island, home to arms manufacturing and research facilities; the Trade Island, where Shayna resides, characterized by the climate of spring; 2 islands primarily focused on mining; and a summer island centered around agriculture. Additionally, there are scattered, unnamed smaller islands numbered for identification, marking a modest achievement. Originally, Quinn had come merely to collect a package and enjoy the lively atmosphere, but unexpectedly, he found himself in a precarious situation. Quinn, it has been a while since we last sparred. Shall we practice? Ah, the wind is too strong. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. If you have something to discuss, you should seek out Jean, that sadistic interrogator. As he spoke, 2 pairs of leaf-like wings sprouted from his back, preparing to depart. However, upon turning around, he found Shayna standing before him. Since you're here, don't leave, or I would be left embarrassed. Wait, we can fight, but you must give me a reason. In terms of speed, he could never match Shayna, since confrontation was unavoidable. He at least desired clarity regarding his impending defeat. I am simply eager to test my skills and assess my recent training outcomes. Such a straightforward reason left Quinn momentarily speechless. I can fight back, you know. Of course, it was mentioned that this is a practice match. Otherwise, I would simply be hitting a punching bag. Despite his resistance, Quinn was forcibly taken to the island's training ground by Shayna. What ensued was a one-sided beating, with Quinn unable to hold his own. After a while, Shayna's fury subsided, and Quinn emerged from the ordeal feeling further refined. He sensed that if this continued, his hockey level might soon break through. Soon, he noticed the younger members serving tea and refreshments. Big brother Quinn, you've worked hard. Their gratitude was genuine. Had Quinn not fortuitously appeared, they would have been the ones dragged into the training arena. Although each session yielded significant rewards, the pain was undeniably real. Quinn had allowed them to escape this crisis, and naturally, they were thankful. Why is she so furious? Which of you has offended her? He believed he had grasped Shayna's habits well enough. As long as he avoided that particular week and showed more respect towards Arceus, he would remain unscathed. Since the last time he sold information about Gaji and the others to Shayna, it had been a while since he had faced any punishment. Big brother Quinn. It's because of this bounty notice. Upon glancing at Arceus's bounty, Quinn could not help but twitch slightly. The boss lady had already issued a bounty to find the individual responsible for arranging the notice and taking the photograph, doubling the amount offered. Huh? I said to double the price. If it weren't for that scoundrel, could I possibly be this unfortunate? Is this fellow blind? What sort of person could utter that word? He pondered but ultimately refrained from uttering the term pet. In the event that Shayna was still present, it would not bode well. It was evident that not just Shayna had seen Arceus's bounty notice. However, the members of the Beast Pirates feigned ignorance, and none dared to bring the matter before Arceus. One might dismiss certain matters personally or engage in self-deprecation, yet if such words were spoken by another, their meaning could shift dramatically. It was only Kaido who, Upon seeing the bounty notice, emitted a series of ambiguous chuckles. Thereafter, no item in his territory was ever priced at 5,000 berries. Simultaneously, Olga and Jean appeared on another island, accompanied by members of the Beast Pirates as they sought to procure goods from the black market. The crafting of pure gold was exceptionally arduous. Not only were the extinct materials exceedingly rare, but even existing ones were not easily found. Upon receiving news from the black market, they naturally made their way here. However, at this moment, they were not operating under their own banner, but rather under that of Plurt. The world government, due to Spandam's erroneous information, had misjudged the situation regarding Plurt, believing that Captain John's treasure was inextricably linked to it. Furthermore, with the discovery of leads concerning pure gold on that island, the matter of pure gold was also attributed to Plurt. Kaido and his companions were among the few who understood the true situation of Plurt. The actions of the world government were not entirely clandestine in the New World. As they had been unable to locate Plurt, they began to broaden their search network, inevitably leading to information leaks. The effects and value of pure gold were exceedingly troublesome. Neither Arceus nor Kaido wished to attract the world government's scrutiny at this juncture. Thus, after careful deliberation, they resolved to provide the government with a new smokescreen. Utilizing Olga's abilities, they disguised the members of the Beast Pirates as individuals from Plurt. Given that the misunderstanding had already taken root, they decided to amplify it further. One should never place excessive trust in the credibility of underground merchants. They may fear power and refrain from engaging in outrageous acts, as seen in the Natter Kingdom, which maintains trade security within its borders. However, selling the same information to multiple parties is almost commonplace in the underworld, and it is unrealistic to expect them to maintain confidentiality. Captain Plurt, we have arrived. They were still adjusting to addressing Jean in this manner, as the original crew of Plurt had long since vanished. Yet, their appearances had also been altered. As long as the illusion remained, no one could recognize them. On an undiscovered island in the New World, the members of the Beast Pirates arrived at the trading venue. Great kingdoms like the Natter Kingdom are exceptions. Underground trading markets in the New World seldom appear in the open and always have their reasons for concealment. For instance, this island was entirely uncharted, accessible only through special recording pointers. Although the existence of the underground market was almost tacitly accepted by the world government, it simultaneously remained a target for the Navy. Not all gray trades had the protection of a member state like the Natter Kingdom. As an illegal organization, this gathering of pirates has always been a focus for the Navy's crackdowns. They found a concealed corner nearby to hide their ship. Theoretically, it would not be discovered here. Yet the pirates remained cautious in concealing their vessels. Encountering pirates at sea is not unusual, nor is encountering patrolling Navy vessels. To avoid running into those with an overwhelming sense of justice who would seek to capture any pirates they saw, no one would brazenly dock their ship in the harbor. Without eternal pointers, locating this place is nearly impossible, but one cannot dismiss the possibility of accidental passers-by. From the outside, this appeared to be an ordinary island. Even upon arrival, one would see only legitimate business conducted. Olga ensured the team's secrecy, while Jean handled matters of force. His strength was sufficient to deal with most pirates. And even in the event of an accident, he could adequately escort Olga to safety. The prolonged exposure to the brilliance of pure gold had caused certain side effects. Although they had distanced themselves from its influence, their appearances remained largely unchanged from 2 years prior when they had first emerged from the belly of the Sea King. According to ACS analysis, this phenomenon might persist for quite some time. They had come here, of course, armed with ample information. This island boasted a town that appeared no different from an ordinary small settlement. However, after uttering the password at a tavern, they found themselves at the underground trading hub. Inside, the patrons exhibited a variety of expressions. Some concealed their faces with hoods and masks, while others strode confidently, adorned with the emblems of their respective pirate crews as their assurance. Pirates place great importance on their flags. Should an outsider misappropriate a pirate crew's emblem, it would constitute an act of war. Nevertheless, such occurrences are rare. Impersonating another's pirate flag incurs a price, as it may deter weaker pirates but attract stronger foes. The unmasked pirates were all members of major pirate crews: Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mom. Their insignias were on display here. Today, the flag of the Beast Pirates also wielded a certain degree of intimidation, yet to obscure their identity, they all bore the insignia of Plurt. However, this underground trading market left Olga feeling rather uneasy. Herein lies the true darkness. During her time in the Kingdom of Nather, she remained ensconced in her hotel, shielded from the grim realities, but now she bears witness to them. Minerals, timber, gold, and human beings. Within the cages, individuals of various races can be observed, the long-handed. The fishmen, both the rare and the commonplace, are abundantly present. There are also some gruesome organs, seemingly extracted from bodies not long ago. Occasionally, anguish screams and wails pierce the air, yet no one pays them heed. They continue to engage in jovial business transactions. This is the most sordid, or rather, the most authentic facet of this world. These individuals were once pirates, members of non-affiliated nations, and even those abducted from allied countries. Yet now, they have been reduced to mere commodities. In this harsh world, you have embarked on a treacherous path. Only by continuously strengthening oneself can survival be assured. Shayna and Olga have cultivated a cordial relationship, and upon noticing Olga's discontented expression, Jean felt compelled to engage in conversation, a courtesy he seldom extended to others. The group illusions conjured by Zoroark are strikingly lifelike, their expressions seamlessly mirroring those of the conjurer. As her mastery over this ability deepens, the energy expenditure for creating these illusions diminishes appreciably. Refrain from displaying your sympathy. Here, your assistance is futile. Such expressions will only attract the attention of the predatory shadows lurking in the darkness. To impose your will upon the world, one must possess commensurate strength. Soon enough, Jean located their trading partner, shrouded in a black cloak, rendering their visage indistinguishable. Although the underground market boasts some semblance of order, revealing too much can lead to unwelcome scrutiny after departure. Thus, exercising caution is always prudent. Transactions rely on real currency. This is not a mere one-time exchange. And a modicum of trust is essential. Should the illusion be unveiled, the consequences could be dire. Olga's abilities have limitations in range. If she were to disguise currency with illusions, it would not be long before the ruse is uncovered. The trading process unfolded smoothly. The bounty of 500 million on Pryler serves as a potent deterrent to certain individuals, while some pirates may forge their own bounties for ulterior motives. Those that grace the newspapers are invariably genuine. With the trade concluded, Jean and his companions gathered their belongings and departed. Under the veil of illusion, no one from Pryler remained. Only the crew of the Beast Pirates was present, and no one could fathom that the recent transaction involved this very group. After circumventing the area and concealing their goods with illusions, they returned, this time presenting themselves as members of the Beast Pirates. While the procurement of certain special materials was conducted under the guise of Prylert, common materials were acquired under the Beast Pirates' identity. Once Prylert vacated the premises, their presence would vanish, ensuring that the ship always bore the flag of the Beast Pirates. It is simply illogical to return empty-handed from such a place. The target of their endeavors is the treasure atom, as the current Beast Pirates lack a true flagship, while the construction of the ship can be delayed. The acquisition of quality materials should be prioritized. Beyond mere transactions, this locale is replete with entertainment facilities. Once their disguises were shed, they found themselves with fewer constraints, granting them a rare opportunity for freedom of movement, especially after reaping considerable spoils from their earlier skirmish. Few pirates are inclined to save. The majority indulge in immediate pleasures, for their profession is fraught with the specter of death lurking at every turn. Olga, accompanied by Elizabeth, intends to peruse the market for 1 or 2 slaves, feeling oddly restless without engaging in some form of action. However, a commotion erupted in the distance, amidst the crowd. A boy with a peculiar red nose and another with crimson hair seemed embroiled in a heated argument. The Arctic is colder. No, the Antarctic is colder. Clearly, the Arctic is colder. Shanks and Buggy, both 8 years of age, are apprentices aboard the Roger Pirates, having been on Roger's ship from a tender age. Their disputes escalated from mere debate to shouts, eventually culminating in a scuffle. Yet, the crew of the Roger Pirates appeared unfazed, accustomed to such antics. Enough, you two. You were arguing about this on the ship. Why not go see for yourselves? Yet, the current setting was hardly suitable for brawling. Behind them, Rayleigh swiftly intervened with a fair punch to resolve the matter. This is not the time for quarrels. Focus on replenishing supplies. We shall set sail shortly. Following the God Valley incident, the bounties of the Roger Pirates underwent little alteration. According to the world government's reports, the credit was solely attributed to the Navy, who had heralded Admiral Garp as a national hero, thereby bolstering the Navy's reputation. While Garp's prowess merits his heroic status, the world government played a significant role in orchestrating this narrative. As a direct witness to the events, Garp has relentlessly pursued the Roger Pirates whenever their whereabouts were detected, viewing Roger as a fated adversary. However, Garp harbors a disdain for the world government's obfuscation of the truth and has consistently rejected promotions to Admiral, primarily due to his aversion to the celestial dragons. Attaining the rank of Admiral would impose restrictions on his freedom, confining him to specific locations to address particular incidents. Conversely, Commodores enjoy greater liberty in their movements. In order to enhance his pursuit of Roger, Garp has steadfastly declined the admiral position. This decision has significantly impacted Sengoku, as the framework for the three admirals has long been established yet remains unfilled. With Zephyr transitioning to a behind-the-scenes role as a chief instructor and Garp refusing promotion, Sengoku finds himself increasingly burdened. Each time he encounters the current fleet admiral, he is compelled to voice his grievances. In their generation, the Navy lacks other candidates capable of shouldering the responsibilities of an admiral, leaving the organization in a temporary state of limbo. Following the demise of Rocks during the God Valley battle, the seas have generally improved. Sengoku manages to keep pace with his workload, anticipating that as a new generation emerges, the vacancies for admirals will naturally be filled. It would be more prudent to leave these positions unoccupied rather than appoint individuals lacking competence. Having recently evaded Garp's pursuit, the Roger pirates are eager to replenish their supplies and depart swiftly to avoid further entanglements. Apprentices also have their tasks. Shanks and Buggy have items to procure. And after receiving a reprimand from Rayleigh, the crew members disperse to fulfill their errands. At this moment, Olga is engaged in haggling. The ongoing commotion fails to pique her interest. She has no desire for pirate slaves and does not require laborers. Having chosen the path of piracy, one must be prepared to confront all eventualities, and thus her focus lies on ordinary individuals, who are also the most affordable types within the slave market. The trade of people here is deemed a legitimate business, albeit under clandestine titles in affiliated nations, such as employment agencies. However, in this place, the prices are transparently displayed. Criminals and citizens from non-affiliated nations are the primary subjects of trade, while citizens from affiliated countries are regrettably absent, as only non-affiliated individuals find themselves ensnared in this trade. A mere fad targeting humanity. Nearly 2 centuries ago, the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island became an affiliated nation of the world government. Yet mermaids consistently command the highest selling prices. The appearance of a mermaid guarantees a lucrative auction. With a total of 10 million berries between Olga and Elizabeth, they possess a considerable sum for discretionary spending. The population trade also adheres to pricing standards, according to future market values. The baseline for ordinary humans at an auction is set at 500,000 berries. However, that is merely the starting price, often significantly lower than the actual worth of the items. The average price for the individuals Olga is interested in hovers around 1 million berries. She seeks only a few, prioritizing quality over quantity. Just look at these individuals. They are emaciated. And this one, I dare say they are on the brink of death. How can you justify such a price? Since the conclusion of the kidnapping incident in the Kingdom of Nather, she has completely altered the patterns on her clothing, now donning a t-shirt emblazoned with the Jolly Roger of the Beast Pirates. It is precisely this emblem that affords the slave trader across from her the opportunity to patiently explain. Pirates who possess territory in the New World are reluctant to offend, and Kaido has already joined their ranks. Miss, this price is already quite reasonable. Just look at these individuals. Although they appear slightly emaciated, their health is intact. With a bit of care, they will be just fine. For 10 million berries, you can acquire 8 of them, which is a bargain considering their ability to work. 15. Flat rate. What you have here are hardly premium goods. They are worth this amount. This makes it quite challenging for me. I can offer you 13. But they must be children, and I will throw in a bonus. In the slave market, the prices for females generally exceed those of males, and the rates for young adults surpass those for the elderly or very young. Olga is not interested in powerful pirate slaves, so the determining factors for pricing are the age and appearance of the individuals. As Olga aptly stated, there is no such thing as high-quality merchandise here. Those individuals have already been sent to auction, and this is merely the remainder after the initial selection. He happens to have precisely 13 young ones left, unremarkable in appearance, aged around 12 or 13, neither suitable as adult labor nor young enough to be trained as devoted subordinates. He is eager to rid himself of this burden. Keeping them would result in losses, and he perceives Olga as someone willing to take them off his hands, prompting his intention to make a deal. Agreed. What is the bonus? Here you are. It's said to be a treasure map, though I cannot ascertain what it conceals. The merchant handed Olga a nautical chart alongside a chain, as the kind of high-quality slave collars were unnecessary in such a place. These individuals are merely bound by ordinary chains. Hey, you too, stop wandering around and keep an eye on them. I purchased them, and they cannot be allowed to escape. Otherwise, it would be akin to returning them directly to the hands of the traffickers, Olga commanded the men from the Beast Pirates. She was indeed an intern. But not just any intern, she was a candidate for leadership. Understood. Leave it to us. The pirates from the Beast Pirates were well aware that as Olga matured and her strength increased, she would inevitably ascend to a high-ranking position. Her abilities and interpersonal connections guaranteed this outcome. Moreover, interns and pirate crews usually held a favored status, highly regarded by the captain. Although Olga's direct combat prowess was not particularly formidable, she could defeat 1 or 2 adult pirates in a head-on confrontation. She was far outmatched by the likes of Jean and Shayna, who were already regarded as monsters. The issue lay in the fact that in battle, the enemy could never ascertain whether they were truly attacking Olga, without exceptional observation abilities. Numbers would mean nothing to her, only leading to infighting amidst illusions. Upon receiving the chains, they paid little heed to the slaves, who were too restrained to create any significant disturbance. Furthermore, slave traders typically subjected their captives to prior torment, meaning that those with the will to resist were few among the enslaved. Shanks, did you hear that? A treasure map. A treasure map. With a sack of potatoes in hand, Buggy excitedly spoke to Shanks beside him. If Buggy had to choose an idol among pirates, excluding those from Roger's crew, John would likely take the lead. This money-driven pirate deeply resonated with Buggy. Acquiring all the treasures in the world was also one of his dreams. And his keen observational skills, especially concerning valuables, set him apart. The Roger pirates were also pirates who pillaged, but their targets were not civilians. Roger's rule was to refrain from harming the innocent, with those who provoked them facing different consequences. As for the Marines and pirates, they showed no mercy when engaging one another. Did you hear? What's the matter? Just now, she took out 10 million berries. 10 million. He had indeed seen the thick bundle of cash when Elizabeth pulled it from her side pouch. The pirates, following Olga's orders, led the person she had purchased away, leaving only Elizabeth, the lizard, beside Olga, clearly in a solitary state. Captain Roger forbids us from attacking ordinary people. Are you blind? Can't you see the skull pattern on her clothing? She is clearly a pirate. Besides, who would be an ordinary person in this place? The allure of the treasure map was immense for Buggy, and under his persuasion, Shanks was convinced. Let us be clear, our objective is solely that treasure map. Don't worry, she is just a little girl. A mere scare will surely make her hand it over. Leave this task to me, Buggy the Great. Remember to act quickly, otherwise, Rayleigh will return and there will be trouble. If one were to overlook that Buggy was 2 years younger than Olga at that moment, such bravado might carry some weight. However, accounting for the stasis of age, it was hardly just 2 years. At this moment, Olga, who had her back turned to Buggy and Shanks, found herself at a loss for words. Elizabeth, do you think those two are fools? Speaking so loudly. Do they take me for a deaf person? Initially, Buggy had been whispering to Shanks, but their conversation gradually escalated into a dispute. Although they did not engage in physical confrontation, they failed to control their volume. The Zoan-type abilities concealed within their bodies enhanced their senses even without transformation. Thus, Olga clearly overheard their plan. Let us go. Before leaving, I'll entertain these 2 little ones, as life aboard the ship is dreadfully dull. She turned and headed toward a fork in the path. However, when Buggy and Shanks followed, they discovered that the figure before them had vanished. Where did she go? I don't know, but why is there not a single person around here? Are you looking for me? A pair of hands landed on their shoulders, startling Buggy, who yelped in surprise, while Shanks remained calmer, swinging his fist behind him, but only hitting air. He was still a fledgling intern pirate. Far from the Pirate King he would become decades later. At this stage, he had yet to master even the basic 2-color hockey. In battles of lower tiers, fruit abilities could exert considerable influence, and Shanks and Buggy were completely outmaneuvered by Olga's illusions. This was, in fact, Olga's most glorious achievement. Deftly playing with the 2 emperors of the sea as if they were mere puppets, one could say she had reached the pinnacle of her career upon debut. You two think you can seize the treasure map? Pathetically weak. Olga did not even lay a hand on them, lacking the ability to dispel illusions. Shanks and Buggy mistook each other for Olga and began a chaotic internal struggle. Olga, it's Jean on the phone. Elizabeth handed her the transponder snail. She had learned much of the human language, though her fluency was limited to 3-word phrases. Olga, all hands on deck. We need to retreat. The Marines are coming. After briefly explaining the situation, Jean hung up, and upon hearing this, Olga paid no further attention to Shanks and Buggy, swiftly mounting Elizabeth and departing the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, the effects of Olga's abilities naturally dissipated, and just as Buggy and Shanks unleashed their strongest attacks, they were unable to retract their strikes upon seeing each other as figures. When Rayleigh arrived to escort them away, he chanced upon the sight of both sporting black eyes. "What on earth caused you two to fight again? Hurry, we must leave. That rascal Carp is on our tail." There would always be personnel left behind on the ship to relay messages. This island was not meant to be approached by the Marines, but the Roger pirates, while resupplying, had inadvertently lured Carp there. After a considerable chase, the Roger pirates successfully evaded Carp once more, while the black market traders and other unprepared pirates on the island were unfortunate enough to be captured by him. Once they were safe, Rayleigh pulled Shanks and Buggy before him. "Now, explain why you two were fighting so fiercely." They had clashed before, but this time it seemed to have ignited genuine anger. Shanks and Rayleigh recounted the events, leading to a wave of laughter erupting aboard Roger's ship. These two little brats were actually outsmarted by a little girl. Indeed. Hey, are you two perhaps jealous? If Roger's crew were to be insulted, he would undoubtedly retaliate, though the circumstances would dictate the response. Shanks and Buggy took the initiative but ultimately fell victim to cunning, and surprisingly, it was a mere girl who dealt the blow. This hardly constituted a significant incident. Rather, it became a source of amusement. The ability to ensnare them in illusions also implied the capability to eliminate them, indicating that their adversaries had shown restraint. Consequently, Shanks and Buggy acquired a new reputation, a jest at their expense, and Roger instituted a new rule. They were to remain in the company of Rayleigh or Jabba when venturing out, prohibiting any solo excursions. Meanwhile, on the beast ship, Jean scrutinized the group of slaves that Olga had purchased. His gaze instilled a chilling dread within them, causing them to huddle together on the deck. "You are responsible for these individuals. How you choose to handle them is entirely your affair. I shall not offer my assistance." "Ah, I understand. Simply finding an inhabited island to release them would suffice. Purchasing humans and granting them freedom is already a charitable act. She has no intention of wasting time returning them to their homeland, nor does she possess the means to do so." "Olga, you appear to be somewhat naive." "What? It is nothing. You will come to understand in due time." Jin's words trailed off, for reality often eclipses ideals, and one must experience the former to grasp the chasm that lies between them. Upon returning to Kaido's territory, they needed to dock for supplies. Jean had already freed the slaves from their chains, yet when the beast's crew lowered the gangplank, not a single one dared to leave. "Go on, you are free." They hesitated, their bodies marred by old wounds, evidently the remnants of whippings, suggesting they had languished under the hands of those slavers for far too long. The mark of slavery was not merely physical, it was indelibly etched into their souls. If he were not mistaken, similar promises of freedom had likely been made to them before. The mere suggestion of liberation was often coupled with terrifying consequences for those who dared to flee. And Jean was acutely aware of the slaver's brutal methods, having once dispatched one himself. The life of a fugitive is seldom a pleasant one. From the expressions of these individuals, he discerned that any flicker of hope had been extinguished. Their yearning for freedom was undeniable, yet their eyes reflected a profound desolation. Jean abstained from procuring supplies. The cargo aboard, the precious atom wood and materials for crafting pure gold, demanded his vigilant oversight. After merely replenishing their freshwater supply, the vessel, cloaked by Olga's capabilities, set sail once more, akin to a phantom ship upon the ocean, eluding the notice of outsiders. "Olga, you need not concern yourself overly with this matter. Releasing them may not be the benevolent act you imagine. On a pirate ship, hierarchy dictated interactions, and the ordinary members of the beasts were oblivious to Olga's century-long existence. Apart from Queen, the upper echelons of the beasts had their own intricate backgrounds. Nonetheless, her status warranted the title of Big Sister. This is the new world. Should you set them free, it is likely they will soon be recaptured or perish in some forgotten corner. Indeed, since they have already been purchased, why not keep them as servants?" It was commonplace for ordinary pirates to curry favor with their superiors. Yet the peculiar personalities of the current cadre of the beasts left much to be desired. To this day, no one knew what Jean and Shayna truly looked like, nor could they unravel the complexities of their characters. Conversely, the preferences of Queen and Olga were easily discerned. Expressing a few casual opinions posed no threat to their interests. Oh, how vexing. Why must something so straightforward become so convoluted? Ultimately, she brought these individuals back to their current station to tidy up and perform various tasks. Olga's training regimen grew increasingly rigorous, as the accumulation of minor responsibilities intensified her desire for strength. After some time, the ship of Arceus returned from its voyage. Yet he had not gleaned any treasures. The islands explored yielded naught of his requirements. The vessel had yet to dock when preparations for reception were already underway on the island. Lord Beast, welcome back. He did not inquire whether Shayna had achieved any success. If she had, the snail phone would have surely relayed the news. Now he awaited updates from Kaido. Has Kaido not returned? Lord Beast, have you not been reading the newspapers lately? No, I have not encountered any newsbirds in some time. He had seen the bounty notices. Upon their arrival, the pirates aboard had been rendered speechless, for Arceus had just vanquished a sea king before obtaining the paper. However, he did not exhibit anger, at least not visibly to the pirates. They soon resumed their course as if nothing had transpired. Arceus was not particularly incensed, as he had anticipated such developments. Those who set bounties often possessed peculiar minds. If one were to identify the most unfortunate among the bountied, Blackbeard would undoubtedly hold the title, having labored in the shadows for decades, yet his bounty never exceeded 3 billion, only to have 3 figures of 30 billion emerge overnight. The dynamics among the 4 emperors shifted dramatically. Aside from him, the remaining 3 were interrelated, a situation that appeared utterly absurd. Coupled with the bounties of Chopper and Beppo, the world government's decision was unsurprising to him. Such matters are not worthy of his time. However, should the opportunity arise, he would address them in passing. After that, they never encountered the newsbird again. That, you will understand upon seeing it. Shayna organized the recent intelligence. As the newspaper featured Comrade Kaido once more on the front page, reporting yet another incident he faced during his outing. This time, it was not the Navy, but a notorious pirate of the New World. Arceus had never heard of this flag, and thus paid it little mind. Moreover, the news did not report his capture, but rather that he had caused a disturbance in another's territory, with the aid of a seemingly invincible skill. Inflicting a fatal blow on Kaido before his stamina was entirely depleted seemed almost impossible. Neither side could gain the upper hand. However, it was evident that the local pirate crew was at a disadvantage. Days passed, and Kaido returned, marking several red crosses on the map, indicating the absence of stone tablets in those locations. Yet, this did not imply that these areas could be entirely disregarded. While the stone tablets could not be moved, one could never know if they might be transported to islands that had already been searched. The quest for discovery remained a formidable task. Kaido could not remain outside his territory indefinitely. For the time being, he would not venture out again. Previously, Queen had been preoccupied with his plantation plans and had successfully obtained seeds from the tropical dragon's bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas were a unique variety. Their internal seeds had regressed, but were not entirely absent. Within each banana, a single plantable seed remained. After diligent efforts in seedling cultivation, the first batch of banana sprouts had emerged. However, the soil on Kaido's agricultural island was unsuitable for banana cultivation, prompting him to seek out a new, smaller island. After a day's training, Olga approached Arceus with a treasure map as a gift. Great beast, shall we embark on a treasure hunt? Perhaps the treasures hold what you seek. Olga raised the map, a complimentary item, but she had cross-referenced it with nautical charts upon her return, confirming the existence of the marked locations on a real island in the New World. Her intuition suggested that there were valuable items to be found. She had survived for years inside the belly of a gigantic landerfish thanks to her instincts. On the island, surrounded by an abundance of fruits, she had skillfully avoided toxic wild berries, encountered the amicable Elizabeth, evaded dinosaur assaults, and navigated past gastric acid tides. Moreover, treasure hunting was indeed one of a pirate's primary occupations, and she held a modest interest in it. Yet, she was acutely aware of her limitations. Venturing out alone would be futile and could potentially cause trouble for others. Seeking Kaido was not an option. He would likely acquiesce to her request since the apprentice was cherished by the crew. However, true to Kaido's nature, he would probably send her off for independent training. Shayna was also not an option, as she viewed such frivolous pursuits as a waste of time and would deem Olga too idle, dragging her off for additional practice. After much contemplation, Arceus appeared to be her only agreeable choice. Furthermore, she spoke no falsehood. Arceus's objective was to locate stone tablets, and he was unaware of their whereabouts, rendering every island in the ocean a potential target. Months passed without significant discoveries. Since Olga had procured a so-called treasure map, a return trip seemed worthwhile. Fortune might smile upon them. Olga had meticulously marked the treasure map, essentially confirming the route and destination. Treasure hunting. Sounds good. Let us try our luck. Prepare the ship, Shayna. We shall depart tomorrow. Very well, great beast. I shall inform Sister Shayna immediately. Arceus designated a new destination, and the appropriate personnel began preparations. Meanwhile, Queen welcomed the first harvest of bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas were not ordinary. Thanks to Queen's cultivation efforts, these banana plants grew at an astonishing rate, transforming from seedlings into harvestable produce within just 6 months. Although the fruit had yet to reach full maturity, Queen was already aware of his success. Bananas must be harvested before they ripen completely. They are typically picked while still immature and allowed to ripen afterward. Only those on-site at the plantation could savor the fully matured fruit. Queen had previously tasted some early picked bananas, although they could not compare to the originals. Their sweetness surpassed that of standard bananas. He was also astonished to discover that these bananas had a longer shelf life, a most advantageous trait. However, his banana plantation faced some challenges. Most inhabited islands in the New World had their respective owners, yet at the intersections of various powers, there were often uninhabited islands, serving as boundary markers. The island Queen selected was one such place, where he had previously brought a portion of defeated pirate captives to establish a banana plantation. For many, growing bananas was merely a return to their roots. However, today, a battle erupted on this island, and the conflict arose over these very bananas. This morning, the islanders began their routine care for the bananas, with dozens of members from the beast pirates overseeing the operations. This was originally an uninhabited tropical island, where Quinn had merely cultivated a portion of farmland, resulting in only a part of the island being occupied. Initially, there was no need for any defense. However, recently, Quinn discovered that several boxes of bananas he had harvested prematurely had mysteriously vanished. This incited a profound fury within him, prompting the pirates on the island to intensify their patrols. Meanwhile, on the backside of the island, another pirate ship made landfall. The vessel appeared to be adorned with a whimsical, girl-like charm, decorated with various confections. The pirate flag featured a skull adorned with lipstick, with crossed bones replaced by elongated candy-like items. This was the Big Mom Pirates, led by Charlotte Parasparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. As the family's firstborn, Parasparrow bore a significant responsibility. Not long ago, when Big Mom's ship approached a nearby island, Charlotte Lean's craving for food abruptly manifested. Her insatiable hunger was indeed a matter of fortune. If she did not acquire the desired food, she would wreak havoc relentlessly. The last target of her craving was banana mousse, compelling the members of the Big Mom Pirates to scavenge for ingredients. Coincidentally, a few boxes of bananas had just been removed from the island, and the local pirates, lost in slumber, never anticipated a thief would come for their bananas. The scent of the banana mousse had successfully captivated Charlotte Lin, leading her to reject all bananas thereafter, prompting her children to consider seizing this location. Their previous visit had occurred under the cover of night, unnoticed by the pirates, but this time they brazenly appeared in broad daylight. As the plantation's pirates beheld the arrival of the Big Mom crew, a wave of astonishment swept over them. "Who are you?" they inquired. "Kukuku. We are here to claim this island. From this moment forth, it shall be our territory. As long as you provide sufficient bananas annually, you may fly our flag." Beyond the borders of Tado land, the occupied islands were merely permitted to use the flag without the need to surrender their lifespan. However, they were required to submit adequate tributes each quarter, lest they face annihilation. The Big Mom crew, lacking the capability to cultivate the land themselves and without sufficient manpower, relied on the locals to serve them. While Parasparrow articulated his demands, it was more of a notification than a negotiation. What a jest! Who do you think you are, little brat? This is, before he could finish, an avalanche of candy enveloped him, muffling his voice. This is not a discussion, it is an order. Is there anyone who dares to object? Suddenly, a threat loomed from above. Parasparrow conjured a wall of candy to shield himself from the impending attack, as seeds embedded themselves into his sugary barrier. So, it was indeed you lot who pilfered my bananas, wasn't it? Queen seethed with anger. He had invested considerable effort into those bananas and was on the verge of harvest when a thief dared to make off with his bounty. No. This was not mere theft, it was outright robbery. Queen, the fourth in command of the beast pirates, stood on equal footing with Arceus and Kaido. He had two superiors ahead of him, Shayna and Jin, but as a high-ranking officer, he had his own temper. Additionally, Queen harbored a fair amount of resentment. Skirmishes among the high-ranking members of the beast pirates were commonplace, with Shayna and Jin often sparring. However, due to his background in research, he never knew when he might attract unwanted attention. Though most of the time, matters remained peaceful, unexpected incidents occasionally arose. For instance, he had previously faced misfortune due to a bounty notice. Among the officers, He was too old to contend with those of suitable age and too strong for the younger ones. If he were to practice with Olga, within a few days, Shayna and Kaido would also drag him into training, as the interns enjoyed a certain favoritism. On another front, the current beast pirates had tightened their internal regulations. He could merely scold his subordinates when they erred. As for his experiments, they could only be conducted on the die-hard pirates who refused to surrender. Kaido was astute. If certain individuals could manage the affairs within the pirate crew efficiently, it would be best for him to focus on his own pursuits. As long as one kept their distance from a drunken Kaido, the beast pirates faced minimal peril. A transformation occurred within Queen. The abilities of the tropical dragon granted him numerous avenues for self-modification. By integrating various powers, he devised more combat strategies. Some of his research had evolved into personal hobbies rather than necessities. So it was you rascals who stole the bananas I cultivated. A throng of beast pirates rallied behind Queen, standing firm against the big MOM crew, dragging along the individual previously silenced by the candy. With their physical prowess surpassing that of ordinary folk, they were not easily intimidated. The presence of Queen instilled confidence among them. Lick, lick, this is what Mother desires. You should graciously offer it up. Parasparrow licked his candy scepter, having dismissed Queen's seed attack as trivial. Offer it up? Who do you think I am? You would be better off vanishing from this island. Let your bodies serve as fertilizer to compensate for my lost bananas. As Queen began to swell, a colossal, upright tropical dragon materialized before them, gathering a surge of green energy within its maw before unleashing a sphere of energy. Observing the approaching green energy sphere, Parasparrow conjured a vast wall of candy. Being a candy human who had consumed the lick fruit, he could create candies of various shapes and syrups that could corrode and convert other objects into candy. The hardened candy formed a barrier resilient enough to withstand cannon fire. Although the energy sphere cracked the candy wall, it did not obliterate it entirely. However, the resulting fragments of candy that flew forth damaged the nearby bananas, dividing them and sending them crashing into the earth. The expressions of both Queen and Parasparrow soured at the sight of the ruined bananas. Queen's displeasure stemmed from the destruction of his precious bananas, while Parasparrow shared the same sentiment. He had vowed to bring those bananas back to Big Mom before departing. And in a bid to demonstrate his capabilities, he had chosen to come with a select few of his crew, leaving his siblings behind. There is no pirate flag hoisted here. Initially, Quinn believed that there would always be individuals seeking fame and fortune who would deliberately challenge the territories of other pirates. This island is inherently desolate. As long as the pirate flag is not hoisted, it is unlikely that anyone would venture here. Initially, the crew of Big Mom sought merely to find some wild bananas for emergency purposes, but unforeseen circumstances led them directly into Queen's plantation. Consequently, the young Charlotte Lin became utterly captivated by the aroma of these bananas. The thought of either failing to bring the bananas back or destroying them sent a chill down Parasparrow's spine. He could hardly fathom the repercussions. In terms of patience regarding failures, Big Mom is far less tolerant than Kaido, and this principle applies even to her own children. The notion of swiftly and discreetly eliminating their adversaries simultaneously occupied the minds of both Queen and Parasparrow. Earlier, their skirmish had ignited over the bananas, causing them to overlook each other's insignias. Now, compelled by the same fruit, they had momentarily regained their composure and noticed the emblems upon one another. Queen bore the tattoo on his right shoulder, while the insignia of Big Mom's pirates adorned Parasparrow's chest. However, this revelation did little to ease the tension. Queen was aware from their prior conversation that Kaido and Big Mom shared some acquaintance, and even before Parasparrow was born, Kaido had been involved with his mother. Yet, such connections were insufficient to halt hostilities between their pirate factions. Should interests clash, neither Kaido nor Big Mom would hesitate to sever ties. Nevertheless, they refrained from continuing their battle. The aftermath would undoubtedly devastate the banana crops. Queen cherished the bananas, while Parasparrow valued his own existence. Queen could endure a wait of 6 months to cultivate new banana seedlings, but Parasparrow's situation was far less certain. Both held differing intentions, momentarily suspending their aggression, each calculating their next move. Beneath Parasparrow's feet, syrup began to seep silently. This was what Mother desired. Since they were on the territory of the beasts, he pondered how he could procure these bananas at a premium. His fear was not of Queen, but rather of inciting Big Mom's wrath. However, Queen showed no inclination to yield. Not a chance. All the bananas belong to me. None shall take even one from my grasp. Such a pity. Candy wave. The ground erupted with a torrent of syrup, the viscous liquid rolling forth like a tidal wave towards Queen. His earlier statement held truth. Matters easily resolved with a mere sum of money posed no issue. However, With Queen's refusal, Perispero was left with no choice but to resort to this method to claim what he desired. A disdainful smile crept across Queen's lips, unnoticed by Perispero, who failed to perceive the glowing leaves gathering behind Queen's back as the power of the sun gradually concentrated upon them. As he plotted to outmaneuver Queen, Queen harbored similar intentions. The candy wave, a liquid syrup, was intended to ensnare Queen and his allies, allowing Perispero to make off with the bananas. Regrettably, as he covertly employed his abilities, Queen did the same. Perispero's position was backlit, rendering it his greatest vulnerability. The sun's energy converged through the leaves on his back, channeling into his being a signature move of grass-type Pokemon, Solar Flare. Requiring a buildup of energy and influence by weather conditions, its successful release promised substantial power. Although a grass-type skill, the attack harnessed solar energy, inherently generating intense heat. Devil fruits are indeed an unscientific phenomenon, yet they adhere to peculiar rules. Candy created from the lick fruit is as hard as steel but succumbs to high temperatures. While Perispero could withstand the heat generated at the moment of the energy sphere's explosion, the continuous heat from Solar Flare proved a different challenge. The candy wave he unleashed was swiftly evaporated by the onslaught of Solar Flare. The pirates surrounding Perispero, witnessing the impending Solar Flare, sought to flee. But their bodies felt inexplicably heavy, rendering escape impossible. Despite Perispero's efforts to erect a candy barrier for defense, the moment it met the Solar Flare, the accompanying heat melted it away, obliterating their defenses and sending them hurtling through the air. At a mere 19 years of age, Perispero, despite having consumed the lick fruit, was still in a developmental phase regarding his strength. Although the eldest son, he was not the most formidable in combat. Queen, at 25, had developed more comprehensively. The charged Solar Flare, coupled with the counteractive properties of his fruit, afforded him a notable advantage. Yet, he still faced the loss of a portion of his bananas. Reluctantly, he accepted this outcome, unwilling to compromise with Perispero. These bananas were his, and should anyone attempt to seize them, he would rather destroy them than allow such a fate. He could only strive to minimize his losses. Perispero's men were wholly subjected to the attack of Queen's Solar Flare. It was not that they did not wish to evade, but their movements had slowed to a crawl. A sweet aroma permeated the air, not the scent of ripening bananas nor the fragrance of Perispero's candy, but rather the delightful essence released by Queen, a skill capable of diminishing an opponent's evasion chances. The tangible effect of this fragrance contained a unique toxin that dulled the body's agility. Waha! This is the fate of those who dare to steal from me. Now do you recognize the might of Lord Queen? What is that woman Shayna to me? Were it not for my leniency, could she stand against me? As he spoke, the conversation took a peculiar turn. Queen felt a sense of satisfaction in confronting Perispero, accompanied by an inexplicable confidence. Brother Queen, what are you doing? What are you fools dawdling for? Hurry and bind them, then gather the bananas. We can't linger here. We must relocate. Despite successfully cultivating his first batch of bananas, the presence of Big Mom's crew had been noted. The site was a considerable distance from the beast's territory and held little strategic value. Occupying it served little purpose. Thus, he resolved to establish a larger plantation elsewhere. Brother Queen, isn't it a bit unseemly to speak ill of the captain behind her back? Behind her back? I would say it to her face. Just a mere woman. He produced a cigar to unwind, all the while keeping an eye on Perispero, for he was, after all, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Even if outmatched, he could not possibly be felled in a single blow. As he sought a light, a finger ablaze with flames appeared before him. Queen sensed nothing amiss and lit his cigar, but a fleeting moment later, he recognized that familiar hand. You are quite confident, aren't you? Excellent spirit. Pray tell, what is your opinion of me, dear lady? Gulping, Queen awkwardly turned his head, eyes nearly bulging. What are you doing here? In Quinn's gaze hovered Shayna, gliding low through the air. Was it not her hand that had just been seen lighting a cigar? A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Upon reflection, the days of her ailment had long since passed. Nevertheless, no matter how he pondered, Shayna ought not to be present in this place. Could it be that she traversed such a distance solely to confront me? Nay, my lord, the divine beast seeks treasure. I am merely an escort. Our route happens to pass through here, with our destination nearby. They plan to resupply before continuing their journey. And upon hearing the sounds of combat, Shayna had approached to ascertain the situation. Ah, now I understand. Yet, I have since altered my intentions. Initially, we intended to rest here, but seeing your confidence, let us commence shortly. Wait, you must have misheard. I have said nothing of the sort. Ask them if you do not believe me. Quinn gestured towards his subordinates behind him, and Shayna followed his gaze, instantly shifting the pressure onto them. After a brief moment of hesitation, they unhesitatingly betrayed Quinn. Shayna had indeed arrived long ago. It was merely that Quinn had been oblivious to her presence. Their denial could not alter the inevitable outcome. They had only ignited their own peril. "My apologies, Brother Quinn." They lined up, bowing and apologizing, keen to distance themselves from the situation. His subordinates illustrated the reality of their circumstances. The die had been cast, and they had no desire to offend the disciplinary committee of the pirate crew. "You spineless cowards." Though he was hardly in a position to utter such words, it did not prevent him from internally deriding them. I believe it is more pressing to deal with the enemy first." He fervently hoped that Perospero had not lost his fighting spirit, for that would allow him to shift the conflict. To his relief, Perospero did not disappoint. He rose once more, surrounded by several pirates still standing. Quinn, having had little opportunity to showcase his prowess recently, having been rendered a mere backdrop in the battle against Wald, had not yet been placed under a bounty. However, Shayna's circumstances were quite different. She and Jean had been embroiled in battle for an extended period, establishing her reputation. "Lord Perospero, that woman is the Flameclaw Princess. It seems their reinforcements have arrived. I am not blind. Prepare to retreat." "But what about Mother?" "It cannot be helped. Simply report the events here accurately. Mother should understand." "I hope." He himself held little faith in those words, yet he could only offer himself that small consolation. Shayna enjoyed a commendable reputation within her territory, serving as the disciplinary committee member of the Beast Pirates, adhering to the regulations set forth by Arceus and Asher, while also maintaining order within the crew. This instilled a profound sense of respect among the residents of the territory towards her. While the ordinary pirates harbored a degree of fear, it was predominantly a sense of reverence, as long as they did not cross certain boundaries. Shayna was regarded as an admirable leader, bravely standing at the forefront of battle, tackling the toughest challenges head-on. However, to outsiders, she was known by her fearsome reputation, Yin Zhaoji, the Princess of Fire Claws. Countless adversarial pirates had perished beneath her blazing claws. Her prolonged maintenance of a half-beast form had earned her such a notorious title. One queen was already a formidable challenge for Perospero, and the addition of Shayna made them no match. Retreat was not an easy option, as many were reluctant to engage with the beast pirates at sea. From the captain down to the subordinates, they all possessed the ability to fly. While flying and hovering share a common goal, their implications are vastly different. A temporary hovering technique cannot compare to innate flight capabilities. The sea was their only stronghold. Unless one belonged to an aquatic race like the fishmen, falling into the water would severely diminish any pirate's combat effectiveness. Even non-ability users would be hindered by the resistance of the seawater, and the beast pirates exploited their aerial superiority to the fullest. Faced with an opponent capable of flight, escape was far from simple, especially since Perospero's powers were countered by Shayna. Queen's abilities merely produced a sustained high temperature, while all of Shayna's attacks were accompanied by fierce flames. Their martial prowess was not on the same level, and when the capabilities of the Munch Munch fruit were rendered ineffective, Perospero found himself at a disadvantage against his foe. Yet, circumstances can take unexpected turns. Just as Shayna was about to strike, an interference occurred. Having been thoroughly acquainted with Shayna's combat style through numerous friendly exchanges, Queen could discern her next move from the flames flickering at the corner of her mouth. Normally, this was a precursor to her Grand Fire Blast. The question was whether there were any limitations on skill usage here. She possessed numerous techniques, and utilizing the Grand Fire Blast at sea posed no issues, except that this was his banana grove. Contemplating the aftermath of Shayna's Grand Fire Blast, he was uncertain of Perospero's fate, but he was certain his bananas would be doomed. No, this cannot happen. His body instinctively reacted, wrapping around one of Shayna's legs, causing her to lose balance and fail to execute the Grand Fire Blast. "What the hell are you doing?" Shayna exclaimed, her other leg inadvertently landing on Queen's face, causing a minor deformation despite lacking flames. "Let go of me. Are you betraying us?" Shayna understood that Queen was not one to act against her, as he was known to bully the weak but would not dare confront her, especially knowing Arceus was nearby. However, she struggled to comprehend why Queen was acting so strangely. "No, listen, let us analyze this carefully. Allowing them to leave Wooden Tea be such a bad idea. What nonsense are you spouting? Think about it. They are part of Big Mom's crew, and it seems Kaido and Big Mom have some ties, making it difficult for us to kill them outright. If we capture them, we waste time guarding them, which might hinder Lord Arceus in his treasure hunt. Wouldn't it be better to let them go and save time for both Kaido and Lord Arceus? Doesn't that make sense?" Queen wore an expression of feigned concern. pretending to prioritize her interests while citing his service to Arceus. However, while Shayna did prioritize Arceus, her intelligence did not diminish when he was mentioned. Do you think I'm a fool? If they return with reinforcements, you certainly want to be their match, and the outcome would still be the same. Not quite. This way, I do have ample time to relocate the bananas. If you act, this banana grove is finished. Queen revealed his true intentions, which altered Shayna's expression slightly. You scoundrel. I'll deal with you later. All right, I shall adopt a more tempered approach. I remember your recent progress with armament hockey. You better hope it's strong enough. Wait, what are you planning? Queen felt an ominous foreboding, but Shayna ignored him, using her waist as a pivot. She engaged her leg muscles, with Queen serving as a weight, utterly unimpeding her movements. With a swift kick, she sent Queen flying. Queen bowling, she declared, choosing to name the technique after him, as he was indeed the projectile. Originally, Perispero and his crew were hurriedly retreating due to the peculiar internal conflict within the beasts. But escaping in such a short time frame was evidently impossible. Queen's body soared toward Perispero like a bowling ball. Perispero attempted to halt the oncoming human bowling ball with candy, mistakenly believing it was a coordinated maneuver between Queen and Shayna. However, the trajectory created by his candy was instantly melted by the searing flames released by Shayna. Faced with the imminent collision, he prioritized his own safety. Candy armor. The candy armor enveloped Perispero, transforming him into a bowling pin. Queen's substantial frame took up considerable space, and Shayna, who had been at a distance, swiftly closed the gap, kicking surrounding pirates toward Queen's path. In the ensuing chaos, every member of Big Mom was either knocked away or crushed under the impact of Queen's bowling ball. Shayna achieved a complete knockout, subsequently delivering a final blow to Perispero, concluding the battle. In this confrontation, Perispero's side was entirely vanquished. While the beast's pirates suffered one unconscious and one injured, the latter due to friendly fire. The peculiar combat style left the surrounding subordinates utterly dumbfounded, with one even posing another absurd question. The leader had kicked the object. Could such an action truly be classified as bowling? Would it not be more appropriate to refer to it as a goal kick? No one ventured to answer this query, for whether in football or bowling, the outcome remained unchanged. Quinn, in a daze, continued his relentless practice, the mastery of his armament hockey safeguarding his body. The bowling attack spared his bananas from the purifying flames. Although some banana trees were struck, the remaining fruit was salvageable. Quinn felt his efforts were justified. What are you lot standing around for? Quickly bind these rascals and harvest the bananas, uproot the banana plants for replanting. He bellowed at his subordinates, who were engrossed in the bowling spectacle. The spherical assault had not burdened him significantly. His modified physique was remarkably resilient, the armament hockey fiercely protecting his vital areas. And his body shape was akin to that of a ball, rendering it a manageable load. While a plantation lacked seastone handcuffs, solutions outweighed difficulties. The pirates dug a pit near the shore, confirmed it was filled with seawater, and buried Perispero within, leaving only his head exposed. In his incapacitated state, he lacked the strength to extricate himself from the sandy confines. The damp earth created a quicksand-like effect, ensnaring him with its immense suction. The briny taste of the seawater continually assaulted his taste buds, causing great distress to one who favored sweetness. At that moment, Quinn was engaged in discussion with Shayna regarding the fate of Perispero. Among pirates, interactions transcended mere violence. They were steeped in social intricacies. Pirates of equal standing typically maintained a non-aggressive stance until a complete rift formed. Perispero was presently defeated. To slay him would signify a definitive breach with Big Mom. Given the ambiguous relationship between Kaido and Big Mom, Quinn hesitated, yet he had already commanded his subordinates to relocate the banana trees overnight. Only a few of them remained on the island. As Shayna noted, whether Perispero was released or detained, he would ultimately become a liability, the extent of which depended on Kaido and Charlotte Lean sentiments. Lord Arceus, might you provide us with some guidance? Quinn, uncertain of how to proceed, posed the question to Arceus, only to be met with a swift punch from Shayna. Stop causing trouble for Lord Saint Beast. If it weren't for you placing the plantation here, would we be facing this mess? Despite employing Quinn's bowling technique, she held a strong grievance against his lack of foresight. Shortly thereafter, Perispero's transponder snail rang, awakening him from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sight of Quinn being pummeled. The ringing snail prompted a realization within Quinn. Wait a moment, he is the one who invited trouble. Why am I being attacked? He should be the target. This notion of accountability meant that the chaos he brought upon himself reflected back on Quinn, indirectly causing him distress as well. Having been a disciplinary officer for so long, Shayna was well acquainted with the regulations set forth by Arceus, and she had cultivated a bit of creativity herself, ensnaring Quinn in her words. Hey, you don't want to anger Big Mom, do you? If not, hand over that transponder snail. Parasparrow, buried underground, shouted at Quinn, his tone devoid of menace. He genuinely feared Big Mom's wrath. If he failed to return by the designated time, she would undoubtedly discover the situation had gone awry. However, Parasparrow was disheartened. For once Big Mom learned of his failure, the repercussions would be severe. The ideal scenario would be for these individuals to capitulate and allow him to retrieve his belongings. As for the injured and deceased pirates, Big Mom would remain indifferent, provided he kept silent. As her eldest son, he understood all too well the fury of Big Mom, particularly when she was deprived of the food she desired. The mere thought of encountering her insatiable appetite set him trembling. Regrettably, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Although the transponder snail was procured, it was not handed directly to him but placed before him by Shayna. What does this mean? Figure out how to answer it yourself. I believe your tongue is capable of that, she said, preparing to depart. This was Quinn's devised solution amidst the unilateral assault, since the matter was so troublesome. It was best left for Kaido to resolve. They merely needed to continue with their own affairs, as long as the troublesome issue did not pertain to them. It was no longer a concern. After placing the transponder snail down, Shayna and the others vacated the area, leaving a cluster of pirates ensconced in sand. The transponder snail continued to ring, and after considerable effort, Parasparrow finally managed to grasp the receiver with his tongue. Sparrow, why haven't you returned? Mother is already angry. Hearing the voices of his siblings brought him a moment of relief, yet the next moment, Big Mom's voice sent him into a panic. Parasparrow, why are you still absent? Did you not claim it would only take a few hours? Though the transponder snail operated on similar principles to a telephone, it afforded video call capabilities, allowing the other party to clearly discern who was answering the call. The snail mimicking Big Mom nearly caused Parasparrow to bite his own tongue. No, Mother, let me explain. This was merely an accident. I encountered unforeseen circumstances. Save your explanations. Those who fail must face the consequences. However, we will discuss this later. I am coming to find you now. The telephone bug emitted a busy tone on the other end, and Parasparrow's complexion turned ashen, as he felt his life had lost all hope for the future. Simultaneously, Quinn's face mirrored a similar pallor. He gazed at the telephone bug in his hand, where Kaido awaited on the opposite end. Utilizing the method of contradiction displacement, the dilemma was thus transferred to Kaido. While it posed some inconvenience to him, it was trivial compared to the troubles typically arising from drunken escapades. However, the significant task of notifying Kaido fell upon Quinn, who received no further instructions. Only a reminder from Kaido to enhance his mastery of haki upon his return, for Quinn's combat prowess as his subordinate had somewhat lagged behind. Fearing imminent misfortune upon returning, Quinn sought to join Arceus's treasure-hunting crew, planning to delay his return, as Kaido's temperament suggested that he would likely forget the matter after a night of revelry. After Quinn departed with Arceus and the others, Parasparrow and his companions found themselves ensnared in the heavy, waterlogged sands, rendering them powerless against their weight. To Parasparrow, the encumbering seawater above served as a constraint until the arrival of other members of the Big Mom crew, who ultimately extricated him from his predicament. Peros, Compote, is it truly you? He exclaimed upon recognizing the arrival of Charlotte Compote, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family. Relieved, Parasparrow noted that it was not Charlotte Linlin herself, which at least indicated that her wrath remained under control. Mother is still quite upset, but you need not worry excessively. Dear brother, this punishment should not be too severe. Perhaps. What is the matter? Mother intended to come personally, but after a phone call with someone, it seems this matter may no longer be within our hands. Moreover, Tato Land currently has guests of Mother's, which is why she could not arrive in person. However, your failure to procure the bananas Mother desired means that punishment is inevitable. Parasparrow sank to the ground, a headache overtaking him. The implication of not too severe likely meant he would not lose any lifespan, but the specifics of the punishment remained uncertain. Lord Parasparrow, they did not actually take all the bananas. Upon returning from the banana grove, these individuals brought back a sense of mild delight to Parasparrow. Among the spoils were bananas that had been marred by the previous battle, some with charred skins, others shredded by fragments of candy, and a few crushed beyond recognition. After loading all the bananas and seedlings onto the ship, the hold was filled to capacity, leaving no room for the prisoners and other pirates who also needed to be taken aboard. Thus, these damaged fruits were discarded here. Gazing at the bad fruit, Parasparrow experienced a whirlwind of emotions. A significant portion of Charlotte Linlin's fury was related to food, and appeasing her wrath was straightforward: find what she desired to eat. However, these were all spoiled fruits. Compote, you wouldn't mind assisting me, would you? Peros, what do you intend to do? In contrast to their mother, the siblings of the Charlotte family exhibited a stronger sense of unity, especially when Big Mom's craving struck. Not every member of the Charlotte family possessed culinary prowess, particularly the sons. However, the daughters each had a specialty in desserts. Compote, in particular, excelled in the art of candied fruits, cooking chopped fruit and blending it with sweet spices and syrup, a traditional method of preserving fruits akin to making fruit preserves, depending on the cooking time and sugar content. The resulting dishes varied widely. Observing Perospero's gaze, Compote seemed to grasp his intention. Peros, do you wish to? Trim away the spoiled sections and prepare it for mother. One can never truly ascertain the conditions or ingredients involved in the food they consume. As long as it tastes delectable and remains undisclosed, it becomes a trivial matter. Big Mom was not particularly concerned about food hygiene. Homies infused with her essence roamed about daily, and during her cravings, she would even devour the very structures crafted from food without ever suffering an upset stomach. As for the reason behind the bananas being in such a state, a simple explanation that they were procured during the earlier skirmish would suffice. When it came to food, Big Mom's intellect would plummet. Whether to deceive their mother or to expose Perospero, Compote chose the former route. Such a deed bore little significance, as long as they kept it to themselves. The only individuals privy to this matter were those who accompanied Perospero, and Compote's companions were not present, alleviating Perospero's concerns about potential whistleblowers. You all know Mother's temperament. If I were to be punished, your lives would likely be at stake. To survive, follow Compote's instructions diligently. As for reporting to Mother, I trust you wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Rest assured, Lord Perospero, we are well aware. Within the Big Mom pirates, there was no notion of balancing merit and demerit. The worst that could happen was a reduction from plundering 50 years of life to 40. Even if they did nothing, punishment awaited them upon their return. Thus, it was far better to align with Perospero's crew. After a simple processing procedure, they procured a considerable quantity of seemingly unblemished bananas. Although not entirely ripe, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. Perospero's fruit abilities could yield a substantial amount of high-quality syrup, while some might find it excessively sweet. It posed little concern for Big Mom. After preparation, they ended up with a large bowl of candied fruits, featuring bananas as the primary ingredient, accompanied by an assortment of other fruits. These ingredients posed no significant issues. They had merely encountered some minor misfortunes earlier, which did not deter Compote, who decided to sample them herself. The flavor, it is no wonder that it piqued Mother's interest. However, Perospero, should Mother become addicted to this taste and insist on our continued search for these bananas, what shall we do? We shall address that when the time comes. For now, we must focus on overcoming the immediate challenge. It is a matter of patching one wall while neglecting the other. There is no time to ponder the implications of the west wall, so let us first secure the east. With a heart full of trepidation, Perospero and Compote embarked on the vessel returning to Thailand. Not long ago, on the main island of the Thailand kingdom, Cake Island. Following the conclusion of the last bout of hunger pangs, the Big Mom pirates had returned here. Perospero failed to bring back the bananas within the stipulated time, and no alternatives were found by the others. They endeavored to sample various bananas within Thailand, yet none could match the exquisite sweetness of those particular bananas, which also possessed the unique sweetness of other fruits, artfully blended together. This has certainly tested Big Mom's patience. Originally, she intended to confront Perospero in person, but Kaido's call interrupted her. Are you saying that island is occupied by your people? Indeed, Lin, your crew has intruded upon my territory, which is rather inappropriate, Kaido replied. Hey, Kaido, it seems you've been doing well lately, but I am quite intrigued by that item. However, that belongs to my subordinate. If he does not consent, you shall not take it. It appears we cannot resolve this matter over the phone. Do not worry, I am already on my way. With that, Kaido hung up, and Big Mom heard a commotion outside the gate. Mama, this is bad. Something is coming. A cerulean dragon soared above Cake Island, startling its residents and homies alike. Stepping outside, Charlotte Linlin gazed at Kaido in the sky, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. The little brother of yours has grown up. Yet he is no longer endearing. She recognized the beastly form of Kaido, as she had gifted him his devil fruit. Kaido's presence here was to protect his territory from disturbance. Charlotte Linlin was sometimes quite mad, a fact Kaido was well aware of. However, The matter at hand involved Queen's possessions, and he knew how much effort Queen had expended to cultivate them. Since Queen did not wish to part with them, no one else could seize them either. To prevent Charlotte Linlin from wreaking havoc in his domain, he had come to Cake Island, intending to clarify matters directly, this way. Even if a conflict arose, it would be her territory that sustained the damage, safeguarding his own. It had been nearly 8 years since Kaido had last seen her, and he was surprised she sought him out over such an issue. You must have seized John's territory. I presume that treasure has fallen into your hands as well? What are you talking about? I have not found John. I merely took over that territory. Those who regard Kaido as a fool are the true fools. He was astute. And regarding Captain John's affairs, he would never divulge anything. It was the Beast Pirate's financial secret. Many policies devised by Ashura were costly, yet relied heavily on those treasures for sustenance. Even now, should funds be lacking, they could always retrieve them. Hehehe, is that so? John's misfortune truly is regrettable, having perished in internal strife. But since you are here, let us have a proper discussion. After 7 or 8 years, 2 notorious pirates reunited due to certain bananas. Kaido's visit was clearly for dialogue. The potential for negotiation indicated that it was not unattainable, but rather required a certain price. Since this is your territory, I shall purchase it, every year. The bananas must be delivered to me. That is impossible, Linlin. At most, I could allocate a portion after expanding production, and as for money, I have no interest in it. To be precise, selling bananas merely garners a meager profit. He had no desire for such affairs. He was here to act as an intermediary. If Charlotte Linlin sought to forcibly seize, he would never acquiesce. He always treated those subordinates he valued with great respect and would not compromise merely because she was Charlotte Linlin. However, a trade was a different matter. Even if Queen could consume excessively, there was a limit, whereas the planting range of bananas knew no bounds. As the area expanded, he would naturally have surplus bananas to sell to Charlotte Linlin. Yet, he alone possessed these bananas, and being in a monopolistic position, he would not be satisfied with mere berries. He sought Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network. All great pirates have their own intelligence networks. If they relied solely on newspapers, they would eventually fall victim to Morgan's. He certainly reported on significant events, but he was no stranger to sensationalizing fake news for attention. Among the various pirates in the New World, Charlotte Linlin maintained the closest ties with the Grey World. She required high-quality ingredients and needed to gather various races and other beings in Tato Land, all of which depended on an underground intelligence network. He aimed to utilize Charlotte Linlin's network to gather information on those stone tablets, exchanging them with Arceus for formidable powers. In dealing with Charlotte Linlin, he could pay with fruits, making this intermediary position exceedingly profitable. For Charlotte Linlin, leveraging an intelligence network was not a significant matter. Kaido was confident she would not refuse. An intelligence network? What exactly do you seek those items for? That is of no concern to you. You obtain what you desire, and I acquire what I wish. Why must we clarify everything so meticulously? However, I currently require those bananas. I believe I have indeed heard of what you seek, the indestructible peculiar stone tablets. If your information holds true, we might reach an agreement. He would never compete with Quinn for such matters, yet if the news proves to be true, Quinn would choose to compromise, as Shano would undoubtedly engage in amiable discourse with him upon learning of it. Therefore, I shall retrieve the items, and we shall proceed with the transaction thereafter. Kaido, I extend you a courtesy. I shall only require half of the bananas from that island. Very well. Although Quinn may incur losses, as long as the tablet is secured, Arceus would surely not mind assisting him in offsetting such losses. The original bananas, in contrast to these second-generation varieties, would undoubtedly possess a superior flavor. However, following the agreement between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, an unwelcome disruptor appeared. Linlin, who is that? What are you doing? How can you drink alcohol? Charlotte Linlin, a pirate, and Kaido, also a pirate, were old acquaintances. After reaching a certain agreement, it was entirely normal for them to share a drink. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was still under 40. And the formidable figure she would become in her 60s was markedly different from her youthful self. After turning 48, her visage began to take on a stern quality. But prior to that, she was strikingly beautiful, aligning with the preferences of Boss Chow. It is well known that Charlotte Linlin has many children and numerous husbands. The one questioning her was her newest husband. At this moment, she was still pregnant, yet her condition did not hinder her combat prowess. Her monstrous physique was unlike that of ordinary individuals. In a certain sense, Linlin's first husband was exceptionally strong. When her current husband witnessed her with another young man, sharing a drink and camaraderie, he felt his nerves jangle. Moreover, Charlotte Linlein's husband often made the error of overestimating his significance in her eyes. While she values her capable offspring, to her, a husband is merely a tool. Typically, once a child is born, they are discarded. And her current husband remained oblivious to the fact that his tenure was nearing its conclusion. Originally, he had a few months left, but his interruption led Charlotte Linlein, already pregnant, to regard him as an unnecessary burden. Thus, when he approached her, muttering about various matters, he received nothing but a merciless slap, ultimately becoming the husband with the shortest term in Charlotte Linlein's history. Kaido's arrival temporarily saved Perispero, preventing Big Mom from seeking him out personally. Had Perispero encountered the wrathful Linlein, the outcome would have been uncertain. Similarly, Quinn was concerned about his captain's demeanor, though his anxiety was comparatively relaxed. At worst, he would endure a few days of punishment. After all, he had long since acclimated to it, although voicing such sentiments felt distinctly disheartening. The treasure map rested in Olga's possession as she directed the ship's navigator and helmsman in recalibrating their course. Talented navigators are scarce, yet many possess a modicum of nautical knowledge. Olga was in charge of the navigation due to her ability to decipher the ancient script, which others could not comprehend. The island of alchemy had vanished over a century ago, and the script used there bore significant differences from contemporary writing, categorizing it as an ancient form of text. While the pirate world boasts a unified language, various islands are rich in dialects and local scripts, each harboring its unique culture. Some of these scripts share similarities. The patterns on the treasure map represent a type of ancient writing, albeit with distinctions from alchemy script, yet both are pictographic. With her understanding of alchemy's writing, Olga could roughly translate the text, even if the character for Coriander had several variations, a common occurrence in ancient scripts. Recognizing half the characters enabled her to make educated guesses regarding their pronunciation and meaning. By combining context with prior knowledge, she could navigate potential discrepancies while maintaining an accurate overall direction. The merchant who previously possessed this item regarded it as a mere gift, for they were entirely unfamiliar with such relics. All artifacts from antiquity are disdained by the world government, which seeks to suppress their dissemination. The islands of alchemy have already disappeared, and others like them are not uncommon, leading to the loss of many scripts. Only a select few dedicated to historical study can decipher them. However, the ability to translate these texts does not impede one from examining the sea chart. By comparing the positions of islands and ocean currents, a route can ultimately be discerned. The literacy would undoubtedly render the task more accessible. This map appears to be a deception, Quinn remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the parchment. His pretext for boarding the ship was his expertise in treasure hunting. How could he prove his proficiency? By instigating conflict. If he failed to identify any issues, what sort of expert would he be? Old man. You can't even decipher these characters. How can you claim it's false? After all, we are merely relying on chance, so why not take a look? Child, you are still too young to comprehend the perils of this world. Among all the officers, Axie was the only one who would not clash with Quinn. Their personalities bore striking resemblances, such as narcissism and blind confidence. Of course, Axie could not contend with Quinn, as his combat abilities were akin to those of an ordinary minion. It would be more accurate to say he is lesser than an ordinary foot soldier. He has yet to slim down, and his physique offers little advantage in combat. Coupled with his status as the beloved pet of the trainees, Olga has managed to navigate quite successfully within the beast pirates. However, what is inscribed here remains somewhat perplexing to me. It seems to suggest the great treasure of immortality. Perhaps that is its essence. The great treasure of immortality? Such a notion sounds rather deceptive. Rumors of this nature frequently surface upon the vast seas, often regarding treasures like golden apples. These are mere fabrications. The pure gold of Axie is one potential pathway to achieving this, yet the limits of pure gold remain a mystery. The immortal surgery of the surgery fruit is currently the most reliable known method, though only those with the ability or those who have undergone the immortal surgery truly grasp its intricacies. Many treasure maps tend to boast grandiose claims, such as treasures that could purchase the world or the great secret of immortality. Quinn has encountered such pretenses before. Nonetheless, he merely speaks of it. He has no desire to return and endure Kaido's rigorous training just yet. A pirate ship adorned with the beast flag sails across the ocean. In the waters of the New World, the pirate flag serves as the finest passport, provided that one's crew possesses sufficient strength. As long as they refrain from provoking other pirates in their territories or encountering reckless newcomers, they can generally coexist without incident. This reflects the unspoken agreement among pirates. Incessant skirmishes yield no advantage for either territory or self. Many matters can be negotiated without crossing certain lines, as exemplified by Kaido and Charlotte Lean's discussions over bananas. Through such exchanges, all parties fulfill their needs, while those who rely solely on violence to resolve disputes are the most primitive of pirates. After a period of sailing, Arceus and his companions approached their destination. The sky had become shrouded in clouds, yet these were merely clouds, devoid of any indication of impending rain. In ordinary waters, the presence of dense clouds would typically herald a deluge. However, in this new world, all navigational conventions are upended. At this moment, Olga was seeking assistance from AC via telephone, for there were several characters she simply could not decipher. When alchemy vanished, she was merely 8 years old and had yet to master the entirety of alchemy's script, leaving her unable to comprehend certain complex characters. After emerging, alchemy was gone, and AC ceased to instruct her in those matters, opting instead to learn new scripts together. With AC's assistance from the sidelines, she finally grasped the meaning of the final message. The wings of midnight cut through the clouds. Moonlight guides the final direction. This must be the implication. Midnight. Moonlight. Are we to wait here until midnight? It seems so. This treasure map has a discontinuity, while it marks the location of the final island. It merely directs one to the adjacent waters, concluding with this statement. Well then, let us wait. Having come this far, an additional night's delay is inconsequential. Dropping anchor, the beast pirates awaited the arrival of midnight. The heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, yet as midnight approached, the sky parted slightly, allowing a beam of moonlight to cascade into the distance. Faintly, it appeared that something had flown through the clouds, creating this very rift. No matter how many times one witnesses it, nature remains astonishing. Observing this peculiar sight, Olga exhaled in wonder. Yet, Quinn's focus diverged from Olga's. He sensed something unusual about the clouds, which did not resemble typical formations. At that moment, a mournful cry echoed from the sky, followed by a shadow plummeting onto the deck of the beast pirate's ship. The shadow landed abruptly on the deck, startling the nearby pirates, though they soon regained their composure. Bolstered by the presence of 2 officers, a reserve officer and her partner, alongside Arceus, this formidable assembly instilled confidence within them. A few daring pirates approached, only to be met with a roar from a beast, revealing a pair of red eyes that emanated a dangerous glimmer. As the ship's spotlight illuminated the area, an extraordinary creature unveiled itself upon the deck. Its back was green, its belly white, and its overall form resembled that of a western dragon. Yet it was covered in long hair, with its forelimbs intricately fused with wings, while its hind limbs sported colossal bird-like talons. A lengthy tail sprawled across the deck, its estimated length reaching approximately 8 to 9 meters. However, it now appeared exceedingly frail, a massive black arrow having pierced its wing. With similar wounds adorning its body, these afflictions had caused its fall. Moreover, the arrow was tethered to an iron chain, which connected to a heavy weight, suggesting that someone had purposefully crafted this mechanism to capture it. This creature is a Millennium Dragon? Quinn's biological knowledge swiftly identified this species, known as a Millennium Dragon. Despite its name, its appearance bore a closer resemblance to a fusion of the Archaeopteryx and dinosaur. The designation Millennium Dragon stems from their remarkable longevity. Quinn, what is a Millennium Dragon? It is a legendary creature. Tales suggest that its bones grant eternal life, though this is merely a myth. How does he know? Naturally, it is because MADS once researched such rumors. The study of genetic factors encompasses an array of peculiar beings, while Millennium Dragons are rare. The world government invariably uncovers traces of any species that exists within this realm. The ideal resting place and birthplace of the Millennium Dragon lies concealed beneath the depths of Dragon Island in the East Sea, which surfaces only once every 1,000 years. However, not all Millennium Dragons meet their end there. Some perish or are born outside its confines. Through simple research and experimentation, one can ascertain that these rumors are unfounded. Furthermore, if the legends were true, one would scarcely encounter any Millennium Dragons in the outside world, as the world government would not allow such beings to thrive beyond their control. Regardless of the resources expended, they would hunt this species to harvest their bones and would maintain a limited number in captivity. The so-called secret of eternal life is but a fable. If the bones of the Millennium Dragon truly could yield an elixir of immortality, It would be illogical for the dragons themselves to age and die. Nonetheless, evidence suggests that some still cling to this myth. Otherwise, the hunting of Millennium Dragons would not persist. As for how he reached this conclusion, the wounds on the Millennium Dragon unequivocally indicated human or subhuman involvement. Quinn began to share his knowledge with those around him, showcasing his erudition. However, when he spoke of certain experiments, the injured Millennium Dragon roared in response, causing even more blood to seep from its already wounded body. What is this creature doing? Is it reckless? It seems to convey, "You scoundrel! How dare you harm my kin? If you possess the courage, come forth, and I shall rend you to pieces." Quinn's ears resonated with Elizabeth's fragmented voice. With a bit more study, Elizabeth would soon communicate as fluidly as a human. Adult Millennium Dragons can comprehend human speech, yet they do not articulate it. And humans cannot decipher their roars. However, it is widely known that all terrestrial creatures, except for humans and subhumans, speak a singular language, as evidenced by Chopper's translation abilities. Whether it be camels or birds, even the unique Kung Fu manatee, he understands them all. In Water 7, Chopper can comprehend the speech of ordinary sea beasts. But fish seem to elude his understanding, likely utilizing a different form of communication. Regarding Sea Kings, only the reigning Sea Emperor and those endowed with the observation haki can grasp their language. The language of this millennia-old dragon is intelligible to Elizabeth. Thus she serves as its translator. Otherwise, only Arceus aboard the ship would comprehend its utterances. The dragon misunderstood. "I meant to convey that I have studied the materials sent by others, and this is the first living millennia-old dragon I have ever encountered." Quinn was not elucidating matters to the dragon, but rather to Shayna, who harbored a deep disdain for the so-called experiments conducted by the world government, not only those inflicted upon her and Abel, but also those imposed upon other races. She would not approach Quinn's laboratory, nor would Quinn broach such topics in her presence. However, this time he became somewhat carried away, thus breaching their tacit understanding. Recently, Shayna has been by Arceus's side every night, seemingly gaining considerable strength, and she even contemplated developing Quinn's bowling technique, which made Quinn wary. The secret to immortality. It appears that Olga did not misinterpret. The direction of that treasure map likely leads to the island where this millennia-old dragon resides. Quinn began to shift the topic. Yet his attempts were clumsy and ineffective. Just as he felt a headache coming on, assistance arrived in the form of a cannonball striking the ship's hull. The resulting spray drenched the deck beside Arceus, and upon witnessing this, Quinn's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Lord Arceus, how dare anyone disturb your tranquility? This is unforgivable. I shall fetch them at once." Quinn transformed into a tropical dragon, soaring in the general direction, leaving the crew of pirates in a state of bewilderment. Can this fool be any more theatrical? "Shayna, you should accompany him. I find him rather unreliable." "As you command, Lord Sacred Beast. I shall deal with those who fire the cannons." With that, she spread her wings and chased after the already airborne Quinn, while Arceus approached the millennia-old dragon. Given its extended lifespan, it might possess knowledge of events long past. The stone tablet could have potentially ended up in the belly of a sea king, just as it could be found in the lair of a millennia-old dragon. The recent struggles had already exhausted the dragon's remaining strength, and it now lay weakened upon the deck. Where is the ship's doctor? Extract whatever is inside it. At this juncture, the beast pirates had more than one doctor aboard. Although Quinn remained the most skilled healer among them, he was but one man, and the beast pirates were not a small crew like the Straw Hats. He could not manage everything alone. While skilled physicians were rare, finding ordinary doctors was relatively straightforward. Their medical expertise only needed to address common ailments like colds, food poisoning, and wounds, which were the most frequent issues encountered on board. Lord Sacred Beast, if we extract it, it may die instantly. A weapon embedded cannot be removed directly. Even pirates understand this principle, let alone those who have watched a few episodes of a medical drama. The black arrow piercing its body was as thick as an arm, with enormous barbs. The dragon's struggles in the air had already caused the wound to tear further, and it was oozing blood. Although the bleeding had lessened, this was only because its internal organs could no longer keep pace with the blood loss. "I am aware. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just remove the object and prepare to stitch the wound." "Understood." Under duress. He had seen veterinarians compelled to treat injuries on humans before, but he was the first physician forced to tend to a millennia-old dragon. Soon, a greater challenge arose. They could not sever the black arrow. With its massive barbs and a long iron chain attached to its tail, extracting it would necessitate cutting it. Yet the material of the black arrow left no marks behind. Ultimately, it was Elizabeth's water blade that severed the black arrow, after which Olga acted as the anesthetist. Soroyak's illusionary abilities transcended mere fantasy. They could deceive camera sensors and biological perception alike, allowing her to cast a false reality upon the millennia-old dragon, making it believe it felt no pain. Together, the two pirates exerted their strength and successfully extracted the black arrow. The wound was gruesome, revealing shattered innards and bone fragments. Even without being a veterinarian, one could ascertain the dragon's grim fate. Subsequently, a ball of water erupted from Arceus's body, crashing down upon the millennia-old dragon. A wave rippled across the deck, the energy within the droplets coursing into the dragon's body. Not only did it heal the millennia-old dragon, but also the minor injuries sustained by the nearby pirates were mended by the influence of this ripple. The life water droplets. A newfound skill acquired after obtaining the droplet stone tablet. A rare water-based ability capable of restoring vitality to allies, enhancing their self-healing capabilities. Though it could do nothing for severed limbs unless the species inherently possessed such abilities. The void left by the black arrow was too great, thus stitching was still necessary. In the eyes of the ship's doctor, the necrotic portions within the dragon's body seemed to regain vitality. Divine power. The extraordinary strength bestowed upon Babanuki left them in awe, for the ability resembled a form of cultivation, akin to Babanuki receiving augmentation. The act of resurrecting the millennial dragon from the brink of death bestowed an even more formidable magical power, particularly for someone like him, who possessed a rudimentary understanding of medicine. The immense healing ability almost signified an added glimmer of hope for survival in the future. Stop dawdling, quickly stitch up its wounds. The exertion required to create such a vivid illusion was considerable for Olga. It involved not only shielding vision but also numbing pain. Observing the dazed ship's doctor, she urged him, prompting him to snap back to reality and clumsily begin suturing the wound. The absence of hard scales on the millennial dragon was fortunate, otherwise the needles and threads intended for humans in his medical kit might have proved futile. Now, he merely needed to shave away the excess fur to proceed with the stitching. However, this task fell to the ship's cook, as the doctor was too slow, and the dragon's fur was quite resilient, making the doctor's attempts rather cumbersome compared to the cook's agility. With the combined efforts of the chef and the physician, the dragon's wound was tended to, and when Olga dispelled the illusion, the millennial dragon had already regained its vitality. Although the wound would still ache, it was within an acceptable threshold for the creature. It seemed perplexed, gazing at its newly bare belly with a look of bewilderment. "How do you feel?" Roar. "Is that so? That's good. Have you ever seen anything like this?" Roar. The next phase involved communication between Arceus and the millennial dragon. Yet aside from Elizabeth, none could comprehend the dragon's words. "Elizabeth, what is the dragon saying?" It claimed to be merely 200 years old, lacking clarity on many matters. However, it could guide them home to inquire with its father, who had lived for over 600 years. It was still expressing gratitude. Olga's illusion had not obscured everything. The dragon acknowledged Arceus's rescue, though it had never encountered the stone tablet Arceus sought, remaining close to its birthplace since hatching. Nevertheless, its father had flown from distant seas, so it was likely to possess some knowledge. Sensing Arceus's goodwill, it willingly agreed to lead him homeward. The millennial dragon was not devoid of intelligence. It could discern who held authority aboard the vessel. It might not trust a human, even if that individual had saved its life, but Arceus's appearance inspired confidence, particularly due to the aura and extraordinary power he exuded. Roar. It expressed hunger, inquiring if there was food available. Elizabeth conveyed the message, and upon receiving Arceus's nod, the cook found himself with new tasks. This time, the job was relatively simple, as the millennial dragon required only raw fish to satiate its appetite. Meanwhile, Quinn was expressing his gratitude to those who had rescued him from despair, for instance, by unleashing a barrage from a seed machine gun upon the deck. Cannon fire over the ocean signified a declaration of war. Now that they had opened fire, combat became the inevitable outcome. After all, that was precisely the reason for his arrival. Doing nothing would have posed a greater dilemma. The ocean teemed with countless scattered organizations, and the best way to identify them was through their flags. However, the insignia on the ship before Quinn was quite peculiar. The sails bore neither the pirate's skull and crossbones nor the world government's cross emblem, nor the Navy's seagull flag. Instead, it displayed a bizarre scalpel and spherical symbol. This emblem was not unfamiliar to Quinn. It was one of the most notorious groups upon the seas, the Organ Trafficking Assassination Syndicate. This syndicate primarily operated along the Grand Line, with their presence detectable in both the first half, Paradise, and the latter half, the New World. Even in the Four Seas, members of their organization occasionally surfaced, forming a part of the underground world. Their infamy surpassed that of pirates. While pirates adhered to certain codes and territories, this group engaged in indiscriminate assassination. As their name suggests, the organ trafficking assassination syndicate dealt in human organs, with their source being murder. They hunted chosen targets, harvesting their organs for sale, often leaving victims in the hands of human traffickers who would not perish immediately. This group, however, would dismember their targets outright. Assassination aimed to preserve the integrity of the organs as much as possible. Where there is demand, there exists a market. Wealthy nobles, upon falling ill, often required transplant surgeries, with some opting for human organs over mechanical alternatives. To match the suitable specifications, the syndicate might hunt countless targets to fulfill their transactions. They also pursued influential individuals or celebrities, as their organs fetched higher prices. The very hunters of the Millennial Dragon were indeed members of this syndicate. The dragon's bones constituted a part of its body, and for an organ trafficking assassination group, hunting a Millennial Dragon fell well within their operational scope. Their ultimate aim, naturally, was to amass greater wealth. Although many were aware that the dragon's bones supposedly granted immortality was merely a rumor, numerous others were fervently convinced. For the allure of longevity was exceedingly tempting. As con artists, they need not be exceptionally astute. It sufficed that there existed individuals even more foolish than themselves. They relished such naive yet affluent clientele, finding their ignorance irresistibly charming. The wealthiest yet often foolish group in this world is none other than the Celestial Dragons. Although there exists a minuscule number of virtuous individuals among them, the likes of Charlos far outnumber them. Organ trafficking and assassination syndicates, in pursuit of profit, have established extensive networks within the underground black market, where they are acutely aware of the Celestial Dragon's insatiable desire to procure the bones of ancient dragons at exorbitant prices. To authenticate the provenance of these bones as belonging to a millennium-old dragon, it is imperative to present a complete specimen of the creature. This particular faction has been tracking these ancient dragons for nearly a year, and upon finally securing one, they discovered it aboard the ship of the beast pirates. Due to the angle from which they approached, they were unable to discern the flag and thus opted to open fire without hesitation. Even had they recognized the flag, it is likely they would have pressed on, as this organization has existed for a considerable time, fostering a misguided sense of invincibility among its members. Had events unfolded along the original timeline, this syndicate would have dared to strike against Big Mom and her offspring during her tea party, alongside other influential figures of the underworld. The tea party is of utmost significance to Charlotte Lin, as it is an occasion where her children and officers invariably gather. To provoke Big Mom at such a moment equates to a declaration of war against the entirety of the Big Mom pirates. Thus, it is hardly surprising that such reckless actions are taken, and they are now facing the repercussions. With a barrage of seed machine guns, swift leaf blades, and leaf storms, Queen has fully unleashed his firepower. Due to his modifications, not only his mouth but also his tail, mechanical arm, and even the large braid at the back of his head are capable of launching attacks, transforming Queen into an aerial fortress. Wahahafa. Prepare to meet your demise, scoundrels. This is the price of provocation. Under the relentless onslaught of his firepower, the deck reveals no living members, only sharp blades and countless bullet marks. As the area is nearly cleared, Queen descends in his hybrid form onto the deck to continue his path of destruction. This time, he restrained his tongue, refraining from uttering any words that should not be spoken. He had already sensed the penetrating gaze belonging to Shayna behind him, an ability he had cultivated after his indiscretion at the plantation. However, his movements betrayed a hint of resentment. "Come out, you bastards. Why are you hiding?" He refrained from entering the cabin, choosing instead to bombard the deck with energy spheres, uncertain of the ship's structure. Entering a confined space recklessly would be disadvantageous for him. As night fell, the intensity of sunlight diminished, allowing him to forego using the more potent solar flare. Yet, just as he continued his indiscriminate assault, the lights on the deck suddenly extinguished. It appeared that he had not disrupted the wiring. Rather, someone had deliberately severed the power. Subsequently, several powerful beams of light emerged, resembling high-wattage searchlights, illuminating Quinn-S face, followed by the cacophony of footsteps. "Although I do not know who you are, we will gladly accept your organs. I fancy the liver, though this hefty swine may have fatty liver." It mattered little. He desired his eyes, hoping they had not been blinded. He should compensate us for our losses. Chains ensnared around Quinn's neck, which, in his beastly form, resembled that of a tropical dragon. They perceived this neck as his vulnerability. The sound of slicing air echoed. Even without sight, he understood that these individuals were swinging blades toward his neck. However, the outcome did not align with their expectations. Quinn's neck remained unscathed despite their strikes. How is this possible? This is an attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? You dare to call your feeble attempts that? At the mention of this, Quinn seemed to erupt, seizing the attackers on either side. Compared to the countless hardships I have endured to hone my conqueror's haki, what you possess is mere trifles. With tremendous force, he pressed downward, leveraging his massive weight and inertia to slam their heads against the deck, then grasped the chains around his neck and snapped them effortlessly. And are you fools? I wear sunglasses. What use are these lights to me? Wiping his eyes, Quinn displayed a disdainful smile as he observed those retreating into the cabin, seemingly concocting a new idea. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a purple fruit, notorious for its singular characteristic, deadly poison. The fruit vanished from his grasp, replaced by a surge of green energy. Typically, he had no opportunity to utilize this ability. Now, he would demonstrate the new pestilence bomb born from the fusion of his power and technique. Nature's blessing, depending on the fruit carried, would yield varying effects. After infusing the toxin into the fruit, Quinn developed this novel ability. The MADS members congregated to study similar subjects, such as bloodline factors. In this domain, Quinn, Judge, and Vegapunk each pursued their own research trajectories, all centering around bloodline factors. Beyond that, they each had unique focal points. Quinn excelled in applying viral research to weaponry. He referred to his findings as pestilence bombs, with variations according to the type of virus, and this model he called the vegetative state. By injecting toxins into the fruit and carrying it with him, he could unleash it using the skill Nature's Blessing. Compared to bullets or shells, the energy attacks of Nature's Blessing were far more difficult to evade. Those affected by the vegetative state would gradually lose control over their bodies while remaining conscious. If they did not receive an antidote in due time, they would lapse into unconsciousness. Eventually, they would become genuine vegetative states, a conclusion drawn from his experiments on defeated, troublesome pirates. Moreover, this method of release bore another advantage. By merely switching to a different fruit as a medium, he could swiftly concoct an antidote. The effects of Nature's Blessing rapidly spread throughout the ship, and those within the cabin began to sense something amiss, hastily retrieving their gas masks. In their usual operations, they often employed large-scale anesthetic gases, as the organs of the deceased fetched a lower price than those of the living, to pursue superior quality. They typically preferred capturing their targets. If they killed their opponents, they had to quickly extract what they needed. Their standard procedure involved releasing anesthetic gases first, then engaging in combat. However, Nature's Blessing was not a gas, but rather a unique form of energy. Even if the gas masks filtered the air, their bodies still came into contact with Nature's Blessing. Within a minute, their bodies began to stiffen, one by one collapsing in the cabin. Meanwhile, Quinn counted down on the deck, waiting an additional 3 minutes before making his way toward the cabin, only to be confronted by a shadow that suddenly dropped before him. Hey, what are you doing? A loose end. I see your haki is quite solid, but your observation haki is lacking. The shadow was a member of the organ trafficking assassination group, cast down by Shayna. He had hidden in the lookout tower when the situation turned dire. Quinn's Nature's Blessing had targeted the lower cabin, thus overlooking that corner. After all, Nature's Blessing was not a gas that would drift upwards without cause. Yet, while he evaded Quinn, he could not escape Shayna. You speak so lightly. At this moment, Quinn's armament haki surpassed his observation haki, a testament to his training methods. Both forms of haki are best cultivated through combat. Additionally, while enduring strikes, the experience of taking hits while using armament haki differs from that of observation haki. The former necessitates enhancing one's defense, while the latter requires predicting and evading incoming attacks. However, Quinn's sparring partners were somewhat exceptional, making it impossible for him to evade their strikes. Over time, in order to avoid truly becoming a punching bag, he focused more on honing his armament haki, leading to the current outcome. But why are you here? Lord Saint Beast fears you may falter. So I was sent to observe as well. Once it concludes, we shall return. Wait, don't be hasty. These fellowships should harbor ample spoils. It would be a shame to leave them. As he spoke, Quinn intended to scavenge for treasures, yet he had barely descended when he re-emerged. There's something you should see. I have no interest in such things. We must hurry. No, this thing is rather difficult to explain. You should come down and see for yourself. Under the persistent insistence of Quinn, Shayna followed him deeper into the vessel. The interior of the ship's cabin was remarkably pristine, reflecting meticulous cleanliness, accompanied by a faint scent of disinfectant. Several large petri dishes housed within the cabins contained unidentified liquids, within which lay objects reminiscent of organs. These were the wares of an organ trafficking assassination syndicate, a repository of their illicit goods. Descending further led to a more gruesome slaughterhouse and prison. Yet Quinn had no intention of venturing down that path. Instead, he pointed to a wall ahead, where a pair of black, Wing-like specimens were displayed. "This is it," he began, his words trailing off as he stepped back, fully aware that he ranked among the top 3 individuals who understood Shayna best. He could discern the thin line between her simmering rage and her forced restraint, an understanding he believed even Arceus could not rival. "Find me a survivor and administer an antidote. I have some questions to clarify." The Blackwing specimens were rare, and while Shayna was unaware of their owner's identity, she recognized them as belonging to her kin. Quinn's recognition stemmed from his knowledge of Shayna and Jin's true lineage. Having tended to their wounds before, he was familiar with certain characteristics of the Lunaria race. The wings of the Lunaria were integral to their being, and their presence here implied a blood debt. Quinn refrained from detailing what transpired next. Having realized that a woman's fury could be far more terrifying than a man's, he had referred to Jin as a sadistic interrogator, but compared to Shayna's recent demeanor, Quinn's methods seemed almost benign. There were no significant revelations. The wings were relics acquired decades ago simply for their aesthetic appeal and now served as mere decorations aboard the ship. A similar pair resided in their base within the New World, procured at an auction held by the world government. Despite their role as an organ trafficking assassination group, they maintained their own dealings with the world government. The origin of these wings lay in the remains of deceased Lunarians, exploited by certain officials of the world government for profit. Ultimately, Shayna incinerated the wings using the flames of her kin. Their funerary customs dictated cremation, and only their own fire could ensure complete obliteration. To hunt the millennial-old dragon, this vessel harbored no individuals beyond the organ trafficking assassins, merely storing merchandise in anticipation of potential clients, a convenience that would later aid Shayna's endeavors. Fiery flames coalesced at her lips, erupting in a torrent of searing heat, consuming all in a blaze, including the members of the assassination group aboard the ship. The vendetta against the organ trafficking syndicate was firmly etched in her mind. The enmity with Mariewa had long been established, and now a new foe had been added to her list. No survivors were left aboard. She had interrogated them for information regarding the wings, which heightened the risk of exposure. Silencing them was the only viable option, especially considering they were all members of the organ trafficking assassination group. This is a group even more detestable than pirates. "Thank you, Quinn, for this time." After uttering those words, Quinn's sunglasses nearly slipped into the sea, prompting him to consider the necessity of acquiring a cochlear implant. "Will you still express gratitude?" This statement is inaccurate, to be precise. It is the absurdity of Shayna and him uttering that word. Nevertheless, Shayna's subsequent remarks confirmed that she remains unchanged, retaining her original essence. "Do not misunderstand. My disdain for you so-called researchers persists. However, let us separate matters. The next time I feel compelled to strike you, you may wish to remind me of this incident." To address the matter directly, Quinn reminded her that a simple thank you for the wings would indeed be warranted. Yet it is impossible to expect a change in her attitude. A gold medal for avoidance? No, but I shall consider exercising restraint. Quinn and Shayna returned to their original vessel, having resolved their affairs with remarkable efficiency. After all, the entire ship had been reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Perhaps only the microorganisms of the ocean might salvage what they require from the remnants. How could such physical erasure be executed flawlessly? O esteemed divine beast, it is possible that there are more than one vessel pursuing the millennial dragon, yet we have not detected their presence in the surrounding waters. This is also the intelligence previously obtained. There are a total of 3 vessels pursuing the Millennium Dragons, with the remaining 2 ships hunting other Millennium Dragons. However, she and Quinn have traversed a considerable distance in the nearby waters, yet they have not encountered any trace of the ships. The pursuit. How is it possible? The Millennium Dragon possesses the ability to fly. Unless this particular dragon was injured, it would be impossible for a sailing ship to catch up, as not every Millennium Dragon can be wounded. As long as they maintain a sufficient altitude, ordinary artillery cannot harm them. This remains a mystery to us. However, sacred beast, where shall we go next? To the home of the Millennium Dragon. It will guide us. There, the injured Millennium Dragon stood at the bow of the ship, its wings waving towards the moonlight. The wings of midnight sliced through the clouds as the moonlight illuminated the final path. This is a sentence previously translated by Olga. Now it seems that the moonlight truly guides the direction toward the Millennium Dragon's abode. The clouds in the sky remain closed, the moonlit path gradually fades, and the vessel of myriad beasts follows the lead of the Millennium Dragon. However, upon reaching the end of the moonlight, they find no island before them. Nothing at all. Could it be that this dragon has misled them? No, it had just stated that they had arrived, that their dwelling lies above us. Elizabeth translated the words of the Millennium Dragon, while simultaneously casting a disbelieving glance upwards. Above us? An island in the sky? The Sky Island. One of the unique phenomena of the pirate world refers to the collective term for islands that float in the sky, rather than a singular island. Both the earlier Paradise and the latter New World contain the presence of sky islands. For the pirates and denizens of the New World, sky islands are not entirely unfamiliar. This familiarity does not stem from their greater prevalence in the New World, but rather from the fact that the Golden Lion has created some floating islands. Albeit not reaching the heights of natural islands. Though artificial, they still belong to the realm of sky islands. Thus, the so-called wings of midnight piercing through the clouds and the moonlight guiding the final direction have now revealed a more detailed answer. This group of millennial dragons resides upon these floating isles, their primary source of sustenance being the ethereal fish. The term ethereal fish refers to the aquatic creatures that inhabit the lofty expanse of the white sea above. The clouds here are remarkably diverse, ranging from the iron-like clouds, as solid as metal, to the rope-like clouds, which are as pliable as a tether. The marshy clouds reminiscent of swamps, and the most common, the sea clouds. The unique sea formed by these sea clouds is referred to as the White Sea. These cloud layers, akin to the sea itself, allow vessels to navigate upon them, harboring distinctive species of fish beneath their ethereal expanse. The heights of the Sky Islands vary greatly, with the tallest typically situated above the pristine White Sea at altitudes reaching 10,000 meters, while others hover at a few thousand meters. Accessing these Sky Islands presents two avenues. One must either discover their concealed passages, ascending via the staircase formed by the sea clouds, or seek out the soaring ocean currents. The Sky Islands inhabited by the millennial-old dragons are among the lower floating isles. However, from below, one cannot discern any alterations above. The so-called wings slicing through the clouds on the treasure map refers to the millennial-old dragons while hunting skyfish, as their wings briefly carve a gap in the sea clouds, allowing the moonlight to penetrate and illuminate the ocean's surface, with the destination being directly beneath that very Sky Island. Yet, this particular dragon has made a grave error, although it is on the correct path. It is the route home for the dragons, not the landing site for human vessels. The dragon can ascend merely by flapping its wings, whereas for human ships, it is far more arduous. The soaring sea currents are not inherently linked to the Sky Islands. There are regions where such currents exist near certain Sky Islands, while others may not possess this phenomenon. Thus, although the beast pirate ship is situated directly below the dwelling of the millennial-old dragon, the sole means of ascent is through flight. "Everyone, look above. Something seems to be falling from the sky," shouted the lookout from the ship. The moonlight began to wane, and with the scant remaining illumination, he could barely make out a few dark silhouettes, while the rest remained obscured. The shadows plummeted swiftly, soon accompanied by a cacophony of splashes. Not only human bodies fell, but also the carcasses of millennial-old dragons and fragments of the ship, suggesting that an unknown battle was raging above. Upon sighting the dragon corpses, the dragons aboard the ship seemed to go into a frenzy. Disregarding their freshly stitched wounds, they took to the skies. "Master Sacred Beast, what shall we do now?" "Of course we ascend. Everyone, hold on to something secure to brace yourselves." With that, Arceus stamped his foot, channeling energy through the ship into the sea, which soon appeared to boil. Just as the members of the beast pirates secured themselves, a torrent surged forth from the ocean, propelling their vessel skyward. In this realm devoid of soaring currents, one must conjure a celestial current of their own. The stone tablet, imbued with the power to manipulate water flows, propels the vessel skyward, guided by the breathtaking currents crafted by Arceus. Above the clouds, on an enigmatic sky island, hunters are pursuing millennial-old dragons. Numerous smaller vessels are lowered into the sea from two grand ships, their occupants wielding specially crafted harpoons as they charge towards the ancient dragons. Within the myriad of races, individual variances abound, and the millennial-old dragons are no exception. Those residing in the Eastern Sea encounter significantly fewer dangers, preying upon weaker adversaries, which results in their overall diminished strength. However, this is the New World, where perilous climates compel the local fauna to evolve into stronger beings, ensuring their survival amidst the capricious weather. The climate here influences not only the azure seas but also the ethereal expanse above, the White Sea. Even though these millennial-old dragons dwell in the sky, their prowess surpasses that of their kin residing in the Eastern Sea. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, they nonetheless exhibit remarkable superiority in speed, strength, and physical resilience compared to their Eastern counterparts. This has rendered the hunting endeavors of these individuals considerably more challenging. Their initial objective was to capture these millennial-old dragons alive, for a living dragon is undoubtedly far more valuable than a deceased one. However, these ancient beings are not easily subdued. Even a large white goose can elude capture, let alone creatures that bear the name of a dragon. Typically, the millennia-old dragons exist in small tribal forms scattered across various seas. And it is only when the dragon island rises from the depths once every 1,000 years that all the dragons of the world converge. In this region, the millennium dragons are scarce, scattered in numbers not exceeding a mere dozen, among which several are but juveniles. Possessing wings, they hold a distinct advantage in the skies, seemingly capable of fleeing from this dire situation. However, the reality is far more intricate. The organ trafficking assassination group has captured several millennium dragons, inciting their wrath and compelling them to fight rather than flee. Furthermore, these dragons exhibit a profound territorial instinct. Faced with such intruders, they opt to engage in battle to defend their homeland. The remains of the millennium dragons that plummeted into Qinghai, alongside the wreckage of vessels, stand as testimony to this conflict. How foolish these creatures are. Had they chosen to flee, their losses would have been mitigated. After all, they are merely beasts. And despite their designation as millennium dragons, they are but rare animals. Wouldn't it be better this way? Indeed, it would be. Yet, such a choice would render much preparation futile. Regardless, there is no time to dwell on this. We must swiftly dispatch individuals to recover the bodies, for the sea mist here is too thin, allowing those remains to sink directly below. The deceased hold little significance for him. In this new world, manpower is abundant. However, the loss of the millennium dragon corpses would be considerable. Rest assured, they have already been dispatched at that moment. A millennia-old dragon suddenly emerged from the depths, overturning a small vessel they had dispatched. The millennium dragon here preys upon the ethereal fish, possessing the remarkable ability to maneuver swiftly within the marine clouds. Its long, lustrous fur remains impervious to moisture upon entering the sea mist, instead coalescing into a unique membrane that effectively repels water while simultaneously reducing drag. As the millennium dragon bursts forth, the eyes of those aboard the vessel gleam with symbols of wealth. A single dragon bone, once forged, can command an astronomical price. Should the consumption yield no results, it must surely be attributed to the method employed, for the quality of the dragon bone is beyond reproach. Moreover, with dragon bones fetching exorbitant sums, one can only imagine the value of dragon blood and flesh. This organization excels in the trade of organs. To them, a millennium dragon is akin to a veritable treasure trove. You lot, hasten to capture it. How audacious for other millennium dragons to emerge and meet their doom. A few small boats maneuvered closer, but before they could enact their plan, a powerful current surged forth, accompanied by another vessel, the salvage ship previously dispatched. Their descent was executed in a unique manner, releasing a prepared membrane from the vessel to facilitate submersion, and upon breaching the marine clouds, deploying a colossal parachute to ensure a safe landing. However, midway through their descent, they encountered Arceus, the master of the surging sea currents. Little ones, show these fellows our might. This situation requires little elaboration. It is evident that they have aligned themselves with the millennia-old dragons, since the enemy is clearly defined. The declaration of war no longer necessitates justification. Arceus looms behind them, and the experiences of Babanuki are still fresh in their minds. Once mere ordinary members, Babanuki has ascended to a minor leadership position due to a peculiar strength technique. Who does not desire higher status and formidable power? While a lottery may yield disappointing results, pleasing Arceus could potentially grant them greater strength directly. Though their initial objective was treasure hunting, they were not lacking in weaponry. Upon receiving the command to engage in battle, they demonstrated overwhelming firepower. Despite possessing only a single ship, their cannons' range surpassed that of their adversaries by nearly a third. In naval warfare, artillery battles are an indispensable component, applicable to both navy and pirates alike. Few possess the capability to surpass the destructive power of cannons through sheer physical strength. Moreover, for most, the intimidation factor of cannon fire is far greater than that of human might. Since their last encounter with Wald, which revealed a shortage of ammunition that forced them into a boarding battle, certain members of the Beast Pirates seem to have developed a fear of inadequate firepower. Hence, they now set sail with their ammunition holds filled to the brim. Where on earth did these pirates emerge from? The sudden bombardment left the organ trafficking assassination group bewildered. Although they had numerous enemies, this operation was conducted with utmost secrecy, and they had invested considerable time in locating the ladder to this empty island. How could they be attacked here without provocation? To make matters worse, their primary target was the hunting of the millennia-old dragon, specifically for capture alive. Thus, they primarily equipped themselves with harpoons, nets, and potent tranquilizers, with cannonballs comprising nearly half their usual stock and significant quantities already expended en route. Despite not facing the same opponent, The members of the Beast Pirates experienced an inversion of circumstances. They had indeed prepared various contingencies, but all were tailored for the millennia-old dragons, and the unexpected interference from the Beast Pirates disrupted all their arrangements. Furthermore, their personnel were now exceedingly dispersed, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. The complications did not end there. The millennia-old dragon previously rescued by Arceus let out a tremendous roar, its voice reaching the ears of other dragons amidst the explosions of cannon fire. The message was simple: these are our allies, come to assist us. With the involvement of the Beast Pirates, the battle became exceedingly arduous. The physical constitution of these dragons far surpassed that of humans, and only the harpoons launched from the heavy launchers aboard the main ship could penetrate their bodies. However, those heavy launchers, which bore a resemblance to cannons, were swiftly subjected to devastating counterattacks. While cannonballs may lack precision, sniping certainly does not. The more intricate the apparatus, the more precious it becomes, with increasingly stringent operational requirements. Although the heavy launchers were not entirely incapable of withstanding the elements, the multiple holes punctured in their firing chambers clearly rendered them non-operational. With such launchers, they had no assurance of where their shots would land, and the root of all their misfortunes lay in Elizabeth's precise sniping. The silent water projectiles acted as unvoiced assassins on this battlefield. This battle witnessed no captives, persisting until the last of the enemies was vanquished. The Millennium Dragons, though not human, do not initiate hostilities against mankind. However, when their territory is invaded and their kin harmed, they show no mercy. Several Millennium Dragons were stained crimson, a mixture of dragon blood and human blood. It is worth noting that the true frenzy was unleashed by Shayna, a remnant of the scars left by her past encounters with Jin. Typically, both individuals maintain a semblance of normalcy, yet once they enter a phase of emotional release, they become exceedingly unrestrained. Jin's method of catharsis is interrogation, while Shayna's manifest is slaughter. On ordinary days, her most severe actions towards Quinn involve merely suppressants, but the previous encounter with Wings unleashed her previously restrained instincts, resulting in a complete lack of control. The residents within the Beast territory perceive Shayna as benevolent, largely due to her refraining from inflicting her brutal side upon her own people, with Quinn being the notable exception. Her attire predominantly consists of red or black, enabling her to obscure any bloodstains to the greatest extent possible. However, this time her garments are beyond salvage. Throughout the conflict, they became continuously tainted by the blood of her foes, subsequently dried by her own flames, rendering them nearly irreparable. In the current realm of the Beast Pirates, 3 professions hold paramount importance: technicians in the military industry, whose goods not only augment their combat prowess but also serve as primary trade commodities, physicians, and tailors. Their leadership predominantly comprises Zoan-type ability users, necessitating garments with considerable elasticity. Even Kaido is no exception, which leads to a high demand for skilled tailors. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Why assist those brutes? There will always be individuals who remain uninformed, apart from the notorious Rocks a decade ago and subsequently Roger. No pirate has achieved universal recognition. Even present figures like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion are unknown to certain regions. Currently, Shayna is still a distance away from widespread acknowledgement. And even within the organ trafficking assassination syndicate, there are those who eschew reading newspapers. Brutes? Compared to them, you might find that beneath this outer layer of human skin, your actions are hardly more civilized. With yet another charred body in hand, and after the high-end combatants and ranged firepower were utterly overwhelmed, the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. These individuals would merely become refuse of the Sky Island, eventually swept back to the Blue Sea by the currents of the White Sea. The losses among the Millennium Dragons were substantial, with 7 perishing in the conflict, while the remaining adult dragons bore injuries of their own. This outcome stems from the other party's fervent desire to capture them alive. However, in the face of their desperate resistance, even potent anesthetics proved to be ineffective. To ensure their survival, those individuals had no choice but to resort to lethal measures. Although 7 might not seem like a significant number, the ancient dragon clan comprises only 27 individuals in total. A few had already been captured previously, leaving only a handful of young dragons to engage in battle. A loss of nearly a quarter can indeed be described as devastating. Roar. Elizabeth, what are they saying now? They express gratitude and offer apologies. The leader of the ancient dragons, having never encountered the divine beast before, mentioned that inquiries could be made among their kin on the Day of Return. The Day of Return is when the ancient dragons gather once every millennium, and all will convene on the mysterious island of the East Sea, with less than 30 years until the next assembly. The leader believes that there will surely be kin who have seen such beings. You say you want to move? Roar. Indeed, since this place has been discovered. It is time for a change of scenery. Shall we invite you to our domain? Who knows where these ancient dragons intend to relocate, nor what encounters await them. The gathering lasts but a day. Should they miss it, they would have to wait another millennium for the ancient dragons to convene again. The name Ancient Dragon derives from the fact that the island surfaces only once every 1,000 years. Due to individual variances, some ancient dragons may be short-lived, perishing after mere centuries. Thus, luring these ancient dragons back is the wisest course of action. 20 ancient dragons remain, to be precise, 20 dragons and 3 eggs. The leader, significantly larger, exceeds 10 meters in length, sufficient to form a small aerial battalion. As for whether the ancient dragons might cause trouble, that is out of the question. They have merely undergone a transformation. After a discussion with Arceus, the small ancient dragon previously rescued lent its assistance. Being the leader's offspring, and given the disparity in strength, the ancient dragon chief acquiesced to Arceus's request. It had witnessed Arceus manipulating the currents. In the future, the beast pirates shall provide sanctuary for these ancient dragons, who will serve as aerial cavalry, assisting the beast in gathering intelligence on the day of the assembly over 2 decades hence. Modifying animals requires less effort than transforming humans, and the physical appearance of these ancient dragons necessitates little alteration. By altering their internal genetics, a new form emerged within all ancient dragons, the primordial bird. This form was readily accepted by the ancient dragons. Compared to their original selves, the primordial bird's appearance is akin to a simple haircut and dye job. The younger dragons embraced this new visage, while the elder dragons, although hesitant, chose to adapt for the sake of their clan's safety. Much like the Lunaria clan, they too intend to conceal their true forms. There was no space for them on the ship, but it mattered little, for the primordial bird is capable of flight. Kaido's affinity extends beyond Zoan-type abilities, as he also harbors a fondness for certain animals. Arceus surmised that Kaido would be quite exhilarated upon encountering these ancient dragons, a delightful surprise for his ally. Simultaneously, Kaido shared similar sentiments. He had just exchanged half of his bananas with Big Mom's crew for a hefty stone tablet, which he tested and found indestructible, likely the very item Arceus desired. Surely, it would bring him joy. Although the radar in his hand reacted to the stone tablet brought by Big Mom, he wished to confirm its authenticity. While unlikely, one could never be too cautious, especially if something crafted by Queen had gone awry. Simpler methods often yield more straightforward results. Testing hardness proved to be a sound choice. Arceus and his crew set out on a treasure hunt, an essential activity for pirates. Kaido commanded his subordinates to plan a new feast, in a non-combat environment. A pirate crew's greatest additional expense is the revelry. Yet, every pirate crew retains this tradition, albeit varying in scale and customs based on their financial standing. It is not uncommon for celebrations to span several days, with most pirates indulging in libations. Brother Kaido. Brother Arceus' ship has returned. It brought back a flock of peculiar large birds. Large birds? On the main island, Kaido received word of Arceus' return, yet the contents of their cargo were unexpected. Upon arriving at the port and gazing at the large birds circling in the sky, a spark of intrigue ignited in his eyes. What are those? Those are ancient dragons. The destination of our treasure hunt was their homeland. We have forged a collaboration, and these ancient dragons will reside here, with us ensuring their safety. The adult dragons will serve as partners in aerial cavalry. Aerial cavalry? An air force? Ha ha ha. Indeed, partnering with you was a most astute decision. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido erupted into laughter. The presence of these ancient dragons signified that the beast pirates could indeed establish an air force. The adult ancient dragons could comfortably carry 4 or 5 individuals, and while only a handful of adult dragons exist, they would serve as a formidable surprise force. Aside from the Golden Lion, no other pirate crew has managed large-scale aerial combat thus far. By the way, I've also discovered something worthwhile. I can sense the aura of the stone tablet. TCH, how dull. I forgot you could detect your own belongings. Initially, Kaido had considered this a surprise. But a problem arose. Arceus could sense his stone tablet from a distance, meaning the return of the tablet could not remain concealed from Arceus. The outcome remained unchanged. Yet something felt amiss. Nevertheless, this hardly constituted a major issue, and the beast pirates seamlessly transitioned into the familiar celebratory phase. At this banquet, a group of Millennium Dragons made their appearance. The beast pirates exhibited great enthusiasm towards these majestic creatures. Kaido had already announced his plan to establish an aerial cavalry, as the ability to soar through the skies has always been a cherished dream of humanity. Even if one cannot fly independently, being able to ride upon another's flight is still a magnificent experience. However, the number of adult Millennium Dragons is limited, and only a select few elite members can form the aerial cavalry. The compatibility with the Millennium Dragons will undoubtedly influence the selection of the cavalry, prompting astute individuals to cultivate relationships with these dragons. To minimize complications, henceforth, the code name for these Millennium Dragons will be ancestral birds, and all those privy to this information have been instructed to maintain discretion and avoid indiscretion. Those chosen by Shayna to board the ship are all members of the Arceus sect, their loyalty having been rigorously tested. This requirement is hardly burdensome. Arceus has also reclaimed his fifth stone tablet, the Thunder Tablet, and at that moment, the skies above the island resonated with thunder. As the power of lightning returned to Arceus's dominion, lightning is perceived as a calamity from the heavens, a force more akin to a natural disaster than mere flames. Next came the much-anticipated lottery segment. When his dart landed on a blue character representing Jump, the raucous pirates below finally quieted. What abilities might this fellow possess? It remains uncertain. Babanuki's extraordinary strength is remarkably effortless for him. Could this character enable him to leap to great heights? Who knows? Babanuki took 3 days. How long do you suppose he will require? Perhaps 2 days? Impossible. It must be at least 4 days. He is far inferior to Babanuki. One pirate even initiated a wager regarding the duration it would take for this fortunate soul to master the skill. Ultimately, he too achieved the feat in 3 days, equaling Babanuki's record. Emerging from this experience, he, like Babanuki before him, indulged in a feast. However, when other pirates urged him to demonstrate his abilities, he did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Babanuki. Under the crowd's encouragement, he approached the shore and then leaped onto the water's surface. Yes, leaped. For him, the water was as solid as land, transforming into a surface upon which he could propel himself. The skill represented by that blue character was Splash Leap. This peculiar ability, solely focused on jumping, exhibited no other manifestations. Nevertheless, once humanity acquires the Splash Leap, it bestows upon them peculiar enhancements. The power of their leaps is significantly amplified, allowing for heights and distances that surpass their previous capabilities, as well as the remarkable ability to leap upon the water's surface. The acquisition of skills is entirely reliant on fortune, devoid of any underhanded dealings. Hence, he could hardly voice dissatisfaction upon receiving this skill, though a sense of bewilderment lingered. Does Splash Leap hold potential? Indeed, in this water-dominated world, the ability to traverse the surface of water greatly enhances agility, enabling him to navigate freely. Yet, it lacks the immediacy of the enhancements bestowed by the strength technique. Still, it possesses its own intrinsic value. A group of individuals engaged in brainstorming, contemplating the various applications for his Splash Leap, while Quinn enlisted local residents to produce dried bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas boast an extended shelf life. Even Quinn's cultivated bananas inherit this trait, yet there exists a limit. A ripe banana can endure for half a month without rotting, and if harvested while green and properly stored, it may last for approximately 2 months. However, this is the utmost limit. While this duration is impressive for bananas, it pales in comparison to consumption rates. Currently, Quinn is transforming the ripe bananas into freeze-dried banana chips for preservation, while simultaneously cultivating new seedlings. The fifth stone tablet was ultimately acquired through the trade of his cultivated bananas. In light of his substantial inventory contribution, Arceus granted him a measure of compensation. He also took the opportunity to modify the seeds of other fruits, providing Quinn with a selection of tree fruit seeds, Wenyu fruit, Taotao fruit, and Mang Mang fruit. However, this batch of seeds is a stripped version, retaining only flavor but lacking their original effects. The complete version of these tree fruits transcends mere fruit. They can be cultivated as strategic resources. Big Mom's action served as a reminder to Arceus that such tree fruits could fetch high prices. Quinn's cultivated tree fruits can be considered second generation, even without the ability to negate abnormal effects or restore stamina. Their nutritional value and flavor far surpass those of ordinary fruits. Fruits are an indispensable component during maritime voyages, and in this world, resources are concentrated in the hands of a select few. Tree fruits can equally generate revenue. The most crucial factor remains Big Mom's extensive connections within the underworld. Notably, Big Mom places great importance on confections and suffers from a condition that heightens her cravings. Anything she consumes carries the potential to trigger this condition. The fruits exported will belong to the third generation of tree fruits, with minor enhancements. They will lose their reproductive capabilities, thereby ensuring that tree fruit resources remain firmly in the grasp of the beast pirates. Kaido's strength is still on the rise, as is the growth of the beast pirates. Eventually, even the Big Mom pirate crew may find themselves unable to contend with the beast pirates. While Big Mom may overlook certain matters, her offspring cannot. To prevent Big Mom from succumbing to her cravings without access to the desired fruits or sweets, they must maintain a stable trade relationship with the beast pirates. This would render utilizing her connections a straightforward endeavor. Kaido stands to profit significantly from intermediary dealings. Kaido gains power, Big Mom acquires sustenance, and Arceus utilizes the channels available, allowing each party to attain their respective desires. Although the value of these commodities may differ, they each hold distinct significance for the three individuals involved. As night fell, the beach still glowed with the remnants of a bonfire, marking the conclusion of the pirates' revelry. Most had succumbed to intoxication, while the one who gained the splash leap ability frolicked across the water's surface in a drunken frenzy. A few close acquaintances frantically paddled a boat in pursuit, concerned that he might plunge headfirst into the sea and drown. Meanwhile, Quinn immersed himself in his laboratory, nurturing his new crops, experimenting with grafting in hopes of producing some unusual tree fruits. Arceus was busy fusing new stone tablets, restoring greater power, while Kaido had seemingly vanished to an unknown location. When he indulged in spirits, no one could predict where he might wander. Although Arceus often admonished him for his drunken antics, it seemed inappropriate to label him as careless, given he had just reclaimed a stone tablet through his connections. Jean had just returned from addressing a minor issue. Now that they possessed their own territory, the pirates of the New World are responsible for collecting taxes from their domain and ensuring its security. A fresh batch of newcomers had just passed through Fishman Island, and Jean was tasked with managing this audacious group of novices. Although he missed the banquet, it mattered little to him. Have the matters been resolved? Shayna's voice called from nearby. To facilitate their daily lives, Kaido had specifically designated a portion of the island for Shayna and Jean. Aside from a few officers, no members of the pirate crew or ordinary residents are permitted to enter this area without explicit orders. This is also for their consideration. Occasionally, Shayna would revert to her true form, and Jean would sometimes remove his mask. They could be described as beings that perish upon exposure to light, as anyone who glimpsed their true selves would be silenced. Just a few audacious newcomers, really. Despite their youth, these pirates, freshly emerged into the New World, were merely novices in Jin's eyes. Understanding that Jean had just returned and that the chef was resting due to the festivities, Shayna brought him a late-night snack, flying fish sashimi, his favorite dish. This delicacy could easily be prepared without a chef, as she had once managed the kitchen when they first set sail. Slicing the fresh flying fish was a simple task. And what of you? Has the Lord of Beasts found what he sought? Not yet, though there has been some progress. However, other matters have arisen. As she spoke, she handed Jean a stack of documents, all pertaining to the organ trafficking assassination group. What is this? Earlier, we encountered individuals from the organ trafficking assassination group, and aboard their vessel, I discovered the wings of my kin. Shayna briefly recounted the earlier events and the information she had extracted from their adversaries. Their headquarters should possess another pair of identical wings. These relics of my people are no mere crafts. Do you have a plan? He was well acquainted with Shayna's character. Since she had mentioned this matter, it was highly probable that she had already devised a strategy. No need for a plan. Such individuals should be eradicated directly. Lord of Beasts? Before Shayna could articulate her plan, Arceus had already dismissed it. I have mentioned that this debt will be repaid incrementally, and my dealings with the Millennium Dragon encompass this matter as well. Initially, she had intended for Jean to partake in an assassination mission to eliminate the leader and reclaim her kin's relics. However, the plan had evolved. It remained an assassination but would unfold in an entirely different manner. It is widely understood that the objective of assassination is to eliminate the target without anyone being aware. Thus, if all witnesses are eradicated, the act becomes one shrouded in secrecy, and it still qualifies as an assassination. Lord of Beasts, will this not interfere with your plans? Of course not. This is a promise I made, and a promise must be fulfilled. Besides, I see that some individuals are eager to engage. Wouldn't you agree, Kaido? Arceus's mention of Kaido momentarily startled both Jean and Shayna. Then, Shayna seemed to recall something and dashed toward the back of the room, where she had excavated a wine cellar and, in accordance with Lunaria traditions, brewed a selection of wines. This liquor is referred to as fire wine by the Lunaria tribe, characterized solely by its potency. The consumption of beverages by the beast pirates has always been substantial, Every banquet depletes their reserves. Kaido, with his seemingly limitless capacity for alcohol, had not indulged himself in quite some time. Thus, after exhausting their stock, he set out to seek libations elsewhere. Upon arriving at this location, they indeed found Kaido in the wine cellar. Despite his intoxicated state, he was still able to comprehend Arceus's words. It seemed he had not engaged in combat for a while, and with little else to occupy his time, he decided to prepare for it. As a pirate, he often undertook actions devoid of rationale, driven solely by his desire to do so. However, it appeared they would need to wait a couple of days. Kaido's post-drinking emotions were highly unpredictable, ranging from exuberant laughter to furious outbursts and deep slumber. Several months prior, the timber procured by Jean had been transformed into the hull of the ship, and the Beast Pirates flagship was on the verge of its inaugural voyage. In the realm of piracy, shipbuilding stands as a pillar industry. The vast oceans and treacherous Grand Line rely on vessels for navigation. In contrast, the world government has spent years constructing bridges, yet the kingdom atop the bridge remains unfinished. The flourishing shipbuilding industry allows for the presence of shipwrights in numerous locales, particularly in the New World where skilled craftsmen thrive under various factions. The capricious climate of the New World significantly heightens the likelihood of vessel damage. With nearly every island along the primary routes possessing the capability for repairs, and each pirate's territory housing shipbuilding capabilities. Due to the quest for stone tablets, the Beast Pirates have an elevated demand for ships. While Kaido can soar through the skies, the others still require vessels for their physical endurance. After months of labor, the flagship, the Beast King, was completed. Initially, Vard sought to forge a colossal cannon utilizing the island's craftsmanship, resulting in a vessel armed with firepower that rivals any navy's flagship. Today marks the inaugural voyage of the Beast King, which can accommodate up to 650 personnel. Apart from the cooks and volunteers, the roles of sailors and combatants are interchangeable. Early the following morning, new combat orders were issued, prompting the island's populace to prepare supplies for the expedition. Battles among pirates are typically frequent, and to mitigate any resentment among the island's residents towards the Beast Pirates' external conflicts, a unique system was established. Residents providing resources would be entitled to a share of the spoils upon victory. While mere words may hold little weight, tangible benefits are far more persuasive. Thus, while it may not entice every resident to join the pirates, it ensures a lack of opposition to the Beast Pirates' external endeavors. This resembles an investment. Should one incur a loss, naturally nothing remains. However, at present, the numerous victories of the Beast Legion and external battles have garnered considerable support from the inhabitants of the territory. The elderly inhabitants of this island have witnessed numerous eras, and the rulers of this land have changed hands multiple times. To date, the Beast Pirates have provided the highest quality of life on this island. The brutality of the New World far surpasses that of other seas. Without a formidable protector, this island is destined to become a haven for lawlessness. Whether pirates, human traffickers, or even the world government, they all perceive it as their own pasture, with the residents merely regarded as livestock. The celestial dragons are the deities of the world. Nations and islands that refuse to align with the world government are stripped of any rights, with the exorbitant heavenly gold serving to delineate social hierarchies. The world government intentionally fosters inferior beings, enhancing the satisfaction of its member states by disparaging those outside its fold. It is precisely the negligence of the world government that has birthed powerful pirates, shaping the living conditions of the New World over time. 3 days hence, all preparations aboard the Beast King were complete, though the vessel was not at full capacity, carrying only 200 souls. Led by Arceus and Kaido, along with the 2 highest-ranking officials, Shayna and Jin, this ship, despite its incomplete crew, boasted formidable combat strength. Also boarding were the ancient dragons, who, upon learning that this organization was responsible for their prior assault, eagerly sought to participate in this battle. Kaido, though not obligated to join this voyage, was inherently restless, often wandering beyond his territory, assisting Arceus in the search for the stone tablets while pursuing his own endeavors. Recently, reports had surfaced of him being captured by other pirates, only to escape unscathed. Arceus was perplexed as to how Morgans had acquired such information. According to those involved, the newspaper's account held a semblance of truth, albeit with literary embellishments. Furthermore, as this marked the maiden voyage of the flagship, Kaido, now the governor of the Beast Pirates, naturally had to set sail. Indeed, with the expansion of the Beast Pirates, Kaido's identity as governor had become firmly established, alongside the prominent positions of Jin and the others. Although Shayna did not belong to the high-ranking officials, she held an equivalent status. The sea breeze unfurled the mainsail, and the Beast King commenced its inaugural journey. On a certain island in the New World, there existed the headquarters of an organ trafficking and assassination syndicate. Though labeled as such, their operations encompassed a vast array of services. While organ trafficking remained their primary focus, they also engaged in assassination, mercenary work, and similar ventures, resembling a band of illicit bounty hunters. It is somewhat inaccurate to assert that they are not an illegal organization from a humanitarian and legal standpoint, for indeed, they are deemed unlawful entities. However, when viewed through the lens of the world government, they do not qualify as such, as this organization has never been placed on a wanted list. Through clandestine connections with the world government, they appear legitimate on the surface. The organ trafficking assassination group engages in numerous transactions, yet they refrain from human trafficking, as they solely deal in organs, not living beings. Within the confines of their underground prison, many individuals are held captive, subjected to scientifically tailored diets and enforced physical exercise. In their eyes, these individuals serve merely as living vessels. Once a compatible buyer emerges, these captives are executed and their organs extracted, although the blood types here are more intricate. The resilience of the individuals simplifies the matching process. Their business network spans the globe, resulting in daily fatalities within their walls. In an ostensibly tidy office, a man clad in a suit chews gum. Few would suspect him to be the infamous leader of this organization. Manager, are the costs of our actions not excessively high? The manager, self-proclaimed leader of the organ trafficking assassination group, considers himself a legitimate businessman, thus prefers to be addressed as such by his subordinates. I have exhausted all my connections to align with the celestial dragons. If we do not reap rewards, the losses will be significant for them. Patience, coveted. This is a substantial deal. Waiting is worthwhile. The sea routes are not particularly convenient, with journeys taking over 10 days, which they deem swift. Hunting the legendary 1,000-year dragon is a time-consuming endeavor, as anticipated. Has the new merchandise found a buyer? Indeed, a king from the West Sea. His son has suffered from chronic ailments since childhood and seeks a stronger organ. He is particularly interested in the fur tribe. The individual has arrived at the designated trading post on the Red Earth continent. We await our goods. Excellent. This transaction will yield tenfold the profit of regular business. Proceed without delay. If that man becomes unhinged and injures himself, it would be disastrous. The fur tribe, a race residing atop the back of a colossal elephant known as Zao, is characterized by their beast-like appearance derived from furry creatures, rarer than the fishmen. The world of pirates is home to numerous minority races, including the long-armed and long-legged tribes, resembling humans, alongside the fur and fishmen tribes, which are considered subhuman. Though not human, their blood and certain organs are indeed compatible. Many harbor prejudice against these races, viewing them as beasts, yet at auctions, their worth often surpasses that of humans. The fur tribe has lived for generations upon Zao's back, which roams the ocean surface, rendering Zao's location ever-changing. To reach Zao, the life card is the sole means. With fortune, one might encounter Zao traversing the nearby seas. Typically, members of the fur tribe do not leave Zao, though some, yearning for a life beyond, venture into the sea, while others accidentally fall overboard, losing their way home. The market value of the fur tribe remains high in the black market. The organ trafficking assassination group, while differing in outcomes, parallels human traffickers in their methods. They also acquire unsold slaves, repurposing their organs. Due to the compatibility of organs and blood, there exists interest in these subhuman organs, with rumors in the black market suggesting their bodies possess greater strength. The king from the West Sea, having succumbed to such rumors, desires the organs of the fur tribe to enhance his child suffering from congenital organ failure. Coveted escorted the manager to the holding area for the fur tribe. Unlike other rooms, this space was adorned with soft furnishings, and within lay a white wolf-like member of the fur tribe, bound tightly like a dumpling. Since being captured and learning of their operations, this young member has attempted self-harm. However, being still a minor, she lacks the strength to resist effectively. To prevent any future actions, the organ trafficking assassination group aims to expedite her sale. Notify the surgical team, preparations for extraction may commence. The heart and kidneys are paramount in this transaction. No mishaps are permitted. Understood, manager. He turned to arrange for the surgical team, but a sudden tremor caused him to lose his footing and collapse to the ground. Debris fell from the ceiling, and the manager grimaced as he examined his shoulder. Now dust-laden. An earthquake? Coveted, still bewildered, had yet to comprehend the situation when individuals stumbled into the room. Manager, a grave situation has arisen. We are under attack. How is that possible? While our dealings are infamous, this is the first time we have been directly assaulted. Our location is obscure, and few can pinpoint our headquarters. Moreover, we possess sufficient strength, otherwise, we could not sustain such operations. Resolving our existence would require considerable effort. The world government had already established connections, ensuring their safety from naval blockades, as no pirate would undertake such a thankless endeavor. This manager is quite astute, refraining from engaging with formidable adversaries. For the first time in many years, they were confronted head-on, with relentless bombardments indicating that the external threat was formidable. The ships of the beast pirates had already docked, their cannons unleashing firepower upon the structures at the island's core, while the combat troops aboard surged forth. Although Kaido could choose to engage directly, he sought fierce warriors rather than mere survivors sheltered under his protection. He would certainly intervene against formidable opponents. Yet his subordinates were also required to possess their own combat prowess. However, the battlefield exhibited a devastating scenario. The organ trafficking assassination group rarely engaged in large-scale confrontations, and in the face of a powerful adversary, they appeared rather feeble. The Emperor of the Danbao, with steel wings unfurled, the low-flying Gene darted through the battlefield like a blade, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless against his rapid maneuvers. Rock blades and fireballs dominated the scene, as the remaining members of the beast pirates merely collected the spoils. The troublesome foes had all been dispatched, and those that remained had lost their courage, utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Whether they chose to resist or surrender, their fates were ultimately the same. The purpose of this operation was vengeance, with no intention of sparing any lives. When the manager emerged outside, what greeted him was the sight of a burning battlefield. The years of accumulation by the organ trafficking assassination group on this island reduced to ashes. This left the manager's heart bleeding. What is happening? Where did these people emerge from? I do not know. They suddenly appeared here and launched an assault on us. Judging by their flags, they are members of the beast pirates. Beasts? When did we offend the beasts? No one answered him. Who could possibly make sense of such matters? In this line of work, one has offended too many people. Pulling out a transponder snail from his pocket, the manager began to call for assistance. The beast pirates have recently risen as a formidable force in the New World, showcasing immense combat prowess in both their captain and crew. At this level, the pirate is beyond the capacity of him and his crew to contend with. He requires assistance. The snail phone was quickly connected, and on the other end was a pirate with whom he had been establishing contact during this period, although he had some commercial dealings with the world government. In the New World, the names of those individuals held little sway. Pirates are not government officials and are unencumbered by concerns of their careers. Only equally formidable pirates can instill a sense of caution in others. Mr. Perispero, it's me. Do you remember me? Pirates engage in commerce as well, and organ trafficking assassination groups are part of the underground world. The big MOM pirates maintain extensive connections within this realm, and he had some business dealings with big MOM. Hence his access to Perispero's contact information. It's you, what is the matter? We have come under attack from other pirates, and the enemy is quite strong. Previously, I mentioned my desire to borrow the big MOM flag. What do you think? The flag of a pirate cannot be borrowed casually. Using another's flag without permission can lead to severe repercussions if discovered afterward. He had considered this matter some time ago, yet both parties had disagreements regarding costs, so a consensus had not been reached. To Perispero, this seemed like an opportunity to inflate the price, thus he inquired about whom his interlocutor was battling, seeking to determine an appropriate figure for negotiation. However, upon hearing the answer, his expression shifted drastically. What did you just say? The matter of borrowing the flag. No, prior to that. Do you remember me? I do not. Who are you, and how did you acquire this number? He abruptly hung up the snail phone. What is wrong, Peros? A nearby associate observed Perispero's disdainful dismissal of the call, which seemed tinged with anger. Nothing, just a trivial insect has offended the beast pirates. However, it seems the underground world is on the verge of a reshuffle. While the organ trafficking assassination group holds a certain status in the underground world, they are merely unlawful merchants existing outside the rules, subsisting because of the demand for their services. In terms of force, both the world government and pirates can easily crush them, and should someone decide to eradicate them entirely, their own strength would prove insufficient. The new world belongs to pirates. Even the overlords of various underground industries are only kings within their domains. Their very existence is contingent upon their business dealings with powerful pirates and the world government. Once they lose their value, no one will care for their survival. Though the organ trafficking assassination group has not yet reached such a dire state, Their recent circumstances are far from favorable. Other underground enterprises have closely collaborated with them, to the extent of permitting the use of their flag. Yet the pirate who originally lent them the flag was recently defeated in a skirmish, leaving them unprotected. Typically, victors take over the spoils of the vanquished, including their businesses. However, this time, the victor is Whitebeard, who has no interest in such enterprises. Whitebeard's crew engages in arms smuggling, gambling, and mercenary work. But they have never touched businesses related to human trafficking, as he values family and disdains such dealings. Hence, the organ trafficking assassination group could not secure the protection of his flag, prompting the manager's desire to connect with Big Mom, while also seeking to establish new ties with the world government through the mythical thousand-year dragon. According to his plan, upon the successful completion of these two ventures, they would secure a more stable backing. Regrettably, the expedition to find the thousand-year dragon has yielded no news, and the exorbitant demands from Big Mom have left him in doubt, resulting in their reliance solely on their own strength when the beast pirates attacked. Not all assassins bear the name King Hassan. Their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, especially in the face of the current beast pirates. Gazing at the busy signal emanating from the snail phone, the manager's expression darkened further. Could it be that the Big Mom pirates actually fear the beast pirates? In truth, he was mistaken. Great pirates possess their own dignity. If they had already lent their flag, it is unlikely that Big Mom would remain indifferent, at the very least intervening to mediate. As fellow pirates, Charlotte Linlin is an elder to Kaido, making the notion of fear implausible. Moreover, this pertains to matters of reputation. If a pirate casually abandons their subordinate forces, the remaining followers would certainly lose trust in him. If the flag has already been lent, a conflict between the two parties may ensue, as the issue of face is quite serious among pirates. However, at present, there exists no agreement. Thus, Perispero need not deliberate further and promptly rejected their request without consulting Charlotte Linlin. As the firstborn, he possessed enough discernment to recognize that the beast pirates had seized hold of Big Mom's tongue. For her, sustenance far outweighs the meager tributes offered by an underground faction. Regarding the impending reshuffle of the underground world, the resources held by the organ trafficking assassination group extend beyond mere organs and assassination services, encompassing their supply chains, commercial scope, and a myriad of other industries. Should these individuals vanish, the rest of the underground world would swiftly descend upon this gap like sharks sensing blood in the water. Consequently, the manager did not even contemplate seeking assistance from others in the underground. It would suffice if they merely refrained from kicking him while he was down. Let us go. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. Although this is the headquarters, they possess other bases. Losing years of accumulation is regrettable, but it is far better than losing lives. He had already observed through his telescope that even if his subordinates chose to surrender, the opposing pirates showed no intention of relenting. Uncertain of when his men had offended the beast pirates, he realized that if they did not flee now, he would surely be the next unfortunate soul. During the construction of this site, they had considered various contingencies and thus prepared an escape route. Beneath the dungeon lies a secret passage leading to a hidden port on the island. Once aboard a vessel, they could flee to other strongholds and seek opportunities for resurgence. Manager, what shall we do now? You gather the rare goods and bring them aboard. I will give you 5 minutes. Assemble at operating room number 7 in 5 minutes. Coco Ding understood that the manager undoubtedly had a contingency plan, prompting him to call a few individuals to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, the manager intended to return to his office to retrieve the invaluable collectibles. He could only hope that the imposing iron gate would hold out a little longer. However, just as he turned to leave, a tremendous tremor reverberated from the exterior gate. Had the pirates arrived so swiftly? The individuals behind the door swallowed nervously, their legs instinctively retreating. Since the onset of the battle, they had been in a constant state of retreat. The skirmish on the open field had yielded no advantages, and it was only upon retreating into the building that they found temporary respite. Ordinary pirates did not typically carry siege weaponry. Although the main cannons of their ships possessed formidable power, their substantial recoil rendered them immobile and exceedingly difficult to disassemble and transport. They were uncertain of the purpose of their steadfastness, as the opposing force showed no inclination to accept surrender, compelling them to fall back to this location. The heavy door provided them with a modicum of reassurance, yet it was but a fleeting sense of security, which shattered in the very next moment, before their incredulous gazes. The grand door melted away, allowing the figures of Jean and Shayna to enter in succession. Subsequently, the stones conjured by Jean adorned the pathway beneath their feet. The molten iron rendered the ground nearly impassable for ordinary pirates. It was only with Jin's assistance that they managed to traverse this torrent of steel. Not a single foe was spared. They were all swiftly dealt with. Shayna cast a glance around her, observing only a horde of lackeys, rendering any further delay pointless. Her objective was the overseer of this place, prompting her to plunge deeper into the depths. Those around her scarcely caught a glimpse of a crimson silhouette before Shayna vanished entirely. With her unique ability, her speed increased exponentially during combat, reaching its zenith as the conflict intensified. "Jean, brother, you should join the captain. We shall handle things here." This operation is evidently closely tied to Shayna and Jean, a fact that has not escaped the notice of their underlings, though they remain unaware of the true identity of the Lunaria tribe. The beast pirates merely speculate about a sibling-like relationship between them. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. There are numerous eccentric yet formidable beings, and Shayna and Jean simply prefer to remain in the shadows. For the ordinary inhabitants of the beast territory, the external conflicts waged by the beast pirates present an opportunity for investment, a means to determine their standing within the organization. Kaido made it abundantly clear from the outset, as long as they possessed the courage, they could challenge even the prominent figures, and should they triumph, they would assume that esteemed position. However, apart from a few overly confident individuals who dared to attempt such challenges initially, no one else harbored such ambitions. For failure in these duels could result in severe repercussions. Moreover, their promotion system is entirely meritocratic, dictated solely by strength. And the swiftest path to enhancing one's prowess lies in the bestowal from Arceus. This endowment, regardless of its nature, can catalyze a transformative leap in their abilities. To date, those fortunate enough to draw the water splash leap have become the most exceptional scouts. While eligibility for such draws is contingent upon the merits earned in battle, the sole avenue for accruing merit. Should Shayna and Jean eliminate all adversaries, they would indeed find themselves in a precarious situation. With that, Jean departed, for the organ trafficking assassination group frequently apprehends various targets, including even ordinary humans of considerable size, not to mention the extraordinary hybrid beings among them. Consequently, they have constructed the subterranean passages to be remarkably spacious, allowing Jean, in his beastly form, to navigate freely. This, however, has become their greatest regret. The flames behind Jean flickered low, a testament to the accelerated speed of the Lunaria tribe. Due to the ongoing external skirmishes, the common members have been drawn out to confront the beast pirates, leaving only the upper echelons of the organization to remain within this safe zone. Thus, Jean unleashed indiscriminate attacks, while Shayna, her speed surpassing his, became an elusive blur that he could not pursue. The intricate layout of the area prompted Jean to split up from Shayna and act independently. Through the use of observation haki, she could sense the presence of nearby living beings, yet these individuals bore no significance to her. Not everyone possesses the analytical prowess of Fujitora to discern the unique traits of those around them. She could identify a few familiar auras, but the majority here were strangers. Even if she could sense their proximity, their identities remained a mystery. However, as she accelerated through the space, she detected a group of individuals on the move. Most were confined within a restricted area, their speed and range of motion appearing irregular. They seemed to be directly beneath her, yet the staircase lacked any discernible order, making it difficult for her to find a route downward. With her limited range of perception, she decided to leap downwards. In this world, paths do not inherently exist, however. As more individuals traverse, a path emerges. In the absence of a clear route, one must forge their own. Below her, the coveted, laden with significant cargo, was in the midst of a transfer. Following sporadic gunfire, resistance among the individuals dissipated, although they were trusted confidants of the manager. Possessing slightly greater prowess than the ordinary foot soldiers, their elevation to elite status made little difference to Shayna. Why have we wronged you? Why pursue complete annihilation? To this day, coveted remained oblivious to the reasons behind the beast pirates' assault on this location, especially their intent to leave no survivors. He awaited a response that never came. Shayna offered no explanation. Thus, the second-in-command of the organization met his demise, plagued by unanswered questions. Subsequently, Shayna turned her gaze towards several iron cages draped in black cloth behind her. Even in flight, one would carry such items, indicating their high value. Beneath the first cloth lay boxes containing unidentified liquids, housing various organs. A mere glance sufficed for Shayna before she covered them again. The cages behind contained living individuals, robust, whole, and possessing appealing features, regardless of gender. Their trade, originally unrelated to appearance, relied solely on practicality. As long as they were useful, that sufficed. Yet, The organs of such individuals fetched a higher price, as the elite were willing to pay handsomely in such markets. In the final cage was the wolf girl of the Fur clan, isolated and restrained with specially made high-temperature rubber shackles. They refrained from using anesthetics or sedatives unless absolutely necessary, as some believed these could damage internal organs. The Fur clan were born warriors, even the elderly, women, and children possessed combat capabilities surpassing that of an average adult male. The high-temperature rubber was designed to counteract their electrical abilities. The Fur clan could generate formidable static electricity through friction of their fur, which, after training, rivaled the power of lightning. The young member of the Fur tribe possesses an extraordinary ability to generate electricity, which has brought them considerable trouble. Although Shayna seeks vengeance, she is not inclined to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. The iron cage that confines them poses no barrier to her. She effortlessly breaks it apart. They ought to find a place to hide and refrain from running about, waiting for the outside to settle before emerging. However, she does not intend to waste time attending to their needs. After unshackling their chains, she plans to leave the rest to them. The prison garb they wear already reveals their identities, even if those from the Beast clan come after them. Subsequently, Shayna pursues her path. But not all are inclined to heed her words. For instance, the wolf girl of the Fur tribe, once freed from her constraints, instinctively follows the scent of Shayna. The isolationist tendencies of the Fur tribe are comparable to those of Wano country, albeit passively so. Due to the unique characteristics of Zou, outsiders rarely have the opportunity to discover it, and even if they succeed, the chances of landing there are exceedingly slim. The Fur tribe, residing atop Zou, remains largely unaware of the outside world, just as the outside world is oblivious to them. For example, it is commonly believed that the Fur tribe harbors disdain for humans. Yet in truth, they are a remarkably amicable race. To them, humans resemble a variant of their kind afflicted by alopecia. The young Fur tribe member departed from Zhao Wu. Driven solely by an insatiable curiosity for the world beyond, her understanding of its knowledge still insufficient. The beastly form of Shayna seemed to have fostered a misunderstanding within her. As the name suggests, the Fur tribe consists of creatures adorned with fur, in the perception of the wolf-furred maiden. Those who dwell overseas are also members of the Fur tribe, while ordinary humans are merely the sparsely furred monkey tribe. The Fur tribe residing in Zhao Wu comprises exclusively of mammals. The surface of the fire chicken is covered in feathers, not fur, a fact she remains oblivious to, as she perceives them as a species of feathered tribe absent from Zhao Wu. Members of the Fur tribe inherit the traits and abilities of their species. The rabbit tribe, fond of carrots, exemplifies this, despite the reality that ordinary rabbits should not overindulge in carrots. Yet, these rabbits are anything but ordinary, as their food intake is seemingly unconstrained. The cat Fur tribe is drawn to enticing cat wands, and the dog Fur tribe revels in bones. These characteristics define the essence of the Fur tribe. As a member of the wolf Fur tribe, she bears the keen sense of smell characteristic of wolves, and within the briefest encounter, she has already committed Shayna's scent to memory. Beneath the surface lies a vast prison, a place where the nefarious organ trafficking and assassination syndicate refers to it as a breeding ground, viewing the captives as mere livestock. At designated times, they release their captives from their cells, granting them a semblance of freedom. During these moments, a young girl from the Wolf Fur clan seeks avenues of escape. However, her attempts have proven futile. Yet, this experience has afforded her a deeper understanding of the underground environment than that of Shayna. While her speed may not rival Shayna's, she is familiar with certain shortcuts, and by following the subtle shifts in her scent, she manages to catch up with her. As she emerges from the narrow path, she witnesses Shayna pinning an individual against the wall, flames engulfing her leg, a manifestation of the signature move of the fire chicken, the flame kick. Shayna, already adept at kicking techniques, finds her power amplified by the abilities bestowed by the fire chicken, leaving a significant dent in the wall. At that moment, she sensed a disturbance behind her and instinctively turned to kick, only to find the little wolf girl from earlier. However, retracting the leg she had already kicked out proved to be no easy feat, though she managed to withdraw the flames and most of her force. The residual power was still enough to overwhelm an ordinary adult. Yet, the wolf-haired girl exhibited remarkable agility, catching Shayna's leg in a swift motion, performing 2 spins in midair to dissipate the force before landing gracefully on the ground. How impressive! Do the Fur tribes of the Outer Seas possess the ability to manipulate fire? The reason humans cannot generate electricity must surely be due to their sparse body hair. After all, this is a skill even a child of the Fur tribe can master. Shayna's flames were also assumed to be a talent of the outer Fur tribes, as no one had ever explained to her what a devil fruit was. In her understanding, the fur tribes of the outer seas must be vastly different from Zou. Initially, Inu Arashur and Nico Mamushi believed there were at least 5 islands in the world, a notion she had vehemently contested, asserting there must be at least 10. However, 2 years ago, those two had surreptitiously set sail without her, claiming she was too young to join them. They were merely 2 years her senior. Yet they spoke to her with such condescension, insisting there were no other fur tribes in the outer seas, only humans with their meager body hair. For the next 2 years, they had been utterly silent, leading her to believe they might have perished in the outer seas. Nevertheless, her decision to venture out was not to seek them, but rather to validate her own beliefs. Yet, within a few months, she found herself captured. Unable to exert her strength due to those irritating rubber restraints, Shayna's appearance seemed to unveil a new world to her. Instead of addressing her questions, Shayna retorted, "Weren't you supposed to hide? Why follow me? You must be here to take down that wicked manager, right? That's how stories go. You're incredible. You can bend those iron bars. Are many fur tribes in the outer seas capable of flight?" The wolf girl had a multitude of inquiries. For her time away had not been pleasant. The defining traits of the fur tribes were those of beasts, causing many to perceive her as a monster. Even in this new world, there existed islands isolated from civilization, where the inhabitants had never heard of devil fruit users. To them, a talking werewolf was merely a creature of nightmares. The organ trafficking and assassination syndicate did not fear her but rather regarded her as merchandise. Shayna was the first person she encountered who neither discriminated against nor feared her. She also happened to be the embodiment of the fur tribes from her perception of the outer seas, having vanquished the villains and rescued her. The fur tribes were known for their hospitality and did not discriminate against any race. Any extreme disdain they exhibited was directed solely at individuals. She now had numerous questions for Shayna, but Shayna showed little interest. "Listen closely, young lady. I don't have time to look after you. Your task is to hide well. The battle here will conclude shortly, and then you can go wherever you wish." With that, Shayna dismissed her, for the pathways here were overly intricate, and she had yet to locate the overseer or the object of her desire. "I know where that wicked manager is. I can smell him," she declared. "You fur tribes seem to have a rather poor sense of smell, and I am not a little girl. I shall become the next Duchess of Zou. I aspire to be the first female Duke of Zou." The ruler of Zou was referred to as a duke, and currently, it was Duke Sheep Genghis Khan who presided over Zou. The succession mechanism for the title of duke was peculiar, lacking a defined heir. Anyone who could gain the recognition of the residents of the furry duchy and the current duke, and possess the strength to defeat all challengers, could ascend as the new duke. Shayna was uninterested in the Duke of Zou, but was intrigued by the wolf girl's claim of knowing the overseer's whereabouts. "How do you know where he is?" "I remember his scent, but it seems he has already fled." "Lead the way." Shayna promptly scooped her up, requesting guidance. The Karuchu wolf-haired girl leaned closer, brushing her face against Shayna's as a greeting, a customary display of friendliness among her people. She interpreted Shayna's act of lifting her as a gesture of goodwill, although she didn't utter the word Karuchu. It was normal for there to be some variations among the fur tribes of the outer seas. Subsequently, she inhaled the air, beginning to indicate the direction to Shayna. Although Shayna was unfamiliar with the term Karuchu, she understood the gesture. The Lunaria tribe, also a minority, had their own methods of communication, such as greeting one another by bumping wings. "Let us just brush against each other. It won't hurt," Shayna thought, yet as she pursued, all she could see were ashes and a plethora of corpses. "Did you take care of them?" "No, that guy got away, but all necessary matters have been addressed." Jean gestured toward the ashes nearby. The strange patterns there were sacrificial symbols of the Lunaria tribe. With a flap of her wings, Shayna made the ashes and patterns vanish. It was evident that Jean had located the wings and incinerated them completely. What is the situation here? The leader, the one referred to as the manager, was never present. Those transferring his goods, as well as those we encountered earlier, were mere decoys. Jean summarized the individuals he had encountered along the way, explaining that extracting information from them was not particularly challenging. "What about this fur tribe? I saved her on the way. She was also captured by them. She claims to know the manager's location, so I brought her along." Shayna hesitated, for while the wolf-haired girl asserted she could smell the manager, Jean stated that the manager was not present. What, then, was the fur tribe in her arms detecting? "Little one, are you certain you haven't misjudged the scent?" "Absolutely not. I'm certain. It's that guy. He carries this very scent." Jean followed the direction of her finger and spotted the individual who had divulged crucial information. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. The wolf-furred girl spoke with unwavering confidence. Naturally, when he pressed for information, he would not have settled for just one piece of intelligence. The common thread among the details he gathered was the absence of the manager. Moments earlier, he had delivered a powerful kick to this person's chest, which should have ensured their demise. However, to be cautious, Jean approached the body. Upon contact, he realized the issue at hand. While there was no detectable breath or vital signs, the corpse exhibited rigor mortis with stiffened muscles and joints, and a lowered body temperature, clear signs of death. Yet, the rapidity of these symptoms was perplexing. Such a degree of rigor mortis could not manifest in such a short span of time. He had been deceived. This individual was feigning death, nearly leading him to overlook the ruse. With a swift punch aimed at the person's head, he sought to confirm his suspicions without a head. How could this person continue to pretend? Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, the body twisted away, its form shifting, enveloped in a coat of gray fur. This transformation was the very reason for the successful deception. The zoan-type possum fruit allowed this creature to mimic death convincingly. The inherent resilience of the animal kingdom led Jean to misjudge his own strength. He had not anticipated that a mere mortal could withstand such an assault. Furthermore, all the others present were his loyal subordinates, who had not divulged any information about him. When Jean pressed for answers, this individual had cleverly relayed false information, subsequently opting to feign death when the time to silence him arrived. To the untrained eye, he appeared genuinely lifeless, which resulted in the current predicament. As the manager of this organization, he had long concealed his true capabilities. Relying solely on managerial skills and intellect would not suffice to ascend to such heights in the underworld. Some degree of strength was essential. Cursed be that fur-clad wretch. He should have been eliminated at the outset. Jean had not anticipated that his exposure stemmed from his own goods, which had transformed into possum fur. Such was the power of a devil fruit. You have unwittingly rendered me a great service. Shayna gently stroked her head before setting her down. Jean had no intention of wasting time re-examining his target. The subsequent course of action would likely involve setting the place ablaze, thereby increasing his chances of escape. He might have observed Jin's recent handling of the deceased's belongings. If that led to his exposure, it would be a grave miscalculation. However, at present, he had no opportunity to feign death once more. Jean, your martial prowess is indeed lacking. Merely an accident. A possum capable of feigning death remains a mere possum. I shall not grant him another chance. For massive stones materialized, sealing the manager in place, rendering him immobile. This was rock bind, a control skill Jean frequently employed. He then unsheathed his long blade, flames licking the edge. As he swung the weapon, a serpentine flame erupted from the blade, raising the temperature within the corridor to uncomfortable levels, particularly for the wolf-furred girl, who abhorred high temperatures. How remarkable that you managed to feign death. Your vitality is indeed tenacious. Observing the charred yet still living manager, Jean approached him with an impassive expression. The tailor who crafted his mask had shown remarkable diligence. Not only was the fabric breathable and elastic, but it also reflected his emotional fluctuations, allowing observers to discern even the slightest change in the curvature of his lips. Wait. Why take such extreme measures? We have never wronged you. Dead men require not know so much. You have committed an unforgivable sin. With that, Jean severed the manager's head, incinerating both the body and the severed head until they were reduced to cinders, convinced that this would ensure the man's finality. After resolving the matter, he heard the sound of scattered footsteps behind him. The common members of the beast pirates had breached the lower levels, indicating that the battle above had concluded. Let us depart. Even if they hold no interest in this island, they must return with spoils of victory, and here they have uncovered a wealth of gold. While berries have maintained their value over the years, great powers prefer to convert their earnings into gold, both convenient for storage and reliable for value retention. Aside from gold and certain artworks, the most abundant spoils consisted of individuals, those captured by organ trafficking and assassination syndicates. This time, Kaido played the role of a benefactor, directly transporting them to a nearby island. It was not out of a desire to be a benevolent figure, but rather to utilize their voices to disseminate the news of this event. The annihilation of a pirate organization as headquarters is, indeed, a matter of great pride among pirates. Naturally, the beast pirates could not escort each individual back to their homes. Instead, they simply deposited them on an orderly island nearby before departing. However, not everyone chose to leave. The girl from the wolf fur tribe seemed to have become quite attached to them. Throughout the journey, she clung to Shayna's thigh like an ornament, insisting on following them back. We are pirates, do you understand? We are all villains. Observing the girl from the fur tribe who had latched onto her, Shayna felt a deep sense of helplessness. Even though her current identity was that of a pirate, a target of the world government's bounty, she found little merit in this status. Had it not been for that initial incident and the relentless pursuit of the world government, she might have been leading a tranquil life now. There was also Olga, a unique case. Her pure gold status nearly drew direct attention from the government, and her bravery had piqued Kaido's interest, which led to her recruitment as an apprentice on the ship. The combat prowess of this fur-clad young girl undoubtedly surpasses that of the average pirate. However, her naivety is striking. It is not difficult for Shayna to comprehend why she fell into captivity. Within mere moments of conversation, a sense of trust was established, making it all the more understandable that the little creature that had become so attached to her was subsequently abducted. Such an innocent little creature should return home to lead a naive life rather than venture out to sea as a pirate. But are you not the good ones? Only good people would save others, a logic so straightforward that Shayna momentarily found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Good people can commit wrongful acts, and occasionally, bad people may perform good deeds. Given your significant assistance, I shall escort you home. You ought to know the way back, do you not? If not, I have already lost my life card for Zoe, and I am unaware of the current whereabouts of the Elephant Lord. The Elephant Lord is the very essence of Zoe Island, a colossal creature with an unusual body structure. Since the land of furries is situated on its back, its position is rather unstable. After losing the life card, even the furry tribe cannot find their way back. At most, they can ascertain a general location. She was not jesting. Her life card had been lost during her prior capture. If you genuinely wish to return her to Zoe, it may require considerable effort or perhaps locating a life card for Zoe in the black market. Allow me to inform you that pirates are a fierce group. You should not be grinning like fools. Appear a bit more menacing. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a few pirates nearby handling supplies, intending to have them display the true nature of pirates to enlighten the naive furry girl. However, she erred. No matter how deliberately menacing a human expression may be, it pales in comparison to that of a wolf, and to her, these pirates merely appeared to be making faces. Boss, it seems we are at a loss. Forget it. Go about your business. Eventually, Shayna returned to the ship with this furry appendage. While it would have been easy to detach her, having seen through the manager's disguise made it difficult for her to act. Have you truly made up your mind? I have. I wish to accompany you and grow stronger, so that when I return to Zoe, I shall make them see me in a new light. As the beast pirate ship began its journey back, a little furry creature joined their ranks. Shayna, have you acquired a little follower? Lord of the sacred beasts, I rescued her from that island. But the situation is somewhat peculiar. Shayna succinctly summarized the specifics of her circumstances. If she wishes to follow, let her do so. One must take responsibility for their choices. As for the furry tribe, the Elephant Lord has been moving within a certain sea region due to punishment, and its information-gathering ability is significantly inferior to that of the Millennium Dragon flying across the world. Kaido was pleased with this development, as the furry tribe is known for their combat prowess. With a bit of training, any adult furry could become a formidable warrior. A group under the beast pirates had been sailing across various seas in search of the stone tablets, yet due to limitations in manpower and strength, the results were not particularly noteworthy. The furry tribe is innately combative, which led Arceus to ascend to the deck during the night. This will suffice for the image of the furry tribe. 5 stone tablets flew out in succession. After a moment's contemplation, the Thunderstone tablet positioned itself in the center. Previously, he had only utilized the power of 1 tablet or a fraction of his original strength, but this time was different. He activated all the tablets. His intention this time was not to modify, but to create. Creation is his inherent ability, and regardless of whether the tablets were fully gathered, this capability remained dormant, though he had seldom exercised it. Losing the tablets equated to losing a handy tool. It was arduous to turn screws by hand, but with the power of 5 tablets, attempting creation was certainly worthwhile. A point of light materialized in the air, subsequently developing like an embryo, and soon a yellow figure approximately 1.5 meters tall appeared aboard the ship. Indeed, creation demands the most effort. Compared to the brief time required for modification and empowerment, this creation process took considerably longer, yet the results were far more pronounced. Before long, the being before Arceus opened its eyes. After a slight movement of its jaw, it knelt before Arceus on one knee. Zeraora, I pay my respects, my lord. Zeraora, the Thunderclap Pokemon, is the first Pokemon conjured ex nihilo by Arceus in this realm, endowed with a measure of memory and linguistic capability, showcasing the considerable effort he exerted. From this day forth, your identity is that of a furry born overseas. Forge a strong rapport with that wolf furry girl, for your goal is to become the new king of the furry tribe in the future. Agricultural development is an innate genetic trait. The Beast Pirates, Big Mom's channels. In the Millennium Dragon, he has continually expanded his resources. The furry tribe possesses commendable combat abilities, especially the Moon Lion. Once he procures more suitable tablets to create the Moon God, a furry tribe capable of summoning the Moon Lion will be a force to reckon with. The Fur Kingdom and Wano share a covenant. They are allied nations, but not vassals. Were it not for Inuarashi and Nekomamushi inheriting the throne of Zou, coupled with Jack's actions on the island, the furry tribe would not be perceived as a subordinate nation. However, due to Inuarashi and Nekomamushi becoming retainers of Momo, the status of this brotherly alliance has deteriorated. Should a different king arise, the attitudes of both parties would inevitably shift. Zeraora's appearance resembles that of an upright cat, indistinguishable from the feline furry tribe, wielding electrical powers similarly. Aside from its moon lion form, it can seamlessly embody this identity. Furries born in the high seas are not unheard of, and no one can dispute his existence. Subsequently, Arceus began to recharge Zeraora. Unlike typical electric Pokemon, Zeraora lacks an organ for generating electricity. However, it can absorb external electrical energy and store it for later use. The pads on its hands and feet can emit electric currents to create magnetic fields, allowing it to fly by harnessing this magnetism. The Pokemon he creates will not betray him, and indirectly controlling the furry tribe through Zeraora presents a simple and feasible strategy. As for that wolf furry girl, Zou is open to the coexistence of dual kings, which is why he instructed Zeraora to establish a good rapport with the wolf furry before their return to Zou. Their relationship ought to be as intimate as possible. Zeraora was originally a genderless mythical creature, but Arceus made slight modifications. Should he succeed in his endeavors, such adjustments would not be in vain. This period is likely to be protracted, as the wolf-furred maiden has no intention of returning. As night fell, the wolf-furred maiden succumbed to a deep slumber, prompting Arceus to summon several of his subordinates to introduce them to Jirachi. Aside from their awareness of Jirachi's true identity, he would henceforth be recognized externally as a member of the feline fur tribe. June and Shayna expressed no objections. However, Shayna felt a tinge of discomfort, as it was she who had arrived first, yet now Arceus seemed to have a new confidant. This left her with a sense of emptiness, and amidst this situation, a subtle competition began to emerge, aimed at demonstrating who was the most reliable subordinate. Nevertheless, this competition had yet to manifest itself. When the wolf-furred maiden awoke the following day, she discovered a new member of the fur tribe aboard the vessel. She took a moment to inhale deeply, while Shayna provided her with insights into overseas customs. Yet, the aura emanating from Jirachi was distinctly different from that of an ordinary human. This must be the authentic fur tribe from the outer seas that she has never encountered before. Karuchu. At present, the initial interaction appears to be quite favorable. Standing at a height of 1.50 meters, she is not particularly tall in the world of pirates. Although he has imparted some worldly knowledge and linguistic abilities to Jalora, he is still merely a child, having been born not long ago. Her rapport with the wolf fur tribe is relatively pleasant. Everything from the horned Kaido to Arceus is a novelty for her. Previously, Shayna was responsible for guiding Olga, and now that Olga has essentially graduated, she finds herself overseeing a wolf fur girl in Jalora, resembling the trajectory of a kindergarten principal. Nevertheless, she is pleased with this development, for it signifies the enduring trust and regard that Arceus holds for her, which is why she has been entrusted with such responsibilities. Within a few days, the beast pirates return to the main island with the spoils of their journey. The Winter Island's environment captivates the wolf fur girl, as her kind is averse to heat. And the rare instances of her kind venturing to the Winter Island's climate make this her first encounter with snow. Jalora, look. It's snow. Truly frigid, compared to the unfamiliar, less furred humans. This authentic fur tribe evokes a sense of familiarity within her, thus facilitating her bond with Jalora. Moreover, Shayna seems to have developed a slight aura of mysticism lately. Under the dual influence of herself and Jalora, the wolf fur girl subconsciously harbors a growing reverence for Arceus. Shauna, slow down. Despite Jalora's call for her to take it easy, she leapt from the ship before it had fully anchored. Shauna is her name, but she is merely a white wolf. Although Jalora implored her to slow down, it appears his warning went unheard. She sprinted too swiftly and, in her haste, collided with something. Looking up, she found a plump human standing before her. For tribe? Where do you hail from? This is Quinn, who has come to collect the spoils and divide them accordingly. Unexpectedly, before the ship could even dock, a fur tribe appeared, and not just one. This one I brought back, and that one was brought back by the Lord of the Sacred Beasts. Do you have any objections? None, of course not. What delightful little fur tribes they are. Would you like some fruit? Quinn, who had just moments ago exhibited impatience, swiftly transformed his demeanor and produced 2 fruits. After all, it is not unusual for the Beastmasters to return with a child. The last time, Jean and Olga went out to procure supplies and ended up bringing back 13 children, who are currently assisting in the work at AC. This time, Shayna and her companions directly retrieved 2 members of the fur tribe. Should they bring back a merman next time, he would hardly find it peculiar. However, she is a wolf fur, and while she does consume fruits, she does not possess a particular fondness for them. In the sky, the ancient dragon, transformed into the primordial great bird, soared towards the distant mountain peaks, which would serve as their new gathering place. Everything was satisfactory, save for the chill in the air. This is not the first time engaging in battle. Many processes have become established. Shayna went to arrange accommodations for Shauna and Jalora, while Jean returned to the warehouse with his treasures. Quinn took the remaining share in the ledger to divide the spoils. Kaido wandered aimlessly for quite some time without accomplishing anything, and upon his return, he whimsically took flight. Not knowing where he ended up, Kaido's habitual absence left Arceus in charge during his absence. The years of accumulated dealings in organ trafficking and assassination had ultimately fallen into the hands of the beast pirates. The distributed treasures were largely mundane, with only a few precious items being tucked away. Arceus could not fathom the so-called artworks, which, despite their higher price tags, paled in comparison to the ever-fluctuating value of lifeless objects. For pirates, the devil fruits and renowned blades held far greater significance. However, within the beast pirates, there were no sword masters in any definitive sense. Although Jean wielded a blade, he regarded it merely as a tool, and the swords confiscated this time were not particularly exceptional. For now, they have been placed in the treasure vault, awaiting the arrival of their future owner. The most significant acquisition from this venture is undoubtedly a devil fruit. Quinn, are you familiar with the type of this fruit? Wait, Arceus, this fruit is rather rare. I must take my time to locate it. The Devil Fruit Compendium, much like a dictionary, possesses a catalog categorizing fruits based on their patterns, colors, and types, such as the apple's shape, green hue, and square feather-like markings. However, this particular fruit proves challenging to classify, rendering the search rather complex. It may belong to an undocumented variety. Oh, no, I've found it. Not all devil fruits are recorded in the compendium. The exact number that has appeared over the centuries remains a mystery, as does the number of fruits yet to be discovered. Nevertheless, Quinn eventually located the record of this fruit, indicating that it once had an owner. Yet, upon gazing at the compendium's entry, Quinn fell silent, uncertain of what to say. What is it? The human fruit, ancient type, primitive human form. With hesitance, Quinn articulated the answer after examining the entry. There is no denying that this fruit sounds exceedingly peculiar. Primitive human? The variety of devil fruits is vast, and theoretically, any animal-type fruit exists in ordinary, mythical, and ancient forms. The human fruit represents a significant classification within animal-type devil fruits, yet the ancient variant. Is it merely a stronger version of an ordinary human? Indeed, if the compendium is accurate, this is the fruit that transforms one into a primitive human. Quinn found this perplexing. The fundamental ability of animal-type fruits is their 3-stage transformation. Most animal-type fruits achieve their pinnacle in the hybrid form, maintaining human agility while granting the strength of a beast. However, the hybrid form of this primitive human fruit seems to merely augment muscularity. Which stage of primitive humans does it represent? The term primitive human encompasses a broad spectrum, if evolutionary theory applies similarly in this world and is rational. The more primitive one is, the closer they resemble monkeys, while the more modern, the more human-like they appear. Furthermore, this world is not solely inhabited by humans. Numerous subhuman races exist, including the long-legged, long-armed, three-eyed, serpent-headed, fishmen, fur-clad, giant, and diminutive races. Whether these beings share a common ancestor from ancient times remains a question for exploration. If so, the potential of this fruit may be significant. The compendium's description likely pertains to modern primitive humans resembling robust wild men, though no further details are provided. Naturally, such a comprehensive compendium contains more than just names and appearances. It also encompasses general descriptions of abilities. Although the entry for the primitive human fruit is brief, the image it conveys is already quite close to that of contemporary humans. This is beyond my area of expertise, Arceus. I am uncertain of more intricate details. Perhaps we should find someone to experiment with it? No. Let us store it for now. After all, it is an ancient type, and it would be a shame to waste it. If all else fails, it could be given to the Millennium Dragon, Despite their modifications, their alteration allows them to consume devil fruits, making the human fruit practical for non-human entities. However, it would be fascinating to see the outcome if an ordinary human were to consume the most basic human fruit. Yes, I understand. How are the new seedlings I provided you? They are thriving remarkably well. The seeds cultivated by you, Arceus, are indeed exceptional. Those rapidly growing crops have borne fruit, all of which possess exquisite flavor, unlike anything I have encountered before. Keep up the good work. With such valuable offerings, your efforts shall not go unrewarded. However, there are aspects you must remain vigilant about. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of these matters. The island's inhabitants and my crew of pirates currently hold a favorable view of me. He recognizes that Arceus emphasizes his treatment of subordinates, and through long-term adjustment, he has improved this issue, now offering decent treatment to his direct subordinates, including but not limited to sharing some platters made from the special fruits freshly produced in the laboratory. This is a consideration for the future, otherwise Quinn could easily become an unstable element within the beast pirates. However, at that moment, a peculiar sound reached Arceus's ears. Do you hear that noise? It seems something is discharging electricity? Surely no one would dare cause trouble here. Has the generator malfunctioned? Wait a moment, I shall go investigate. With that, Quinn exited the chamber belonging to Arceus, or rather, the villa, were it not for Kaido's intention not to settle permanently on this island. The structures here would likely have been transformed into palatial residences. Recently, Quinn had experienced a string of successes, achieving a new breakthrough with his haki, and had not faced any unprovoked attacks for quite some time. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a surge of white light rushing toward him. Although it did not appear substantial, the sound of discharging electricity was unmistakably emanating from this source, and he was soon met with a foot to the face. Years of experience had conditioned him to react instinctively. His haki defense swiftly intercepted the attack, and he reached out to seize the unidentified entity. Who are you? That little imp from the fur tribe? Well done, Quinn. Hold on to her tightly. Shayna and Jalora had pursued from the side, not long prior. Shayna had been arranging new accommodations for them. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until a gust of wind scattered the clouds overhead, and chaos ensued. In an instant, she glanced up at the sky, and her tail and hair began to grow rapidly, transforming her into a pure white form, plunging her into a state of uncontrollable frenzy. Initially, she began to ferociously attack the surrounding creatures. However, upon realizing she could not overpower Shayna and Jalora, she took to fleeing in all directions. Shayna and Jalora, uncertain of the unfolding situation, refrained from intervening until Quinn managed to capture her. Listening to Shayna's account, Quinn looked up at the moon. Tonight was a full moon. And suddenly everything made sense. You are still young. This is the true form of the fur tribe, the moon lion. However, it seems this little one has not undergone training and is thus in a state of chaos. Moon lion? Indeed, members of the fur tribe, upon witnessing the full moon, awaken the wild instincts dormant within them. If they can control it, their strength surges dramatically. Yet, if not, they will indiscriminately attack nearby creatures until the moon vanishes or they exhaust themselves. In terms of knowledge, Shayna and Jalora were indeed less informed than Quinn, as their life experiences were entirely different. However, Shauna did not appear inclined to hear Quinn's exposition. A powerful current erupted from her being, yet nothing transpired. Jalora swiftly intervened, absorbing all the released electricity. Indeed, he is also of the fur tribe. Shouldn't matters concerning the fur tribe be resolved by their own kind? He is different. He was created by the sacred beast. Should I administer a sedative? Though in this state, it may not prove effective. Quinn refrained from inquiring further. Arceus likely had his own plans, and all Quinn needed to comprehend was Jalora's uniqueness. However, as they deliberated on how to proceed, a chime resonated from behind them. The healing bell's sound served to soothe the furious Shauna. This state of chaos undoubtedly belongs to an abnormal condition, and the soothing chime of the healing bell can certainly restore tranquility. Let us take her back to rest. The curtains should be drawn thicker. Jirachi, please come to me. While Jirachi may not embody the moon lion, the manifestation of the moon lion is characterized by a transformation in color to a pale hue, an enhancement of strength, and variations in fur length that differ among individuals. Consequently, Arceus intends to bestow upon Jirachi a skin-changing feature. Indeed, there exists a shimmering white variant of Jirachi, as the coloration of different Pokemon varies, likely due to genetic factors. With a slight modification, Jirachi will possess a one-touch skin-changing ability when it is not in use. During a full moon, one can choose to alter its fur color, unleashing a more potent electrical current. Otherwise, it must be restrained. As commanded. The following day, Shauna awoke from her slumber, her memories of the previous night somewhat hazy, leaving her with a lingering weakness in her legs. She sat up and rubbed her face, recalling the image of a full moon. Young Pokemon of the fur tribe, untrained, were typically prohibited from venturing out during a full moon. However, her time spent with the organ trafficking assassination group had left her disoriented with respect to the calendar. She was entirely unaware that yesterday was a full moon. Initially, she had been enjoying herself in the snow, but upon inadvertently glancing at the moon in the sky, everything changed. Oh no, it's the moon lion. And Zoa. Someone was watching her, yet outside, there was no one. She rather liked this place. At least the villagers did not harbor any fear towards her. For the inhabitants of the beast territory, those with animal abilities are not uncommon, so the villagers had no special sentiments towards the fur tribe. Should any destruction arise from a transformation into the moon lion, resulting in a compromised sensory perception, it would be disastrous. She peeked through a crack in the curtains to find it was daytime, and thus she dashed outside, discovering that this place appeared untouched by battle. Shauna approached Jirachi's dwelling. Mindful of the strict prohibition against outsiders near Shayna's residence, a point she remembered clearly as Shayna had emphasized it repeatedly the previous day. Jirachi, are you there? I am behind you. It is already noon. Receiving no response, Shauna attempted to climb through the window just as Jirachi emerged from behind her. He had gone to the tailor to have a suitable outfit made. While clothing for the fur tribe is often minimal, it is still necessary, lest one be left in a state of undress. Although a Pokemon's skin is inherently its attire, they do not mind an additional layer. And many Pokemon don human clothing, particularly during grand competitions. Did anything inappropriate happen last night? If you are referring to your transformation into the Moon Lion, then indeed, that occurred. However, there is no need for concern, nothing untoward transpired. Oh, that is a relief. I was worried I might be cast out. But what exactly did we experience last night? Was the moon obscured by clouds? Untrained members of the fur tribe do not have the capacity to voluntarily revert from the moon lion state. It either requires exhaustion or the moon's disappearance. However, this exhaustion does not imply mere fatigue, but rather a state of complete depletion. The fact that she stands here intact indicates the moon lion state ended prematurely. Thanks to Lord Arceus, who assisted in lifting your berserk form. Where are you headed? To express my gratitude. Do not be so flustered. This is not Zoa. You must adapt to the customs of the outside world. Moreover, Lord Arceus is not present here. Then where is he? At this moment, he should be at the banquet. A banquet? Jirachi realized he had underestimated the difficulty of the task assigned by Arceus. After all, he was still a child himself. So why was he entrusted with the responsibility of caring for another child? Shauna, in her initial foray into the world, was akin to a child filled with countless questions, brimming with curiosity about everything around her. Her understanding of the world was derived solely from Arceus, who had only provided her with rudimentary knowledge. Thus, as she continued to inquire, Jirachi found himself at a loss for answers. However, the growl of Shauna's stomach resolved this predicament. Let us go. I shall take you to the banquet for a meal. The fur tribe is indiscriminate in their dietary preferences, excluding only beings covered in fur, such as cattle and sheep, while poultry and marine creatures are exceptions. Although Zoa is insular, it is not lacking in spices, though grand feasts akin to pirate banquets are a rare occurrence. A massive chicken leg was stuffed into her mouth, and she even chewed through the bone as she swallowed it whole. The members of the organ trafficking assassination group certainly did not skimp on food and drink, but during her time with them, she had resorted to starvation in a bid for death, thus she had been force-fed nutrient paste, which, while nourishing, left much to be desired in terms of flavor. The cooks of the beast pirate crew may not be exceptional, yet they exceed the average. Their roasted dishes align perfectly with her palate. Jirachi, do you not fear the heat? Heat? Yes, that cat viper fellow has a cat's tongue and is particularly sensitive to temperature. He can hardly consume anything that is even slightly warm. This is also a characteristic of the feline fur tribe. In her perspective, Jalora is akin to a feline fur, yet exhibits an utter lack of fear towards heat. I am not like him. Indeed, you are far more handsome than he is. A woo. Shauna is solely interested in the food, and now she perceives the banquet as a splendid affair. The other pirates swiftly immerse themselves in the atmosphere, as the culture of feasting has become a distinctive tradition among pirates. Although Kaido has yet to return, this does not hinder his subordinates from celebrating their victory in battle. However, some individuals in the venue have found themselves encircled. Hey, are you exceptionally lucky, or what? Indeed. Why is it that the credit for this victory falls upon you again? There's no helping it. Luck is on my side. The recipient of this accolade, Mandafich, is also the one who previously acquired the Splash Leap ability. In this battle, the more formidable opponents were adeptly dealt with by Shayna and Jane, leaving Mandafich merely to play a supporting role. While contributions are calculated, the majority simply share in the spoils. Due to his Splash Leap ability, Mandafich did not engage directly in the assault but instead leaped about on the sea behind the island, fortuitously encountering individuals attempting to flee with the amassed wealth of an organ trafficking assassination group. When the manager attempted to escape, he carried only precious treasures, while the substantial fortune remained with those individuals. Consequently, the recognition for the victory ultimately fell upon Mandafich, inciting feelings of envy among many. However, they cannot deny that this fellow is indeed extraordinarily fortunate, having struck precisely at the smallest target. Quinn, bring forth the second plate. After drawing this, one must also draw attributes followed by the method of acquisition and ultimately determine the specific ability. The process is rather intricate. His luck had been favorable up to this point. Water attribute, a direct transformation without utilizing a fruit. Yet, during the final selection of specific abilities, it seemed his fortune had been depleted. Powerful abilities such as divine beasts, phantom beasts, and demigods did not manifest here. Those are reserved for individuals with exceptional talents. Nonetheless, among the remaining abilities, there are still many commendable ones categorized by rarity and strength across different domains. This time, he was unable to inherit his previous stroke of luck, as the dart landed squarely upon a red koi fish emblem. Had he drawn a fruit transformation method, he would have entered a waiting period, biding his time for the 100 Beast Pirates to procure a suitable fruit. Fortunately, he had drawn the direct transformation. While this alleviated the issue of being water-averse, it did confine his abilities within the parameters of 5 stone tablets, with the red koi fish being none other than the renowned king of koi. These creatures can be found in various aquatic realms. Although they are weak among aquatic species and may even be swept away by powerful currents, they possess a remarkable vitality, capable of adapting to diverse aquatic environments. Whether in freshwater or saltwater, lakes, rivers, or oceans, their presence is ubiquitous. A well-trained king of koi can indeed become formidable, capable of swimming upstream against waterfalls. Although it cannot evolve into a Gyarados through its own strength, the abilities of the king of koi are still significant. At the very least, upon entering a human-animal hybrid form, he can breathe and survive underwater, effectively gaining the advantages of a merman. Individual variability persists through rigorous training. A king of koi can grow stronger, albeit the journey is far more arduous. However, it is essential to note that he has acquired the powers of the king of koi rather than transforming into one. Thus, the extent of his advancement is contingent upon his own efforts. As for whether this ability might incite any complications, it is unlikely anyone would take note of an ordinary ability user within the ranks of the 100 Beast Pirates, even if this power is somewhat peculiar. The exact number of ability users among those sailing the seas remains a mystery, and the powers of the king of koi could lead to him being mistakenly perceived as having merman lineage. The myriad of bizarre abilities derived from devil fruits, with the understanding that fruit users cannot swim, has become ingrained in the worldview of the world government. As time progresses, the fact that Arceus can bestow abilities upon others will inevitably come to light. Such bestowal is not conducted in secrecy, but rather akin to a public display of divine favor, motivating his subordinates to work with greater diligence. Currently, these individuals are reliable confidants. But as the scale of the 100 Beasts expands, it is likely that government spies will begin to encroach upon this territory. This extraordinary ability may pique the interest of the world government, yet it is unlikely to provoke a full-scale mobilization. More likely, they would dispatch a few agents to operate clandestinely. Not everyone possesses the aquatic ability, nor can everyone undergo personal transformation. The luck of Mandafii cannot be replicated in every individual, thus those capable of swimming will ultimately remain a rare minority. Furthermore, abilities vary in strength, but the user's proficiency is equally crucial. The extent to which one can develop their powers largely depends on their innate talent. In the eyes of the world government, only those who pose a genuine threat to the established world order are deemed true adversaries, such as Wald, who escaped from prison in the original timeline, ZEF, who severed ties with the Navy, or Rox, who once abducted celestial dragons in God's Valley, as well as Dragon from the Revolutionary Army. Kaido may be regarded as a formidable pirate, yet he is not considered a grave concern. Otherwise, the world government would not have engaged in trade with him, selling him the likes of the Beast Tamer. Shanks is permitted direct audiences with the Gorosei, leaving many to wonder what clandestine dealings the world government is truly involved in. Compared to the abilities of this so-called king of carps, the true identities of Jin and Shayna would likely arouse far greater interest from the government. Racial identity can be concealed, but the bestowal of abilities cannot remain hidden unless all recipients choose to remain reclusive, which would defeat the very purpose of their powers. Although they may be commanded to silence in public, this would merely prolong the inevitable exposure. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The frequency of ability users appearing is not particularly alarming. With the government's detached management style, barring incidents involving the celestial dragons or the destabilization of allied nations, most matters are treated as trivial. Issues concerning the governance of allied nations must be addressed openly. Otherwise, they will continue to be ignored. The government's approach is to respond only when a threat is visible. This is their attitude toward most situations. After all, every so often, their lord conducts a purging, for he is the true power behind the world government. The power from Arceus surged into Mandafei's being, yielding immediate and remarkable results. He felt that force coursing through him. Hey, Mandafei, why are you in a daze? You've received something. Indeed, why is it happening so quickly this time? You're not faltering, are you? Observing his stupor, the crowd below began to jeer, reveling in the spectacle. Stop dawdling. What is your ability? Show us. Silence. I shall demonstrate my power to you all. With that, he concentrated and summoned the energy within him. Red scales began to manifest on his skin, and two golden whiskers unfurled from the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of Kaido's transformation. No way could it be that he has a power akin to that of Brother Kaido? The pirates below transitioned from shock to bewilderment, then erupted in laughter. Initially, the transformation appeared formidable. But as it concluded and the full form of the King of Carps was unveiled, everything changed. Indeed, it was a fish fruit. But his fish fruit was genuinely that of a fish. What are you laughing at? Do you possess this power? No, we recognize that you've gained an ability, but we can't help but laugh. Does this mean you've turned into a fishman? Can you even swim? If he could swim, his position as a scout would be quite secure, perhaps only second to Elizabeth. Indeed, and even more than that. Mandafei leaped into a nearby fountain, feeling no weakness in his body, and floated effortlessly. As he explored his newfound abilities, he sensed a heightened vitality. The earlier splash seemed interconnected with this power, and he felt capable of leaping even higher, his body becoming more resilient. With a vigorous jump in the water, his leaping prowess had indeed multiplied several times over. He patted his scales and drew a small knife from his waist, attempting to pierce his skin. The blade did not breach the scales but merely glided over them, leaving no mark behind. This could also be considered an ancillary ability. After all, the Magikarp possesses almost no flesh, apart from its internal organs. It is comprised solely of scales and bones. Its anthropomorphic form resembles a creature clad in a hardened armor of scales and bones. Remarkably, it even allowed others to strike it twice with swords. Although some marks were left, its defenses remained intact. This signifies a substantial increase in its safety during combat, rendering the attacks of ordinary pirates ineffective against it. While the long-range shots from a flintlock may inflict pain, they can still be warded off. With this capability, it can conduct reconnaissance underwater. The combination of water currents and its scaled armor renders typical firearms incapable of inflicting meaningful damage. Moreover, its diving ability enables it to effectively evade most ability users. As long as it does not act recklessly, its path to growth is considerably safer than that of others. Even the most ordinary Magikarp possesses abilities that others might envy. The banquet is not yet over, yet all are approaching it with their cups in hand. It cannot hope to leave upright today. What are those people doing? Do they harbor a grudge? Why must they force it to drink such unpleasant concoctions? 2 roasted chickens, 3 grilled fish, and a large piece of sea beast meat have filled its stomach as it gazes in bewilderment at the pirates' relentless drinking of Mandafei. No. This must be their way of expressing camaraderie. Is that so? The world outside is indeed fascinating. People can transform into fish. That is the power of Lord Arceus. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Since you have remained, you should strive earnestly. You too have a chance. I do not wish to become a fish. There are many forms of abilities. It is merely a matter of unfortunate luck. According to the law of conservation, an individual's luck has a finite total. It has already been exhausted, rendering the final lottery less than favorable. Is that so? Can one transform into a mightier wolf? Shauna licked the oil from her claws, seemingly anticipating something. The cat viper and the dog Gale left Zou 2 years prior, and when the inhabitants of Zou discovered their departure, it caused quite a stir. She too wishes to be the focus of such attention. Thus the new king of Zou has become her ideal. Perhaps, but such matters may be premature for you. Where do you wish to go? To thank Lord Arceus, of course. Furthermore, he can teach me to master the Moon Lion, cannot he? The people of Zou claim I am too young, that it is not yet time for me to learn. The legacy of Zou is passed down by those proficient in controlling the Moon Lion, and since Arceus can quell its rage, he should also know how to teach her to harness this power. Mastering the Moon Lion is the quickest way for the Fur tribe to enhance their strength. Although there may be time constraints, possessing great power for even a single day each month is still quite advantageous. Do not rush. Once the banquet concludes, I shall take you. He is a creation of Arceus, possessing his own understanding of many matters. The traditional greeting of the Fur tribe is Karuchiyu. Shauna's choice to greet Arceus in such a manner might be perceived as irreverent. However, this is also part of their etiquette, and publicly rebuking her would be unwise. Jiraiya intends to guide her in gradually acclimating to external customs. By the way, Jiraiya, can you wield the Moon Lion? I cannot. You cannot? I wish for you to teach me. Then we shall learn together when the time comes. Traditionally, the duration for bestowing abilities has been 3 days. Hence the Beast Pirates banquet typically spans this length. Mandafei was repeatedly inundated with drink, ultimately being carried away by his roommates. Everyone else had sobered up, yet he remained inebriated. Moreover, he was bound with ropes while being taken away. Though he was intoxicated, it seemed he truly became a Magikarp in his dreams, leaping about incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya has led Shauna to Arceus. He had already broached the subject beforehand, and Arceus has granted his approval. While he may not comprehend the Moon Lion, he is still capable of teaching her how to control it. With his healing bell, Shauna would not fall into complete chaos. Through practice, she would eventually master the Moon Lion. This is quite similar to Zou's methods. Kaido remains uncontacted, yet his life card is vibrant. And there are no reports of his recapture in the newspapers, indicating that his condition should be satisfactory. However, in recent days, news of the complete destruction of the organ trafficking assassination group's headquarters has circulated, primarily disseminated by those released by the Beast Pirates. They are unaware of the reasons behind the Beast Pirates' assault on this organization, but it matters little. The Beast Pirates saved them. Thus their words are imbued with a certain fondness for the crew. In response, Morgans has engaged in artistic embellishment. The fabricated article is so far-fetched that even the Beast Pirates' own crew would find it hard to believe. He has audaciously bestowed upon the Beast Pirates a title of righteousness. Given the plethora of reports concerning the violent actions of pirates, it is nearly impossible to capture public attention without the annihilation of a nation. Thus, the emergence of a pirate crew engaging in acts of justice makes for a far more captivating narrative. The outcome remains unchanged. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group has been obliterated, yet Morgan's hired writers have concocted a plethora of reasons and processes for the Beast Pirates' intervention. It could easily be spun into a novel. Overall, that issue of the newspaper saw considerable sales. In the territory of the Beast Pirates, were we not here to seize treasure? How did it come to this? Uncertain. I recall that Captain Quinn mentioned it was an act of vengeance. Regardless, the matter has come to a close. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki gazed at the headline in the newspaper, his expression marred by fury. Although he had only joined the Navy a little over a year ago, having just departed from Zephyr's training camp, he believed that pirates, regardless of their actions, were undeserving of the title they bore. Morgan's newspaper elicited varied responses from different factions, yet the most heated debate unfolded within the chambers of the world government. Here, officials at the very center of authority were gathered. Not every issue necessitated intervention from the Gorosei. These governmental bodies constituted the true front line. The opposing factions could be categorized into 2 camps. One faction argued that the Beast Pirates' unprovoked assaults posed a grave threat to the world and should be eradicated swiftly, as they were the ones connected to the organ trafficking assassination group. They boasted to the celestial dragons about what this group could offer. Yet the Beast Pirates' actions had obliterated all of that, resulting in substantial personal losses. Conversely, the opposing faction comprised beneficiaries who derived a significant portion of their income from artificial organs and prosthetics. With the disappearance of the organ trafficking assassination group, the void in the market had been rapidly filled by them. The 2 factions, inherently adversarial due to their competing interests, were keen to see each other falter. Despite the lack of direct ties between them and Kaido, ultimately, the proposal from the former faction was not passed, and in the underworld, the actions of the Beast Pirates had already stirred considerable turmoil. Across various islands in the New World, leaders of the underground industries convened in prearranged rooms. And when the time arrived, they simultaneously grasped their transponder snails. Soon, multiple screens flickered to life before them. Slightly blurred figures emerged on the screens, representing the sovereigns of the underground realms in the New World. In recent years, the underground world had undergone significant upheaval, and they were the victors in the ongoing battles for supremacy. The organ trafficking assassination group, despite its notoriety, had held a considerable position in the underground world. The sudden annihilation of such a force naturally caused ripples, drawing the attention of these industry titans. Each individual faced 5 screens that encompassed the majority of business in the underground realm. The Loan Shark King, Field, remained merely an intermediary for now. Yet signs of prosperity were already evident. His primary enterprise involved high-interest loans, making him a key player in the monetary circulation of the dark world. Nearly every exchange in the New World bore his influence, and his power was felt in numerous casinos. Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency, possessed the ability to transform into a bird through the powers of the Tori Tori Nomi model, Albatross. His business revolved around gathering and publishing news, dominating the intelligence landscape of the New World, and he had a penchant for creating sensational headlines, ever presenting himself in avian form. Some questioned whether he had consumed the human fruit instead of the albatross fruit. Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, remained an enigmatic figure. Her true age was a mystery, and no one could ascertain how many years she had lived. She ruled over the red light district of the New World, with ties to various legitimate entertainment enterprises. However, her identity was multifaceted, as she also served as an operative for the world government, from whom numerous pieces of intelligence were sourced. The king of maritime transport, the deep-sea current expert Umit, had yet to grow his beard, appearing rather sprightly. He presided over the maritime transport sector of the underground business, wielding extensive influence. Nearly all pirates in the New World relied on his operations, as he controlled several clandestine sea routes, ensuring the secure delivery of goods, albeit at a steep price. The owner of a storage business, the smuggler Cabosin, still bore a black beard this year. He maintained a close commercial relationship with Umit. One stored goods while the other transported them. The warehouses were filled predominantly with contraband, making them a significant part of the smuggling trade. Even some of the items Kaido had procured previously had originated from him. The Grim Reaper of the undertaking business, Draga Piccolo, was a novice assassin. The profession was peculiar, demanding anonymity to avoid drawing the ire of enemies while simultaneously requiring a certain level of notoriety to secure business. Although he had recently shifted to accepting contracts for berths, he always carried a scythe yet rarely engaged personally. With the disappearance of the organ trafficking assassination group, he emerged as the largest beneficiary, capturing the organ transplant business from medical supply firms linked to the world government while seizing assassination contracts for himself. Not long ago, he had come across a lucrative offer, a contract for the assassination of Kaido, issued by remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. Despite the fall of their headquarters, they still maintained other outposts, suggesting that the organization had not entirely vanished. However, bereft of leadership and its original shield, it could no longer pose a significant threat. The reasons behind Kaido's assault on the organ trafficking assassination group remained enigmatic to them. Today he could strike at this group, and tomorrow he could target others. Even if they were backed by protective forces, it did not preclude Kaido from acting against them, even if they sought vengeance later due to matters of pride. What good would revenge serve if one were already dead? Though these individuals may not pose a direct threat to a formidable pirate, their collective efforts can indeed create considerable inconvenience for him. Each pirate commands his own territory. Thus, engaging intermediaries like them is the most prudent approach to avoid frequent conflicts. United in purpose, they could potentially cut off a particular island in the New World from vital imports, as pirates cannot traverse legitimate trade routes. However, such actions would yield no benefit for these merchants, who would refrain from such drastic measures unless driven to desperation. Morgan, do you truly remain oblivious to the motives behind Kaido's actions? These cunning old foxes have no need for deceptive tales. They are well aware of Morgan's character. While the headlines may be sensational, the substance is met with skepticism. Yet, he undoubtedly possesses genuine information, and since everyone is convening here, there is little reason to conceal it. What if I were to assert that this news is indeed authentic? This is no trivial matter. Piccolo shifted his posture, contemplating the implications if the beast were to fall due to such peculiar reasons. His business mirrors theirs closely, and he fears he could be next. Kaido, relatively new to the New World, has already demonstrated formidable strength, both personally and through his subordinates. While ordinary pirate crew pets may be valued at no more than one 000 berries. Those of the beast pirates are worth 5,000 berries, a thought that could place Picro on Kaido's next hit list if it were to leak. Alas, the reasons behind Kaido's actions elude me as well. Morgan, you rascal. After a heavy sigh, Morgan uttered his ignorance, prompting Picro to feel an urge to strip him of his feathers. Don't be so hasty. Haven't you received any news from Linlin? Stussy interjected calmly. What news? The news of the tea party. If you haven't received it yet, it should arrive soon. Her close rapport with Charlotte Linlin ensures she receives information earlier than others. Charlotte Linlin's tea parties are held intermittently each year, with the key figures of the underworld among the primary invitees. They have attended several of Big Mom's own weddings. Has she married again? No, this time it pertains to your concern, Kaido, who was also on the guest list. Stussy's tone grew serious as she recognized the importance of understanding the purpose of this gathering. Charlotte Linlin's tea parties have been frequent enough in the underworld, often linked to her children's milestones or her own marriages. The frequency and purpose are random. At times, these gatherings merely cater to her personal whims. Her interests include hosting tea parties and collecting rare beasts, with the lofty aspiration of establishing a realm where all races coexist harmoniously. However, her methods are less than conventional. The principle of her realm is unconditional acceptance for newcomers and ruthless exclusion for those who wish to depart. Those who attempt to escape her domain often pay with their lives. As for her tea parties, invitations are not to be declined. Those who receive an invitation and fail to attend face her wrath, often resulting in the severed heads of their close associates. Charlotte Linlin maintains a close-knit connection with the underworld, leading in intelligence over other pirates. Stussy and her companions are no strangers to her dealings. Regarding the tea party as merely another assembly, Big Mom's territory is considered safe, provided she harbors no ill will towards them, which currently seems to be the case. However, Kaido's name appearing on the attendee list raised concerns. As an agent of CP0, Stussy dutifully reported this development to her superiors, whose orders directed her to investigate the nature of Kaido's engagement with Charlotte Linlin. With the recent annihilation of the organ trafficking assassination group, the timing of Kaido's interaction with Linlin is curious. Though they are not yet emperors of the sea, their significance will only grow in the years to come. They may not be the most formidable of pirates, yet they stand as prominent figures in the second tier, and most critically, they are remnants of the Rocks Pirates. Following the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, these remnants have seldom united. The machinations of John, Silveraxe, and Wangji starkly contrast with the matters discussed at Charlotte Linlin's tea party. What are their intentions? Will they provoke greater turmoil? The world government may refrain from intervention, but ignorance is not an option. Thus, Stussy's current task is to glean clarity from the forthcoming tea party discussions. As the meeting in the underworld adjourned, the attendees prepared their gifts, for one cannot arrive at a tea party empty-handed. Meanwhile, members of the Big Mom Pirates began collecting tributes from affiliated islands in anticipation of the gathering. On another front, Kaido, having returned from his mysterious absence, revealed his intentions. To continue leveraging Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network, he must cultivate their relationship further. Quinn's bananas have entered mass production, and the initial fruits of other crops are also maturing, providing an opportune moment to discuss future collaborations with Linlin. Additionally, the Beast Pirates must explore new markets. For the fallout from the organ trafficking group's collapse has instilled a sense of trepidation towards them in the underworld. Such an arrangement may hinder future development. Hence, Kaido intends to clarify matters with Charlotte Linlin during her tea gathering, as well as with individuals from the underground world. In the training grounds, a group of individuals, either cadres or children, are diligently honing their skills. They represent the current and future core members of the Beasts. Meanwhile, Kaido and Arceus are engaged in a discussion. The tea gathering hosted by Big Mom? Indeed, certain issues necessitate resolution through that woman's gathering, including the exportation of fruits. The yield has been rather high, overwhelming our internal consumption, thus presenting an opportunity to exchange for greater funds while also leveraging her intelligence network. Even though the second-generation bananas cultivated from tropical dragon bananas possess a shelf life far exceeding that of ordinary bananas, they remain bananas nonetheless, and their preservation period cannot be deemed excessively long. Furthermore, the yield from Queen's cultivation is substantial, with the fresh produce and the quantity of dried bananas surpassing the internal demand of the beasts. Should we refrain from selling? We would be compelled to convert all into dried bananas, yet even dried bananas have a limited shelf life. Therefore, expanding our channels is imperative to avoid waste. The tea gathering differs from traditional banquets, devoid of roasted meats and strong spirits. The meat products are predominantly honey-flavored, accompanied by an array of black teas and desserts. Frankly, Kaido is not fond of such settings, but for the sake of future development, he must attend. What about you? Are you intrigued by the tea gathering? Not particularly. But someone has returned with fresh news. I shall go see for myself. Very well, it would be somewhat counterproductive to sever ties with her. Charlotte Linlin harbors a peculiar obsession with rare beasts, and Arceus's unique attributes are likely to pique her interest. Although she cannot seize personnel from Kaido, her words may easily incite new conflicts. Let Jean and Shayna accompany you this time. Queen will join me, allowing him to boast about his fruits. By the way, are any of you little ones interested in attending? Kaido inquired of those below. At times, Charlotte Linlin exhibits kindness towards children, occasionally revealing a maternal side. However, no one could respond, as they were all preoccupied, evading Arceus's attacks. Arceus's intense training involved evasion drills against spiked cannon fire. Several cadres, including Shayna, were blindfolded, aimed at enhancing their observation skills. While the controlled power would not be lethal, it would undoubtedly be painful. Only through experiencing pain will one remember vividly. Enduring blows now does not equate to survival on the battlefield. His and Kaido's roles are distinctly defined. Kaido focuses on armament, being more knowledgeable in that domain, while Arceus's attacks are better regulated in frequency. Thus he handles the observation aspect. Timing his actions, Arceus ceased his spiked cannon fire, resulting in Sheena and Olga collapsing onto the ground. They had not yet been instructed to blindfold themselves, but even if they could see, the frequency of the attacks would deplete their physical strength considerably. Even the Zoan-type users would struggle under such circumstances. What is a tea gathering? Sheena, lying on the ground, was the first to voice her inquiry, having never encountered such a concept before. A tea gathering, I presume, is merely a gathering where individuals sip tea and engage in conversation, which seems rather tedious. This is the conclusion drawn by Olga. Previously, tea parties were also held on Alchemy Island, where a group of adults chatted away the afternoon, resulting in nothing but tedium, which was Olga's most immediate impression. The tea party hosted by that woman holds a modicum of interest for you youngsters. Tomorrow's departure is set, and if you wish to attend, gather at the Beast King ship. Additionally, tonight's training session is hereby cancelled for you. Although Kaido has never participated in Charlotte Linlin's tea gatherings, it does not imply he is entirely uninformed about them. During his time aboard the Rock's ship, she orchestrated similar events, albeit more akin to a child's play. The pirates aboard the Rock's ship did not favor such pretentious gatherings, however. The various confections produced by the Big Mom pirates have garnered a certain renown in the New World, which is why Kaido suggested that children might find it intriguing. There are indeed moments of respite during training, and this tea gathering may well serve as their day off. Nonetheless, Kaido called out to Quinn, who intended to sneak away. Quinn, where are you headed? Back to gather my belongings. Didn't you say tonight's training was cancelled, Kaido? I meant the training for the youngsters, not yours. Take a 5-minute break. If you prefer not to collapse on your way, you better put in some effort. Kaido retrieved his kanabo from behind him, the haki enveloping it, instilling a sense of danger in Quinn. However, despite his threatening words, Kaido refrained from escalating matters today. At least he did not aim for Quinn's face. Exhausted, he returned to his laboratory, where he picked some fruits from several other trees. Though these fruits are also berries, they are not the diminished versions. Rather, they are the complete varieties enhanced by Arceus. For those endowed with Pokemon abilities, these fruits serve as natural elixirs. The unique effects of the berries can only be fully realized in those who possess Pokemon abilities, yielding minimal benefits for ordinary individuals. At this moment, Quinn had just picked a Wonyu fruit, a berry that restores stamina. The skin of this fruit is both astringent and bitter, yet its flesh is delightfully sweet and tangy. Nearby, the more commonly cultivated ordinary pomelo retains only its flavor, and it is among the items we intend to carry. In addition, there are the peach fruit and mango fruit, both of which solely preserve their sweetness, and these two fruits are characterized by a unique fragrant sweetness in their leaves. Due to the peculiarities of its growth, the peach fruit is riddled with distinctive cavities, which, although rendering its flesh scarcer, bestows it with a remarkable texture. Quinn adeptly split open the pomelo, savoring its flesh, which effectively alleviated his bodily wounds. Since the advent of this fruit, Kaido has intensified his training regimen. Under the influence of these fruits, the recovery of Pokemon abilities is remarkably swift. Even injuries do not hinder subsequent training. As the first to experience this, Quinn possesses ample authority to assert this conclusion. After ensuring that the items to be transported did not include any complete fruits mixed in, Quinn personally relocated them aboard the Beast Pirates ship. Brother Kaido, Do we not need to prepare any gifts for Big Mom's tea party? No, we are not merely guests. We are collaborators. Our objective is simply to establish new connections with that faction in the underworld. Whether it be these fruits or arms, they must be sold to hold any value. While the beast pirates may forego such preparations, others cannot afford to do so. Morgan and his associates may be referred to as the kings of the underworld, yet that does not imply they are genuinely sovereign. Their existence relies not on absolute strength, but on demand, which means they are not irreplaceable. Many are keenly observing their business, eager to supplant them. Should someone take their place and perform better, others would not seek retribution on their behalf. Maintaining good relations with formidable pirates is also one of their guiding principles. President, the items you requested have been prepared. An employee from the World Economic News Agency handed the packaged goods to Morgans. In the lively district, Stussy picked up a small treasure chest. Its contents deemed merely adequate in value. Charlotte Linlin derived immense pleasure from the thrill of unboxing. As long as the items were not excessively outrageous, she could accept them. Big Mom's upcoming tea party was no secret in the underworld. Those who received invitations would find ways to make time, while those who did not were also eager to act, such as the remnant factions of organ trafficking assassination groups. The beast pirates had obliterated their headquarters. Yet the armed organization they referred to as the Commodity Capture Department remained intact, with some harboring vengeful thoughts against the organization. Furthermore, Big Mom's members were active across various islands, with flour, frosting, honey, and fruits being shipped in waves to the heart of Tato Land, Cake Island. The undercurrents of the underworld stirred, as the Big MOM pirates prepared the necessary provisions for the tea party, while the beast pirates appeared to be on an outing. Aside from Kaido and Quinn, the reserve cadres of the crew were aboard, including Olga, Elizabeth, Shauna, and Jeriora accompanying Shauna. Both the faux miners and the genuine miners could not contain their curiosity about the tea party and chose to witness what Big Mom's gathering entailed. Meanwhile, Arceus embarked on a new voyage, taking Jean with him, while the defense affairs of the beast territory fell solely upon Shayna. However, apart from the inexperienced newcomers entering the new world, seasoned pirates would not abruptly declare war on Kaido, as Shayna's capabilities were sufficient to handle most matters. It was precisely because she was now stronger than Jean that she remained on the island. Days later, the beast pirate ship reached the Tato Land seas, where the waters below transformed into a sea of fruit juice. Had it not been for Olga finally overcoming her aversion to fruits over the past 2 years, this expanse would have been her nightmare. Jeriora, look over there. What a gigantic cream fruit pie! Shauna exclaimed, her hands gripping the ship's railing, her height still not surpassing it, making it difficult to see outside. Beyond the vibrant sea of juice below, the first thing she noticed was an enormous cream fruit pie floating atop the ocean. While it seemed illogical,